Chapter 1. Where am I? Xia Xen slowly opened his eyes. Greeted by a landscape that was utterly unfamiliar before him, lay an endless expanse of wilderness, punctuated by sporadic clusters of low shrubs and towering, mushroom-shaped plants that seemed to loom in the distance, adding an air of desolation to the scene. Xia Xen could hardly contain his astonishment after years of illness. The only view he had known was that of the meager scenery visible from his hospital window, which had remained unchanged. The only scents that had graced his nostrils were those of antiseptic and despair. Never had he beheld such vast, untamed wilderness or felt the refreshing caress of a gentle breeze. Most astonishingly, his once deteriorating body seemed to have regained its vitality. The chronic pain that had plagued him for so long had vanished without a trace, leaving him enveloped in an indescribable sense of ease and experience he had not savored in many years, leading him to question whether he was still ensnared in a dream. Just as Xia Xen was grappling with his bewilderment, the radio transmitter on his person crackled to life. "Hello, Officer 13. Why haven't you proceeded to the scene? What on earth are you dawdling for?" Startled, Xia Xen belatedly realized he was clad in a police uniform, complete with a utility belt and a sidearm, projecting an air of authority. "Humph. At least you're still breathing. Half an hour ago, someone reported signs of an explosion on Highway 23, and we need you to investigate immediately. At this rate, you won't just be late for the inspection, you might as well be late for an archaeological dig." Feigning ignorance to the sarcasm, Xia Xen hurriedly sifted through his memories, but after much contemplation, he found no recollection of this world whatsoever. "That's enough chatter. If you wish to receive your paycheck, hurry to the site. Remember, use capsule number 4. The contents are most suitable for field operations." With that, the radio fell silent, as if it had never emitted a sound. Left with little choice, Xia Xen opened his utility belt, discovering his police credentials along with an object resembling an old-fashioned cigarette case. As he opened the credentials, he found that both his name and photograph matched precisely with those from his original world. However, the address inscribed bore no resemblance to any place he had ever heard of. "Where on earth have I ended up? A hint would be appreciated." Xia Xen let out a lament, pondering how dismal it would be if he remained oblivious to his own whereabouts. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. The radio had mentioned a capsule. Every alternate realm possesses its unique characteristics, and a world that employs capsules as a technological reference could only be one: the domain of Dragon Ball. In essence, this refers to the universe conceived by the renowned Japanese manga artist Akira Toriyama in 1986, commencing with Son Goku's quest for the Dragon Balls and evolving into the saga of the Science, a legendary masterpiece of immense popularity. During his years in the hospital, Xia Xen had often passed the time indulging in Dragon Ball. "I can't believe I have traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. Good heavens, this cannot be a mere illusion." Xia Xen, filled with excitement, recalled that he had taken the precaution of opening the capsule box to inspect its contents. Inside, each capsule bore a designated number, accompanied by its corresponding item. For instance, capsule number 1 contained a police car, while capsule No. 4 housed a hovering motorcycle. And there was even one marked as an aircraft. Truly, within this small space, one could find everything one could desire, a concept that would have been utterly unfathomable in the past world, where such vast entities could not possibly be contained within diminutive capsules. Casually tossing capsule No. 4 onto the ground, it transformed as if by magic in the blink of an eye. A motorcycle with a distinctly futuristic design materialized before him, emblazoned with the logo of the capsule company in the realm of Dragon Ball. Bulma's father nearly monopolized all technological inventions, with even the most basic bicycles being produced by the Capsule Corporation, marking him as a genius of terrifying caliber. In one episode, a police officer requested the capsule company to repair a motorcycle, only for it to malfunction due to its excessive speed. The coordinates have been preset, proceeding to Highway 23. If no action is taken within 1 minute, the location will automatically alert the police department, intoned the cold mechanical voice from the motorcycle, reminding Xia Xen that he still had tasks to attend to. Good grief. When did this feature come into existence? It's practically a laziness prevention system. Not wishing to listen to further reprimands over the intercom, Xia Xen reluctantly mounted the police motorcycle. The onboard computer system activated instantly, the engine roaring to life as it sped forward with exhilarating swiftness. Even without driving experience, the machine could calibrate itself to an autonomous mode, minimizing the difficulty to an almost negligible level. At this juncture, Xia Xen found the opportunity to contemplate his position within the Dragon Ball universe. As it stood, he was merely an ordinary earthling, devoid of any supernatural abilities or systems. This signified that in a world where power reigned supreme, his combat potential had been irrevocably capped. Even Krillin, who was heralded as the strongest human on Earth, could not hope to reach Frisia's level at his peak, while ordinary individuals barely exceeded a power level of 5. In other words, no matter how diligently Xia Xen trained, his identity as an Earthling destined him to be relegated to the ranks of mere cannon fodder in the later stages of the Dragon Ball saga, entirely outclassed by the Scions. However, since this is the Dragon Ball world, the specifics of one's race are of little consequence. Xia Xian mused aloud. Gathering the 7 Dragon Balls is what truly matters, for that is the crux of the matter. The 7 Dragon Balls indeed serve as the foundational premise of the entire manga. Nevertheless, as time progressed, their significance diminished in the latter battles, ultimately becoming mere substitutes for healing the wounded. Even the creator of the Dragon Balls, the Grand Kai, once lamented that his worth had dwindled to merely maintaining the Dragon Balls. This was particularly true considering the existence of Namek, which further diminished the value of Earth's Dragon Balls. However, this implies that the Dragon Balls, which were fervently sought after in the early stages, eventually became an object of neglect in the latter part, akin to a useless trinket seizing this opportunity to gather a few. One could effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle of wealth, status, wisdom, and longevity. If the Black Satin Army from the early days of the Dragon Ball world had persevered until after the defeat of King Piccolo, they might have already gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Xia Xian couldn't help but ponder, by the way, what time is it now? At what point has the Dragon Ball timeline progressed? Never mind, I could just check when I return to my duties as a police officer. With that thought, Xia Xian relaxed and accelerated his hover motorcycle towards the horizon. An unexplained explosion had occurred on Route 23, and as an officer, Xia Xian had no choice but to bravely venture forth. Yet, knowing he was in the realm of Dragon Balls lightened his spirits considerably, especially as he beheld the vast wilderness in the sky, so brilliantly azure. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is astonishingly desolate." It is said that Akira Toriyama, in his quest for convenience, chose to depict simple flora, leading to the creation of mushroom-shaped trees, eliminating the need for leaves, and vast desert wastelands, bypassing the necessity for forests. An upgraded version of this legend suggests that Cell was never revived due to the complications of rendering his spotted form. Even the realm of Super Universe, he merely skimmed the surface nonetheless. The advantage of such a landscape is that travel is exceedingly convenient, with no obstructions or traffic delays, allowing Xia Xian to swiftly arrive at the scene of the explosion. Yet, upon his first glance, Xia Xian was taken aback. Has there been a battle here? What on earth happened? He could not suppress his astonishment as he noticed a colossal robot carcass lying by the roadside, its chest seemingly ravaged by missile strikes, a chaotic ruin of exposed armor and charred wiring, a sight most distressing. While Xia Xian was still reeling from the shock, he faintly heard cries for help nearby. "Someone, please save us." "Yes, whoever you are, please come here." Hastily, Xia Xian approached and found 3 peculiar figures lying beside a dilapidated ostrich-shaped robot. No, to be precise, it was one short individual, a woman, and a talking dog, with the short fellow boasting blue skin in the blink of an eye. Xia Xian realized whom he had encountered. The Pilaf gang. Speaking of these 3, they represent the first official major antagonist that young Goku faced in the Dragon Ball universe. They perpetually sought to dominate the world through the collection of Dragon Balls, only to gradually devolve into comedic relief as more powerful characters emerged. It was quite unexpected to encounter them at this moment. Why is a police officer here? Upon encountering Xia Xian, King Pilaf's initial instinct was one of alarm. He instinctively considered fleeing. However, his numerous injuries hindered his escape, causing him to collapse after only a few steps, his diminutive form and comical movements rendering the scene particularly absurd. "My king, is it not entirely reasonable to seek help from the police during difficult times?" remarked Ashu, resembling a Shiba Inu, with a good-natured tone. Indeed. Furthermore, this officer appears quite amiable in this desolate expanse, devoid of human presence for miles. Calling for assistance is undoubtedly the wisest course of action, added the sole female member, Xiao Wu, in a soft voice. King Pilaf, upon hearing these words, was seething with rage, particularly at the sight of his bewildered subordinates, which only intensified his frustration. "Good heavens, have you all forgotten? My ambition is to dominate the world. These policemen could very well become obstacles to my aspirations." King Pilaf bellowed hysterically. Standing nearby, Xia Xian felt a wave of embarrassment. The king's declarations were akin to a loud proclamation of, "We are the villains." Perhaps it would be best to pretend he heard nothing. How infuriating! After a lifetime of brilliance, I was on the verge of collecting the Dragon Balls, only to find myself in this predicament. It feels as though fate conspires against me. I refuse to accept this. King Pilaf lamented, wallowing in self-pity. Conversely, Ashu, the Shiba Inu, unceremoniously interjected, "My king, we have only just found one Dragon Ball. We are still far from gathering them all." And it was promptly snatched away by that gorilla creature. Xiao Wu added, not missing the opportunity to deliver a sharp retort observing Ashu's lack of attire. Xia Xian began to piece together the current timeline. According to the unfolding narrative, the young Goku, in search of the Dragon Balls, would encounter the Black Satin Army, who harbored similar ambitions. After a struggle, the underpowered Black Satin Army enlisted the services of the world's foremost assassin. Tao Pai Pai. Not only did he seize the Dragon Ball, but he also murdered Yupa's father, the guardian of the sacred Korin Tower. King Pilaf, possessing the final Dragon Ball, had intended to reap the rewards of the ensuing chaos. Little did he know that Goku had already ascended the Korin Tower and undergone a remarkable surge in strength. He not only vanquished the assassin Tao Pai Pai, but also dismantled the Black Satin Army's ambitions, effortlessly chastising King Pilaf and claiming the Dragon Ball. All right. From my perspective, it appears you are the true victims, Xia Xian proclaimed, exuding an air of confidence, well aware that the remaining events in the timeline would unfold more favorably. He then assumed a police demeanor and inquired, "Now, please describe the appearance of your assailants." Upon hearing Xia Xian refer to them as victims, the Pilaf trio reminisced about their arduous quest for the Dragon Balls, overwhelmed with sorrow, yearning for an outlet to express their woes. My heavens, the visage of that fiend is forever etched in my memory. King Pilaf exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes, his tone choked with emotion. I once lived a carefree existence in a grand castle, enjoying a tranquil life free from conflict, and I had 24-hour hot water. Xiao Wu chimed in, adding to his lament that detestable villain has arrived, lamented King Pilaf, his voice growing increasingly sorrowful. Though he appears innocuous, he possesses a beast-like tail and can transform into a terrifying gorilla, wreaking havoc and destruction upon all. The castle has been utterly obliterated, sighed the Shiba Inu, Ashu. We were merely driving along, singing joyfully, anticipating a delightful hot pot meal. Unexpectedly, that little rascal with hair akin to a hedgehog returned, mercilessly assaulting us and stealing all our possessions. King Pilaf gritted his teeth in frustration. That scoundrel wasn't even wearing pants. Little Wu blushed as she interjected, even stole my clothes. Ashu added, feeling quite embarrassed. Xiaxin nonchalantly murmured in agreement. While sketching in her police notebook, she was well aware of the unfolding narrative. Little Goku had learned the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls from the fortune teller and sought out King Pilaf. To Pilaf's dismay, he arrogantly believed he had discovered Goku's weakness and foolishly challenged him, under the impression that victory would grant him the Dragon Balls. The outcome was, of course, predictable. Within mere seconds of his triumph, King Pilaf found himself physically outmatched and humiliated, suffering a comprehensive defeat. Meanwhile, little Goku successfully summoned the Eternal Dragon, resurrecting the guardian slain by Tao Pai Pai. Take a look at this depiction of the assailant. Xiaxin raised her drawing for the trio of Pilaf to see. The three mischief makers leaned closer, their eyes wide with curiosity. The illustration depicted a formidable man with golden hair standing tall, clad in a martial arts uniform that exuded confidence and flair, wielding the iconic golden staff. None other than the legendary Son Goku from the Dragon Ball universe. Wow. Officer, your drawing is fantastic, exclaimed Little Wu, her admiration genuine though perhaps his height is a bit exaggerated. Based on just our words, you managed to create this? That seems rather far-fetched. King Pilaf eyed her suspiciously. And why did you specifically choose a yellow pen for the hair? Did we mention the color of his hair? In response, Xiaxin, unfazed, fabricated an explanation. What do you expect? I have undergone rigorous training. While I typically refrain from drawing, when the need arises, I must depict the suspect's likeness accurately to ensure justice for the victims. In truth, during her time perusing the Dragon Ball manga, Xiaxin had diligently practiced sketching, rendering Son Goku with the ease and finesse akin to a vampire savoring bread. The remainder of the proceedings was straightforward. Xiaxin retrieved a police vehicle from her capsule and transported the Pilaf trio back to record their statements. Such minor incidents could typically be resolved on-site with a few photographs and a brief report to satisfy superiors. However, for Xiaxin, despite the Pilaf trio's comedic antics, they possessed an extraordinary intellect for technology, and few in the world could rival their ability to construct a dragon radar. Even the illustrious scientist Dr. Juro, renowned for his creation of artificial beings, could only produce cumbersome radar devices that are impractical for transport. In contrast, King Pilaf has evolved his Dragon Ball radar from its original bulky form to a portable version that can conveniently be mounted in a vehicle for mobility. This ongoing advancement positions him as a formidable intellect, second only to Bulma and her father, of course. The eccentric family of Aral from Penguin Village is excluded from this consideration. Well, if I aim to locate the Dragon Balls, I undoubtedly require a radar. However, Bulma, being the heiress of the Capsule Corporation, is unlikely to have any interaction with me. Therefore, my best bet rests with the comical trio. Xiaoxin mused inwardly at that moment. King Pilaf and his companions were oblivious to the fact that Xiaoxin was contemplating their involvement. It is worth noting that this group has endured numerous hardships in their quest for the Dragon Balls, braving the elements and suffering countless adversities. However, the opportunity to realize their wishes has been snatched away by the Little Monkey King, leaving them momentarily adrift, devoid of direction and uncertain of their next steps. Thus, when faced with Xiaoxin's request to return to the police station, they did not decline. The four of them, each lost in their own thoughts, sat in the police car, deeply contemplating their uncertain futures. Upon arriving at the station, just as they stepped out of the vehicle, they were greeted by a once radiant sky that suddenly turned dark and somber, akin to a total eclipse. Xiaoxin glanced up, internally murmuring, "What? The sun and moon are shrouded in darkness. Daylight has dimmed. This unmistakably signals the summoning of the divine dragon. It appears that little Wukong has indeed resurrected Yuba's father." King Pilaf, who had devoted his life to the pursuit of the Dragon Balls, could hardly be unaware of the implications of this sudden gloom. His face turned ashen. As though struck by a hammer weighing 100,000 pounds, he clutched his chest and staggered back a few steps, rendered speechless. Xiao Wu and the Shiba Inu Ashu, having long accompanied him, rushed forward to offer comfort and inquire about his condition. "I am fine, merely a bit fatigued," King Pilaf declared with a facade of nonchalance. Yet soon coughed up blood, startling even Xiaoxin. Upon reflection, although readers are aware that they have been relegated to comedic roles, the protagonist, King Pilaf, perceives his situation differently. He persistently treads the path toward realizing his ambitions, undeterred by countless failures and the harshness of reality, never relinquishing his beliefs. Strangely, Xiaoxin found herself feeling a measure of sympathy for this early antagonist. In a certain sense, King Pilaf does not harbor malevolent intentions. His aspiration to dominate the world seems quite idealistic. One cannot categorically deem his pursuits as misguided, can they? In truth, Xiaoxin herself harbored a fascination with this aspiration. "Do not be disheartened. I shall relay the details of your assailants to my superiors and initiate a bounty for their capture. For now, let us sit down, take a respite, and enjoy a bowl of pork cutlet rice." Xiaoxin casually offered words of comfort, yet within her heart, she understood that the issuance of a wanted notice would prove futile. Who would dare to apprehend a man destined to shatter the cosmic tyrant? A mere earthling with a combat power of only 5? Thank you, but it feels rather odd to have pork chops at the police station. "Just let me take a moment to rest," King Pilaf lamented, squatting in a corner like a forlorn soul. Xiaoxin suddenly recalled an incident from the 1960s in Japan, where police had successfully elicited confessions from criminals through the simple act of offering them pork cutlet rice. This anecdote subsequently became a recurring motif in various comics and films, such as Working Demon King and GTO, Great Teacher Onizuka, where detainees at the police station are often seen enjoying bowls of pork cutlet rice. It is no wonder that King Pilaf felt discomfort at the sight. However, observing the pitiable state of these individuals, Xiaoxin felt a twinge of compassion and decided against hastily recording their statements. Instead, she prepared several cups of hot coffee for them, only to notice Shiba Inu Ashu, with its head drooping, its stomach growling incessantly, further evoking sympathy for the trio. Thus, she ventured into the kitchen, contemplating what she could prepare. Upon opening the refrigerator, she was dismayed to find its contents alarmingly sparse. Leftover food from previous meals, slightly sour milk, 2 nibbled carrots, a half-eaten stalk of celery, and the only somewhat decent item, a steak that had been frozen for an indeterminate number of years. The fridge resembled a battlefield, as if raided by a mischievous monkey. Xiaoxin lamented, pondering what her life must have been like before. Despite the lack of ingredients, she decided to make do, extracting everything from the refrigerator, washing it, chopping it into small pieces, and tossing it all into a pot. With a generous amount of oil and high heat, she stir-fried the mixture, soon producing a large tub of what could only be described as a hodgepodge. Meanwhile, the previously languid Shiba Inu Ashu abruptly lifted its head, sniffing the air as it mumbled to itself, "What is that smell of smoke? Is someone's house on fire?" King Pilaf, initially disinterested, was about to admonish his subordinates for meddling when he spotted Xia Xin emerging with a steaming basin of food. "What do you mean by the smell of burnt food?" "Such lack of discernment." Xia Xin feigned annoyance, exclaiming, "Come and taste this. While it may not sparkle with golden radiance, it is certainly a filling mishmash, my specialty." The so-called mishmash was, in reality, a euphemism that Xia Xin used to embellish her creation. It was merely a medley of leftover ingredients stir-fried with rice. An entry-level dish in the realm of unconventional cuisine. King Pilaf, feeling despondent and originally intending to refuse, found himself inexplicably drawn to the very mention of the mishmash. Almost unconsciously, he picked up a spoon and scooped a mouthful into his mouth. Before he could chew, his previously furrowed brow relaxed, and his fatigued expression transformed into one of astonishment. "Heavens, what is this dish? It suits my palate perfectly. Delicious, truly delightful," he exclaimed, abandoning his usual restraint as he buried his face in the bowl, indulging heartily. Little Dance and Shiba Inu Ashu, witnessing this, also picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. However, they did not share King Pilaf's astonishment, though they too found themselves moved to tears by the delightful flavors. Xia Xin silently chuckled, acknowledging that Akira Toriyama's prowess in storytelling and illustration was unparalleled. However, when it came to naming characters, he seemed to possess an inherent struggle, resorting to food items as substitutes such as Tanjin rice, dumplings, Yama tea, oolong, and pu'er tea. Even the comedic trio was not exempt from this trend. The names of Xiao Wu and Xiao, when combined, phonetically resembled the sound of Xiao Mai in Japanese. As for King Pilaf, he boldly emblazoned the words fried rice across his chest. Consequently, in certain translations, King Pilaf has been referred to as the Fried Rice King or Mixed Rice King. Thus, at this moment, fried rice possessed an inexplicable allure for King Pilaf. Observing that the group had nearly finished their meal, Xia Xin finally inquired, "May I ask what plans and destinations you all have next? If your homes are distant, I would be more than willing to escort you back." To her surprise, her words stirred the poignant memories of the Pilaf trio. Their ancestral castle had long been dismantled by the young Goku. Obsessed with collecting Dragon Balls, they had repeatedly faced failure. Even when they managed to find one, it inevitably slipped into Goku's hands. Reflecting upon it, it seemed they had perpetually engaged in endeavors that served others' aspirations. Wandering aimlessly for so long, their once cherished dreams remained as elusive as a fleeting mirage. "We have long since lost our purpose, and we are uncertain of where to go from here. Perhaps there is no longer a place for us in this world," remarked King Pilaf with a tone steeped in melancholy, his comical visage suddenly appearing etched with desolation. Xia Xin observed their predicament and sighed, saying, "If you have nowhere else to go, the storeroom in the police station's backyard is an option. It typically houses discarded items, but it is spacious enough and remains relatively clean. You could manage to stay there for a while." The reason for her suggestion stemmed from a concern that the Pilaf trio might slip away. Unlike other characters in the Dragon Ball universe, their residences are fixed and readily identifiable. For instance, Master Roshi resides in his villa on a small island. The deities inhabit their temples, and the Kais, prior to their demise, would leisurely drive around in convertibles on their respective planets. Yet, few are aware of the whereabouts of characters like the Pilaf trio or Tien Shinhan in their day-to-day lives. Having devoted herself to the Dragon Ball radar, Xia Xin was determined not to squander the opportunity that had presented itself. Thus, she seized the moment to extend an invitation. However, to avoid appearing overly eager and arousing suspicion in the three individuals, she thoughtfully chose a storage room for their meeting, an ideal setting that struck a balance between enthusiasm and restraint. Indeed, Emperor Pilaf seemed either genuinely fatigued or perhaps the effectiveness of Xia Xion's scheme was at play, as he languidly nodded and muttered to himself, "Well, there's still a year left in the cooling-off period, and there's nowhere else to go, so I suppose I shall trouble you for a while." Upon hearing this, Xia Xian secretly rejoiced. She gathered some and used bedding and necessary daily items, distributing them among the Pilaf trio and allowing them to rest. The remaining matters were of little significance. Xia Xian dedicated all her energy to her own research. To put it succinctly, the village where Xia Xian resided was exceedingly remote, with a simple and unpretentious lifestyle. The inhabitants lived in harmony, and throughout the year, little transpired. Consequently, there was no need for an extensive police force, and the authorities had assigned Xia Xian alone to oversee the policing of the entire region. Typically, she found herself with little to do. Behind the police station lay a plot of land, and she spent more time tending to crops than on her weekly police duties. This, perhaps, epitomizes the world of Dragon Ball. Humanity has become so peaceful that even the malevolent organizations have grown complacent. Despite possessing formidable power, they rely on the Dragon Balls to conquer the world, which is rather opportunistic. It is no wonder that Earth's fighting prowess has remained stagnantly low. Xian reflected. In the future, the Dark Lord of the Short Flute will be resurrected, and the Divine Dragon shall meet its demise. However, after little Wukong undergoes his training in the heavenly realm, the fervor surrounding the Dragon Balls will begin to wane. By then, just before the arrival of the Scion Raditz, one could casually make a couple of wishes. How delightful that would be. Embracing such thoughts, Xian entered a slumber filled with whimsical dreams, envisioning the splendid life that awaited him. Yet, his peaceful reverie was abruptly shattered by a cacophony, dispelling his aspirations of waking naturally. What could that noise be? Why are they causing such a ruckus so early in the morning? As Xian, still drowsy, hurried to the window, she beheld the trio of Pilaf standing in the courtyard, facing the rising sun, engaged in their morning exercises. Dear friends, do not lose heart. Temporary setbacks are merely life's trials. Flattening obstacles to forge a broad path, overcoming barriers to create a floating bridge, enduring darkness leads to dawn. Though King Pilaf's stature was diminutive, his voice resonated with remarkable vigor, lending him an air of authority. Oh! Both Xiao Wu and the Shiba Inu Ashio echoed in unison, as if invigorated by a surge of enthusiasm. The struggle knows no end. Every moment is a new beginning. Keep in sync with my movements, precise and uniform. Push forward. Strive. King Pilaf bellowed, seemingly having shed the gloom of the previous day. It is no wonder that even as a comedic character throughout the Dragon Ball series, he frequently reappears, causing trouble and crisis for Goku and the Z Warriors. Observing the trio's lively antics under the sun, Xian felt a smile tugging at her lips, yet it remained unexpressed, and her desire to return to sleep waned. Thus, she dutifully rose early, brushing her teeth and washing her face. To her surprise, by the time she had completed half of her morning routine, the Pilaf trio had already finished their exercises and were waiting for her at the door. Thank you, officer, for your hospitality last night, King Pilaf said politely. May I kindly inquire if the items at the storeroom entrance are still needed? We wish to borrow them for a while. Xian, with a toothbrush in his mouth and his head tilted thoughtfully, struggled to recall what items were cluttered in the storage room. However, since they were left in such a place, they certainly could not have been of any significance, so he readily agreed. King Pilaf, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and immediately set about with two of his subordinates. Curiosity piqued, Xian followed suit, only to witness King Pilaf wielding a small hammer, rhythmically pounding away. In the blink of an eye, he had ingeniously assembled a cart from discarded tires and wooden planks. What are you all up to? Xian asked, somewhat dumbfounded. Officer, it is indeed a great favor for you to allow us to reside here, and we cannot in good conscience remain idle without contributing. Thus, we must work to earn our keep, at the very least to avoid falling behind on rent. King Pilaf replied with utmost seriousness. Rent? I never intended to charge you for that. Xian exclaimed in astonishment. I appreciate your kindness, but we must sustain ourselves and simultaneously accumulate capital for our aspirations. Therefore, we cannot afford to be lazy during our daily endeavors. Otherwise, when opportunities arise, we may find ourselves woefully unprepared. King Pilaf insisted earnestly. Then, flanked by his two subordinates, they wheeled the cart outside, lighting a small charcoal stove as they went. Soon, the streets of the village echoed with King Pilaf's high-pitched voice. Sweet potatoes for sale. Come and taste the delicious roasted sweet potatoes, both sweet and fragrant. Watching the trio of Pilaf gradually disappear into the distance, Xian felt a profound sense of disbelief. The villain intent on conquering the world had resorted to selling roasted sweet potatoes on the street? Truly remarkable. At that moment, Xian glanced at his own fields behind the house and silently pondered. Even such a comical antagonist is tirelessly striving for a brighter future. What right do I have to rely on the Dragon Balls to fulfill my wishes without any special advantages? How does that differ from the indolent Black Silk Army? Realizing that even King Pilaf was diligently working towards his goals, Xian resolved to no longer languish in the house, waiting for fate to take its course. Even if I were to depend on the Dragon Balls to realize my ambitions, there is no reason to merely subsist on a few acres of land and a police salary while biding my time. I must first secure some funds. Whether for improving my living conditions or financing my future quest for the Dragon Balls, I will need substantial money. Xia Xian furrowed his brow and contemplated. The question is, how to make money? I certainly can't resort to selling roasted sweet potatoes like Pilaf and his companions. Xia Xian's current advantage lies in her profound understanding of the evolving narrative within the Dragon Ball universe, akin to possessing a celestial insight. In other words, if she adeptly harnesses this advantage, there will inevitably be a pathway to financial gain. As for the current storyline, it should have progressed to the point where young Goku triumphs over the world's most formidable assassin, Tao Pai Pai, while simultaneously dismantling the nefarious organization, the Black Satin Army's headquarters. He then vanquishes the various minions of the fortune-telling hag, ultimately seizing the Dragon Balls from the hands of Emperor Pilaf. This entire sequence unfolds seamlessly, prompting even Master Roshi to lament that he may no longer be a match for young Goku. Xia Xian quietly reminisced. Suddenly, a detail flashed vividly in her mind. Since little Wukong had completed these battles in one breath, it meant that only half a day had passed since the demise of the Black Silk Army. It was likely that many in the world remained unaware of the downfall of this nefarious organization. Being an evil organization, one could surmise that the warehouse was filled with an abundance of rare treasures, gold, and currency amassed over time. If she were to seize this opportunity to procure some of these riches, it would undoubtedly prove to be immensely beneficial. How could she have overlooked this possibility yesterday? Xia Xian smacked his thigh in frustration, rising from his seat with a string of curses. He hurriedly returned to his room to gather a few belongings and unearthed a capsule inscribed with the word airplane, which he carelessly tossed onto the floor. However, as he climbed into the compact police aircraft that had appeared, he suddenly realized that he had not even passed the second part of the driving test in his previous world, and now he was expected to pilot an airplane? The leap in skill and difficulty seemed rather daunting. Damn it. I can only place my hopes on the technological prowess of this era, Xia Xian muttered to himself, as he powered on the system and earnestly addressed the control stick. Computer, please chart a course to the headquarters of the Black Silk Army. We must depart immediately. After all, given his experience from riding a motorcycle yesterday, he hoped the AI in this world could indeed facilitate autonomous flight. Sure enough, after a brief moment, the cockpit was filled with an electronic synthesized voice. Black Silk Army Headquarters, tourism rating 4 stars, safety rating 0. It is advised not to proceed. What on earth? This thing even has a tourism rating? Do you need to buy a ticket to visit the Black Silk Army Headquarters? Xia Xian instinctively remarked, but soon realized that wealthy and powerful individuals often seek a serene abode nestled amidst nature. Not every formidable villain prefers to dwell in remote canyons devoid of Wi-Fi and convenience stores. Having clarified her thoughts on the matter, Xia Xian promptly commanded, "Forget about those concerns. I must rush there immediately, for time is of the essence." However, the safety rating. It has been said to dismiss such matters. A trifling risk holds no significance to me. Charge ahead at once. Xia Xian roused himself with a fervent shout, for the quality of life in the coming years was at stake. Thus, he could not afford to be negligent. How could he refrain from feeling anxious? Faced with such resolute demands, the AI ceased to voice any dissent and promptly soared away at breakneck speed, vanishing over the horizon in the blink of an eye. The headquarters of the Black Silk Army was nestled amidst the mountains, serving as a natural bastion of protection, complemented by an expansive grove of lush cedar trees, making any attempt to infiltrate the area a laborious endeavor. However, Xia Xian was not here to sneak in unnoticed. He was confident that little Wukong had already taken care of everything. At this moment, his sole purpose was to charge forward. Full throttle, let's go. Xia Xian commanded the computer with fervor. The AI, lacking any knowledge of the Black Silk Army's headquarters, emitted a desolate electronic tone that bore a hint of pleading. Please, do not act recklessly. This would be akin to courting death. The opposing force is none other than the infamous Black Silk Army. Shall I play some light music to alleviate the tension? Have no reservations, just charge right in. Disregard everything else. Oh, and make the music exhilarating. Let us go with Maha Fushijai Adventure, the Dragon Ball theme song. Thus, an old model police aircraft, adopting the most audacious flight posture, carelessly hurtled straight toward the Black Silk Army's headquarters. Typically, any flying object approaching the Black Silk Army's stronghold would be shot down by patrolling fighter jets. Even the small reconnaissance drones invented by Bulma were not exempt from this stringent vigilance. Yet, the area had long been cleared by little Wukong, appearing to be a den of danger but, in reality, was as calm as a placid sea. Xia Xian successfully landed on the lawn of the Black Silk Army headquarters. It was time to make a bold move. Xia Xian seized his pistol, kicked open the hatch, and charged inside with an imposing demeanor. The reason for carrying a firearm was primarily due to concerns about any unaddressed remnants of the enemy. Having a means of defense would bolster his courage. After all, the comics had not specified what the situation at the Black Silk Army headquarters would be the following day. As Xia Xian stormed into the headquarters, the police headquarters received a signal. Director, the police aircraft from Galan District has departed the jurisdiction without authorization. A stunning officer reported, her expression one of shock. Galan District? That area has always been peaceful and tranquil. Nothing has transpired there for years. The director scratched his head and mused, speaking of that young officer. He hasn't submitted yesterday's case report yet. Clearly, he has too much time on his hands. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the director remarked, "There's nothing to be alarmed about. Disciplinary action will suffice. Who knows, perhaps the officer simply took the plane out to buy groceries. After all, the remote locale of Galan District." However, the officer's face turned ashen, and he murmured softly, "Surely. One does not need to venture all the way to the headquarters of the Black Silk Army to procure groceries." Upon hearing these words, the chief of police, who had initially dismissed the matter, was suddenly taken aback, rising abruptly and in a trembling voice inquired, "What? Are you suggesting that that individual has gone to the headquarters of the world's largest criminal organization, the Black Silk Army? Is he out of his mind?" In stark contrast to the police chief's terror, elsewhere, others were also stealthily making their way toward the headquarters of the Black Silk Army. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, a tremendous explosion occurred in the direction of the Black Silk Army's headquarters, obliterating a mountain entirely. What nefarious experiments is this wicked organization conducting? Or do they harbor some world-ending conspiracy? Today, our television station shall utilize the latest drones to delve into the lair of this malevolence and uncover the truth. Well, even the television crew has come to partake in this tumultuous moment. At this juncture, Xia Xian remained blissfully unaware that the eyes of the world were converging upon this very place. For him, the most pressing concern was how to locate the treasures that the Black Silk Army had plundered over the years. Hey, goodness, why is this place so vast? Xia Xian, akin to a headless fly, flitted about restlessly while quietly contemplating. The Black Silk Army is an evil organization, and the treasures they plunder are certainly not safely stowed in banks. They must be hoarded within their own headquarters. Have I overlooked anything? With that thought, Xia Xian closed her eyes to recall the narrative. With the aid of the Dragon Ball radar, little Wukong had stormed in with unstoppable momentum. The leader of the Black Silk Army, in a state of desperation, fled to the secret loft of Building 8 alongside his trusted aide, the strategist Black. It was within this very space that a conflict erupted between the leader and Black, who was consumed by his ambition to grow taller using the Dragon Balls, only to be struck down by his own confidant. The strategist Black, who had temporarily assumed power, engaged in a fierce battle against little Wukong, controlling a robot to confront him. After delivering a powerful kick that sent a super bomb flying, resulting in the nearby hills being obliterated, little Wukong triumphed over strategist Black and successfully acquired 2 Dragon Balls. Having clarified the plot in her mind, Xia Xian opened her eyes and murmured to herself, "Since Building 8 is the repository of the Dragon Balls, it must also harbor a plethora of treasures. Perhaps the Black Silk Army's hoard lies within." With this thought, Xia Xian surveyed her surroundings and indeed spotted a building with a collapsed roof, the very site where little Wukong had battled the Black strategist. "Aha, that's out the place," she declared, setting off towards her objective. However, the internal structure of Building 8 was a convoluted maze, riddled with hidden passageways and numerous concealed firing points, presenting an apparent danger. Fortunately, there were no guards stationed. Otherwise, even 100 Xias would meet a dismal fate. Such stringent defenses must indicate the presence of treasures. Otherwise, why go to such lengths? Xia Xian mused inwardly, her determination intensifying as she ascended. At last, panting and out of breath, Xia Xian reached the top floor, where she indeed found the location that once housed the Dragon Balls, along with the lifeless body of the leader. Truly, it is here. Xia Xian conducted a search and indeed discovered a safe nestled in the corner, its surface adorned with intricate mechanisms. A conventional key would prove utterly ineffective. Only the user's facial features and fingerprints could unlock it. Faced with this predicament, Xia Xian, feeling somewhat vexed, dragged the corpse of the leader, whose stature was notably short and stocky, towards the safe and successfully disengaged its seal. Now, let us unveil the treasures within. What could be hidden so meticulously? Is it gold, or perhaps jewels? Xia Xian, feeling quite pleased with herself, thought as she opened the cabinet, only to find a multitude of books inside. Why are they all just sheets of paper? Could they be stock bonds? Xia Xian pondered inwardly. Indeed, gold possesses value, while stocks are priceless, sometimes. The words inscribed on paper can surpass the worth of tangible items. However, when Xia Xian, brimming with excitement, opened these contents, her eyes widened in disbelief. Inside were a multitude of absurdities, such as guides on how to grow 10 centimeters taller in 100 days, secrets to experiencing growth in middle age, and methods to transform into a long-legged gentleman. Over 100 volumes filled with such trivialities, akin to the frivolous content found on social media, cluttered an entire cabinet, all sealed with the most advanced mechanisms known to man. Goodness! The commander of the Black Silk Army truly deserves his fate. He is rightly condemned. How absurd! Xia Xian, in a fit of rage, tore the heap of documents into shreds. After all her arduous efforts to ascend to this point, she had merely stumbled upon a collection of refuse. As her frustration simmered, she retrieved a lighter and set the manuscripts ablaze, erasing them from her sight entirely. At that moment, as Xia Xian vented her grievances to the heavens, several colossal aircraft gracefully descended onto the tarmac. A formidable contingent of soldiers clad in black satin insignia disembarked, their expressions grave and exuding an aura of menace. Leading them was a striking woman with short purple hair. Donned in military attire that accentuated her fierce demeanor, her piercing gaze suggested she was no ordinary adversary. Colonel Violet, we are still unable to establish communication with headquarters. A diligent aide reported softly. Since yesterday, contact with headquarters has been severed. I could not rest easy and return to investigate, and indeed, it seems something has gone awry. The individual known as Violet murmured to herself. In the narrative of Dragon Ball, Colonel Violet is a direct subordinate of General Blue. Having once utilized Bulma's radar to successfully locate a Dragon Ball, her fate surpassing that of her superior in an unfathomable manner. The comic version of Colonel Violet vanished after a mere 2 appearances, while the animated adaptation saw her stealthily infiltrate the treasury amidst chaos, pilfering all funds before plotting her escape. At this very moment, having just disembarked from the aircraft, Colonel Violet had yet to comprehend the situation when she spotted a plume of black smoke rising from the rooftops of Building 8. That was the most crucial command center of their leader. Could it be on fire? Colonel Violet exclaimed, her voice betraying her alarm. Although the smoke did not appear excessively dense, it emanated from the heart of headquarters, a place even the leader's most trusted ally, Dr. Gero, was forbidden to approach casually. Given such a predicament, how could one not be astonished? Everyone, proceed to Building 8. Colonel Violet commanded, her voice resolute. Meanwhile, a drone operated by television reporters quietly hovered above the Black Satin Army headquarters, capturing the unfolding events. Why does it seem as though a battle has transpired here? The reporter mused, perplexed. Little wonder at his bewilderment, for the entire Black Satin Army headquarters was in disarray. Nearby mountains lay reduced to rubble, while the base was littered with wreckage from downed aircraft and the battered structure of Building 8, which continued to emit wisps of smoke. Zoom in the camera for a closer look, another reporter suggested, sensing something amiss. As the drone delved deeper, soldiers of the Black Satin Army charged forth like ravenous wolves. Their target unmistakably the smoke-enshrouded Building 8. What could possibly be afoot to rouse the renowned Black Satin Army to such a state of alarm? The reporter pondered aloud, instinctively shifting his focus to the source of the smoke. To his astonishment, he beheld a young man clad in police attire, standing resolutely atop the building, brandishing a handgun, unmoved in the face of the advancing foes. Xia Xian, his visage first graced the lens, and with the swift transmission of signals, it spread to every corner of the globe, becoming the centerpiece in countless households' televisions. Despite his current demeanor, as calm as still water and as unyielding as a mountain, he was, in truth, already in a state of inner turmoil. Goodness, how long have I been here? How could reinforcements have arrived so soon? Surely, I cannot be this unfortunate. Xia Xian now resembled an ant on a hot skillet. Having just heard the roar of an aircraft engine and ventured out to investigate, only to discover a throng of soldiers from the Black Silk Army surging toward his position. Was it possible that merely 2 days after arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he was destined to report to the underworld? If he were to perish at this moment, It would not merely preclude a trip to King Kai's planet. He might, much like Raditz, be thrust directly into the cycle of reincarnation, becoming a mere jest within the realm of Dragon Ball. Contemplating this disheartening fate, Xia Xian steeled himself, returning to the command center to activate the central computer. He mused silently. Given the formidable defenses surrounding Building 8, it could not merely be an ordinary loft. Perhaps there was still a chance. This was not mere folly. Since the Black Silk Army's leader had designated this location as the final bastion, it was improbable that it served solely as a death trap. There was a strong likelihood that tools for controlling the external situation or other resources for reliance were concealed within. As the computer screen flickered to life, surveillance footage from various sectors of Building 8 was promptly transmitted, revealing the Black Silk soldiers laboriously ascending. With the computer's activation, the automated defense system also roused from its slumber, displaying a prompt to adjust the current defense level. It seemed that when Goku had arrived, he had done so with extraordinary swiftness, charging headlong into the fray. In some instances, he had even bypassed the stairs, penetrating through the rooftop, rendering many traps and mechanisms inoperative before they could even be triggered. However, there was no time for sentimentality. Xia Xian swiftly commanded the AI to classify all incoming soldiers as enemies, simultaneously elevating the danger level within the building to its utmost. The target had been confirmed. A devastating catastrophe warning was now in effect. The electronic voice announced in a monotone. What exactly constitutes a catastrophic disaster? Xia Xian remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Yet, the computer screen displayed a series of crimson numbers, counting down from 180, accompanied by a flashing red light. Any fool could discern the ominous implication. How ruthless! To resort to self-detonation. Unbeknownst to Xia Xian, seated in the command center, the soldiers ascending the stairs were experiencing a nightmarish onslaught. Mere steps into their ascent, spikes erupted from the ground, and machine gun fire riddled previously intact walls. Within mere floors, the casualties became unfathomable. Furthermore, in a corner of the command center, a poster of a fitness instructor revealed a hidden passageway. Due to the execution of the catastrophe-level warning, the escape route has been activated. Please evacuate swiftly, leader. The electronic voice continued. Xia Xian let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. He had been troubled, pondering how to escape this wretched place, and unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a fragrant pillow while dozing off, which inadvertently led him to discover a secret passage. Now I comprehend why the leader of the Black Silk Army chose this location as their final stronghold. Xia Xian marveled and swiftly leaped into the secret passage, sliding down a chute to arrive at another location. At first glance, it appeared to be a vast underground chamber, filled with an array of vehicles, aircraft, and even a submarine, quietly resting in the subterranean river. Clearly, this space was meticulously prepared as an escape route. More importantly, beyond the means of transportation, the area was brimming with gold bars, jewels, precious stones, and renowned artworks, an absolute treasure trove. My goodness, with such riches, who needs to wish for the Dragon Balls? Xia Xian mused inwardly, astonished by the wealth that rivaled that of entire nations. One could only assume that as an escape route, it was prudent to stockpile resources to avoid fleeing empty-handed. The commander of the Black Silk Army was evidently a master of retreat. While her mind was awash with wonder, her hands moved with unwavering urgency. Xia Xian retrieved an empty capsule from a box and tossed it onto the pile of treasures, instantly absorbing a whole crate of gold bars. In a comic narrative, there was a participant named Nan Wu in the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, who entered to win the prize money to buy water for his drought-stricken hometown. Afterward, Master Rashi gifted him an empty capsule, explaining that the local water supply was abundant and did not require expenditure. The capsule could sustain an entire village. Inspired by this, Xia Xian had also brought empty capsules to transport her newfound wealth, knowing full well that relying solely on her hands to carry away a mountain of gold would be foolish. The 5 empty capsules she had brought were filled in the blink of an eye, yet the treasures seemed to have only diminished by half. Heaven knows how much the Black Silk Army had plundered over the years, but now it was Xia Xian who benefited from their spoils. If only I had brought more empty storage capsules, she lamented, realizing that the ones available at the police station had already been fully utilized. Now, she could only watch helplessly as the remaining treasures remained behind. However, this was not the time to dwell on riches. The self-destruct mechanism on the rooftop had only 180 seconds left. If she delayed too long, even if this place was not destroyed, the passage or the underground river could be affected, leaving her trapped. Enough of this. Fleeing is the priority, Xia Xian reassured herself as she climbed onto the runway's edge, activating the controls of an aircraft in preparation for departure. Yet, just then, a new complication arose. Despite her fervent attempts to engage the control stick, she could not activate the AI autopilot. The entire aircraft felt as antiquated as a relic from a bygone era. Oh dear, why is it malfunctioning now? Xia Xian exclaimed, her palms clammy with anxiety. Without an automatic system, what was she to do? Unbeknownst to her, the measures had been taken to prevent the AI from failing during a getaway or allowing the headquarters to be commandeered by intruders. Thus, all escape tools were in manual mode, ensuring that even if the enemy employed hacking techniques, they could not seize control of the aircraft's operations. Xia Xian was now in a state of frantic urgency, her mind racing as she recalled the operation methods of the police aircraft she had previously piloted. At that moment, soldiers, alerted by the unusual activity, rushed toward her, shouting. There was no time for contemplation. With no other options, Xia Xian reluctantly forced the engine to start. Gripping the control stick firmly, the aircraft ascended rapidly, evading her pursuers as it shot forth from the concealed exit. In the blink of an eye, she soared into the azure sky, leaving the Dark Silk Army headquarters far behind. Had she truly escaped? She couldn't believe it. She had indeed taken flight. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xia Xian urged the engine onward, exclaiming fervently, "Thank heavens! I am saved." Though she could not ascertain her direction, altitude, or speed, these concerns were the least of her worries as the aircraft hurtled toward the sun, echoing her exhilaration. At that very moment, as Xia Xian burst forth from the Dark Silk Army base, Colonel Violet arrived atop the 8th building. As a senior officer, she had wisely avoided the trap-laden corridors and instead ascended the outer wall with ease, as if traversing flat ground. Have they already fled? She mused, surveying the empty command center and the ajar secret door. Meanwhile, the countdown for the self-destruction echoed within the computer, seemingly of no concern to her. After a brief inspection of her surroundings, Colonel Violet approached the control panel, tapping the keyboard decisively. In a frigid tone, she commanded, "Computer, disable the disaster warning system and simultaneously seal the escape route." At her words, the piercing alarms ceased, and the flashing red lights dimmed, restoring tranquility. It was evident that this woman had thoroughly studied the defenses of the headquarters, maneuvering with the familiarity of a seasoned veteran, reminiscent of a formidable character from an animated series. Just then, other soldiers from the Dark Silk Army stumbled onto the rooftop, their expressions betraying their terror, clearly shaken by the traps they had encountered along the way. Yet, what awaited them was an empty command center and the lifeless form of their commander, sprawled awkwardly on the ground, resembling a discarded rag. Ah, how unfortunate. Xia Xian had used this individual to unlock the safe moments earlier, neglecting to tidy up afterward, leaving the villainous leader unceremoniously discarded. "Commander, you have been slain, and your body desecrated?" The soldiers of the Dark Silk Army wept bitterly at the sight, mourning as if the end of the world had arrived. Colonel Violet, however, exhibited a more detached demeanor, stepping forward to examine the scene closely, formulating her own conclusions. The small-caliber weapon had struck the head with minimal force, insufficient even to cause a fatal blow. Just then, a soldier suddenly exclaimed, "Colonel." Upon entering, a police aircraft was discovered on the grass, raising the grim suspicion that the intruder was indeed a member of the police force. Another soldier, inspecting the control panel, shouted, "Report." The perimeter guards just called in, stating that an officer, aboard the chief's private aircraft, has burst forth from the underground escape route at an astonishing speed, and they were unable to intercept him. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, as indications mounted that their leader had been singularly vanquished by a police officer. The bullet wounds on the leader's corpse served as irrefutable evidence of the assailant's identity. In the Dragon Ball world, characterized by relative tranquility, the potency of police weaponry had been significantly diminished within such an environment. By the era of Buu, the standard police sidearm was an antiquated 6-shot revolver. Consequently, a handful of robbers armed with machine guns could easily suppress a large contingent of police officers. Thus, only low-ranking officers were equipped with compact, low-caliber pistols, which would leave mere bullet holes without the capacity to inflict fatal head injuries. Little did these soldiers realize that their commander had actually been slain by a staff officer, who had been shadowing the leader daily, armed with a weapon that was discreet and of low caliber, comparable to that held by Xia Xian. Although Colonel Violet sensed something amiss, such as the fact that the leader's body appeared to have been deceased for quite some time, with the blood on the ground already dried. Not indicative of a recent murder, it seemed premature to draw conclusions. However, in the absence of leadership and with her own status being rather low, not even holding the rank of general, it was essential to establish a common goal or enemy to maintain cohesion among the ranks and prevent a collapse of order. Thus, at that moment, Colonel Violet chose not to voice her corrections. Instead, she feigned a demeanor of profound sorrow, declaring vehemently, "The officer who murdered our leader is heinously guilty. I swear, I will capture him and ensure he suffers," ultimately offering him as a blood tribute to our leader's spirit. Her proclamation was met with immediate approval from the lower-ranking soldiers, who erupted in applause. Colonel Violet, perceiving the morale to be viable, promptly commanded his troops to swiftly seize headquarters, assess the losses, and simultaneously search for treasures and ledgers for future planning. The focus then shifted back to Xiaoxian, who had now traversed the peak where the Black Silk Army resided and arrived at the pristine Azure Sea. In the distance, the sandy shores and lighthouse were visible. This marked his inaugural experience piloting an aircraft. Despite having had a modicum of prior experience, it was evidently insufficient. The plane wobbled precariously through the sky, reminiscent of an inexperienced female driver on her maiden voyage. Fortunately, the skies were devoid of any obstacles. Otherwise, disaster would have been inevitable. Yet, even under such circumstances, Xiaoxian's piloting led to an unforeseen mishap after the aircraft had covered a considerable distance in the vast sky. The engine abruptly stalled without warning, and the plane plummeted straight down. This sight sent a wave of terror through Xiaoxian, who gripped the control stick with all his might, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. Miraculously, just before the impending crash, he managed to raise the nose of the aircraft, skimming along the sandy beach for an extended distance before coming to a jarring halt. "Oh my, I'm still alive." Xiaoxian, still shaken, gingerly checked himself. Given his skills, a landing like this should have spelled certain doom. Yet, thanks to the cushioning effects of the seawater and sand, he had navigated through the most perilous phase unscathed. Though the landing had left him disoriented and battered, he nonetheless emerged with all limbs intact, missing no vital parts. Stumbling down from the aircraft, Xiaoxian felt as though he had endured countless loops on a roller coaster, every part of his being aching as if it had been mercilessly pounded. However, gazing upon the undulating waves of the sea and recalling the capsule filled with treasures in his pocket, a wave of exhilaration washed over him, a profound joy of having survived. This feeling, intertwined with dreams of a brighter future, gradually blossomed into an exhilarating sensation. "Aha! I have succeeded," Xiaoxian, trembling as she steadied her legs, staggered to the shore, kneeling amidst the crashing waves. Facing the vast ocean, she summoned every ounce of strength from her chest and shouted with fervor, "Freedom!" This iconic line, lifted from the film Braveheart, was a poignant expression of the protagonist's final cry for life. In that moment, Xiaoxian felt that this single word encapsulated her profound sense of survival. However, before the echoes of her voice faded, a sudden sound of footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by the ominous clicking of weapons being readied. "Raise your hands and do not move. We are the police." Xiaoxian was taken aback, slowly turning his head to behold a sign indicating a water police training area by the beach. Upon recalling his recent piloting of a Black Silk military aircraft, he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. With a forced smile, he remarked, "Brothers, if I claim we are on the same side, would you believe me?" What followed was rather straightforward. With 120 guns pointed at his head, Xiaoxian reluctantly recounted his experiences, yet the water police were powerless to make decisions. Consequently, they escorted him to the Central Bureau, awaiting further instructions. Throughout the journey, Xiaoxian was consumed with anxiety over his reckless departure from the jurisdiction and his abrupt arrival at the Black Silk military headquarters. Most critically, he was burdened by several capsules filled with treasures worth a fortune. Although the water police had initially regarded him with skepticism, they had refrained from searching him. However, should these treasures be discovered at the headquarters, the consequences would be unfathomable. Thus, he spent the entire journey wrestling with strategies to safeguard his riches. However, before Xiaoxian could reach the police headquarters, a turn of events unfolded. At this pivotal moment, the Black Silk military unexpectedly issued a significant announcement across major media platforms. As the largest malevolent organization in the world, their proclamations were met with compliance from all media outlets, and nearly everyone watching television received the news. The leader of the Black Silk military had been assassinated by a vile and despicable individual. The opening statement was akin to a bombshell, leaving everyone astonished. After all, How could an enemy that had eluded numerous elite agents and top spies meet such a sudden demise? This was indeed a startling revelation. Colonel Violet, stationed before the television screen, was indifferent to the audience's sentiments. After delivering a few platitudes about pursuing the truth and showing no mercy, he finally unveiled the true purpose of the press conference. From this moment forth, I, Colonel Violet, shall inherit the will of our leader and continue to lead the Black Silk military in our struggle. Furthermore, I will ensure that the perpetrator of our leader's murder endures the most excruciating punishments known to man. This declaration primarily served to assert his legitimate claim to the legacy of the Black Silk military, while the promise of retribution against the assassin was merely a theatrical gesture to appease the ranks below him. Subsequently, various factions would vie for power, and it was uncertain whether anyone would prioritize avenging the former leader. However, the broadcast of this declaration instantly ignited a sensation across the globe. Countless citizens found themselves captivated by one question: who had vanquished the leader of the Black Silk Army? A particular television station, brimming with pride, showcased footage they had surreptitiously captured via drone from the headquarters of the Black Silk Army. The clandestine nature of the filming resulted in only a few brief clips, revealing a young man clad in police attire, dashing swiftly inside. It was evident that this was the moment when Xia Xin entered to seize money. Yet, the journalist held a different perspective. After all, no one would recklessly storm the headquarters of the Black Silk Army for mere amusement. Though the footage lasted merely 30 seconds, the officer displayed an indomitable spirit, resolutely standing against malevolence. Remarkably, he did not draw his weapon, focusing solely on charging into the fray against the dark forces. The host, with fervor, eagerly described Xia Xin as a master daring to traverse perilous territories. In the hours that followed, a barrage of news reports had erupted into a global media frenzy. When Xia Xin emerged from the police vehicle, his face marred by confusion, he was met with a bustling press conference, where throngs of reporters and media converged, with the focus astonishingly on him. What had transpired? Xia Xin pondered, thoroughly bewildered. The director, who had been virtually invisible for the entire year, approached Xia Xin with an earnest demeanor, patting him on the shoulder and solemnly declaring, "You, my boy, have accomplished something remarkable." An awkward silence enveloped Xia Xin as he grappled with the incomprehensibility of the senior figure's words. "You have kept us in the dark, and if you truly intend to assault the headquarters of the Black Silk Army, why not inform us beforehand? Venturing forth alone is exceedingly perilous." The director's earnest expression underscored the gravity of his concern. Yet, Xia Xin was utterly bewildered, pondering how this individual had acquired such knowledge. Fortunately, the director did not linger in idle conversation, swiftly returning to the spotlight to deliver an impassioned speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is this remarkable officer who, at great personal risk, infiltrated the heart of the Black Silk Army and eliminated their leader," he continued, revealing a modest device that immediately broadcast Xia Xin's voice. "Computer, disregard these distractions. I must proceed immediately. Time is of the essence. However, the safety rating, just ignore it. A trivial risk. It hardly warrants my concern. Charge ahead." This recording captured Xia Xin's commanding directives to the AI while aboard the aircraft, as he focused on navigating the tumultuous waters of his mission, dismissing the aircraft's caution as mere noise, driven solely by a thirst for treasure rather than any noble cause. The journalists present, however, remained oblivious to this context, envisioning instead Xia Xin as a figure of valor, fearlessly confronting peril and bravely facing death. Meanwhile, Xia Xin's face flushed with embarrassment. Acutely aware that his accomplishments were largely attributable to his companion, the clever little monkey, who had resolved everything on his behalf, yet now reaped the accolades. Seemingly unsatisfied, the police chief unveiled additional evidence, proclaiming, "Dear reporters, what you just heard was a recording from the police aircraft. Now, allow me to present the audio captured by the body camera of the officer." Ignoring Xia Xin's astonishment, he activated another playback device. This time, Xia Xin's voice resonated with fervor, even tinged with indignation. "Damn it! The commander of the Black Silk Army deserves his fate. He had it coming. Bah!" This outburst stemmed from Xia Xin's initial excitement upon discovering the treasures within the Black Silk Army's vault, only to be met with the disheartening reality of finding nothing but esoteric manuals, resulting in a profound sense of disappointment that prompted his expletive-laden tirade. Yet, the journalists interpreted it differently, erupting in astonished exclamations. One must understand that the Black Silk Army holds a position in the Dragon Ball universe akin to that of Voldemort and Harry Potter, a feared organization shunned by all. Even by the martial arts master, Master Roshi, who claimed he lacked the strength to vanquish them. Ordinary individuals would go to great lengths to avoid any association with the Black Silk Army, wary of inadvertently attracting disaster upon themselves. Thus, the audacity of this young officer to publicly denounce such a nefarious organization was truly a testament to his extraordinary courage and remarkable boldness. Especially that final exclamation, "Bah!" serves as a masterstroke, vividly reflecting a denunciation of darkness and an unwavering stand against the forces of evil. Numerous journalists have already begun to fervently pen an epic tale of heroism. Yet, the individual at the center of this incident appears as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless in a state of shock. In the shadows, humble as a mere minion, Xia Xian feels compelled to speak. If this continues, the misunderstandings will only grow. Particularly for the main protagonist who has endured this ordeal, it is unlikely that they would wish to have their achievements misappropriated. Not that the little monkey king would mind. That fellow is even willing to attribute the glory of saving the world to Satan, so such trivial matters would hardly faze him. However, those in his circle, like Krillin, Master Roshi, Yamcha, and Bulma, might not share the same sentiment. After all, Xia Xian still aims to cultivate a good relationship with the heiress of the Capsule Corporation. Thus, weighed down by these considerations, Xia Xian must step forward to clarify the misunderstandings. With this thought in mind, he quickly gestured to indicate his desire to speak. Though the director was animatedly speaking, he would not overshadow the protagonist at this moment, promptly allowing Xia Xian to take the stage. As soon as the media realized a hero was about to address them, they instinctively readied their equipment, cameras flashing incessantly as if they were free. Even if Xia Xian were to utter a simple "ah," it is likely that these individuals would conjure a 1,000-word article praising him. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to clarify that it was not I who killed the leader of the Black Silk Army. Xia Xian paid no heed to the musings of the reporters. As soon as she spoke, she unleashed a stunning revelation that unequivocally severed any ties. The entire venue fell into an oppressive silence, with all present taken aback by her response. After a considerable pause, a timid journalist finally ventured to inquire, "If it wasn't you, then who could it possibly be?" It was undeniable that the prevailing evidence indicated that Xia Xian had indeed ventured to the headquarters of the Black Silk Army, where a fierce confrontation ensued, culminating in her commandeering an aircraft to make her escape. If not her, then who else could it be? Xia Xian initially intended to proclaim that the infighting within the ranks of the Black Silk Army had led to the demise of their leader. However, she quickly realized that such knowledge stemmed from her familiarity with the narrative, and as a participant in this world, it was improbable that she could possess foresight regarding the circumstances at hand. Perhaps she could attribute it to the young Yukon? Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that the two had never crossed paths. Suddenly articulating the exploits and experiences of another would surely raise skepticism. Moreover, it would be challenging to elucidate how she came to know of the young Yukon. In a flash of inspiration, Xia Xian swiftly conceived a strategy to obscure the truth and promptly declared, "All I can say is that a young boy vanquished the Black Silk Army, resulting in the death of their leader and thereby extinguishing this dark threat to the world." Her words were shrouded in ambiguity, leaving the attendees in a state of confusion. A boy? Where did such a figure emerge from? Yet, within mere seconds, someone began to grasp the underlying intricacies of the situation. Xia Xian, this individual, is indeed just a young man himself, isn't he? The so-called youth eliminating the Black Silk Army is, in essence, a reflection of himself. However, it has been cloaked in a veiled metaphor that, without a discerning mind, one would never fathom. The reason for employing such euphemism is likely to avert calamity. After all, though the leader of the Black Silk Army has perished, his faction remains, scattered across various regions, still wielding formidable influence. In light of this, the individual's use of metaphor is akin to saying, "I have a friend," as a substitute for oneself. It follows the same logic. Observing the reporters below, their expressions revealing dawning comprehension, Xia Xian realized he was in deep trouble. These tabloid journalists, with their penchant for embellishment, would undoubtedly concoct fantastical narratives, transforming the situation into something indescribable. To make matters worse, at that moment, a police officer rushed over, exclaiming, "Breaking news. The southern branch of the Black Silk Army claims responsibility for your demise." What? I am still very much alive. Their announcement seems aimed at preemptively claiming a strategic position. akin to the pre-registration of a trademark. Before Xia Xin could respond to the officer, further ominous news arrived. The Eastern Branch of the Black Silk Army issued a statement demanding blood for blood, and the Western Branch, the Central Branch. Almost all divisions of the Black Silk Army had issued death threats against Xia Xin, rendering his previous declaration utterly ineffectual. Instead, it felt as though he had merely stoked the flames of hostility, nearly causing him to choke on the situation. In truth, a moment's reflection reveals that the reactions of the various branches of the Black Silk Army have little to do with Xia Xin's claims of innocence and murder. It is purely a consequence of Colonel Violet's initial announcement, which cunningly equated avenging the leader with inheriting the Black Silk Army's legitimacy. Other branches, unwilling to allow Violet to monopolize the narrative, eagerly joined this war of public opinion, expressing their animosity towards Xia Xin to assert their claim to his position as the rightful successor. Ultimately, it is all about the immense power vacuum left in the wake of the leader's death. The events that followed were straightforward. The police chief offered Xia Xin a heartfelt encouragement and then dismissed him. There was no promotion to headquarters, nor any form of reward. He was merely given a few hollow titles, and not even invited to stay for a meal. After all, this fellow had become a prime target for the various branches of the Black Silk Army. Remaining in the police station for even a minute increased the risk of collateral damage. Consequently, the police department was eager for Xia Xin to leave as soon as possible. Hey, these fellows are truly inconsiderate, Xia Xin lamented, acknowledging that he himself lacked absolute certainty. In the original narrative, the Black Silk Army, after being dealt with by Little Wukong, had always been forced to tread carefully. Only upon the completion of the artificial human's development did this long-lost organization re-emerge into the public eye. Yet, who can guarantee that, given the current circumstances, some zealous loyalist will not come seeking revenge? This is a challenge that Xia Xin cannot withstand. It seems that one can only proceed step by step. Xia Xin sighed in resignation. Upon returning to her jurisdiction, she was greeted by the same idyllic and tranquil scene, where the villagers remained blissfully unaware that their officer had ventured into the heart of the Dark Silk Army's headquarters early that morning. Xia Xin was immensely pleased by the delayed news, swiftly returning to her room. Once assured that there were no surveillance devices, she retrieved a capsule and tossed it onto the bed. With a resounding bang, a multitude of gold and silver jewels erupted from the capsule. Large ingots of gold cascading down, overwhelming the poor little bed. The dazzling brilliance of the gold left Xia Xin entranced. All her previous hardships and the immense troubles she had encountered suddenly felt justified. The only task that lay ahead was to remain vigilant against potential retaliation from the remnants of the Black Silk Army. Xia Xin sat atop a pile of treasures, contemplating the necessity of avoiding the pitfalls that accompany sudden wealth. With this thought in mind, she hastily tucked the capsule away, though a twinge of reluctance lingered. To console herself, she took a gold watch and slipped it into her pocket. Her caution stemmed primarily from the presence of the Pilaf trio next door. Although these individuals had become mere comic relief, they still clung to their grandiose dreams of world domination. In pursuit of their aspirations, they were even working various jobs to earn money. If they were to discover the vast treasures she concealed, it would surely ignite their malicious intent. Thus, Xia Xin resolved to remain discreet, biding her time until the recent commotion subsided. After 2 days of relative tranquility, however, she sensed a shift. An increasing number of unfamiliar faces were appearing in the village. Some even boldly proclaimed their quest to seek her out under the guise of hero worship. Who could say whether these individuals were spies sent by the Black Satin Army or ill-intentioned folks seeking to make a name for themselves at her expense? For Xia Xin, who desired nothing more than to live a quiet life as a regular worker, the situation was becoming increasingly vexatious. Alas, this cannot continue. Xia Xin sighed, her brow furrowed with concern. Her identity as a police officer seemed insufficient, for the Black Satin Army could come seeking vengeance at any moment. What would she do then? In the original narrative, even the legendary Master Roshi, known as the god of martial arts, had been pursued by the Black Satin Army. Had it not been for his overwhelming power, his fate might have been dire. Was she to relocate to Turtle Island? Xia Xin began to ponder the matter with utmost seriousness. At least on Turtle Island, one would not have to worry about safety for a considerable time. However, the vast ocean loomed, and Master Roshi was known for his nomadic tendencies. Who could tell where he might be roaming recently? Just as Xia Xin was lost in such thoughts, the phone on her desk rang. Hello. This is the 13th police station in Jialan District. We do not provide autograph or handshake services. What? There is a disruptive patient at the hospital? Please, such medical disturbances are beyond our jurisdiction. You say he is dangerous and may harm others? Very well, I shall come immediately. Setting down the phone, Xia Xian sighed. A nearby charity hospital had reported that a patient had suddenly gone berserk, attacking anyone in sight and smashing objects, leaving the hospital with no choice but to call the police. Initially, as she had mentioned, Xia Xian had no desire to wade into such murky waters. However, with little to occupy her time at the station and an incessant stream of visitors to contend with, she figured it might be better to step out, fostering a good relationship with the local hospital in case she ever found herself in need of their services. With this thought in mind, Xia Xian made her way to the charity hospital in Jialan district. The place was rather desolate, reminiscent of the primitive lifestyle of the Mormon settlers in Utah. Yet, it was precisely this remoteness from civilization that rendered it an ideal retreat for martial artists, who believed that such barren lands could hone their mental fortitude. A towering sacred tower stood as a revered site for those seeking the pinnacle of martial arts. However, Xia Xian had no intention of visiting the Jialan Tower this time. She headed straight to the charity hospital to assess the situation regarding the so-called disruptive patient. The individual in question exhibited overt violent tendencies, even in a severely incapacitated state. Yet he continued to shout threats, instilling fear in all who approached him. The hospital director remarked, "Such troublemakers are simply indulging themselves. I say we should just toss him out and not bother saving such a person." Xia Xian replied nonchalantly, "What a ridiculous notion. All lives are equal. We cannot harbor such discrimination." Sensing the director's inclination to continue his tirade, Xia Xian hastily quickened her pace and soon arrived at the critical care unit. Before entering, she could hear the primal roars emanating from within. "I will kill you, turtle school brat. I swear I will kill you." The mention of the turtle school immediately halted Xia Xian in her tracks, and she recognized that something was amiss. The turtle school, established by Master Rashi, boasted disciples of remarkable prowess. The fact that this individual had any connection to the turtle school suggested he was not an ordinary person. With this thought, Xia Xian pushed the door open, revealing a gaunt man with disheveled hair, resembling a wild beast, roaring while the surrounding medical staff dared not approach. Xia Xian merely cast a glance and instantly recognized the identity of the individual before her. Could it be? This is none other than the renowned assassin, Tao Pai Pai. He is the brother of Master Crane and was employed by the Red Ribbon Army to eliminate Sun Wukong. Initially, Wukong was no match for Tao Pai Pai. However, he later ascended the Korin Tower to undergo rigorous training, significantly enhancing his strength. In their second confrontation, Tao Pai Pai was defeated and gravely injured by a bomb of his own making. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to his injuries. Instead, he expended vast sums of money to transform himself into a cyborg. During the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, he reappeared alongside Master Crane, seeking revenge, but was effortlessly vanquished by Tianjin Fan. At least, this is the account of Tao Pai Pai's journey as depicted in the main storyline. Xia Xian suddenly struck her forehead, realizing that they were near Galinta, where the Black Silk Army had just been vanquished. The fortunate survivor, Tao Pai Pai, had likely been transported to a nearby hospital, and she never anticipated encountering him under such dire circumstances. The nurses and doctors present, already overwhelmed with fear, saw Xia Xian's arrival as a beacon of hope. They hastily streamed out, locking the door behind them, leaving the situation to the officer in charge. "Wait, why did they lock the door?" Xia Xian silently scoffed. "Just moments ago, they spoke of compassion, and now they abandon me here with this psychotic killer, locking the door? How absurd." Meanwhile, Tao Pai Pai, consumed by rage, remained oblivious to Xia Xian's presence. Had he noticed her, in his furious state, he would likely have indiscriminately attacked and taken her life. Xia Xian furrowed her brow, contemplating how to maximize her own interests in this precarious situation. During their first confrontation, she had already discerned that the immature energy technique he employed was merely a derivative of the turtle hermit style. How infuriating that this repugnant school of thought seemed perpetually at odds with them. With disheveled hair, Tao Pai Pai clung to a pillar, repeatedly smashing his head against it. Blood streamed from his wounds, yet he remained oblivious to the pain, as if driven to madness. Witnessing this scene, Xia Xian's concern deepened. Who could predict whether the deranged Tao Pai Pai would embark on a murderous rampage? To prevent collateral damage, she cautiously remarked, "Was it a little short fellow with a hedgehog hairstyle who caused you such injuries?" He wore a robe emblazoned with the character for turtle. Before she could finish her sentence, the previously headbanging Tao Pai Pai lunged at her like a ravenous beast, lifting her off the ground and roaring in a voice akin to that of a famished specter. How do you know this? Are you in league with the turtle hermit style? Although Xiao Xian was suspended in the air, he did not experience any noticeable suffocation or discomfort. In fact, the arms of Tao Pai Pai were trembling slightly, indicating that his physical condition was so dire that he could no longer wield his tongue with the lethal precision that was once his hallmark. I am a police officer, and I had previously received a report about an individual with a long tail who had assaulted them, matching the description of the severely injured person before me. Thus, I sought to ascertain whether there was a connection between the two incidents. Those familiar with the comic know that Tao Pai Pai's misfortune was not due to the merciless actions of the young warrior, Sun Wukong. Rather, it was a case of poetic justice. In his attempt to steal, he inadvertently detonated the bomb he had flung, leaving him in a state that was neither human nor ghostly. Upon hearing Xia Xian's account, a flicker of desolation crossed Tao Pai Pai's eyes, and he could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, that little demon with the long tail inflicted such humiliation upon me. How vile." After years of traversing the martial world, he had never endured such disgrace. At this point, he sank despondently to the ground, his disheveled hair framing his face as he lamented like a wounded old wolf, embodying an ineffable sorrow and pity. Upon witnessing the situation, Xia Xian could only offer gentle words of encouragement. The one who harmed you has already been reported to the police, and a reward has been issued for their capture. You must not succumb to despair. You appear to be a martial artist. Once you have restored your health, seek your vengeance then. Such words were nothing more than a ruse. Not to mention Tao Pai Pai, even if the entire Hessian sect were to unite, they might still fall short against the likes of little Wukong, let alone anyone else. Tao Pai Pai was clearly aware of this, mumbling despondently to himself. Humph. Those who know nothing are blissfully ignorant. My body requires at least 2 to 3 years to recuperate, and even then, to return to my former peak condition seems an insurmountable challenge. In my prime, I could not defeat him. Now, in this weakened state, how can I possibly seek retribution against my adversary? Xia Xian pondered the narrative, recalling that, according to history, Tao Pai Pai had indeed vanished for nearly 3 years, leaving even Master Crane unaware of his younger brother's whereabouts. It was likely that this time was spent recuperating, only to re-emerge at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, albeit transformed into a half-mechanical entity, boasting a purported increase in power severalfold. Suddenly, a thought flickered through Xia Xian's mind. According to history, Tao Pai Pai was destined to be converted into a robot, expending his entire fortune and incurring significant losses in the process. Meanwhile, the inventive trio of Pilaf was residing in his home, subsisting on the proceeds from selling sweet potatoes. If he could facilitate a connection between them, it would not only earn him favors from both parties but also ensure that he would remain undisturbed by the disturbances of the remnants of the Black Silk Army for several years. This was, indeed, a stroke of genius. With this thought in mind, despite the plan's rough and primitive nature, Xia Xian immediately spoke up. Indeed, your injuries are severe. However, if the severely damaged parts were replaced with mechanical limbs, it is likely that you could recover to your peak condition within a few years, perhaps even surpass it. Upon hearing these words, the previously despondent Tao Pai Pai's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, as if a drowning man had grasped a straw. Almost instinctively, he exclaimed, "Yes, I have heard of half-mechanical bodies. There have been reports of the Black Silk Army abducting civilians for human experimentation. If I could establish contact with them, perhaps relying on the debts owed for their assassins." Upon hearing this, Xia Xian was rendered speechless. The Black Silk Army had indeed engaged in such activities. Dr. Jero, responsible for technological research within the organization, had been secretly developing the legendary androids, although it appeared that these studies were primarily intended to elevate the leader's status. The results were undeniably magnificent on a cosmic scale. Many of these models were constructed from a combination of human and mechanical components, possessing strength that rivaled that of super science, not to mention the terrifying presence of beings like Cell. However, due to Xia Xian's little Wukong's influence, the Black Silk Army had nearly disbanded. Naturally, such matters could not be disclosed truthfully. Otherwise, the bounty would likely vanish, leading to an instantaneous collapse. Given the internal strife within the Black Silk Army, it was improbable that they would regain their former vigor for a considerable time. Moreover, One must question how one's current state could ensure that these individuals would wholeheartedly commit to your enhancement rather than use you as a mere subject for their experiments. Xia Xian earnestly expounded. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Tao Pai Pai's face. Aware of the Black Silk Army's actions in seizing from the populace, he understood that such an unscrupulous organization could hardly be trusted. What then should be done? Tao Pai Pai instinctively inquired. With money. Only those acquisitions made through financial means are truly dependable and reliable. Fair compensation yields equivalent services. And maintaining control over the entire process allows adjustments based on one's needs at any moment, Xia Xian asserted with conviction. Tao Pai Pai, already injured and reeling from having struck his head against a pillar, was in no state to think clearly. Following Xia Xian's persuasion, he pondered momentarily before murmuring. But where can one find such remarkable scientists? Xia Xian gently cleared her throat and said with utmost seriousness, as it happens. There is a professional team of roboticists currently stationed in the area. Shall I introduce you to them for a discussion? Xia Xian could hardly recall how she managed to escort Tao Pai Pai back to the police station. Nevertheless, from the perspective of the charitable hospital, this young officer had alleviated a significant nuisance, one that had proven insurmountable for others, earning the quiet admiration of the medical staff who had suffered under Tao Pai Pai's torment. They silently hailed Xia Xian as a true hero capable of confronting the notorious leader of the Black Silk Army. Conversely, when Xia Xian conveyed the news of Tao Pai Pai's bodily modifications to Pilaf and his gang, the green-skinned dwarf's expression shifted to one of evident concern. The prospect of transforming a human into a semi-mechanical being appeared to be a daunting challenge. Witnessing King Pilaf's reaction, Xia Xian felt a surge of alarm. Just moments ago, she had fervently extolled their capabilities, nearly elevating them to the pinnacle of Earth's technological prowess. Now, what if they failed? Would the enraged Tao Pai Pai perceive this as mockery, and in a fit of indignation, exact vengeance upon her? It is worth noting that as the world's foremost assassin, even a fraction of his prowess could suffice to eliminate someone of her meager combat abilities. Tao Pai Pai seemed to have sensed Pilaf's words, his countenance darkening ominously. As though a storm were brewing, Xia Xian dared not look back, feigning ignorance while hastily pulling King Pilaf aside to offer encouragement. Surely not? The last time we encountered numerous mechanical remnants by the roadside, you ought to be capable of creating something akin to that. If all else fails, we can start with a simpler technology. As long as it functions, we can negotiate. Xia Xian, in a state of urgency, found herself nearly at a loss for words. Wishing she could convey to the Pilaf trio that even a rudimentary contraption would suffice to placate Tao Pai Pai. Otherwise, it seemed that the lives of everyone involved would be in jeopardy. However, King Pilaf, embodying the quintessential clueless scientist, remained oblivious to the perilous situation at hand. Instead, he expressed his bewilderment, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you uttering? The technical challenges are nearly non-existent. My dilemma lies in the lack of funding for production." Upon hearing this, Xia Xian was momentarily taken aback, finally repeating, "When you mention production costs, do you mean there isn't enough money?" "Precisely," King Pilaf replied, still perplexed. "Originally, out of gratitude for your hospitality, I would have gone to great lengths to assist you, even to the extent of selling my possessions. Yet, the intricacy of the machine's body demands exorbitant materials and tools. It cannot be cobbled together like a mere handcart." Beside them, the Shiba Inu, Ashu, chimed in, "Indeed. We are so impoverished that we are reduced to selling roasted sweet potatoes and simply cannot spare any funds to assist in crafting your friend's mechanical form." Upon hearing this, Xia Xian let out a sigh of relief, inwardly lamenting, "I thought it was something serious. It turns out to be just this?" Tao Pai Pai, despite lacking many things, certainly had an abundance of money. After all, during his time as an assassin, his fees were set at a staggering 100 million zeni, far surpassing the 50,000 zeni prize of the world's most prestigious martial arts tournament. Although there had been instances of discounts due to poor business, the wealth amassed over 2 decades of professional experience was still formidable. As anticipated, Tao Pai Pai, who had been attentively listening, slowly began to speak. "Money is not an issue. As long as you can provide me with a satisfactory mechanical body, I will pay whatever it takes at this point." He intended to gesture a rough estimate, but his injuries were so severe that he could hardly raise his hand, forcing him to exclaim in exasperation, "Whatever the cost, I'll provide it." The Pilaf trio exchanged glances, their faces illuminated with excitement. They toiled daily, accumulating meager savings, and now they had unexpectedly landed a substantial job. Even calculating the labor fee at a minimal 1% of 10 billion zeni would yield a significant sum. drastically expediting their financial accumulation. How could they not be thrilled? I will immediately draft a proposal and a detailed feasibility report. I guarantee I will create an extraordinarily powerful mechanical body for you, King Pilaf said, rubbing his hands together eagerly, a beaming smile on his face. The three of them then abandoned their roasted sweet potato sales and hurried back to their rooms to commence their planning. Upon witnessing the situation, Xiaoxian contemplated making a discreet exit. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he was halted by Tao Pai Pai's voice. I need you to do something for me. Such an impolite demeanor would have provoked a swift slap from Xiaoxian in the past. Yet, confronted with the world's foremost assassin, he found himself devoid of the courage to retaliate. Thus, he approached cautiously, curious about the task at hand. I have a note in my pocket. Please send it to this address. For someone as unfamiliar with the Dragon Ball world as Xiaoxian, the location meant little to him. Nevertheless, it did not deter him from complying with Tao Pai Pai's instructions. He retrieved the letter and placed it into an envelope. As he did so, he stole a glance at the contents, only to find them inscribed in a peculiar cipher, completely unintelligible to him. Meanwhile, Tao Pai Pai stood by, emphasizing the need for expedited shipping rather than standard mail, displaying an avaricious reluctance even to discuss the postage costs. Xiaoxian has now become a veritable half-wealthy individual, and naturally, he does not regard such trifling sums with any seriousness. He sent out the letters as per Tao Pai Pai's suggestion, which granted him the opportunity to depart. Upon leaving Tao Pai Pai's chamber, Xiaoxian was immediately drawn over by King Pilaf, whose face radiated an unmistakable joy upon their meeting. This time, we owe you a great deal. Otherwise, we would not have secured such a lucrative deal. King Pilaf's prior despondency was entirely swept away. His once prominent eyes were now reduced to mere slits by his beaming smile. I merely acted on impulse. It just so happened that someone sought a mechanical body. And I thought of your technical prowess, Xiaoxian modestly replied. Yet, he remained unaware of the profound impact this incident had on Pilaf. The officer before him not only provided a refuge in a time of peril, a secret base of sorts, merely a storeroom, but also generously facilitated business opportunities to aid his organization through its financial woes. This series of events stirred a sense of gratitude even within the heart of a villain aspiring for world domination, prompting him to contemplate that should he ever wield power, he must not neglect the seemingly warm and sunny youth before him. Look, we've secured a substantial contract this time, with expenses reaching at least several billion. You must accept a referral fee as a token of our appreciation for your unwavering support. Although Pilaf refrained from specifying an amount, his character guaranteed that any promise to treat someone well would be heartfelt and generous. Otherwise, his loyal subordinates, the nimble Xiaowu and the steadfast Shiba Inu Ashu, would not have remained devoted to him for so many years, a testament to his unique ability to inspire loyalty. However, Xiaoxian, despite being merely a junior officer, concealed within his capsule treasures of incalculable wealth. Thus, he regarded the modest referral fee for modifying Tao Pai Pai with little regard. With righteous fervor, he replied, "What are you talking about? I introduced this business not for monetary gain. It was simply to lend a hand to a friend. You have suffered at the hands of the villains from the Turtle School, losing your home. Earning some money to return is indeed commendable." King Pilaf was taken aback, astonished by Xiaoxian's selflessness and kindness, realizing that he had not once considered his own interests, remaining unfazed even in the face of tens of millions in benefits. Such a character seemed to belong to a saint straight out of a comic tale. "What is your name, officer?" Pilaf inquired, suppressing his excitement with politeness. This was, in fact, the first time he asked for Xiaoxian's name. Previously, he had maintained a courteous yet somewhat distant demeanor. Only now did he express genuine emotion. "I am called Xiaoxian. You may refer to me as King Pilaf, the future conqueror of the world and the greatest ruler. The storm is born. Haha. It is a pleasure to meet you. Whatever your dreams may be, I hope you achieve them one day." Xiaoxian spoke with utmost seriousness, continuing to listen to King Pilaf's incessant prattle, fearing that he might be compelled to seize the individual for disturbing the peace of the world. In contrast to the two eager companions nearby, the bedridden Tao Pai Pai squinted his eyes in the distance. Although he was gravely incapacitated, he could still discern the conversations in the corridor with keen focus. Humph. That clever officer, if I discover he has colluded with others to swindle me for a bribe, he must undoubtedly be eliminated first. Tao Pai Pai silently mused, quickly recalling the image of little Wukong, his teeth grinding in anger. As he endeavored to harness this fury to maintain his mental and physical state, preventing a complete breakdown, it is worth mentioning that upon rising early, Xia Xian finally did not hear the sounds of a certain trio peddling roasted sweet potatoes. Peering outside, he noticed the storage room was still illuminated, indicating that the group must have been busily occupied throughout the night, naturally unable to divert their attention to street business. Strolling into Tao Pai Pai's hospital room, he observed the individual submerged in a large vat, filled with a restorative concoction brewed from various medicinal herbs, aiding in the healing of Tao Pai Pai's injuries. It should be noted that while the Pilaf trio had sustained numerous beatings, their treatment experience was rather limited. Thus, Xia Xian, integrating the healing pods from the Freesia Force, proposed this solution. It is known that this device can fully restore even Vegeta and Son Goku, operating on the principle of full-body immersion in the restorative solution. At this moment, the Pilaf version, though lacking an oxygen mask and slightly inferior in medicinal efficacy, had nearly replicated the original. How do you feel? Xia Xian casually inquired, instinctively maintaining a certain distance from this world-renowned assassin, wary of an unexpected outburst. Not bad, Tao Pai Pai replied succinctly, comfortably stretching his limbs with eyes closed. Unaware of the disparagement in Xia Xian's thoughts, he appeared to be in good spirits today, even managing to display a hint of a smile and engaging amiably in conversation with Xia Xian. I just reviewed the project proposal. It is remarkably imaginative and creatively designed. I must say, the scientist you introduced is exceptionally reliable, among the most outstanding and remarkable individuals I have encountered. Xia Xian chuckled softly, inwardly musing how this Tao Pai Pai, who had exhibited disdain just the day before, now bore an entirely different demeanor, truly a sight to behold. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the plan concocted by King Pilaf overnight managed to sway Tao Pai Pai, indicating he possessed some remarkable capabilities. Had it not been for your assistance, I fear I would have languished for years in that rural hospital before even contemplating revenge. With a faint smile, Tao Pai Pai half-seriously remarked, I presume you are already aware of my identity, so pray tell, how might I, the world's foremost assassin, repay you? Upon hearing this, a chill coursed down Xia Xian's spine. Repay? It was no jest. Previously, a tailor had merely sought his due payment. Yet, Tao Pai Pai not only refused to pay but insisted on settling the debt through murder, demanding the tailor select an unfortunate soul for him to kill. The absurdity of such a demand left one wondering who in their right mind would entertain it. Consequently, Tao Pai Pai had taken the tailor's life, muttering about not needing to find money. Now, a nearly identical predicament was laid before Xia Xian. How could he not approach this matter with caution? As for the payment, it is unnecessary. I am a police officer, and it is my solemn duty to assist those in need, Xia Xian replied earnestly. Are you implying that you refuse my gratitude? Tao Pai Pai's smile instantly vanished, his eyes narrowing into a cold, piercing gaze that seemed to bore into Xia Xian, as if he intended to penetrate his very soul. Do you wish for me to become one of those ungrateful wretches? This statement ignited a fire within Xia Xian. Does he even know what constitutes a petty person? To repay a debt leads to misfortune, while failing to repay may cost one's life. The two choices are hardly distinguishable. Yet, since Xia Xian had the audacity to introduce the Pilaf trio to Tao Pai Pai, he surely had his reasons. Faced with such a perilous proposition, he maintained a degree of wariness. Thus, feigning contemplation for a moment, he adopted a smile and said, Oh, not at all. However, since you insist, I might indeed have a small request. Speak. Tao Pai Pai grunted, his expression inscrutable, revealing nothing of his true thoughts. In truth, I have always had a penchant for martial arts and hope to have the opportunity to learn your unparalleled skills. Xia Xian meticulously flattered, to be frank. Anyone who witnesses your prowess cannot help but recognize it as the most formidable technique in existence, unmatched by anyone else, evoking a deep admiration for such power. Such sycophantic praise would ordinarily leave Xia Xian utterly disenchanted. However, given the precariousness of his situation, he could not afford to employ such a tactic. Tao Pai Pai, whether influenced by the effects of the medicinal pool or the flattery itself, momentarily displayed a flicker of pride on his otherwise haughty face. The absurdity of a police officer seeking to be mentored by an assassin was not lost on him. After all, who could rival me, the world's foremost killer? Observing this exchange, Xia Xian felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps his aspirations might truly come to fruition. Yet, at that moment, Tao Pai Pai shifted his tone, lamenting, Alas, I am but a killer, not a teacher. Despite possessing extraordinary skills, I fear I cannot pass them on to you. This statement sent Xia Xian's heart racing, dreading the possibility of Tao Pai Pai suggesting he could help him eliminate someone as a form of repayment, or worse, threatening his life. In such a scenario, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. Fortunately, Tao Pai Pai seemed aware of Xia Xian's predicament, or perhaps he still found value in him and unusually lowered his guard. Saying, however, "I know someone who possesses the ability to teach martial arts, whose skills are second only to mine. Once I recover in a few days, I shall consider introducing you." Hearing such empathetic words from Tao Pai Pai was indeed a rarity. Nevertheless, Xia Xian understood that this so-called acquaintance was most likely his brother. The master of the Crane Immortal School, a martial arts lineage renowned alongside the Turtle Immortal School, whose unique Qigong canon was deemed a terrifying force surpassing the Turtle School's Kamehameha. If Tao Pai Pai was to make an introduction, it would undoubtedly be to his mustachioed elder brother. Although these thoughts lingered in his mind, Xia Xian kept his composure, expressing gratitude appropriately and maintaining a facade of normalcy. Meanwhile, Tao Pai Pai felt increasingly justified in commanding Xia Xian, directing him daily without the inclination to part with any funds. Xia Xian, unperturbed, instructed King Pilaf to feel free to withdraw any funds required for human mechanical modifications. The short fellow assumed that Tao Pai Pai had already provided the money to Xia Xian, thus harboring no suspicions. Every day, he busied himself with scribbling and sketching in the storeroom, immersed in his work with great enthusiasm. Time passed gradually amidst this flurry of activity, while Tao Pai Pai indulged in medicinal baths and qi therapy, beginning to regain his strength. Everything unfolded in a methodical manner until a group of uninvited guests disrupted this tranquil routine. On this particular day, as Xia Xian prepared to venture out on patrol, he reached the doorway and beheld a tall, robust young man standing there, dressed in attire reminiscent of ancient Chinese long robes. The front bore no embellishments save for a colossal character for crane. Xia Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise. The local villagers did not don such antiquated attire, nor did they possess such impressive stature. The crane character emblazoned on his chest spoke volumes. Could it be? With this thought, Xia Xian instinctively lifted her gaze to the man's face, only to discover a bright countenance adorned with an additional eye upon his forehead, also scrutinizing her in return. Tianjin Fan, a hybrid descendant of the three-eyed beings and earthlings, marked by the singular eye atop his brow, he stood as the mightiest warrior of the Crane School, having triumphed over little Goku to claim victory at the 22nd martial arts tournament. Even in the latter stages of his power escalation, Tianjin Fan exuded a unique charm, making appearances in both the Cell and Bu sagas. To Xia Xian, Tianjin Fan was an extraordinary martial artist. He was also a man of clear convictions. For instance, in gratitude to Master Rashi for his guidance, Tianjin Fan dedicated himself to the arduous practice of the Mafuba technique, challenging the formidable demon King Piccolo with unwavering resolve. Conversely, he harbored an enduring grudge against Vegeta, who had once invaded Earth, never granting him forgiveness, even in subsequent narratives. In stark contrast, Yamcha, who had his girlfriend taken from him yet shamelessly resided under the same roof as Vegeta, paled in comparison. In essence, much like Goku and Vegeta, Tianjin Fan was a proud warrior perpetually striving to surpass his own limits. "Excuse me, is Tao Pai Pai here?" Tianjin Fan inquired, undeterred by Xia Xian's scrutinizing gaze, though his tone carried an air of imperiousness. Perhaps it would take Master Rashi's enlightenment for Tianjin Fan to learn the virtue of humility and begin to cultivate a more composed demeanor. Xia Xian quickly composed herself and politely replied, "Yes, indeed. You must be the esteemed disciple of the Crane School, Tianjin Fan. Welcome to my humble abode." However, within her mind, she mused about the recent request from Tao Pai Pai to send a letter, which she surmised must have been a secret message to the Crane Master. Otherwise, Tianjin Fan would not have appeared in this remote area. Yet, her words elicited a delighted expression from Tianjin Fan, who excitedly inquired, "Disciple of the Crane School? I am unworthy of such a title. Did Lord Tao Pai Pai truly say that? I am truly embarrassed. I have not yet formally joined, so I cannot be considered a true disciple." Seeing Tianjin Fan's face flush with excitement, Xia Xian was momentarily taken aback. Not yet initiated? What does this mean? Could there be a disruption in the timeline? Tianjin Fan, oblivious to her inner thoughts, called out enthusiastically into the distance, "Master Crane, this is the place. Lord Tao Pai Pai has been found." At that moment, Xia Xian noticed an elderly figure approaching from afar, with skin like chicken skin and hair like a crane's feathers. Adorned with exaggerated sunglasses, he ambled towards them, hands clasped behind his back, sporting a stern expression. It was indeed the Crane Master from her recollections. As the arch-nemesis of the turtle school, this old man had been active in the martial world for over 3 centuries. His creativity in martial arts rivaling that of the turtle master, with unique insights of his own. Otherwise, Xia Xian would not have gone to such lengths to assist Tao Pai Pai, seeking to find herself a formidable ally. Accompanying the crane master was a young boy, bearing a parasol that was larger than himself, shielding the master from the sunlight. The boy appeared pale, with 2 birthmarks resembling blush on his cheeks. His unblinking gaze reminiscent of a zombie from an animated series, sending an unsettling chill down one's spine. Xia Xian was acutely aware that this was likely the good companion of Tianjin Fan, the dumpling, although not particularly formidable in combat. He struggled with mathematics and possessed a remarkably sharp tongue, capable of provoking Clin into a fit of rage with just a few words. Additionally, he wielded formidable supernatural abilities. In the later stages, he essentially became inseparable from Tianjin Fan, wandering the world together, living a life devoid of shame or restraint. Speaking of Tianjin Fan's character, he mirrors the Erlang from Journey to the West, positioned as the initial rival of the young Wukong, with the distinctive eye upon his forehead serving as a quintessential feature. As for the dumpling's character design, it likely draws inspiration from the film Qi Min Dun Jia, directed by Yuan Wu Ping, where a character encased in a jar bears an uncanny resemblance to the dumpling, being a deformed individual nurtured through arcane martial arts. However, considering Akira Toriyama's admiration for Jackie Chan, the frightening appearance of Sammo Hung's character, along with the paper figure design, could also serve as a potential prototype for the dumpling. While Xia Xian was lost in such musings, Master Rashi had already arrived at the doorway. His impatience palpable as he stroked his mustache, reproaching in a sarcastic tone, "What is all this fuss about? Is there no decorum?" I sensed the presence of Tao Pai Pai. How could it be so feeble? With that, he didn't spare a glance at Xia Xian and marched straight into the police station, bustling towards the inner chamber. Xia Xian was well aware of the old man's temperament, and, at that moment, chose not to engage with him, opting instead for indifference. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan, standing nearby, offered a slight nod of apology before promptly entering the room. Jiaozi, on the other hand, remained utterly silent throughout, evoking more of a doll-like presence than that of a human being. At this juncture, a piercing wail emanated from within the room, as the crane immortal lamented, "Oh, my foolish brother, how have you come to this state?" Although Xia Xian was somewhat taken aback, pondering when the crane immortal had developed such an acute perception, he sensed that a captivating spectacle was unfolding and thus joined the fray. Before him stood the elderly man, tears streaming down his face as he gazed sorrowfully at the medicinal pool housing Tao Pai Pai. "Alas, I was momentarily careless and fell victim to the schemes of the turtle immortal's minions." At that moment, Tao Pai Pai's expression mirrored his despair as he exaggeratedly recounted his misfortunes, deliberately glossing over numerous details while focusing on portraying the despicable nature of the little son Wukong, to the point that even Xia Xian found it unbearable. Yet, the crane immortal was precisely swayed by this narrative, having always regarded the turtle immortal as his arch-nemesis. Witnessing his own brother so brutally beaten by the turtle immortal only added fuel to his fury. The turtle immortal is truly brazen, taking advantage of my seclusion to act with such impunity, and to injure my dear brother. I shall summon the heroes from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, and set foot on Turtle Island to eradicate these scoundrels." The crane immortal bellowed in a fit of rage. Xia Xian frowned at the mention of the so-called heroes from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. Were they not merely euphemisms for bandits? He recalled from the Toad animation version that the crane immortal had previously organized his own circle of followers and henchmen during his martial arts training, indulging in all manner of wrongdoing. Coupled with the fact that his brother had entered the profession of an assassin, it seemed likely that the turtle immortal was currently most entrenched in the underworld. Otherwise, Tianjin Fan's early aspirations would not have been to become a killer. However, these so-called heroes might only dare to bully simple, honest villagers. Expecting them to confront the turtle immortal was likely an overestimation of their capabilities. In the medicinal pool, Tao Pai Pai appeared to grasp this reality as well, clearing his throat awkwardly before murmuring, "Well, brother, we need not fret about seeking vengeance on the turtle immortal for the time being. I owe my survival to this young brother's assistance." He subtly gestured towards Xia Xian. Ordinarily, this would be the moment to formally introduce his savior, yet Tao Pai Pai, in his flustered state, could not even recall Xia Xian's name and settled for a rather perfunctory acknowledgement. The crane immortal turned his gaze, and only at that moment did he truly scrutinize Xia Xian, though his words were far from courteous. "Oh, is this not the great hero who single-handedly vanquished the Black Silk Army?" Indeed, one finds that meeting someone in person often belies their reputation. "It seems you are not so remarkable after all." With that, he cast a disparaging glance at the medicinal pool housing Tao Pai Pai, his disdain becoming increasingly evident. "Such a foul cesspool, and you believe it can cure ailments? What a sheer waste of time. Come, brother. Let us return to the Crane Immortal Hall where I shall procure a superior elixir to treat your wounds." His words plunged the room into a profound silence. And the Crane Immortal's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. Xiaoxian concealed herself nearby, stifling laughter, for it appeared that these two senior disciples were equally unreliable. In the comic, Master Roshi, in gratitude for Goku's rescue of his pet turtle, insisted on presenting him with a treasure known as the Phoenix, only to discover that it had long succumbed to food poisoning. In a state of utter despair, he was left with no choice but to offer a cloud that he himself could not ride. In comparison, another immortal, who bestowed a clay pill as a favor, seemed even less dependable than a phoenix that had met its untimely demise due to spoiled sustenance. "If you must speak out of turn, how could I possibly offer the super elixir meant for my own brother to an ordinary member of the gang?" The Crane Hermit exclaimed in exasperation, directing his ire at Jiaozi. "Stop uttering such nonsensical remarks." Yet, despite reprimanding Jiaozi, the Crane Hermit chose to remain silent about the elixir. Ultimately, it was Tao Pai Pai who shattered the stalemate, gazing intently at Xiaoxian and inquiring, "I believe I just heard something? The lone hero who vanquished the Black Silk Army? What is the story behind this?" Upon hearing this, sweat began to bead on Xiaoxian's forehead. It is important to note that Tao Pai Pai was originally an assassin employed by the Black Silk Army. Now that his client has perished, one can only wonder if the wrath would be directed towards him. This is, in fact, a misunderstanding, Xiaoxian carefully articulated. "The three experts in the backyard who assisted you in designing the mechanical body were also attacked by that rascal from the Turtle School. I followed the clues that led me to the Black Silk Army. However, upon arriving at their headquarters, I discovered that everyone there had been completely annihilated." Clues. What sort of clues could possibly compel you to risk venturing into the Black Silk Army stronghold? "This is simply implausible," Master Crane remarked, stroking his goatee with an air of skepticism. "Dragon Ball," Xia Xinyan succinctly remarked, "although I am uncertain of its purpose, a few days ago, during a casual conversation with those experts, the sky suddenly darkened. It was as if day had transformed into night. One of them exclaimed that perhaps the Turtle School had acquired the Dragon Balls. At that moment, I was skeptical, for he had previously mentioned that 2 of the balls were in the possession of the Black Silk Army. Ultimately, it was based on his deduction that I discreetly ventured to the headquarters of the Black Silk Army, only to discover it had been reduced to scorched earth." Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the room. Although Tao Pai Pai was unaware of the true function of the Dragon Balls, he recalled that during his time at the Black Silk Army headquarters, the commanding officer had indeed requested him to procure 4 Dragon Balls from the young Goku. Having been defeated by Goku, it was evident that the Black Silk Army, as the orchestrators behind the scenes, would likely not escape the ensuing chaos. Consequently, his reward would be rendered futile. Meanwhile, Master Crane, possessing a broader knowledge than his younger brother, was somewhat acquainted with the legends surrounding the Dragon Balls. However, he remained doubtful of Xia Xinyan's ability to dismantle the Black Silk Army. As a martial arts master, he could instantly discern that Xia Xinyan possessed no martial prowess, rendering it impossible for him to accomplish what even he found arduous. At that moment, both prominent figures began to believe Chun Hao's words. After all, combat prowess cannot lie. The weak Xia Xinyan could never hope to obliterate the Black Silk Army. Alas, such was the fate they faced. Tao Pai Pai, with his head bowed in sorrow, contemplated his frail body, knowing that he would need to rely on Xia Xinyan in the future. He then raised his head and said, "Brother, this young man is also a victim of Turtle School's conspiracies. He has a deep passion for martial arts. Might you consider taking him as your disciple?" Xiaoxian let out a sigh of relief, inwardly acknowledging that the discussion had finally shifted to the main topic. After expending so much effort, it seemed that a reward was finally within reach. However, Xiaoxian also sensed a hint of envy emanating from Tianjin Fan when Tao Pai Pai mentioned accepting disciples. Could it be that he had yet to embark on his own journey? Upon hearing this, Hermit Crane's expression darkened, and he reprimanded Tao Pai Pai with evident displeasure. "My foolish brother, how many times must I tell you that I shall not engage in this unprofitable venture of taking on disciples?" At this point, Hermit Crane raised his hands and tilted his head back, seemingly lost in nostalgia as he continued, "Ever since my master, the great martial sage Wu Tai, passed away, the true lineage of martial arts has rested solely in the hands of the turtle and crane schools. No matter how hard other martial artists strive, they cannot grasp the essence of the martial way and will forever remain mere children dabbling in trivial pursuits. Now that you and I have attained longevity and possess the true martial lineage, we exist in a realm unparalleled. Why would we teach disciples and risk our own positions?" While this statement was shrouded in ambiguity, Xia Xian, well versed in the narrative, discerned most of its meaning. Firstly, the martial sage Wu Tai was the shared master of both turtle and crane, who had emerged 3 centuries ago to combat the formidable demon King Piccolo. As a martial artist, he valiantly faced the demon, only to meet defeat. After much contemplation, Wu Tai devised the first technique in Dragon Ball history, the Mafuba, which allowed him to seal the Demon King within a rice cooker at the cost of his own life. Following Wu Tai's death, the turtle and crane masters parted ways, each establishing their own schools. As for the so-called true martial lineage, Xia Xian was unclear about its specifics. However, the rumors in the martial world spoke of a great hero named Satan from the Cell Saga, who, in his youth, traveled the world with his master and encountered Tao Pai Pai, only to be soundly defeated without the ability to retaliate. Had Tao Pai Pai not refrained from taking payment and refusing to kill, it was likely that Satan's faction would have faced annihilation at that time. This indirectly highlighted the superior level of Wu Tai's disciples, whose combat prowess was vastly beyond that of other martial artists, resulting in a one-sided battle. Perhaps this is why the world referred to Wu Tai's disciples with the honorific title of Immortal. As for Master Roshi, who had scaled the heights of the Korin Tower and imbibed the sacred water, he was even dubbed the god of martial arts. One can only imagine that upon hearing this title, someone within the heavens might chuckle. However, now was not the time for such musings. Hermit Crane had made it abundantly clear that he was unwilling to take on disciples, leaving Xia Xian in an awkward predicament. The remnants of the Black Satin Army could potentially seek him out at any moment, and they would likely be quite eager to eliminate him. His only hope lay with Tao Pai Pai, as the two were brothers and could certainly communicate. Yet, when Xia Xian glanced at Tao Pai Pai, he found the man with his eyes closed, feigning a state of deep meditation, entirely disregarding him. It was apparent that he adopted a stance of indifference. "I've made the introduction, the rest is up to you." Truly, what a selfish and ungrateful individual. Xia Xian secretly cursed under her breath. However, there was nothing she could do to oppose Tao. Thus, she could only muster her courage and proceed. "Master Crane Immortal, I have always had a profound passion for martial arts." As Xia Xian meticulously organized her thoughts, she rambled on, especially during the recent World Martial Arts Tournament. The disciples of the Turtle School were exceptionally vibrant, advancing all the way to the finals. What was that technique called? Ah yes, the Kamehameha wave. It even sent the moon flying, earning an unprecedented reputation and being hailed as the most spectacular duel in history. Before she could finish her sentence, the expressions of Tien Shinhan and Master Crane shifted dramatically. The former exhibited a stubborn pride, while the latter was purely incensed. "What? That mere Kamehameha wave is impressive? It pales in comparison to my invention, the key cannon. And what of that tournament? Were they all inexperienced novices, utterly ignorant of the world? It's absurd how a trifling display of skill could provoke such astonishment." Master Crane exclaimed in exasperation, upon witnessing the scene. Xia Xian mused to herself that her scheme had succeeded. This old man harbored a deep-seated disdain for the turtle sage. By employing this provocative tactic, she aimed to stimulate the competitive spirit of Master Crane, exploiting his unwillingness to be outdone by others, thereby inciting him to take on disciples akin to the turtle sage. As it stands, her plan had borne fruit to a considerable degree. However, wait a moment. The turtle sage, that old rascal, has only 2 disciples, does he not? One is the Bull Demon King, who has taken to banditry on Flame Mountain, and the other is Sun Gohan, a wild man residing on Bun Mountain, both of whom are rather ineffectual. When did they begin to stir once more? Suddenly, Master Crane slapped his forehead, furrowing his brow as he spoke. "That is an ancient tale, long forgotten. The turtle sage has indeed taken on 2 new disciples." Xia Xian helplessly explained. "One is Krillin, a mere errand boy from the dueling temple, and the other is Sun Wukong, who seemingly emerged from nowhere, the runner-up of the last martial arts tournament. Additionally, there are rumors of a bandit named Yumucha, who has also become a disciple of Master Roshi." At this moment, Tao Pai Pai, who had been feigning death, opened his eyes and interjected. That Sun Wukong is the very villain who nearly took my life. His methods are cruel and exceedingly despicable. Truly the product of Master Rashi's lineage. In truth, Xiao Xian's words were a mix of truth and embellishment. For instance, Krillin may not necessarily be just a temple lackey. And Yamcha has long since shed his identity as a bandit, having lived in the western capital for quite some time. However, Xiao Xian deliberately chose to downplay their identities, patiently waiting for Crane Hermit to take the bait. Haha, they are but mere pawns and insignificant figures. Master Rashi truly has no standards, accepting all manner of refuse. Crane Hermit scoffed coldly. Yet, deep within, he did not share the ease of his outward demeanor. After all, if the only opponent were Master Rashi, then the Crane School, with the aid of Tao Pai Pai, could easily maintain dominance. However, if Master Rashi's disciples continue to multiply, even if they only grasp a fraction of his skills, their numerical advantage would be sufficient to intimidate him. At such a juncture, could he truly rely on those so-called friends from the martial world for assistance? With this thought, Crane Hermit shot a glance at Xiao Xian and blurted out a seemingly nonsensical remark. Being regarded by the world as the hero who eradicated the Black Silk Army is a title that is, at least, somewhat fitting. Xiao Xian was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending the meaning of the words, standing foolishly in place, utterly bewildered. At that instant, a voice unexpectedly echoed in her mind, softly urging, "Why are you still in a daze? Hurry and pay your respects to your master." The abruptness of the voice startled Xiao Xian. However, she quickly realized that someone was guiding her through telepathy. "Great Master Crane, I humbly bow before you. I earnestly request to be inscribed upon your door, to serve as your disciple, devoted and unwavering in my service." Xiao Xian suddenly fell to her knees with a thud, reciting some melodramatic lines, yet surreptitiously glanced outside. Not far away, Dumpling flashed a V-shaped peace sign towards her. It must be noted that although Dumpling's martial prowess was rather lackluster, he possessed an extraordinary ability. Upon his initial appearance, even the little Wukong fell under his control, and telepathy was certainly within his grasp. Clearly, he had just conveyed a message to her from a distance, indicating that Dumpling was not as indifferent as he appeared. His heart was rather kind. In response to Xiao Xian's act of reverence, Master Crane emitted a cold snort and remarked in a sardonic tone, "The youth of today certainly possess the gift of gab, yet action is nowhere to be seen. One might wonder if they are simply ignorant of decorum." Without needing Dumpling's prompt, Xiao Xian quickly grasped the underlying implication of his words. This fellow, Master Crane, was audaciously seeking a favor from her? To put it bluntly, he was asking for money. It was quite difficult to fathom that a figure of such esteemed stature would broach the subject of finances upon their very first meeting, which certainly felt rather undignified. Well, this is quite negotiable. Xiao Xian acquiesced with words, yet a shadow of worry crossed his mind. Wealth was not a pressing concern for him. However, the predicament lay in the fact that he had recently concealed a capsule underground. To retrieve it now would pose a risk of exposure. Conversely, without the treasure, he had little of value to offer as a bribe. Surely, he could not resort to using the roasted sweet potatoes that the king of Pilaf had been unable to sell overnight as a substitute? In a moment of panic, Xiao Xian instinctively reached into his pocket, initially intending to make a token gesture, then concoct an excuse to visit the king of Pilaf to borrow some money he had earned for design work a few days prior, merely to navigate the immediate situation. To his surprise, as his hand delved into his pocket, he discovered an object within. Upon retrieving it, he was astonished to find it was the exquisite gold watch he had inadvertently accepted earlier. During the treasure sorting, he had been drawn to its beauty and had carelessly pocketed it. Little did he anticipate that it would prove useful at this moment. Lord Crane Immortal, this is a cherished heirloom of my family, originally bestowed by my mother for the purpose of securing a wife and raising a family. Xiao Xian, with eyes wide open, began to speak whimsically. If you do not mind, please accept this golden watch as a token of apprenticeship, a testament to your acceptance of my homage. A golden watch? Quite intriguing. Master Rashi unceremoniously took the watch, weighing it in his hands, and immediately recognized it as genuine gold. With a broad grin, he tossed it to Jiaozi, instructing him to keep it safe. However, Jiaozi, always the quirky one, casually opened it to take a look. To his surprise, within the watch was a photograph depicting a being resembling a bear man. In the world of Dragon Balls, half-beasts and humans coexisted harmoniously, indistinguishable from one another. Yet, Xiao Xian had just claimed that this watch was a familial heirloom, When had it been said that the descendants of half-beasts could assume such a form? A flurry of questions surfaced in Jiaozi's mind. How commendable that you possess such filial piety, indeed. Master Rashi exclaimed with pride, but then turned to Tianjin Fan with a mischievous glint in his eye, inquiring, "Ah Tian, how long have you been eavesdropping on my training?" At this remark, it was as if a thunderclap had struck, causing the tall and sturdy Tianjin Fan to blanch, nearly collapsing to the ground, his voice trembling with an unusual quaver. "Master Rashi, I beseech your forgiveness. I merely caught a glimpse by chance and had no intention of learning from you." "By chance, you say? Heh. As a descendant of the three-eyed clan, your vision must be rather sharp." Master Rashi retorted with a sardonic tone. "How about this? If you dare to gouge out that third eye of yours, I shall believe you did not spy on me. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan was left utterly dumbfounded, and even Xia Xn stood agape, unable to comprehend why Master Rashi would make such a demand. "Since Master Rashi has given an order, I shall comply." Tianjin Fan closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment, a flicker of resolve crossing his face. Suddenly, he shouted and reached for his forehead, clearly intent on blinding himself. Xia Xin, witnessing this with a racing heart, instinctively cried out, "Do not do it." Meanwhile, Master Rashi was quicker, his ghostly figure darting forward, effortlessly halting Tianjin Fan's motion. "You foolish boy. I was merely jesting. Why are you so obstinate?" Master Rashi adopted a tone of gentle persuasion, saying, "This was merely a test of your loyalty and obedience. I did not intend for you to harm yourself. Truly, you lack a sense of humor." Standing aside, Xia Xin shook his head inwardly. While Master Rashi's intention to assess his disciples' loyalty was not unfounded from a strategic perspective, such tactics were better suited for those who blindly followed orders, rather than for a passionate and principled man like Tianjin Fan. Understanding the dynamics at play, Xia Xin felt that Tianjin Fan epitomized the brave and discerning character. In essence, as long as one treated him with genuine kindness, Tianjin Fan would go to great lengths to reciprocate that goodwill. However, attempting to test him through underhanded schemes would only serve to dampen his fervor. Simply put, a powerful lord cannot retain a loyal warrior like Zhao Yun. Yet the wandering Lu Xuanda could inspire unwavering loyalty in Zhao Yun, perhaps for a similar reason. This is also why Tianjin Fan, though not a disciple of the turtle hermit, holds profound respect for Master Wu Tian. After all, it was this venerable elder who, through his actions, guided this lost soul, helping Tianjin Fan discover the true purpose of his life. At this moment, however, the young Tianjin Fan was more preoccupied with a particular phrase spoken by Master Crane. "Master? Could it be that I may?" Tianjin Fan was overwhelmed with excitement, to the point of stuttering. "What are you waiting for? Quickly pay your respects to your master." This was a timely reminder from Xia Xin, who had some experience in this matter. Tianjin Fan, being an ardent martial arts enthusiast, could hardly contain his joy at the prospect of learning authentic techniques. Without hesitation, he knelt down, mustering all his strength, and proclaimed loudly, "Master, I bow to you." Master Crane, unfazed by Tianjin Fan's fervor, continued methodically, "You have been with me the longest. Although I have assigned you menial tasks, it was to sharpen your mind, so I hope you harbor no resentment. From today onwards, you shall be the esteemed eldest disciple of the Crane School. Your name will be inscribed on the Master Wall, and regardless of how many generations pass, you will be regarded as the elder brother." Tianjin Fan was beside himself with joy, eager to express his gratitude. However, Master Crane turned to Dumpling and said, "You have also been with me for quite some time, so you shall be the second disciple." Dumpling remained expressionless, seemingly unaffected. In truth, Xia Xian knew that, unlike Tianjin Fan, Dumpling was not particularly passionate about martial arts. Given the choice, he would prefer to curl up by the heater and watch television dramas. His true talents lay in sarcasm and cooking. In episode 139 of Dragon Ball Z, Dumpling's noodle dish was praised by Master Rashi, Oolong, and Turtle, while Dumpling took care of Tianjin Fan's daily needs during his training. At this moment, Master Crane finally turned his gaze to Xia Xian, causing a wave of nervousness, even a hint of anticipation to wash over him. After all, with the positions of elder brother and second brother already filled, he could rightfully claim the title of Sha Song, couldn't he? "What is your name again?" "Oh, Xian is it? Then for now, you shall be a registered disciple. You must strive diligently to catch up with your brothers and become a formal disciple as soon as possible," Master Crane said earnestly. However, Xia Xian's mind was in turmoil. How wonderful! Benefits were bestowed, rewards were granted, and in the end, I am merely labeled a registered disciple? The underlying reason for this was nothing more than Master Crane's disdain for Xia Xian's lack of a solid martial arts foundation, coupled with his desire for the gifts, as well as the influence stemming from the heroics of vanquishing the Black Silk Army. Thus, he reluctantly accepted himself, yet was assigned the lowest status. In an instant, Xia Xian felt a surge of anger. Never before had he so despised his own feeble abilities. Simultaneously, he contemplated that, based on his understanding of the narrative, he would eventually cultivate his skills to a level that would astonish Master Roshi. The disciple initiation ceremony was a mere formality. What truly occupied Master Roshi's mind was his brother's medical treatment. He hastily conferred the title of a named disciple upon Xia Xian and promptly summoned the so-called scientific team to hear the recovery plan for Tian Xinhan in person. King Pilaf, who had been forced to interrupt his design plans, was once again called upon by Xia Xian to convene a small briefing session. My brother consumed the elixir of immortality. Even the gravest injuries will heal with time. Why must we resort to transforming him into a robot? You Mongolian doctors must not prescribe recklessly. Master Roshi began, aggressively interrogating. Curiously, Xia Xian pondered what allowed the turtle and crane masters to live for so long, along with their relatives who seemed similarly unaffected by the passage of time. For instance, Master Roshi's sister, Fortune Teller Baba, and Master Roshi's brother, Tian Xinhan, appeared to be immune to the ravages of age. In the storyline, although Master Roshi had expressed regret for consuming the elixir of immortality to his disciple Gohan, he had also told Tian Xinhan during the battle against Demon King Piccolo that immortality was a mere illusion, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion in the end. However, Xia Xian understood that this was not the moment for such musings, as King Pilaf's expression had soured to an extreme. Who is this old man? Why must the future king of the world explain himself to him? King Pilaf grumbled through clenched teeth. Can't he simply purchase a children's encyclopedia and read it himself? Upon witnessing the situation, Xia Xian hurried over to offer consolation, quietly remarking, "Consider this. What kind of client has one not encountered in design? He is the one who decides the payment. If we cannot appease him, the billions in renovation fees may well become unattainable." The mere mention of money, particularly the staggering sum of billions, caused He Xianren, who had been eavesdropping, to exhibit a pained expression. Meanwhile, King Pilaf finally restrained his temper and patiently replied, "Concerning this matter, I have constructed a geometric model for analysis. It indicates that even if the younger brother recovers, he will require over 15 years of rehabilitation to reach that state. However, his muscle health will be 30% weaker than before the injury, with a 43% decline in neural response and a 66% reduction in agility. Even the rate of hair growth will significantly diminish." King Pilaf, holding a notebook, continued, "The crux of the issue lies in his opponents, who will continually improve within the same time frame. Not only is regression not an option, but they will also become increasingly formidable, widening the gap between them exponentially." This statement left He Xianren speechless, regardless of the accuracy of the data presented. The final assertion was undeniably sound. The Goku who had triumphed over Tao Pai Pai was also advancing, and in the coming years, one could only speculate how powerful he would become. Conversely, a fully healed Tao Pai Pai would find himself with no opportunity whatsoever to catch up to or surpass Goku for revenge. For someone as meticulous as Tao Pai Pai, this realization was more agonizing than death itself. Damn it, I can hardly wait any longer. Tao Pai Pai ground his teeth in frustration, exclaiming from within the medicinal vat, "Can we commence mechanical modification immediately? I want to become strong at once." "That is not feasible. Your body is currently too weak to endure a high-intensity surgical procedure." King Pilaf shook his head and replied, "However, I have several plans you may review. These are the result of several nights of meticulous design." With that, he directed his subordinates, Xiao Wu and Akira, to bring forth a projector and commence displaying the prepared presentation slides. The first proposal featured a mechanical body standing 5 meters tall, constructed from streamlined titanium alloy restraints forged through neuromechanics, specifically designed to address the shortcomings of our adversary's shorter stature. It also included an insertion plug at the spinal column to manage neuronal signals. King Pilaf enthusiastically began his exposition. He Xianren and Tao Pai Pai found themselves bewildered. One had lived in seclusion for too long, while the other was only skilled in the art of killing. Consequently, the plethora of technical terms left them dazed. And Tianjin Fan was unable to interject, having stepped out to gather supplies, while Jiaozi simply stood still and fell asleep. The only one who appeared troubled was Xia Xian. her brow furrowed. According to the narrative, Tao Pai Pai's mechanical body should not resemble this at all. King Pilaf's design sounded more akin to an EVA crossover. Thus, after 5 minutes of listening, Xin finally interrupted the fervent designer. Well, how should I put this? Your design philosophy is remarkably avant-garde. However, it harbors a critical flaw. Xin earnestly remarked. Your design overlooks the user's experience. To put it plainly, the user's height is generally within 2 meters, and their familiar combat environment and habits are also conducted at this altitude. The previously mentioned 5-meter-tall mechanism completely diverges from the user's physiological norms, only serving to increase the cost of adaptation and learning, which is inappropriate. However, that spiky-haired fellow, if he were to transform into a monstrous body dozens of meters tall, would create a stark contrast if he were too short. King Pilaf, visibly apprehensive, recalled the profound impression left on him when Sun Wukong transformed into a giant ape during the full moon. The disparity in height is not the issue. The crux lies in the user's familiarity with the combat environment. Xin frowned as she asserted, in the world of Dragon Ball, growing taller is hardly a rarity. For instance, Demon King Piccolo once transformed into a colossal form, only to be caught off guard by Sun Wukong, proving to be less threatening than in his normal state. Similarly, while the transformations of Vegeta and Gohan seem to amplify their combat prowess tenfold, their vulnerabilities become glaringly apparent. Even a well-trained tail, in the form of a giant ape, could easily become a target, and even someone as weak as Majirbi could effortlessly sever it. Therefore, in Xin's view, the difference in height does not confer any advantage. Instead, the correct design philosophy lies in maximizing the user's strengths. That is a valid point, King Pilaf conceded, acknowledging the merit in Xin's argument. What other areas require improvement? In my opinion, there should be no waste within the prosthetic arm. Xin decided to express her thoughts based on her own recollections. The human body is beyond repair, now that we have transitioned to mechanical bodies. It is unnecessary to replicate the original form entirely. For instance, one could install a cannon in the left arm and conceal a dagger in the right, allowing for a sudden removal of the prosthetic hand, thus enabling a surprise attack with doubled effectiveness. King Pilaf was momentarily taken aback, instinctively repeating, a cannon concealed within a prosthetic arm, and then wielding a knife? This seems familiar. Xin's suggestion was not without merit. In the original work, Tao Pai Pai had previously ambushed Tianjin Fan using a dagger concealed within a prosthetic limb during the prestigious martial arts tournament. He had even launched a super Dodon wave from the barrel of a cannon. Now, he merely articulated these potential occurrences ahead of time. Oh, I find this plan quite appealing. Tao Pai Pai, immersed in a medicinal tank, nodded in approval, stating, as an assassin, one must utilize every possible resource at hand as a weapon. From this perspective, you possess a certain talent for assassination. This remark was clearly directed at Xin. However, the subject of the comment did not take it to heart. An assassin? What a jest. In the future world, not only is killing trivial, but even obliterating the earth is child's play, a profession devoid of prospects and worth. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball realm, the immediate priority is to acquire greater strength. Given your injuries, it seems unlikely you will return to the Crane School. Master Roshi mused, stroking his goat-like beard. Very well, I shall remain here for the time being, providing some oversight for you, Xin. Prepare for me a fine residence for my cultivation. At this point, Master Roshi found himself quite pleased with Xin. The earlier critique of Emperor Pilaf's design proposal had led Master Roshi to believe that Xin was staunchly advocating for the interests of the school. Regardless of the correctness of Xin's assertions, Master Roshi viewed it as a commendable display of loyalty. The mere title of a registered disciple could elicit such obedience. Master Roshi felt a sense of pride. In response to this request, Xin cleverly summoned individuals to clear the police station's lobby, relocating the office to a modest room in the inconspicuous backyard. Thus, the entire police station was transformed into Master Roshi's temporary residence. Consequently, if any members of the Black Satin Army sought trouble, they would first have to confront Master Roshi in the main hall before avenging themselves, effectively providing Xin with a layer of security. Unbeknownst to Master Roshi, he had been unwittingly relegated to the role of a sentry in the front hall. Rather, he was quite satisfied with his frugal disciple for clearing out a workspace in honor of him, and with good lighting and ventilation. Master Roshi expressed no complaints as he instructed Tianjin Fan to move his belongings into the police station's lobby, effectively making it his new abode. Xia Xian would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to befriend the future Z fighters, assisting Tin Shinhan in arranging his luggage. During this process, she unexpectedly discovered that among Master Rashi's belongings lay an altar, prominently inscribed with the words, "The seed of my esteemed mentor, Master Mateto." Huh? When did Master Rashi become such an adherent to honoring his teachers? Xia Xian pondered quietly to herself. It seems he once kidnapped the daughter of Master Wu, doesn't it? How peculiar. With these questions lingering in her mind, the day, filled with activity since the arrival of the Crane Hermit, finally drew to a close. What awaited next was the beginning of Xia Xian's journey as a martial artist. As dawn broke the following day, a cacophony of alarms erupted from Xia Xian's room. With little inclination to linger in bed, she sprang up energetically. It has begun. This marks my inaugural foray into martial arts training. I absolutely cannot afford to be late. Xia Xian exclaimed with pride. At that moment, she resembled a child on their first day of school, backpack in tow, brimming with nervous anticipation and eager curiosity. Upon arriving in the Dragon Ball world, who would wish to be a mere underachiever? Striving earnestly towards a future filled with infinite possibilities is the least one can do to honor the vibrancy of life in this realm. However, after donning her attire, Xia Xian soon realized that despite her early ascent, there was someone even more diligent than Tin Shinhan, who had only just been accepted as the foremost disciple of the Crane School the previous day, was already hard at work, training beneath the morning sun. His shirt was drenched in sweat, and in the coolness of the dawn, one could even see steam rising around him. "Brother Tian, you rise remarkably early." Xia Xian greeted him with a cheerful smile, her voice ringing out. "I thought I was quite early myself, but it seems I still fell short." "Truly, you are a model for our generation." Tian, upon recognizing Xia Xian, ceased his training and, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "Oh, not at all. I was just accepted by Master yesterday and fear that I may disappoint him if I do not perform well. By the way, you can just call me A Tian." "That title you just used feels rather odd. Wouldn't that disrupt the hierarchy?" "Absolutely not, Brother Tian." Xia Xian suppressed a mischievous grin, adopting a serious demeanor as she continued. "There must be a reason Master Crane selected you as his foremost disciple. Do not underestimate yourself. After all, the Turtle School disciples trained for only 8 months before they competed in the World Martial Arts Tournament and secured second place. Since the Crane School stands in equal regard, it surely possesses its own unique merits." At that moment, a peculiar voice echoed from behind Xia Xian, belonging to the Crane Hermit himself. "What nonsense are you spouting? The Turtle School has no grounds to compare itself with our Crane School." As Xia Xian turned her head, she spotted Master Rashi, accompanied by the still drowsy Dumpling, having mysteriously appeared in the courtyard. "Master." Tin Shinhan bowed respectfully to Master Rashi, prompting Xia Xian to feign a semblance of decorum. However, Master Rashi paid little mind to these gestures and continued with the previous topic, stating, "Today marks your initiation. It's the perfect opportunity to broaden your horizons." With that proclamation, Master Rashi suddenly shouted, his body gradually levitating, breaking free from the gravitational pull of the earth, rising into the air as if transcending into the ether. The flight technique. Xia Xian immediately recognized the name of the technique and exclaimed, "Ah, you possess some knowledge. You are not entirely ignorant." Master Rashi scoffed. The flight technique is, in essence, a secret art that allows one to soar through the skies, considered a fundamental skill within the Dragon Ball universe. It appears that all Z fighters, save for Master Rashi himself, are capable of utilizing it. Nonetheless, Xia Xian harbored the belief that this technique was likely not conceived by Master Rashi. After all, even the Demon King Piccolo, who had been sealed away for 3 centuries, could easily recognize it and commended Tin Shinhan for his proficiency in the flight technique. This suggests that the technique had long existed, as it would be inconceivable for the Demon King to be familiar with a martial art developed after his entrapment. Yet, this was not the time for idle speculation, for Master Rashi was now slowly raising his hands, adopting a peculiar stance. Allow me to demonstrate the pinnacle of the Turtle School's martial prowess," Master Rashi declared proudly. This time, Xia Xian dared not offer any commentary. However, she was acutely aware that the only technique worthy of being the ultimate secret of the Turtle School was none other than the Kamehameha, a move so powerful that even his rival, Master Rashi, praised its destructive potential, deeming it several magnitudes stronger than the Kamehameha wave itself. Yet, the drawbacks were starkly apparent. Its overwhelming force necessitated an immense expenditure of energy, often leading to exhaustion or even death. At that moment, Master Roshi began to raise his hands, his right pinky finger touching his left index finger, while both thumbs pressed together, forming a frame. A visibly potent energy began to coalesce within this frame. Even someone as inexperienced as Xia Xin could sense the abundant aura. Such formidable energy. Tien Shinhan's eyes were riveted on Master Roshi's movements, as if he wished to etch this technique into his memory. It was akin to a small sun igniting in a brilliant blaze. Xia Xin instinctively retreated a few steps to avoid being caught in the aftermath of the attack, for he alone understood the significance of the Kamehameha in the realm of Dragon Ball. All of you watch closely. Kamehameha, Master Roshi bellowed, as the energy in his palms surged forth like a meteor plummeting to earth, exploding beneath his feet with a resounding crash. The overwhelming shockwave sent even the drowsy dumpling nearby flying. Despite being prepared, Xia Xin was still grazed by the debris from the explosion. At Master Roshi's feet, the spot where the Kamehameha struck had formed a gaping pit, so deep it seemed bottomless, and soon groundwater surged forth, transforming the crater into a small lake. This is the prowess of the Turtle School. To fill oceans and move mountains, it is but a trifle, Master Roshi proclaimed with arrogance as he descended. The surrounding farmers and villagers, startled by the explosion, poked their heads out from their homes, witnessing a lake inexplicably emerging from the previously intact ground. They were rendered speechless, with some simple-minded individuals even kneeling in reverence, bowing toward the distant figure of Master Roshi. Indeed, this technique was an overwhelming advancement over the initial Kamehameha. Xia Xin thought to himself. Tianjin Fan, on the other hand, was flushed with excitement, his breathing quickening. It was evident from his gaze that he yearned to master this technique. The Kamehameha, which our turtle school takes pride in, is utterly unworthy in comparison to my Kamehameha, Master Roshi declared. However, Xia Xin noticed that Master Roshi was drenched in sweat, the back of his robe soaked, and his once pale complexion had taken on a more sickly hue, indicating a considerable drain on his energy. Compared to the turtle school, our school possesses another remarkable technique. Master Roshi coughed a few times to steady his breath, then raised his hand, pointing a fingertip at a stone, declaring, DD wave. Almost as soon as the words left his lips, a radiant glow emanated from Master Roshi's fingertip, and a minuscule energy projectile shot forth with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it struck the rock, and Xia Xin could barely comprehend the sequence of events before a small hole appeared, completely penetrating the stone. Our DD wave possesses an unpredictable speed and precision. While it may lack the sheer power of the antiquated Kamehameha, it can incapacitate an opponent in an instant while they are gathering energy, Master Roshi chuckled proudly. This statement held truth, under normal circumstances, to inflict significant damage. The Kamehameha required a period of energy accumulation. This was why, in the animated series, each time the technique was unleashed, it resembled the casting of a spell, necessitating the recitation of a portion of the Kamehameha incantation. The turtle sage obliterated the moon and detonated the flame mountain, spending an extensive amount of time concentrating his energy to the point of muscle expansion in order to launch an attack. This created an opportunity for the use of the Dodon wave, which is far more potent than a standard energy blast. By focusing the energy into a singular point and employing a surprise attack, one could inflict significant damage to an unsuspecting opponent. It is no wonder that the assassin Tien Shinhan favors the Dodon wave. For his profession, it serves as a portable and nearly invisible sniper rifle. Suddenly, Xiaxin experienced a vague realization. The Crane Master's martial arts were evidently developed specifically to counter the turtle school techniques. In terms of power, there is the energy cannon. In terms of speed, the Dodon wave. And finally, when combined with the ability to manipulate air, it creates an absolute advantage at the same skill level. While Xiaxin was lost in thought, the Crane Master concluded his demonstration and, with a self-satisfied smirk, inquired, "What do you think? Is my crane-style martial arts unparalleled in the world?" Even the indifferent dumpling displayed excitement, exclaiming, "That was incredible. I want to learn these techniques too." Though Tianjin Fan remained silent, the longing and fervor in his gaze were more intense than anyone else's. The Crane Master relished this reaction. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, he coldly remarked, "Since you wish to learn, do not be lazy. First, pay homage to our ancestor Master Wu Taitu, then come back to practice." Upon hearing this, Dumpling curiously asked, "Master, why must we pay respects before we can begin our training?" "Oh, That is because the martial arts you just witnessed are largely derived from the secret techniques of our ancestor at the moment of his passing. Naturally, we must acknowledge our teacher. Xiaxin furrowed his brow at this statement. The martial arts learned from the techniques of Master Wu Taitu? Could it be the demon sealing wave? A technique that sacrifices one's life to seal the enemy, theoretically capable of sealing foes far superior in strength. The energy cannon, too, pushes destructive power to a level that surpasses the Turtle School's techniques by draining life force. In the animated series, Master Wu Taitu even demonstrated the ability to sever a waterfall with just a finger, channeling energy to a single point, essentially the prototype of the Dodon wave. This realization led Xiaxin to conclude that the Crane Master was indeed profoundly influenced by Wu Taitu, revealing a lineage within his martial arts. With this understanding, Xiaxin approached, intending to pay homage to the shared master of the Turtle and Crane schools in this Dragon Ball world. However, at that moment, the Crane Master lazily interjected, Xiaxin, you need not bother. After all, as a mere named disciple, you are not yet worthy to hear my teachings directly. First, strike the sandbag 1,000 times, and then we shall discuss other matters. Xiaxin was immediately infuriated by this remark. This rascal, the Crane Master, has only 3 disciples and yet practices such favoritism? How amusing. Moreover, considering the multitude of contributions I have made to the Crane Immortal sect, it is utterly outrageous that I am denied even the qualification to listen. This is an affront to reason. Summer's heart was ablaze with fury. If she possessed the strength, she would have relished the opportunity to grasp Master Crane's head and pluck out his beard, strand by strand. In stark contrast, the easily swayed Master Turtle, for the mere price of a few Riska magazines, appeared to embody the essence of kindness and fairness. At that moment, a sudden realization struck Summer. Indeed, she was well versed in the narrative. She knew all the training techniques of the Turtle School. It was simply a matter of delivering milk daily, toiling in the fields with a hoe, and laboring under the weight of a turtle shell. Since Master Crane had chosen to ignore her, why not adopt the training regimen of the Turtle School and hone her skills right under his nose? This was certainly a more fruitful endeavor than aimlessly punching a sandbag. With this thought, Summer, once consumed by rage, found herself regaining composure, and her earlier urge to confront Master Crane faded away. However, Master Crane remained oblivious to her internal musings, floating away with Tianjin Fan and Dumpling to the distant edge of the woods, engaged in their own discussions. Having come to a resolution, Summer's first course of action was to seek out King Pilaf, requesting his assistance in crafting training equipment that would provide additional weight. Weighted wristbands? Knee pads? What could possibly prompt such desires? King Pilaf had been preoccupied these days with redesigning equipment, while his subordinate, Little Dance, negotiated procurement matters with factories. And the Shiba Inu, Ashu, ventured out to acquire essential components. The entire team was working tirelessly, grateful for the arrival of their benefactor. Otherwise, any other interruption to their work would likely result in the diminutive King Pilaf unleashing his wrath. You see, Master Crane has recently accepted me as his disciple, and I wish to enhance my training with additional equipment to expedite my progress, which is why I am seeking your assistance. Xia Xian earnestly stated. The matter of price is quite negotiable. There is no need to discuss finances. You have assisted us greatly, and it is only fitting that I return the favor. King Pilaf chuckled heartily. Indeed, adding some props will certainly make things more entertaining. What style and shape of props do you desire? I assure you I shall create them promptly. Thus, Xia Xian sketched a design inspired by the weighted gear of Rock Lee from Naruto. The wristbands were conceived with small compartments to accommodate lead strips for added weight. The leg apparatus utilized shin guards commonly seen in football, albeit with iron blocks sewn into them. With but a glance, King Pilaf comprehended the task at hand. He scurried away to gather fabric, personally operating the sewing machine. In less than 10 minutes, he transformed the materials into the desired equipment. Xia Xian, observing the spectacle, was utterly astonished. After all, he was indeed an early antagonist, and despite his short stature, he could adeptly operate a sewing machine. One could only wonder what else King Pilaf was capable of, aside from collecting Dragon Balls. Here, it is nearly done as per your specifications. King Pilaf presented the gear to Xia Xian, adding, however, the weights prepared for each part are 5 kilograms, totaling 10 kilograms. During exercise, this may prove quite cumbersome. Thank you. This will be immensely beneficial to me. Xia Xian took the weighted training gear and began to don it. During their training under the Turtle School, Xiao Yukong and Krillin carried an additional 20 kilograms in the form of a turtle shell. However, considering their solid foundations. Xia Xin opted to commence with a more manageable difficulty, equipping herself with 10 kilograms of weight for her training. Specifically, weighted training is an exceptionally practical technique in the early stages of Dragon Ball. Not only did Master Roshi routinely bear the turtle shell, but Sun Wukong also consistently utilized weighted equipment until his time on King Kai's planet. Moreover, Piccolo's attire has always been of considerable heft. Thus, beneath the watchful gaze of Master Crane, Xia Xin embarked on her training within the turtle school, a seemingly absurd occurrence that nonetheless transpired. As Xia Xin prepared her equipment, Master Crane's training session came to a temporary halt. After assigning homework to Tianjin Han and Jiaozi for practice, the old master gracefully executed the flying technique and drifted back to the base to check on Tao Pai Pai's injuries. Brother, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but why must you act this way? Tao Pai Pai expressed his grievances after hearing about the morning's events. My life was saved by that little officer. He has shown me kindness. How much of your martial arts techniques can he even comprehend? Why complicate matters over such trivialities? Tao Pai Pai maintained a reasonable perspective on matters that did not necessitate personal expenditure. Even he felt that his brother's actions were somewhat unprincipled. If Xia Xin wished to learn the secrets of the Crane School, why not let her? After all, a primary school student could never hope to gain admission to a university merely by auditing courses. Oh, my foolish little brother. Has your mind still not grasped the situation? Master Crane glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then grumbled, I am doing this for your sake. What does that have to do with me? Tao Pai Pai asked, bewildered. Your body is immobile, and you rely on that officer for various needs. If I teach him martial arts, he will feel grateful, and that gratitude will be directed toward me. Master Crane, showing a modicum of patience towards his brother, explained gently. You have inadvertently become the one who has no stakes in the matter. If he becomes obsessed with martial arts, how could he possibly concern himself with your injuries? In other words, if you teach him even a few moves, this officer is likely to feel indebted to you, becoming even more attentive in his service, eager to extract more martial wisdom from you. But I don't enjoy teaching others. Oh, foolish brother, by suppressing that officer, I am paving the way for you. All you need to do is impart some basic external martial arts techniques. There is no need to pass on the intricate skills of the Kamehameha. Isn't that sufficient? Master Crane imparted his wisdom. Bestowing kindness upon others ultimately benefits oneself. You need to learn more of these leadership techniques to avoid becoming merely a brutish fighter. Tao Pai Pai hardly absorbed the latter part of the conversation. Yet he finally understood Master Crane's intent and muttered to himself, teach some basic moves? It is still quite acceptable, I do not mean to boast. But my 2 decades as an assassin have honed my skills in external techniques, which I am now bestowing upon this young lad. Indeed a fortunate gift for him. At this moment, Xia Xin is completely oblivious to the nefarious schemes of his unscrupulous mentor. After donning his weighted gear, he made his way to the village's sole grocery store. Shopkeeper, I am in a splendid mood today. Do you have any milk to deliver? Allow me to assist you. With that, Xia Xin rushed into the only grocery store in the village, eager to offer his services in delivering milk. After all, this is an essential rite of passage in the training of the Turtle School, a tradition that has persisted from the era of the mighty Ox King and Sun Wukong to the later days of Krillin and Goku. Well versed in the practices of the Turtle School, Xia Xin certainly did not wish to miss out on this opportunity. However, the shopkeeper, a fellow with the head of a fox, flatly refused Xia Xin's request. What? You want to help deliver milk, and I am to decline? Upon hearing this, Xia Xin was quite displeased and replied with an increasingly stern tone, at worst, I shall receive a lesser payment. There is no need for concealment. But, dear officer, it is already 10 in the morning, and the milk has long been delivered, the fox store manager said with a look of helplessness. Surely you cannot expect me to go back to each household and have you deliver it all over again? Oh. This time, Xia Xin was taken aback. Glancing at the sun overhead, it indeed seemed rather late. At this hour, the turtle hermit had likely already begun his breakfast. Is there anything else that requires delivery? Xia Xin, with a hint of reluctance, exclaimed, whatever it is, just give me something to do. It must be noted that, having grasped the principles of the Turtle School's training, one could indeed substitute running or other exercises for these activities. However, as an ardent Dragon Ball enthusiast dedicated to mastering the Crane School techniques through the Turtle School's methods, Xia Xin naturally preferred to engage in the authentic practice. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't feel right. Thanks to Aunt Shi for her advice. Seeing Xia Xin's resolute demeanor, the fox shopkeeper sighed in resignation, pondering how to send Xia Xin on his way. Otherwise, the neighbors might wonder why a police officer lingered around, potentially jeopardizing his business. All right then. While I don't have any milk delivery tasks, I do have some parcels to be delivered. Would you kindly take these items to their respective households? Huh? Deliveries? When did the Dragon Ball world have this? Xia Xin replied, utterly bewildered. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that, but running a grocery store. Parcel deliveries are my primary source of income, so please don't delay, officer. The fox shopkeeper said as he lifted the curtain behind him, revealing a mountain of packages that left Xia Xin in stunned disbelief. After a considerable amount of time, Xia Xin, burdened with an assortment of parcels, began to stagger toward the exit, officially embarking on his training journey. Of course, witnessing Xia Xin struggle under the load, the grocery store owner turned pale. This fellow actually intended to deliver without a vehicle? Was he planning to finish by next month? And so, Xia Xin commenced his path of training. However, 10 minutes later, he encountered a dilemma. The turtle hermit had once instructed his disciples to deliver milk as a gradual learning process. Initially, the milk bottles weren't too heavy and were easy to handle. Yet, the challenge lay in maintaining balance while carefully avoiding collisions during vigorous running with a box full of bottles, which tested the practitioner's coordination and endurance. In simpler terms, it was akin to the scenes from the film Shaolin Temple, where the sharpened bottom of a bucket was used to carry water, thereby enhancing stamina and balance. Akira Toriyama, a lover of Chinese cinema, may have drawn inspiration from this concept. However, the parcel Xia Xin was tasked with delivering bore no resemblance to the easily manageable yet challenging milk crates. They were, in a word, heavy. These items were simply too burdensome, weighing over 100 kilograms, making him feel as though he were carrying a mountain. Who on earth ordered such heavy items? It's utterly unbearable. Xia Xin gritted his teeth in frustration, struggling to pull a particularly large package, writhing with difficulty. He had dispatched nearly all the packages, leaving only this cumbersome final one, which proved to be the most laborious. It was rather embarrassing to admit that while Klein and the others were engaged in their trainings, delivering milk was merely the most basic task of their morning regimen. Beyond that, they had to contend with evading wasps, swimming through shark-infested waters, and tilling the fields among other assignments. Nowadays, Xia Xin found himself spending nearly an entire day merely delivering express parcels, leaving him with aching muscles and a profound sense of exhaustion. The path of cultivation was certainly not an amusing endeavor. I am determined to tread this arduous journey towards strength. I shall never concede defeat. Just as Xia Xin fervently declared his resolve, a voice interrupted from behind. What are you mumbling about here? The sudden sound startled Xia Xin. He turned to find Jiao Zi had appeared behind him without his notice. How did you end up here? Xia Xin instinctively inquired. What are you waiting for? I'm awaiting a package, replied Dumpling with an expressionless demeanor. Waiting for a package. Does that mean? Xia Xin hesitated for a moment, instinctively lowering her gaze to discover that the final parcel was, astonishingly, addressed to her home. Perhaps after a long day of busyness, the flurry of deliveries had dulled her senses to the point where she could not even recognize her own address. Although she had only resided here for a brief period, it was still her home. Wait a moment. Did you just say you were waiting for a parcel? Could this possibly be yours? Xia Xin timidly inquired. Indeed. I have been waiting here all day. It was supposed to arrive this morning. Who would have thought it would be delayed for half the day? I even called to expedite the delivery. The courier service informed me that someone was walking instead of driving, resulting in a longer wait. Jiaozi maintained his usual expressionless demeanor, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. However, the implications of his words caused Xia Xin to blush profusely. Senior, what on earth have you purchased? It seems rather heavy. I can barely bear its weight. Xia Xin attempted to divert the conversation. Jiaozi glanced at her but remained silent, pointing a finger at the package, which then opened automatically. Inside lay an array of dumbbells and a plethora of training equipment, an overwhelming assortment that explained the extraordinary weight, leaving Xia Xin utterly exhausted. These are all our training equipment, sent from my hometown. Jiaozi stated earnestly. Now that we have embarked on this journey, we cannot possibly lack essential training gear. Thus, I requested that the basic supplies be sent over. Upon hearing this, Xia Xin felt as though the world was spinning around her. She had unwittingly been burdened with such a significant load of dumbbells. No wonder she felt utterly drained and in pain. As Jiaozi bid farewell to Xia Xin, he began organizing the old training apparatus. Tianjin Fan approached, wiping the sweat from his brow, casually remarking, Have these devices finally arrived? They have taken long enough. They should have been utilized in this morning's training session. Tianjin Fan's words revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. He was eager to engage in the true martial arts and was almost desperate to train without pause for food or rest. Naturally, he was displeased with the delay in the arrival of the training equipment. That is quite normal. Today's delivery was handled by AXIN, who does not have a vehicle, so it was bound to be slower. Jiaozi replied, emotionlessly arranging the wooden dummies and barbells. AXIN. Oh, that's the named disciple of our master. Tianjin Fan, still youthful, spoke with a touch of arrogance. I recall the master instructed him to strike the sandbag 1,000 times. How did he end up delivering parcels? Such nonsense. Seemingly sensing Tianjin Fan's discontent, the perpetually stoic Jiaozi raised his head and addressed his senior. One must not be so quick to judge, Tian. Not everyone can dedicate themselves entirely to the pursuit of martial arts. After all, one must earn a living. Without work to fill one's stomach, how can one speak of cultivation? Tianjin Fan opened his mouth, yet no words came forth. He understood, after all, that the salary of a police officer was hardly substantial. Otherwise, Xiao Xin would not have cultivated a vast expanse of land behind the house to supplement the household income. Now that a large group of people has arrived, it's evident that a miser like Xianren would never contribute a single penny. The daily expenses of eating and living are, in fact, borne entirely by Xiao Xin. In this light, it is understandable that a single salary is insufficient, which explains why he resorts to delivering packages to make ends meet. Tianjin Fan pondered aloud. But why doesn't he drive? Why must he run to deliver packages? Isn't that overly strenuous? As he spoke, Tianjin Fan cast a glance at the items sent by Dumpling, those dumbbells he had carried over. Even beasts of burden would struggle under such a load, let alone an ordinary person. After all, he is a police officer, using the department's vehicles. Surely he cannot drive a police car to deliver packages. Dumpling casually speculated. If it weren't for this, I would have given him a bad review long ago. This suggests that Xiao Xin is indeed a person of principle. Tianjin Fan clearly resonated with Dumpling's imagination, showing little resistance to such fanciful notions. More importantly, despite his pride, Tianjin Fan was a person of clear distinctions between gratitude and grievances. Observing Xiao Xin working diligently without complaint despite the financial strain, he felt a twinge of guilt. My junior brother seems to be quite a capable individual. Since the master is unwilling to impart his martial arts, I might as well take on the responsibility of the elder brother and teach him a few things, allowing his efforts to bear fruit. Tianjin Fan contemplated seriously. He may not value the martial arts of fists and kicks, so I shall teach him some techniques from the crane school. Perhaps some qigong and dodging waves. In the future, when he employs them, others will recognize him as a disciple of the crane school and will not dare to bully Xiao Xin. Meanwhile, Xiao Xin, who was practicing turtle school techniques in the distance, remained blissfully unaware that he had been earmarked by Tao Pai Pai as a candidate for external martial arts instruction, and simultaneously viewed by Tianjin Fan as a potential student for qigong. In the future, at the very least, he would possess the martial arts of both the turtle and crane schools. However, at this moment, all Xiao Xin desired was to find a water tank to wash away the dust and sweat clinging to him and to thoroughly relax. As for training, he thought to himself, I'll consider that after I've had a good rest. With such a carefree attitude, Xiao Xin had just passed through the hall when a voice called out to him. Have you completed the assignments my brother set for you today? Xiao Xin did not need to turn around to know that it was that rascal, Tao Pai Pai. Due to prolonged immersion in the medicinal pool, his skin had begun to fester. Therefore, every so often, Tao Pai Pai had to venture out for some fresh air. Naturally, he was incapable of engaging in any normal physical activity and could only sit in his wheelchair, basking in the sun and feeling the gentle breeze. Greetings, Master Uncle. What brings you outside at such a late hour? What would happen if you were caught in the wind? Xiao Xin casually replied. Please do make your way to the inner chamber for some proper rest. However, Tao Pai Pai seemed oblivious to her words, continuing to glare at Xiao Xin with her triangular eyes, coldly stating, Have you completed the training of striking the sandbag 1,000 times? Her tone was imbued with an undeniable authority, rendering Xiao Xin momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she timidly responded, Well, I did complete it. Though the number wasn't particularly high, it was done swiftly. Oh, is that so? Then push me towards the sandbag and demonstrate it for me. Tao Pai Pai insisted with an unwavering tone. Xiao Xin found herself with no alternative but to comply with the instructions. guiding Tao Pai Pai towards a large tree where a sandbag was suspended. "Give it a punch. Let me see," Tao Pai Pai languidly commanded. Upon hearing this, Xian had no choice but to obey, delivering a forceful strike to the sandbag. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the sandbag quivered slightly, startling several birds from the branches above. This was inadequate. It hardly reflected the prowess expected after 1,000 strikes. Tao Pai Pai shook her head, coldly remarking, "Even for an ordinary person, this is utterly disappointing." Xian furrowed her brow, deeply displeased by the last remark. She slightly crouched down, adopting a stance with her feet firmly planted in a lunge, her center of gravity sinking. With all her strength, she unleashed a powerful punch that struck the punching bag with great force. The bag swayed violently, oscillating in the air like a pendulum. "How was that for this time?" Xian gasped for breath and inquired, "Is that all there is to it?" Tao Pai Pai, still dismissive, retorted, "If martial arts were merely about brute strength, then practitioners might as well train with a bull. There would be no need to delve into the intricacies of various techniques." Xian felt a surge of frustration rising within her. "You have not taught me a single technique. How am I to showcase my skills? Is this not ludicrous?" In response to Xian's probing inquiry, Tao Pai Pai offered a faint smile, remaining seated in her wheelchair. Instead of rising, she extended her hand and feigned a punch at the sandbag, her movements exceedingly slow. Yet, like a powerful firearm, an immense force surged forth, striking the sandbag and instantly creating a hole in it. "The punches you threw earlier were merely lifeless blows. To put it simply, your strength was stagnant, lacking vitality. Which is why I deemed them devoid of value," Tao Pai Pai remarked calmly. "As the saying goes, the rigid is prone to break, and brute force is easily evaded. Each strike must adeptly transition between lightness and heaviness. One must not become fixated on a single aspect." Xian listened, utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend the meaning behind this half-articulated discourse. Tao Pai Pai, well aware of Xian's confusion, spoke up. "Perhaps it is somewhat challenging to convey understanding through words alone. However, after receiving a punch, you might find yourself grasping the essence of the art of breath and force. What do you say? Are you inclined to give it a try?" Faced with Tao Pai Pai's proposition, Xian fell into silence. To endure a blow, if survival were guaranteed, could indeed lead to profound insights into the mysteries of power unleashed through a fist. The potential rewards were undoubtedly great, yet the cost seemed rather steep. If I were to falter, would that not spell my doom in this very moment? Tao Pai Pai appeared to discern Xian's thoughts, sneering as she remarked, "My punches have never been delivered with leniency. In the past, a single blow would surely have been fatal. As for now, my strength has waned considerably. Perhaps you might stand a chance." Upon hearing this, a flicker of determination ignited within Xian's eyes. "If I do not embrace this challenge, I may find myself living a life steeped in regret." With unwavering determination, Xian declared, "If I am to grow stronger, this is the path I must traverse." Having said that, he tore off his clothing, revealing his well-defined muscles. "Come on, I am ready." Tao Pai Pai nodded in agreement and rolled up his sleeves, yet inwardly pondered the situation. This young man's taut muscles evidently indicated prolonged exertion without rest. Had he truly struck the sandbag 1,000 times today? Such fatigue could not arise without cause. While words can be spoken, the body remains an honest testament. Xian's physique bore witness to a day dedicated to rigorous training, which subtly elevated Tao Pai Pai's perception of him. "I shall reiterate," he warned, "my attacks are merciless, and one could easily succumb to pain. If you wish to withdraw, now is still the time." Xian remained silent, yet her resolve deepened as she nodded firmly. "Then let it commence." With these words, an overwhelming aura surged around Tao Pai Pai, causing even the wheelchair to creak under the sheer force of fortune. Suddenly, a powerful fist was unleashed. Though it struck from a distance, it bore the semblance of annihilating power, the force of the punch creating a whirlwind that shattered the floor nearby. It landed squarely upon Xian's chest. Instantly, her body responded. Her mind reverberated with the sensation of impact. Yet this sensation was laced with agony, akin to an electric current coursing through her consciousness. It expanded relentlessly, amplifying the torment 1,000-fold, permeating every neuron. "Ah!" With a piercing scream, Xian collapsed to the ground, attempting to shield her head, only to discover that the agony of her soul was utterly insurmountable, regardless of one's prowess or strength. In such moments, one is left with nothing but suffering. Observing Xian writhing in distress, Tao Pai Pai offered a faint smile and remarked, This torment merely stimulates your body's acupoints, unleashing the fundamental energies within you, akin to dismantling the obstructions hindering the flow of your vital energy. If you endure this, your martial arts will yield remarkable results. Should you grasp the essence of unleashing energy from this experience, you would be deemed a prodigy, with a promising future ahead. At this point, Tao Pai Pai paused for a moment, and after a prolonged silence, she coldly concluded with her final words. However, should one falter, it would lead to a dead end. Meanwhile, Xia Xian, sprawled on the ground, soon came to a harrowing realization amidst her agony. Tao Pai Pai's strike contained a peculiar force. Thus, while the blow had initially landed on her chest, the source of her torment ultimately resided in her mind. It was evident that this enigmatic energy had traveled through her body, converging along her nerves and stirring chaos within her consciousness, rendering Xia Xian in unbearable pain. Could this peculiar force in the Dragon Ball realm be Qi? Xia Xian, enduring the torment, could only ponder this with her dwindling awareness. The concept of Qi was ubiquitous in the Dragon Ball universe, yet no one could articulate its true nature. In her current state of excruciating pain, Xia Xian could only assume that Tao Pai Pai had left a destructive Qi lingering within her mind. If she wished to avoid madness or death, she had no choice but to expel or dispel this entity from her body forthwith. How infuriating! Qi is formless and elusive. How could I possibly achieve that? Xia Xian, in a state of anxious contemplation, found herself struggling even to breathe. Breath? The energy in Dragon Ball is formless, colorless, and tasteless. Air possesses the same characteristics. Since I cannot intervene directly with the energy within my body, what if I were to regulate it through breathing? In a flash of insight, Xia Xian formulated a plan, striving to calm her mind as she inhaled the surrounding air in gentle sips. Her lungs worked tirelessly, delivering oxygen through her bloodstream to her brain, relentlessly expelling the destructive energy that lingered there. At that moment, Xia Xian dared not breathe too forcefully. Any significant movement would only amplify her suffering. Yet, this approach was evidently the right path. Albeit slow, the agony in her mind began to dissipate. However, as the energy shifted, the areas it traversed felt as though they had been ravaged by missiles, inflicting unbearable pain. How infuriating! How can I expel this wretched energy from my body? Xia Xian was overwhelmed with anxiety, continuously adjusting her breathing while desperately contemplating a solution. Soon, the energy from Tao Pai Pai had traversed through Xia Xian's major acupoints several times. Yet she could not find a way to dissolve or eliminate it. If this continued, it would inevitably lead to a painful demise. Realizing that expelling it was not an option, Xia Xian, driven by a sense of urgency, muttered a fierce determination before channeling all her energy towards her heart. This area, the most vulnerable in the human body, also held immense power, pumping at least 61 kilograms of blood every hour. If one were to live for 100 years, the heart would have circulated nearly 50 million kilograms of blood. The force exerted by this organ could lift the largest submarines from the depths of the ocean to a height of 14 feet above the surface. At this moment, Xia Xian had no choice but to confront the residual energy left by Tao Pai Pai in this manner. While the idea was commendable, the cost was exceedingly perilous. It felt as if her heart had received a powerful blow, akin to a bomb being dropped onto a tranquil lake. With the force of the explosion entirely borne by this vital organ, blood surged relentlessly, crashing like waves, turning Xia Xian's eyes a fiery red, as she teetered on the brink of life and death. After a series of anguished cries, she collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Yet, the strange energy had vanished without a trace. After some time, the weakened Xia Xian managed to rise slowly, gazing in astonishment at her palms. Her clothes were soaked with perspiration, and her entire body felt unprecedentedly light, as if the impurities within her had been annihilated by Tao Pai Pai's energy, ultimately expelled with her sweat. It was a sensation akin to being reborn. More importantly, at that moment, Xia Xian distinctly felt a flickering flame within her, slowly igniting. Though faint, its presence was undeniably palpable. Energy. At this moment, Xia Xian has finally experienced his first trace of qi. It is important to note that while he has sensed the energy flowing within him, his combat abilities remain unchanged. To be precise, he has not enhanced any skills or unlocked any supernatural powers. He has merely become aware of the movement of his own vital energy. Nonetheless, this modest advancement is sufficient to fill Xia Xian with immense excitement. It signifies that he has finally stepped into the most fundamental combat system of the Dragon Ball universe. And it is truly wonderful. Xia Xian, filled with excitement, thought to herself, if I continue down this path, the future will undoubtedly offer me a stage to soar upon. Ha ha ha. Just as Xia Xin was reveling in her triumph, Tao Pai Pai, supporting himself on a wheelchair, gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. This kid actually persevered? He mused. Yet, something felt amiss. My original intention was to allow my energy to circulate within him for a sufficient duration. Gathering in my hand before unleashing a punch, using the force of the strike to expel my energy from his body. This would enable me to comprehend the method of harnessing energy in combat. At that moment, Tao Pai Pai had no inkling that Xia Xin had, in fact, funneled that perilous energy directly into her heart, utilizing the explosive force of her heart to neutralize it. Such an approach was exceedingly dangerous. And it was only due to the energy having circulated within Xia Xin's body for an extended period, thus expending considerable amount, that it did not result in the shattering of her heart. Although he was unaware of how this individual had managed to dissipate my energy, Tao Pai Pai silently concluded that surviving this ordeal indicated a degree of innate talent. Next, I can impart some martial arts techniques to him, he thought, oblivious to these matters. Xia Xin woke early the next day and headed to the grocery store to deliver goods, hoping to practice the turtle school martial arts she had imprinted in her mind. However, the Fox store manager was now too wary to allow Xia Xin to handle deliveries again. Yesterday's endeavor had taken an entire day to complete, and the negative reviews nearly overwhelmed the grocery store. Thus, today, rather than risking a delay in the village's milk deliveries, he preferred to satisfy the frenzied desires of the overly enthusiastic officer. Delivering milk today? Splendid! Xia Xin exclaimed joyfully, bouncing off with the milk crates. The Fox store manager could only watch with exasperation, thinking, if you continue to deliver milk like that, it will likely turn into milkshakes by the time it reaches the customers. And so, a new day of training commenced. In less than an hour, Xia Xin had successfully delivered breakfast milk to the entire village. Although some working individuals were on the verge of despair waiting for their ordered milk to arrive, at least it didn't take until nightfall. Compared to yesterday's delivery, it was a vast improvement. Why did it end so quickly? I haven't had my fill of this yet. Xia Xin expressed her dissatisfaction. But soon she realized that while the turtle hermit appeared to engage in training as if it were a game, his methods were evidently quite purposeful. In fact, he had even relocated to a unique island characterized by diverse terrains, including deserts, towering mountains, and rugged wilderness, inhabited by numerous formidable beasts and dinosaurs. This transformed the otherwise mundane task of delivering milk into an exceptionally perilous endeavor. It is no wonder that deities and even the god of destruction, Beerus, have praised the turtle hermit. He truly understands how to cultivate his disciples. With a hint of regret, Xia Xin remarked that he was indeed aware of the training methods of the turtle school. However, without the guidance of Master Rashi, he perpetually felt as though his efforts were yielding only half the results. The sole advantage was that after completing his milk delivery training, he could distinctly sense a transformation within his internal energy. Although the increase was modest, each breath he took and every drop of sweat he shed marked a gradual improvement. This exhilarated Xia Xin, compelling him to further devote himself to his training. In truth, the realm of physical training is the only endeavor where effort begets reward. In other pursuits, one might toil tenfold, only to find no return, or even worse, end up with nothing. After finishing his milk deliveries, Xia Xin returned to his home and set about designating all the farmland behind his house for Tianjin Fan and the others to utilize as a training ground. The training equipment that had been sent by Jiaozi the previous day was all transported to the field. They then enlisted help to construct a temporary shelter to shield them from the elements. Tianjin Fan, witnessing the flourishing crops in the field being uprooted and discarded, felt a twinge of guilt, even as a martial artist who cared little for agriculture. We could have trained anywhere with a bit of open space. There was no need to sacrifice your farmland for this. Despite his usual arrogance, Tianjin Fan spoke with a note of apology. You accommodate us in everything. But what about your own future? Surely, you cannot starve yourself. His concerns stemmed from the misconception, influenced by Jiaozi, that Xia Xin was so impoverished he had to take on part-time delivery work to make ends meet. Now that he had relinquished his land, it seemed a dire situation, as if he were on the brink of financial ruin. Come now, Tianjin Fan, you exaggerate. Xia Xin laughed heartily. Your training here is a boon for me. A mere patch of land is of little consequence. Besides, it wouldn't be proper to appropriate the village as common ground without permission. So, focus on your practice here without worry. In truth, Xin held back part of his sentiment. By allowing you to occupy my land, I am spared the burden of cultivation. Before his journey to this world, Xin had never farmed. Now, he found himself equally inept at managing it, watching helplessly as the crops began to wither. With the arrival of those from the crane school, it was fortuitous for him to clear the land and relieve himself of the hassle of farming. Let us not put it that way. I am aware of your challenges, Tianjin Fan said earnestly. As your senior brother, I cannot stand by idly while you suffer. Tonight, at midnight, meet me on the highest mountain nearby. I have techniques to impart to you. Xin was taken aback by this statement. When had he ever faced difficulties? How had he been oblivious to this? Wait, there were techniques to be taught to him? Was this the same brash youth who had once broken Yamcha's leg? When it comes to the creation of martial arts techniques, among the Z fighters in Dragon Ball, it is undoubtedly Krillin and Tien Shinhan who stand out the most. Tien Shinhan's four-way fist has garnered the admiration of the Kaioshin, while his new spirit bomb technique has the remarkable ability to suppress even beings like Cell. Disregarding differences in power levels, and has successfully withstood attacks from Buu's energy blasts. Nowadays, encountering such a master of innovation in martial arts, eager to impart their skills, leave Xin in awe, pondering what new revelations await her. As midnight approached, sleep eluded Xin. She quietly slipped out of her home, scanning her surroundings before making her way towards the highest peak. However, upon reaching the mountainside, Xin was taken aback to discover that this so-called highest peak was, in fact, a sheer cliff, towering into the clouds with treacherous rocks surrounding it on all sides. What a stroke of bad luck. How on earth was she supposed to ascend from here? Xin felt a surge of anxiety as she attempted to grasp the vine hanging from the precipice, cautiously inching her way upward. However, after climbing merely a meter or two, her foot unexpectedly slipped, and she nearly tumbled down in a clumsy fall. After repeated attempts, she found herself unable to ascend. A sense of discouragement washed over her. How infuriating it was that this cliff loomed so high, even with tools. Scaling it proved to be an arduous task. Was Tianjin Fan deliberately placing me in such a predicament by asking to meet in a location like this? Why must the teachings be so convoluted? This thought lingered in Xiaoxian's mind, tempting her to turn back and abandon the endeavor. Yet, a sense of unwillingness tugged at her heart. Knowing Tianjin Fan's haughty nature, she feared that leaving would earn her his disdain henceforth. No, this simply could not be. Even if I cannot master the skills, I shall not allow myself to be belittled. With a steely resolve, Xiaoxian attempted once more to ascend the rocky cliff. When she encountered areas devoid of any supportive holds, she pressed her hands into the crevices, striving to create a foothold upon which she could rely. Thus, she inched her way upwards, akin to a snail, albeit with a steady, albeit slow, progression. Unbeknownst to her, after half a day of laborious climbing, her legs grew weak and her hands numb, sweat cascading down her brow. Suddenly, she heard a burst of laughter. Ha! At this rate, you'll be lucky to reach the summit by dawn. Xiaoxian reluctantly turned her head to glance back, only to find Tianjin Fan with arms crossed, floating effortlessly behind her, as if suspended in midair. The sky dance technique? You have actually mastered it? Xiaoxian exclaimed in astonishment. According to the original narrative, the sky dance technique represents a pivotal milestone. Even a master as formidable as Wukong spent years cultivating in the divine temple before he began to employ the technique in his battle against Piccolo. In later stages, individuals like Dilly could show significant progress in just a single day. Nevertheless, mastering the sky dance technique signifies an entry into a new realm, one worthy of a warrior's stature. My master did not teach me, yet this technique can be grasped with just a single glance, Tianjin Fan remarked with a smile, his tone imbued with pride. I am delighted that you have come this far. Xiaoxian offered an awkward smile, hesitating to admit that she had once contemplated leaving. Well then, as a special favor, I shall assist you today, Tianjin Fan remarked as he approached Xiaoxian, suddenly throwing his hand upward with great force. Xiaoxian felt a light, ethereal force lifting her, propelling her upwards with an astonishing leap of several hundred meters up the sheer cliff. Before she landed gracefully on the ground, what had just transpired? Xiaoxian pondered thoughtfully. Tianjin Fan's strength was not solely derived from brute force. It was evident that he utilized his breath within the palm of his hand, harnessing the power of qi to amplify his own strength. In essence, what Xiaoxian had only grasped through the trials of her life the day before, Tianjin Fan had adeptly applied in practice today, undeniably showcasing his innate talent for martial arts. At that moment, Tianjin Fan, employing the technique of sky dance, also reached the summit of the mountain. When he had tossed Xia Xian earlier, he had distinctly sensed something unusual about her weight. Now, as he approached, he opened the third eye on his forehead and immediately discerned the anomaly. Junior brother, are you carrying lead and iron blocks on your back? What purpose does this serve? Isn't it excessively burdensome? Tianjin Fan inquired with curiosity. Oh, brother de Tian, my fundamentals are too weak, and I wish to improve more swiftly. That is why I have taken on these weights, thinking it might increase the difficulty. Xia Xian replied earnestly. The training of the Turtle Sage School is a systematic process. Simply adding weight does not encapsulate its essence. Thus, Xia Xian was unafraid to divulge this. Upon hearing her words, Tianjin Fan furrowed his brow, initially intending to counter her claim. However, he restrained himself, carefully choosing his words before responding in a gentle tone. Your desire to improve is commendable, a mindset befitting a practitioner of martial arts. Yet, blindly adding weight may not be the most prudent approach. It remains uncertain whether your body is suited for such a training method. He paused at this juncture, striving to soften his tone, rather than focusing on burdensome weights. It would be wiser to diligently cultivate your qi. This path is the true, endless journey in the correct direction. Xia Xian blinked thoughtfully, pondering to herself, upon careful reflection. It seems that Tianjin Fan is the individual most averse to weight training within the entire comic, having never engaged in such training from beginning to end. Even Piccolo has begun to adopt Goku's routine of daily weight training, yet Tianjin Fan remains steadfastly resistant, which surely must have its reasons. Naturally, at this moment, Xia Xian could not possibly undermine Tianjin Fan's dignity, so she quietly listened until he finished speaking. Noticing Xia Xian's agreeable demeanor, Tianjin Fan chose not to pursue the topic further and instead spoke with earnestness. Today, Master Rashi taught us a technique that requires only a minimal amount of energy to unleash. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian's interest was piqued. After a day of training, she felt a subtle increase in her energy. If there indeed existed a technique that demanded little energy to employ, she would wholeheartedly welcome it. Without further ado, Tianjin Fan slightly crouched, settling into a horse stance, his hands raised like curtains to shield his face, before bellowing. Solar Flare. The moment Xia Xian heard the name, she was taken aback. She was well aware of the technique's potency. Its lethality was virtually non-existent. However, it would emit a blinding flash of light, dazzling the eyes of any onlooker. It is undoubtedly one of the most common and practical techniques within the Dragon Ball universe. Although Xia Xian was cognizant of this information, she had no desire to become a test subject for the solar flare. She turned away, albeit a moment too late, and had no choice but to close her eyes in anticipation. Even so, she was met with a blinding white light, as if the night had transformed into day in an instant. Even with her eyes shut, she could sense a powerful source of light flickering incessantly before her. All right, you may open your eyes now. I specifically controlled the intensity of this technique. Since it possesses no lethal force, it requires minimal energy, Tianjin Fan's voice called out. Xia Xian feigned the effects of being dazzled, rubbing her eyes for a moment before slowly opening them. Simply concentrate the energy within your body at your head. Then flick your fingers to disperse it as much as possible, and you will find it quite easy to execute the solar flare. Tianjin Fan explained earnestly, meticulously repeating the previous actions at a deliberate pace, ensuring that Xia Xian could observe every step clearly. This indeed reflects the characteristics of the Crane School, which places considerable emphasis on the posture and movements of techniques. Whether it be the Kamehameha or the solar flare, both require precise execution. Otherwise, the effectiveness would diminish significantly. In comparison, it is far less convenient than the Turtle School, which has seen the Kamehameha evolve to be performed with one hand, feet, and even with the ability to curve and hover, embodying a remarkable level of flexibility. Did you see clearly? Would you like me to demonstrate it once more? Tianjin Fan inquired earnestly. In response to his concern, Xia Xian did not answer immediately. To be precise, what he desired to comprehend was not merely a simple solar fist, but rather the accumulation and application of qi. After all, having only just sensed the energy within his body the day before, Xia Xian yearned to progress further in this domain, or rather, to master the art of harnessing qi as taught by the Crane School. More than the technical aspects of movement, I am more intrigued by the essence of what qi truly signifies. Xia Xinyan succinctly inquired. You previously mentioned that this is the foundation for utilizing the solar fist. However, if I lack energy, repeating the movements 100 times would be futile. Upon hearing this question, Tianjin Fan fell silent for a moment before gradually responding. I had intended to reveal this to you once you had mastered the technique. Nevertheless, considering your current inability to perceive the existence of energy, I shall, as a reward, disclose it to you in advance. After all, within a few years, you will inevitably reach this level of cultivation. Xia Xian promptly sat upright, awaiting further discourse. The concept of qi, as explained by Master Crane today, merely scratched the surface. It embodies the life energy inherent in every individual, which can be enhanced through diligent practice, recalled Tianjin Fan. Meanwhile, another individual subtly nodded in agreement, acknowledging that qi indeed resides within all beings. For instance, when Sun Wukong employs the spirit bomb, he draws upon the life force of all existence. The more energy he borrows, the greater the power unleashed. Yet, the methods to cultivate and elevate qi remain a subject of exploration. I shall undoubtedly discover the way in the future, proclaimed Tianjin Fan with unwavering confidence. However, Master Crane revealed a clever approach, recounting how the ancestral master had once sealed a demonic entity at the cost of his own life. This realization led to the understanding that, in addition to harnessing qi for offensive capabilities, other elements such as vitality and lifespan could also be utilized, culminating in the invention of the qi cannon. Xia Xian fell into a contemplative silence. The turtle and crane styles had devoted a century to the pursuit of enhancing their martial arts prowess. The turtle school, through the extreme exertion of muscle, harnessed this vigorous energy to elevate the Kamehameha wave to unprecedented heights. Conversely, the crane school, currently devoid of suitable methods, had embarked on an alternative path. They not only employed their qi but also expended vitality from other aspects to compensate for their deficiencies, unleashing a destructive force far superior to the Kamehameha. Do not concern yourself with that for now, Tian Shinon advised earnestly. Master Rashi stated that one must dedicate at least 7 to 8 years to perceive the essence of qi. Focus on mastering the techniques of the Solar Fist first. In the original manga, Krillin trained under Master Rashi for 2 tournament cycles before he could barely execute the Kamehameha. Meanwhile, Master Rashi himself spent 50 years developing this technique. This is why Tian Shinhan offered such counsel, aiming to temper Xia Xian's ambitions. There's no need for that. I have already mastered this technique. Xia Xian spoke slowly. What are you saying? Tianjin Fan raised his eyebrow, being a serious individual. He harbored a dislike for frivolity and wished for his fondness for Xia Xian to endure. Thus, he remarked, even if the Sun Fist seems relatively simple, you cannot dismiss it so lightly. You have merely observed the breakdown of the movements once. He added, a good teacher can elucidate the issues clearly in a single demonstration. There is no need for redundancy. Xia Xian assumed a poised stance and calmly declared, watch closely. As soon as the words left her lips, a blinding radiance erupted from her form, illuminating the dark mountaintop as if it were midday. Tianjin Fan initially dismissed Xia Xian's proclamation, yet at this moment, he had no choice but to tilt his head and shut his eyes to shield himself from the dazzling brilliance of the Solar Fist. How could she possibly master it after merely one explanation? This was entirely inconsistent with the difficulty described by Master Crane. Tianjin Fan felt a surge of astonishment. Dumpling had yet to grasp this technique, so why was this junior disciple capable of such a feat? It is worth noting that during the day, Tianjin Fan had also quickly learned this move. Otherwise, he would not have taken the time to instruct Xia Xian in her practice. For the proud Tianjin Fan, it was only natural for someone as gifted as himself to achieve such accomplishments. However, he was taken aback by the possibility of encountering another prodigy akin to himself. At that moment, Xia Xian remained blissfully unaware that her image in Tianjin Fan's eyes had shifted once more, presenting yet another source of frustration for him. Hey, big brother Tian, isn't the Solar Fist supposed to last only an instant? Why am I still glowing? With a sorrowful expression, Xia Xian inquired. The radiance emanating from his body still shimmered, albeit somewhat dimmed compared to earlier. Yet, atop the pitch-black mountain, it remained strikingly conspicuous, attracting a swarm of mosquitoes and moths that incessantly circled around him. Could you please rein in your energy? Don't you know how to retract the energy you've released? It was evident he was oblivious, as he had not been instructed on this matter. After considerable effort, Xia Xian finally exhausted the energy within him, managing to extinguish the vexing glow. Tianjin Fan, drenched in cold sweat, silently mused that even a genius must start from the fundamentals. Thus, in the days that followed, Xia Xian diligently engaged in his training. Each morning, he fulfilled his obligatory task of delivering milk, and to increase the challenge, he also began assisting with newspaper deliveries and taking on odd jobs. His midday studies consisted of martial arts training under the guidance of Tao Pai Pai. Perhaps for the crane hermit, the art of combat could be conceived in the blink of an eye, hence he bore no objection to Xia Xian's extensive learning. Legend has it that while watching television, the crane hermit, struck by inspiration during a competition, invented the volleyball punch. Meanwhile, the turtle hermit, renowned for his martial prowess, devised techniques such as drunken boxing and rock, paper, scissors, all conceived in a spirit of playful frivolity, with some even becoming signature moves of Sun Wukong's offspring. Therefore, at this moment, neither the crane hermit nor Tao Pai Pai regarded the martial arts with seriousness, allowing Xia Xian the freedom to learn. Xia Xian, akin to a sponge, continuously absorbed various offensive techniques, merging them with Tao Pai Pai's 2 decades of experience as a hitman, relentlessly refining his strikes, creating the illusion of rapid progress each day. This illusion stemmed from the fact that every evening, he ventured to the mountain summit to practice with Tianjin Fan. Their encounters invariably involved sparring, a process that left Xia Xian feeling utterly defeated, unable to mount any effective resistance. Before long, an entire year had passed. Meanwhile, far away on an island, the turtle hermit lay comfortably in a hammock, sipping juice and basking in the sunlight. Once revered as the mightiest being on earth, he had lived for over 3 centuries, earning the title of the greatest martial arts deity through his unparalleled skills. However, as the younger generation of disciples emerged, the days of the turtle hermit's dominance began to fade into memory. Yet, even in the face of impending challenges from the Demon King Piccolo, Master Roshi remained an active presence on the stage of Dragon Ball. It was indeed a rare moment of tranquility with the verbose turtle absent. Master Roshi stretched lazily and rose from his hammock. The tranquility of the surroundings was palpable. His disciples, Krillin and Yamcha, had recently ventured to the Grand Canyon for secluded training, striving to catch up with their fellow student, Goku. Meanwhile, Goku, the runner-up of the previous martial arts tournament, had departed from Master Roshi's side to traverse the world in pursuit of rigorous training, broadening his horizons and enriching his experiences. In an instant, the once bustling Kame house appeared quite desolate. Launch had gone to the city to procure provisions, and with Yamcha absent, Bulma had also refrained from visiting. It seemed that only this old soul remained, quietly awaiting the inevitable. Alas, what purpose does one serve by living so long? Master Roshi sighed melancholically as he gazed out over the vast sea, enveloped in silence. However, this sorrowful sentiment was fleeting. Within moments, he reverted to his usual carefree demeanor. Ah, the midday aerobics session is about to commence. I cannot miss it. I hear there's a stunningly beautiful mother participating today. Ha ha ha. Life is truly delightful. With that, Master Roshi scampered back inside. Yet, scarcely had he taken 2 steps when a cold voice interrupted him from behind. Master Roshi, it seems your aerobic session will need to be postponed for a while. Upon hearing these words, the mischievous grin on Master Roshi's face vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Someone had approached Kame Island, and alarmingly, they were near enough to him without emitting any aura or presence. Such a seemingly inconspicuous occurrence was, for a martial artist, an exceedingly perilous omen, suggesting that the adversary was significantly more powerful, capable of concealing their energy so effortlessly. Who are you? Master Roshi swiftly turned around to find a tall, imposing young man on the beach, his expression as frigid as ice, devoid of any trace of human emotion. Most concerning was the uniform he wore, adorned with a distinctive emblem, a red background with white lettering that read R. In the realm of Dragon Ball, this symbol represented a singular organization, the Red Ribbon Army. You are a member of the Red Ribbon Army? Master Roshi inquired, his brow furrowing in apprehension regarding this former villainous organization, especially after his disciple had single-handedly dismantled the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. Master Roshi had begun to surmise the reason for this individual's presence. Allow me to correct you. Do not refer to me with such inferior terminology as human. My scientifically accurate designation is Android 10, created by the illustrious Dr. Gero. Please do not mistake me. Android? Although unfamiliar with the term, Master Roshi's brow furrowed further. Understanding his own circumstances, this being dared to invade Kame house alone, evidently well prepared. You need not concern yourself with such matters, Master Roshi, the android number 10 coldly stated. Now, the only thing you need to utter is, where is Sun Wukong? Why do you ask this? The turtle hermit replied, his tone laced with caution. Huh, do you not yet comprehend the misdeeds of your prized pupil? The android number 10 retorted ominously. It was this scoundrel who launched an assault on our Black Silk Army headquarters, resulting in our leader's tragic demise. This debt cannot simply be overlooked. The turtle hermit narrowed his eyes, inwardly reflecting that this matter would likely not conclude amicably. He subtly adjusted his breathing and assumed a combat stance. While the world claims that it was merely a police officer who vanquished our Black Silk Army, such assertions are nothing but a ruse to deceive the simple-minded. The true mastermind is your disciple, Sun Wukong. At this juncture, android number 10 raised his voice, brimming with indignation. Since you are already aware that it is my disciple, how could I possibly divulge his whereabouts to you? Do not expect to extract anything from me. Depart from this place. The turtle hermit sternly replied. Undeterred by the turtle hermit's dismissal, android number 10 shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, I always anticipated that it would not be so easily resolved. Allow me now to experience the prowess of the world's foremost martial arts deity. Upon hearing the provocation, the turtle hermit did not display any fear. Instead, he turned and walked toward the inner room, waving his hand dismissively as he muttered, Hurry along. Sun Wukong is not here. Do not disturb my viewing of aerobics. Android number 10 narrowed his eyes. Although his entire being was composed of mechanical parts, the turtle hermit's demeanor seemed to agitate his neural components like a virus. Is he underestimating me? A carbon-based life form, in terms of hardness, speed, and reaction capability, cannot possibly rival my mechanical strength, yet he exhibits such arrogance? Ignorant old man. Let me demonstrate my might. With this thought, android number 10 lunged forward, his speed akin to that of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon his target. Hey, even if you were the so-called god of martial arts, to turn your back on me is sheer hubris. Android number 10 sneered inwardly. Now, allow me to send you to the Western Paradise. In the split second that followed, the android's iron fist was unleashed, with flames erupting from the crevices of his screws, amplifying the impact to a terrifying degree. It was not merely an assault on an old man. Android number 10 was confident he could cleave a mountain with a single blow. As the strike was about to connect, the turtle hermit remained utterly unresponsive, and a cruel smile began to form on the lips of the cold android. If I could slay the legendary Master Wu Tian, it would indeed be a splendid feat yet. At this critical moment, the turtle hermit suddenly moved. No, to be precise, it was merely a subtle shift of the body, an action so minuscule and inconspicuous. Yet for android number 10, it was far from fortuitous. His fist, propelled by such force and velocity, had no chance of altering its trajectory. Watching helplessly as his attack fell short and crashed into the ground. Boom. The impact was akin to a bomb exploding, transforming the once pristine and beautiful beach into a chaotic spectacle. This destructive blow, however, did not elicit even a hint of joy from android number 10. After all, missing the target rendered any words meaningless. What a cunning old turtle. Yet, what could he possibly achieve with that decrepit body? Android no. 10 mused inwardly. My exoskeletal armor is crafted from the most advanced titanium alloy. Even a tank colliding with me would be futile. In the end, I shall be the victor. However, as this thought barely materialized, a fierce blow landed on his face, and before his internal computer could analyze the damage, another strike hit his abdomen, nearly causing a system reboot. What? How could that old man possess such formidable strength? Android number 10 rolled clumsily to evade his opponent's attack, barely stabilizing his mechanical balance. A scan revealed that 48 areas were malfunctioning. How infuriating. The damage was alarmingly severe. What transpired? At this moment, Android No. 10 finally noticed that the turtle hermit before him bore no semblance of frailty. His muscles were taut, veins bulging, standing like a tower of iron, resembling a monstrous figure of muscle. Crucially, the turtle hermit now clasped his hands in a blossom formation at his waist, gathering a sphere of energy within his palms. Wait. No. Kamehameha. The final word was uttered, and a blue energy wave surged forth, racing like a meteor towards the immobile android number 10. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, billowing black smoke ascended, shattered parts scattered everywhere, the acrid scent of burning oil filling the air. If you seek to trouble my disciple, you must first pass through me. The turtle hermit scoffed. Typically, he was jovial and light-hearted. Even when compelled to engage in combat, he would show restraint. Even when faced with the Black Silk Army soldiers who invaded the island years ago, he merely rendered them unconscious. Yet this time, the adversary had overstepped, attempting to harm his disciple, compounded by the fact that it was a non-human machine. Thus, the turtle hermit unleashed his thunderous might, swiftly defeating him. Oh dear. This is truly excessive. I've been blown to smithereens. As the smoke dissipated, only the head of the artificial being, number 10, remained, still alive and brimming with vitality. It remarked with a sardonic tone, "Your actions are futile. Soon, new artificial beings will embark on a quest to locate Sun Wukong. They will also pay a visit to that so-called hero officer who vanquished the Black Silk Army, only to incur their wrath. All shall perish." Upon hearing this, the exhausted Master Roshi could not contain his fury. He fixed a penetrating gaze upon the peculiar mechanical head and retorted, "The one who defeated you was little Wukong. That officer's victory was merely serendipitous. If you seek vengeance, you must come for us. What connection does this officer have with your grievances?" Logically speaking, your argument holds merit. Yet, if he revels in the glory of the Savior, he must also bear the burdens that accompany it. Very well, Master Wutian. Let us part ways. The next generation of artificial beings shall surpass my abilities. With that declaration, the remaining mechanical head fell silent, and an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Even the normally boisterous seabirds refrained from approaching. Master Roshi stood rooted in place, his eyes filled with uncertainty. The remnants of the Black Silk Army still harbored thoughts of revenge, yet with Wukong having ascended the Galan Tower, there was little cause for concern regarding their retaliation. However, that officer had not undergone any training and was viewed as a target by the puppeteers behind these artificial beings. His fate seemed grim. After a moment of contemplation, Master Roshi appeared to have made a resolute decision. He lifted his gaze to the horizon and murmured, "I believe that officer appeared on television. What was his name?" "Xia Xian? He resides in the Galan district. Perhaps I should. I cannot stand idly by while others face peril." With that, Master Roshi ceased his rhythmic movements and produced a flying capsule, casting it to the ground as he prepared to journey to distant lands. Meanwhile, Xia Xian remained in his village, diligently engaging in his training routine, now burdened with an additional 20 kilograms. Aside from sleep, he bore the weight as he honed his skills. As night fell, Xia Xian rose once more from his bed. This evening was particularly significant. Slumber was not an option. Over the course of a year, he had mastered the whole wave technique, the sky dance technique, and the 4-demon fist. Tonight, he would finally embark on learning the Qigong Canon. Xia Xian, with a hint of excitement, remarked that his words were somewhat inflated. The techniques were limited and could be easily mastered. However, the effectiveness of these techniques varied from person to person. The ability to manipulate flight allowed one to leave the ground, yet sustaining it in the air for an extended duration proved to be quite challenging. To put it simply, he had scaled cliffs alongside Tianjin Fan, and in the beginning, they managed to keep pace with each other. However, as they ascended, their speed diminished, necessitating the use of flight techniques to alleviate some weight, while relying on their hands and feet to grasp the rocky surfaces. There was no shame in this, for the art of flight consumed considerable energy. During his battle with the Demon King Piccolo, Tianjin Fan became breathless after merely ascending 100 meters while holding onto little Wukong. Similarly, Sun Wukong, while traversing from the Snake Way to King Kai's planet, found himself utterly exhausted after a short flight. Although he had mastered the 4 demonic fists, the newly acquired limbs were feeble and lacked strength. Aside from appearing more peculiar, they offered little enhancement in combat. Only the Ding wave had finally achieved instantaneous release, yet its power was inferior to that of Dumplings, placing it at the weakest tier among his disciples. In light of these circumstances, the elder brother Tianjin Fan remarked, "Without the direct guidance of our esteemed master, your ability to reach this level in just a year is indeed astonishing." His words were not unfounded. A year prior, he had assessed Xia Xian's potential and concluded that he had already passed the optimal period for martial arts training. Yet, under Tianjin Fan's tutelage, Xia Xian absorbed knowledge like a sponge, making remarkable strides in his capabilities. This progress filled the temporary instructor, Tianjin Fan, with a sense of fulfillment. After all, witnessing a novice evolve into a towering figure under his guidance was akin to the joy experienced by a devoted enthusiast of a nurturing endeavor. Was this what it felt like to be a martial artist? Not only could one ascend to higher realms, but they could also impart wisdom and resolve doubts, perhaps rivaling the thrill of being an assassin. With such thoughts in mind, Tianjin Fan, who initially intended to teach only a couple of techniques, found himself imparting everything he had learned from Master Roshi without reservation, even including the Kamehameha. After a year of training, "If you can withstand 30 rounds against me one day, then I will consider passing on the treasured techniques of the Turtle School to you," Tianjin Fan declared, adding, "I hope this serves as your goal, motivating you to strive harder and achieve it swiftly." With this promise from Tianjin Fan, Xia Xian felt a surge of enthusiasm. After a year of training, If he could not endure even 30 rounds, it would indeed be rather disappointing. Xia Xian secretly mused. Tianjin Fan. You may often triumph over me, but do not underestimate my abilities. This confidence stemmed from his rigorous training sessions, during which he consistently fought while bearing an additional 20 kilograms of weight. Therefore, he believed that without this burden, his combat prowess would soar even higher, and maintaining an undefeated streak for 30 rounds would not pose a considerable challenge. Today, I am determined to earn Tianjin Fan's acknowledgement and master the Kiko cannon. Xia Xian quietly resolved to advance towards the highest peak in the locality. She traversed through the thickets and crossed the small stream at the village entrance. Moving forward under the moonlight, one must say Tianjin Fan is remarkably steadfast, training diligently every day and still taking the time to teach me martial arts in the evenings. It truly is a burden for him. Xia Xian mused to herself. In contrast, Tao Pai Pai's instruction has been rather perfunctory, as he has yet to teach me a single set of techniques, merely insisting that I practice the basics, strike the sandbags, and then critique me from the sidelines. Such tasks could easily be performed by a mere dog. Contemplating this, Xia Xian could not help but wonder about her current abilities, if converted to combat power. How formidable would she be? Surely, she must have surpassed level 5 by now. The turtle sage typically measures at 139, so should I be around 50? Perhaps 70? Goodness, at this rate, how could one ever attain the astronomical figures of a super scion? With such whimsical thoughts swirling in her mind, Xia Xian walked through a grove where the towering, lush branches loomed overhead, casting an eerie shadow over her path. The villagers held this place in considerable dread, for it was rumored to be haunted, which likely deterred most from passing through. Xia Xian, being exceedingly familiar with the world of Dragon Ball, often took it for granted, routinely making her way here each evening for training, thus saving considerable distance. However, today bore a subtle difference. Xia Xian meandered through the woods, the eerie call of a distant owl echoing in the night. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, providing a feeble source of illumination, casting a lengthy silhouette of Xia Xian against the ground. The entire area reverberated with the solitude of his footsteps. Xia Xian, enveloped in silence, took a few more steps before ultimately coming to a halt. Drawing in a deep breath, she slowly uttered, "Since you have arrived, cease your furtive following behind me. Reveal yourself." As her words faded, a shadow emerged from the darkness behind her. Simultaneously, a chilling, mechanical voice began to speak. "Intriguing. How did you uncover my presence?" Even the formidable master Wu Tian is unable to sense this. As the voice resonated, Xia Xian, illuminated by the hazy moonlight, discerned the figure before her. It possessed a massive, almost colossal physique, a bald head, pointed ears, and a visage reminiscent of a beast man, complete with long, curved tusks. The creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the trolls or goblins depicted in films. Its considerable bulk stealthily traversed the woods in pursuit of her, each snapped twig, rustling branch, and shifted gust of wind serving as reminders that a formidable entity lurked just behind her. Xia Xian squinted as she replied, "It is akin to a bug skimming across the water's surface, creating ripples that expand outward. I do not need to see the bug. Merely observing the water's surface reveals everything. Herein lies the crux of the matter, due to her familiarity with the plot of Dragon Ball." Xia Xian had long compelled herself to attune to the flow of energy, whether it be that of humans or the surrounding environment. She endeavored to perceive the subtle shifts of the world through her own essence, striving to sense the whispers of the wind and the rustle of grass. Although her progress remains tenuous at best, Xia Xian is steadfast in her belief that this is the correct path. After all, the battle prodigy Vegeta, upon discovering that Earthlings could sense energy to perceive combat, promptly abandoned his ancestral scouter, forcing himself to diligently hone this skill, motivated solely by the realization of its immeasurable worth in battle. How fascinating, he mused. It seems that only by recognizing the changes in the environment did you become aware of my presence. This detail must be uploaded to the computer. The brutish figure muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Xia Xian furrowed her brow, sensing that matters had taken a turn for the worse. Upload to the computer? And earlier, you mentioned that Master Mateto could not sense you. Does that imply? Xia Xian coldly reiterated her words, then spoke with unwavering conviction. Could it be that Dr. Gero has finally decided to unleash those unsuccessful androids? Her certainty stemmed from the fact that in the Dragon Ball universe, only androids possess the unique ability to evade energy detection and tracking. Notably, androids 19 and 20 exploited this very trait to ambush the frequently victimized Yamcha and the unsuspecting Piccolo. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's statement, the imposing figure before her, though still expressionless, exhibited a peculiar change in his tone. It is truly astonishing that you possess such extensive knowledge, far surpassing what the computer initially estimated of you. Perhaps your rise to heroism is not solely attributed to fortune. After a brief silence, the giant suddenly declared in a chilling tone, however, there is no need for any corrections. Soon, I, Android 11, shall ensure that you become but a footnote in history. Xiao Xian's eyelids twitched momentarily. The term android sent a shiver down his spine. In the dystopian world of future Trunks, it was nearly obliterated by two androids, possessing combat prowess that surpassed even the tyrannical Frisia, and they were pivotal in the emergence of the perfect being, Cell. Such a matter could not be taken lightly by Xiao Xian. Fortunately, prior to the arrival of Android 16, these monstrosities posed little threat, and Android 11, in the original narrative, was nothing more than a failed experiment, utterly unqualified for any confrontation. Hey, have you finally remembered me? I thought the Black Silk Army had forgotten about me. You are the one who incited Dr. Gero's wrath. How could I possibly overlook you? Android 11 remarked coldly. Only by eliminating you can we instill fear in the hearts of humanity. I advise you not to struggle. At your level, survival is simply unattainable. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Xiao Xian's face, as if he found the situation amusing. Is that so? I apologize, but I am inclined to give it a try. With that, Xiao Xian unleashed a deafening roar and surged forward to initiate his attack. After a year of rigorous training, it was finally time to witness the fruits of his labor. As Xiao Xian charged at Android 11, the two soon became embroiled in a fierce confrontation. However, upon their initial clash, both were taken aback, realizing that their opponent was far more formidable than anticipated. According to Android 11's calculations, Xiao Xian's abilities were merely at a common level, and with weapons, he was nothing more than an average combatant, a mere petty individual overestimating his capabilities. Confronted with his invulnerability, it would be akin to crushing an ant, easily dispatching this enemy of the Black Silk Army. Unexpectedly, after just one exchange, the computer immediately issued a danger warning based on Xiao Xian's performance, an unprecedented occurrence. Could this fellow have undergone a complete transformation in the past year? Android 11 pondered silently. Xiao Xian himself was equally astonished in his recollection. The Android series was a lengthy evolutionary process. Theoretically, all creations prior to Android 13 were deemed failures, exhibiting rather average combat abilities. The only representative and reference point was perhaps Android 8, resembling a scientific creation, yet surprisingly possessed a kind heart, even aiding Goku in vanquishing enemies of the Black Silk Army. Its combat strength was approximately on par with Goku during that era, capable of launching opponents like meteors and withstanding specialized large-caliber firearms. Thus, Xiao Xian surmised that Android 11 was likely around the same level as Android 8. However, upon their first engagement, his rapid and aggressive tactics proved ineffective against his opponent, who adeptly countered his assaults. Damn it. Could I really be inferior to Goku from a few years ago? Xiao Xian's heart grew increasingly anxious, and her movements inadvertently quickened. How could she possibly endure 30 rounds against Tuanjin Rice? How could she learn the Qigong cannon? This simply could not continue. With this thought, Xiao Xian's left hand curled into a claw, unleashing the techniques taught by Tao Pai Pai with fierce intensity, driving the android number 11 back step by step. It turned out that although Tao Pai Pai had not imparted any specific fighting style to Xiao Xian, his 2-decade career as an assassin had equipped him with a wealth of experience in countering various attacks. When faced with an incoming punch, his mind would conjure up dozens of potential countermeasures. Even a few shared insights were sufficient for Xiao Xian to effortlessly dismantle her opponent's moves during combat, proving remarkably effective. After enduring over 10 rounds of relentless assault, the android number 11 was covered in Xiao Xian's fist and foot imprints, appearing utterly disheveled. Ironically, despite being overwhelmingly confident in its own attacks, it could not even graze the hem of Xiao Xian's garment. Each time it extended its fist, Xiao Xian would swiftly seize its wrist, twisting it counterclockwise. It was fortunate that it was an android. Otherwise, a mere human would suffer shattered bones and a ruined wrist from such a blow. What a vicious technique. This adversary was far more formidable than I had anticipated, indeed. Excessively so. The android number 11 felt a surge of anxiety, were it not for its titanium alloy wrist, which dulled the pain. The consequences would be unthinkable if it were a flesh and blood being. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, a thought flashed through the android number 11's mind. Of course, My body is constructed from exceptionally robust titanium metal. Even a barrage from a machine gun would leave no mark. What does it matter if I take a few hits? There is no need to engage in countering techniques with this individual. Realizing this, a faint smile crept across the android number 11's lips. Dubbed an android, it was merely a testament to its ability to think, as these life forms developed by Dr. Jero could reason, unlike ordinary robots that adhered strictly to programmed actions. Thus, if Xia Xin was capable of intensifying her assault based on the circumstances, then the android number 11, endowed with human-like cognition, could likewise formulate the most fitting strategy based on its own advantages. Once again, they clashed. Xia Xin, without a doubt, struck with deadly precision. Each blow possessed the lethal force deeply rooted in Tao Pai Pai's essence. Yet, surprisingly, the android number 11 did not flinch or evade. Instead, it opened its stance wide, leaving its center unguarded, inviting Xia Xin to attack. Has this creature lost its mind? Where's the sense in such a reckless approach? Xia Xin felt a flicker of surprise within her, but she quickly regained her composure and, filled with indignation, thought, could it be that this fellow looks down upon me? Is he intentionally attempting to humiliate me in this manner? This is utterly intolerable. Even though I have only trained for a year, I am not to be underestimated. With this thought, Xia Xin let out an enraged roar, disregarding any ulterior motives from her opponent. She channeled her internal energy into her fists, unleashing all her strength as she lunged forward, aiming directly at the vulnerabilities exposed by her adversary. Each strike, each punch, each palm was delivered without mercy. Her all-or-nothing approach imbuing every blow with the force to shatter stone and cleave mountains. The relentless barrage rained down upon android number 11, creating a series of thunderous impacts against its metallic form. As a human, your attacks are commendable, android number 11 sneered, but as a mere human, your strength is ultimately limited. What nonsense are you spouting? Xia Xin furrowed her brow in confusion. Your strikes amount to nothing more than a tickle to me. It's as simple as that. Android number 11 laughed heartily, disregarding Xia Xin's relentless onslaught, completely abandoning defense to seize the opportunity to counterattack during her assault. This strategy not only circumvented the trouble of countering her moves, but also effectively inflicted damage upon her body. In essence, it became a mutual infliction of harm. A contest of who would falter first. For the steel-bodied android, this scenario was exceedingly advantageous. After several exchanges, beads of sweat began to form on Xia Xin's forehead, and her astonishment only intensified. How infuriating. My skills are still a work in progress, and without a complete set of techniques. Relying solely on hand-to-hand combat can suppress my opponent momentarily, yet I am incapable of delivering a fatal blow. Prolonged combat will surely lead to my downfall. I must devise a strategy. At that moment, Xia Xin fervently wished she had mastered the Qigong cannon. Even the Turtle School's Kamehameha would suffice, eliminating the need to relentlessly batter against her opponent's alloy exterior with her fists. However, as she spiraled into these thoughts, her movements inevitably slowed. Android number 11, keenly observing her, suddenly broke into a grin. Fool, in a life-and-death struggle, you dare to lose focus? You truly must be tired of living. Startled by these words, Xia Xin attempted to adjust her stance. Yet, android number 11 had already initiated its offensive. In an instant, its arms detached from its body, igniting flames as they propelled a steel cable towards Xia Xin. What? There was no time to hesitate. Xia Xin crossed her arms defensively in front of her, gathering her internal energy to form a protective barrier, bracing herself to endure this onslaught. Do not think my missile punches are merely this formidable. Prepare to perish. Billion Vortex. With a thunderous roar, Android 11 swung its steel cables connected to the flying fists, complemented by the fiery boosters above, conjuring a multitude of fist shadows that enveloped Xia Xin. Caught in a tempest of blows, she was assailed from every direction, akin to a hapless lamb thrown into a meat grinder. Remarkably, this technique had also manifested in the future, where the mechanical Android 16 could launch its fists with immense power through similar boosters. Even the formidable Cell would find it challenging to withstand a direct hit. However, the future's Android 16, possessing unparalleled speed, had no need for such antiquated devices to retrieve and launch its fists. As the billion swirling fist shadows gradually dissipated, Xia Xin fell, resembling a battered sandbag, crashing heavily to the ground, remaining motionless for an extended period. Is this the so-called hero who bravely infiltrated the headquarters of the Black Silk Army? Android 11 chuckled with triumph, seizing the battered Xia Xin and drawing her close. Enunciating each word now. Do you have any final words to utter? Xia Xin struggled to open one eye, gazing at the artificial being that gripped her tightly. She stammered. Why are you doing this? Even if you kill me, the Black Silk Army can never reclaim its former glory. Oh, how intriguing, replied the synthetic entity. Number 11, with a slight shake of its head. The computer had initially predicted a 90% likelihood of this inquiry regarding our origins. I never imagined you would broach such a topic. Typically, matters of this nature are classified by Dr. Gallo. However, given your imminent demise, a slight disclosure seems permissible. Xia Xin narrowed her eyes, for Dr. Gero was the scientific mind behind the Black Silk Army, a genius on par with Bulma in the realm of Dragon Ball. His prowess in biotechnology was unparalleled, with the android series being the offspring of his ingenuity. The decline of the Black Silk Army signified a shortage of funding for Dr. Gero's research. In that succinct statement, Xia Xin immediately grasped the underlying implications. According to the findings she had uncovered at the Black Silk Army's headquarters, its leader had been devoted to financing Dr. Gero's human experiments, although the motives behind this support might have been merely to enhance stature. It undeniably expedited the progress of the android research. Now, due to your actions, the Black Silk Army lies in disarray, with each individual preoccupied with their own quest for power, leaving no one to attend to our endeavors. Android 11 lamented, remarking how the once respected Dr. Gero had been compelled to alter his course. Upon hearing this, Xia Xin let out a cold, mocking laugh and retorted, what does this have to do with me? If your inventions were truly useful, the leader of the Black Silk Army would not have been slain like a dog. Her words were exceedingly harsh. Yet they struck at the heart of the matter. Logically, a genius like Dr. Gallo would be fervently sought after by various factions within the Black Silk Army. However, the crux of the issue lay in Dr. Gallo's lack of presence. The success rate of his creations, the artificial humans, was alarmingly low. Prototypes 1 through 7 had all failed. The only operational model, number 8, was inherently at odds with the Black Silk Army's ideology, obeying commands only when it suited him, which resulted in his exile to the coldest, most desolate northern regions. To add to the turmoil, an incident occurred involving the 8th artificial human rebelling against his superiors, causing considerable upheaval within the ranks of the Black Silk Army. With a dismal success rate and mediocre combat capabilities, the sole distinguishing feature of the creation was its capacity for emotion and thought, which, in the eyes of the Black Silk Army, rendered it more of a liability prone to insurrection. This predicament rendered Dr. Gallo's position exceedingly precarious. Everyone acknowledged his talent, yet few were inclined to engage with him. Particularly, the question lingered, when would a competent artificial human ever be perfected, given that its production costs were tenfold that of ordinary robots with comparable combat abilities? Such precedents deterred the remaining factions of the Black Silk Army from inviting this eccentric scientist into their offices, fearing he would taint the air with his presence. If you were to eliminate him, the hero who could vanquish the Black Silk Army, then the regional powers could reassess Dr. Gallo's worth, spoke artificial human number 11. Filled with hope. Yet, before the words could fully escape his lips, Xia Xin mercilessly interrupted him. Spare me the sentiment. If you truly possess that capability, why rely on my facade? Why not simply forge your own path? Xia Xion's voice dripped with sarcasm as she relentlessly mocked. Now, you resemble nothing more than a stray dog begging for scraps, attempting to leverage my head to gain a semblance of power, merely so that those former benefactors might bestow upon you a few meager bones once again. Before she could finish her retort, android number 11, consumed by rage, tightened his grip on her hand with an added force and venomously spat. Human, you must comprehend your current predicament. Your end is nigh. What advantage do you foresee in provoking my ire? In the face of the android's interrogation, coupled with the mounting pressure constricting her throat, Xia Xian smiled. A radiant smile filled with joy. The benefits? Certainly, there are some. Seeing your displeasure brings me great delight. After all, this chapter of history, which I was previously unaware of, has now been completed, rendering the need for further pretense unnecessary. A sinister intent glimmered in Xia Xian's smile as she slowly raised her palm, forming it into the shape of a pistol aimed directly at the head of Android No. 11. Has your brain malfunctioned? Is this a mere child's play of a gun game? Android number 11 furrowed his brow and retorted, even if you possess a handgun, it could never penetrate my body. However, in the face of android number 11's incessant chatter, Xia Xian calmly uttered a few words. Ding wave. Upon the utterance, a blue luminescence erupted from the tip of her finger, followed by a lightning-fast shockwave that was unleashed from her hand. Boom. Android No. 11 had no opportunity to react. Even with the computer's brain, it only registered a focused energy response before being struck directly by Xia Xian's ding wave. The headless android number 11 swayed momentarily, steadied itself, and continued to grip Xia Xian's neck with its vice-like hands. You don't think that just because I have no head, I cannot move, do you? You are still doomed. To this, Xia Xian maintained her indifferent demeanor, leisurely responding. You don't think that our earlier skirmish represented my full capabilities, do you? With a swift motion, she waved her hand, causing the weights concealed on her arms and legs to plummet to the ground with a resounding thud. From the very beginning, Xia Xian had been feigning vulnerability to lure the enemy. The unexpected appearance of android number 11, a character who should not have existed in the storyline, astonished her. After all, her only advantage lay in her intimate knowledge of the Dragon Ball narrative. Should there be any deviation in the timeline, her sole reliance might vanish into thin air. Thus, she had deliberately pretended to be injured, coaxing android number 11 into lowering its guard and approaching her closely. Once she discerned Dr. Gero's plan, Xia Xian felt it unnecessary to maintain her ruse. With a swift and decisive ding wave at close range, she obliterated the head of her opponent. The android, struck in the head, staggered backward a few steps, yet its massive claws still gripped Xia Xian's neck tightly. You dare to do this? The headless android number 11 swayed, its neck devoid of any semblance of a head. Nevertheless, a mechanical synthesized voice unexpectedly emerged. Hee. A miscalculation, I see. Unlike frail humans, I can still fight even without a head. In response to this arrogant provocation, Xia Xian nonchalantly replied, Indeed, I am aware. As she shuddered slightly, a multitude of peculiar objects tumbled from the torn sleeves and pant legs, crashing to the ground with a loud bang, kicking up a cloud of dust. Is that a 20-kilogram iron block? Android number 11 exclaimed in astonishment. Precisely. So you don't suppose that my earlier battle showcased all my strength, do you? With a fierce roar, Xia Xian began to exert his strength. His muscles swelled, veins pulsating, and his fingers clamped down on the arm of android number 11 like iron pincers. Ah! Accompanied by Xia Xian's furious shout, Android No. 11 was astounded to witness visible cracks forming on its arm. What was happening? Unfortunately, before android number 11 could comprehend the situation, Xia Xian had already severed its arms with a swift motion, sparks flying in the process. Your rocket punch was exhilarating, wasn't it? Alas, now that I've discerned the location of your arm's connection, I know that to conceal the steel cables, a certain space must be allotted. Thus, the hollow sections are evidently more susceptible to destruction. Just as Xia Xian finished his last statement, he let out a thunderous shout and forcefully yanked down, detaching android No. 11's arm. What a pity that you androids lack pain receptors. Otherwise, this scene would be immensely gratifying. Xia Xian sneered, delivering a powerful kick that sent his opponent flying. Seizing the opportunity while android number 11 was airborne and unable to evade, Xia Xian extended his hand once more. Pole wave. This time targeting its left leg. His strike landed, transforming the once formidable android into a broken machine. Its remaining leg flailed helplessly on the ground, unable to rise. Observing his opponent's plight, Xia Xian finally exhaled slowly, realizing that even the mightiest android could not wield its abilities without most of its limbs. Now, how shall I dispose of you? I believe extracting information from your chip once placed in a computer would yield an abundance of data. Xia Xian approached android number 11 with a beaming smile. Although this automaton was not the kind of monstrous entity with boundless energy that would emerge later, it nonetheless represented a commendable level of technological advancement. Perhaps in presenting it to King Pilar, she might glean some of the unique scientific insights of Dr. Gallo. Despite lacking the capacity for pain, android number 11, upon catching sight of the intensity in Xia Xian's gaze, was suddenly overcome with an unsettling sensation, instinctively yearning to retreat, only to realize with dismay that its movement was severely hindered. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind Xia Xian. Release him. The instant those words were uttered, Xia Xian's brow furrowed in discontent. The timing of this intervention suggested that there could be only one answer. Has the new android already arrived? Xia Xian hastily turned around, only to find a slender figure leaning against a nearby tree trunk, his presence having gone unnoticed until now. In fact, if one were not to look closely at this moment, the individual's existence would be nearly imperceptible. Are you in league with this fellow? She pondered. Very well. It seems he must be the synthetic human number 12. Xiao Xin reflected momentarily. As long as it was not the 13th, the previous artificial beings were merely defective products, posing little threat. She slowly spoke, I am quite curious. If I were to insist on taking the life of that fellow on the ground, what could you possibly do to me? Her audacity was not without foundation, having just defeated the 11th artificial being. She had gained considerable experience in dealing with such monsters and brimmed with confidence, convinced she could vanquish her next opponent. Oh, I am indifferent. But I shall ensure your demise is more excruciating. The entity known as Artificial Being 12, upon uttering this phrase, suddenly vanished without a trace. When it reappeared, it was already within arm's reach of Xiao Xin. What? Such astonishing speed? Xiao Xin was taken aback. Before he could react, the android number 12 lunged at him, delivering a powerful punch to his chest that sent him flying. How could such a forceful strike possess such might without any acceleration or build-up? This opponent is formidable. As Xiao Xin was hurled through the air, his mind was not only filled with astonishment but also with concern for his senior brother, Tianjin Fan. Had he not yet perceived the impending danger? At that moment, Tianjin Fan stood atop the highest peak of the mountain, patiently awaiting Xiao Xion's arrival. Why has Ti come today? He usually arrives at this time, he mused. With a sigh, he reflected on his lack of the profound abilities possessed by Master Karen and Shun, which allowed them to discern subtle changes in the world around them. Even if his third eye were to open, it would reveal nothing in the depths of this dark night. Alas, perhaps he could not endure the rigors of training and had opted for a moment of slothful repose. Shaking his head, Tianjin Fan thought, ultimately, his resolve is lacking. Very well, I shall continue my training alone. With that, he immersed himself in his martial practice atop the mountain, disregarding any distractions. Meanwhile, the situation for Xiao Xin grew increasingly dire. The emergence of android number 12 had entirely altered the battlefield's equilibrium. Just when victory seemed within reach, Xiao Xin found himself ensnared in yet another perilous predicament. Cursed be this model. Its strength and speed are unmatched among my previous adversaries. I should never have underestimated it. Xiao Xin clenched her teeth, realizing why. Starting from the 13th model, Dr. Gallo's androids had undergone a qualitative leap in power. As the final model before success, the capabilities of the 12th model were indeed formidable. With this thought, a bead of sweat trickled down her forehead. The one most delighted by the arrival of Android 12 was undoubtedly the resurrected Android 11. I've been waiting for you. Although Android 11 had lost its head, anyone could discern the euphoric tone in its voice. Hurry up and take action. Eliminate this scoundrel directly. I have already worn him down significantly. He is certainly no match for you. However, in the face of 11's fervor, the newly arrived reinforcements displayed a lack of enthusiasm. Are you mistaken about something? Android 12 said slowly. I am not here to rescue you. What nonsense are you spouting? Android 11 asked in surprise, seemingly unable to comprehend what was being said. The reason I am taking action is to prevent you, this useless being, from falling into enemy hands and leaking our intelligence, nothing more. Android 12 stated coldly. Because of you, Dr. Gallo's secrets have already been revealed to target number 2. This sin cannot be redeemed even if melted down to molten iron. In an instant, the atmosphere grew chillingly tense. Xiao Xin, witnessing the discord between them, quickly devised a plan. Well, I have no interest in standing idly like a character from a cartoon while these two metal clods argue. The best strategy is to retreat. At that moment, she saw an opportunity to escape. With her burdens lifted, she believed she could swiftly evade their pursuit. As long as she reached the foot of the mountain and alerted Tian Xinhan about her predicament, her mission would be accomplished. However, just as Xiao Xin prepared to flee, something astonishing unfolded before her, causing her to forget about escaping. She watched in disbelief as Android 12 executed a death sentence on its predecessor. The poor Android 11 instinctively struggled to distance itself from this fellow, yet its limbs had been rendered nearly useless by Xiao Xin. And moving even a slight distance was the limit of its capabilities. Meanwhile, Android 12's head inexplicably split open, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. The interior lined with a dense array of gears, akin to a creature that devours its prey. It began to consume the motionless Android 11 as if it were a meal, slowly absorbing it into its own body. As the sacrificial victim, the one remaining leg of 11 thrashed violently in a futile struggle, ultimately being drawn entirely into its companion. My heavens, what in the world is happening? Xiao Xin stood in stunned disbelief, utterly oblivious to the notion of escape. She had never fathomed that androids could possess such a horrifying and repulsive aspect. Her recollection of Cell's previous attempt to absorb Android 16 was futile, yet here was the shocking revelation that one mechanical entity could indeed consume another. This was a startling contrast to the narrative of the theatrical release, where Android 13 had previously absorbed the energy packs and computer chips of its comrades. Androids 14 and 15, merging them into the formidable Super Android 13. Thus, as a precursor to the 13th iteration, Android 12 had evidently acquired and commenced the practice of this devouring evolution. However, as a nascent attempt, its method of absorption was particularly brutal. Before her eyes, the once emaciated form of Android 12 began to swell and expand at a visibly alarming rate after consuming the body of Android 11. Target 2, it proclaimed, its expression transforming into a grotesque semblance of a smile that sent shivers down Xia Xian's spine. My computation suggested you would flee, though that proved ineffective. Your audacity to remain here fills me with a sense of grim satisfaction, for you shall be the first to perish by my hand. Approach your demise with a heart brimming with gratitude and honor. With that, Android 12 unleashed a chilling cackle and lunged towards Xia Xian. Instinctively, she was gripped by a wave of terror, the image of Android 11's consumption flashing vividly before her, inciting a primal urge to evade this monstrous entity. Xia Xian, gripped by trepidation, instinctively harnessed his energy and swiftly executed the art of aerial maneuvering, retreating rapidly. How infuriating! Even if your strength has augmented, it does not guarantee that your mechanical form can soar. I refuse to believe you can keep pace with the art of aerial maneuvering. Xia Xian mused to himself. We'll see how this unfolds in the future. This confidence was not unfounded, as the initial generation of artificial beings lacked the capability of flight, exemplified by one of their representatives, Android number 8. In this era, the art of aerial maneuvering, rivaling the legendary Nimbus, endowed Xia Xian with the assurance to disengage from combat. However, just as he dashed forward with abandon, a sudden flicker caught his eye. The previously discarded Android No. 12 had materialized before him like a wraith. Hello. Target number 2, long time no see. Android number 12 said, arms crossed, a cryptic smile playing on its lips. Its gaze imbued with an indescribable disdain. In that moment, the opponent's speed and strength eclipsed his own, and combined with its cruel demeanor, Xia Xian felt an increasing surge of alarm. It is time to execute Dr. Gallo's orders. Perhaps it would be prudent to dismember you first. Android No. 12's tone abruptly shifted to that of number 11. After all, you treated me in much the same way just moments ago. Xia Xian, her heart racing with anxiety, made a concerted effort to suppress her fear, adopting an air of confidence as she exclaimed, "Humph. Do not celebrate too soon. I have yet to unveil my ultimate technique." Oh, how intriguing. With your current state, do you truly think you can make a splash? The android number 12, arms crossed, sneered dismissively. I am keen to witness your final struggle. It might just enrich my database with some intriguing data. Faced with the enemy's contempt, Xia Xian quelled her burgeoning fury, spreading her arms beside her face before unleashing a mighty roar. Solar fist. In an instant, a blinding light erupted, illuminating the pitch-black night as if a miniature sun had ignited in their midst. However, just as Xia Xian's technique was halfway manifested, before the radiant glow could dissipate, she was struck with a heavy blow to her abdomen, nearly forcing her to regurgitate the meal she had consumed earlier that afternoon. Foolish. I anticipated a formidable attack. Yet it turns out to be merely a bright light. The android number 12 cackled derisively. Such tricks may deceive humans, but for us, reliant on radar and advanced computing for perception, your illusion is utterly futile. After all, I do not rely on retinal cues to navigate. Dazed and on the verge of unconsciousness, Xia Xian cursed inwardly, recalling how the android number 18 had been blinded by Cell's solar fist and subsequently absorbed. To her astonishment, this antiquated model was impervious to such blinding assaults. Despite the ineffectiveness of her technique, a faint smile graced Xia Xian's lips as she coolly retorted, "Illusion? You are mistaken. This is, in fact, a grand summoning technique." Grand summoning technique? The android number 12 furrowed its brow, its internal computer primed for analysis, when suddenly, an overwhelming force struck from behind, sending it hurtling several meters away. The assailant was none other than Tian Shinhan, the esteemed disciple of the Crane School. Upon witnessing Tian's arrival, Xia Xian, nearly depleted of strength, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness you are here, Tian. Otherwise, I fear I might have met my end. She exclaimed sincerely. This was no jest, had it been one of Goku's friends. Her demise would likely prompt a quest for the Dragon Balls to resurrect her. However, with Tien, she surmised he would likely give her a proper burial and pay respects during the holidays, but little else beyond that. This was not to say Tien was devoid of loyalty. Rather, most were simply unaware of the Dragon Ball's existence. They would not pursue them with the same fervor as Goku, who treated the search for the Dragon Balls as a form of training, a feat accomplished only once in human history over millennia, yet to him, it seemed as effortless as dining. Thus, Xiao Xian set her threshold. She must avoid death at all costs until she became acquainted with Goku. Another fool come to meet their demise? The artificial human number 12 rose from the ground, speaking with a mocking tone. It matters not how many of you there are. You shall never defeat the bioweapons meticulously crafted by Dr. Gallo. Tianjin Fan glanced at the disheveled Xiao Xian, then cast a fierce glare at the imposing artificial human. His anger boiling over as he declared, "Dare to harm a disciple of the Crane School? You must be tired of living. Today, I shall take your blood to atone for my junior brother." With that, he let out a mighty roar and charged forward, engaging in fierce combat with number 12. At this point in time, Tianjin Fan had yet to receive enlightenment from Master Roshi, thus harboring considerable resentment, as he relentlessly pursued the path of a killer at the behest of Master Crane. However, one commendable trait of Brother Tian is his loyalty, without a moment's hesitation. He leaps into battle, a habit I find quite commendable. At this moment, Xiao Xian finally allowed her taut muscles to relax as she slumped to the ground, replenishing her strength while observing the unfolding battle. After all, this was a true contest of skilled warriors, and even as a mere spectator, she could glean a wealth of experience. She watched as Tianjin Fan, like a divine warrior descending from the heavens, engaged in a fierce and evenly matched confrontation with android number 12. The two combatants clashed from the sky to the ground, unwittingly exchanging blows for 60 rounds, with neither gaining the upper hand. As Xiao Xian regained her energy, she felt a surge of excitement. Initially, she believed that her own concealed strength, hindered by the burden she carried, would grant her an edge. However, it became apparent that Tianjin Fan, through their training sessions, had also kept hidden a significant portion of his prowess. In this moment, the disciple of the Crane Hermit displayed the full extent of his skills, proving to be an even more formidable opponent than anticipated, a true master of his craft. For another 15 rounds, Tianjin Fan seamlessly transitioned through 4 different styles of martial arts. Yet the contest remained at a stalemate. At this juncture, even Xiao Xian discerned a critical flaw. While it was true that Tianjin Fan was a martial arts prodigy, the teachings of his master, the Crane Hermit, were not particularly practical. Especially in terms of combat techniques, they were rather superficial. Take, for instance, the volleyball fist, which intentionally mimicked the stances of volleyball play. Serves, digs, passes, and spikes were all incorporated, even to the extent of imitating the high-pitched voices of female volleyball players. However, in the realm of actual martial arts, such superfluous movements were excessive, regardless of how one might launch an opponent into the air for a dramatic spike. Only a handful of effective striking techniques existed, the rest were merely for show. The volleyball fist found utility solely in the hands of diminutive characters like Little Goku. But against opponents of average height, it devolved into comical antics. It was no wonder that throughout Dragon Ball, only youthful figures like Gotenks would adopt such techniques, treating them as treasures, while other seasoned warriors would shun these overly elaborate moves. Consequently, Tianjin Fan, in his battle against android number 12, suffered greatly from his reliance on cumbersome strikes, managing to hold his ground solely due to his extraordinary innate talent. This precarious situation was concerning. Xiao Xian mused internally. It was clear why Tianjin Fan was astonished by the martial prowess of Yamcha in their subsequent duel, and why he found himself evenly matched against Master Roshi. The fundamental issue lay in the fact that the Crane School lacked any truly formidable techniques, which resulted in Tianjin Fan's mediocre martial capabilities. As Xiao Xian pondered these thoughts, Tianjin Fan concluded a round of grappling, the two combatants springing back to their original positions to gather their strength for the next bout. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Xian approached and said, "Brother Tian, this approach is untenable. Your opponent is a robot, impervious to fatigue or exhaustion. Before long, you shall tire, while they will not. In my humble opinion, prolonged combat inevitably leads to defeat. It would be wiser to utilize your ki to decisively eliminate the opponent." Not daring to explicitly state that Tianjin Fan's striking skills were lacking, she opted for a more subtle expression. A robot? Tianjin Fan, drenched in sweat, suddenly enlightened, remarked, "No wonder we've been battling for so long, and this fellow hasn't even broken a sweat." At this moment, the android number 12 stood there with arms crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance, in stark contrast to Tianjin Fan, who was panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Xian was secretly astonished. It appeared that Android No. 12 had already begun to embody many aspects of future androids. For instance, the ability to absorb its kind, a signature technique of Cell, was present. The near-infinite stamina it possessed mirrored the capabilities of the later androids 17 and 18. However, these siblings were not just limited to boundless energy. They were indeed a superior evolution, surpassing their predecessors. The thought of battling such a monstrous entity evoked a sense of déjà vu akin to an early encounter with Cell, leaving Xian feeling utterly despondent. "With the spirit bomb, I could undoubtedly annihilate him," Tian confidently asserted, but then his tone shifted, revealing his concerns. "However, this fellow's speed is simply too overwhelming. I fear that the spirit bomb might miss." Upon hearing this, Xian was taken aback. It was well known that the spirit bomb was an extensive area of effect technique capable of leveling vast expanses with ease. Yet, if even Tian lacked confidence in hitting their opponent with such a widespread skill, it underscored the opponent's astonishing swiftness. Moreover, the spirit bomb was tremendously taxing. Firing it even once in normal circumstances would likely deplete one's energy reserves, making it untenable to risk a miss. "What shall we do?" Xian lamented with a bitter smile. If Tian lacked assurance, then summoning Master Rashi, Kaiatsu, and others would likely be futile as well. In the midst of Xian's despair, Tian took a deep breath and softly said, "Don't be hasty. There is still a way for us to triumph." "Huh, another method?" Xian was momentarily taken aback, pondering the possibility of turning the tide in such dire circumstances. Could it be that his senior brother had a hidden card up his sleeve? "If you learn the spirit bomb now, and we both unleash it together, the area of our firepower will reach unprecedented dimensions, vast enough to certainly bring this fellow down." Tian spoke with unwavering confidence, in stark contrast to Tian's assurance. Xian was left agape in disbelief. Instantly mastering the pinnacle technique of the turtle school, the spirit bomb, it seemed utterly ludicrous. How could one possibly acquire such a skill so easily? Xian was not so presumptuous as to believe he could achieve mastery in such a short time. Sensing Xian's astonishment, Tian chuckled self-deprecatingly and gently explained, "Recently, Master Rashi mentioned that the essence of Turtle School's martial arts lies in appropriating techniques from other schools for one's own use. In simple terms, it involves observing the flow of energy within to learn the martial arts of other schools. Now, if I simply convey to you the method of the spirit bomb, you will quickly grasp it." Upon hearing this, Xian was suddenly enlightened, recalling an incident where Tian Xinhan, during a match, had merely glanced at the Kame Sennin's Kamehameha, a technique that took the latter 50 years to perfect, and swiftly mastered it, exhibiting formidable power. During his battle with Vegeta and Nappa, Kaiatsu witnessed the explosive self-destruction of a cultivated being and promptly emulated it, sacrificing himself to achieve the utmost output, wrapping himself around Nappa to execute a self-detonation technique. Furthermore, Master Rashi had once claimed that he enhanced the power of his Kamehameha by sacrificing his lifespan, learning the principles behind the Matato's Mafuba technique. He likely observed the manipulation of ki to acquire such a remarkable skill. Make sure to memorize this carefully and practice it diligently. I will hold off this adversary to buy you some time." Tian Xinhan exclaimed with a hearty laugh, declaring, "I had originally intended to test you with 30 moves. But it seems unnecessary now. You have performed admirably. I am proud of you." After imparting the secrets and methods to Xian, Tian Xinhan invigorated himself and soared towards Android 12. "Huh, you still haven't learned your lesson and dare to seek your demise?" Android 12 sneered. "Your previous moves have already been uploaded to my computer. I have analyzed the countermeasures. Prepare for your downfall." The two immediately engaged in fierce combat once more. Tian Xinhan summoned his inner energy, his strikes particularly fierce, executing a series of techniques including slashes, thrusts, and impacts, managing to momentarily suppress his opponent and maintain a precarious balance in the battle. Meanwhile, Xian furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, rapidly assimilating the secrets Tian Xinhan had transmitted. In ordinary martial arts training, possessing secrets without the accompanying techniques would yield little benefit. However, Xian had extensively absorbed manga and anime, likely possessing a deeper understanding of the Kamehameha than even Kaiatsu. Now, He quickly integrated the techniques he recalled and processed the knowledge imparted moments ago. With a resounding thud, Tien Shinhan was once again repelled. The situation was becoming increasingly apparent. Android 12 grew more ferocious with each exchange, his seemingly boundless stamina rendering him immune to fatigue, while Tien Shinhan, after several bouts, had long since depleted his prime state. The fatigue was creeping in, and each punch felt like 1,000 pounds, making it increasingly difficult to maintain parity. "It is time to end this," declared Android 12 with malicious glee, reveling in his aerial vantage. Bloodied and battered, Tien Shinhan exhaled a heavy breath and turned to Xia Xian, asking, "Junior brother, are you ready to unleash it?" "Should be. I can feel the surging energy gathering in my palm," Xia Xian replied resolutely. His statement was not mere bravado. Through the unique charging technique of the Kamehameha, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, yet in contrast, a torrent of energy surged in his palm. To the extent that this intangible force made his arm feel weighted, making it arduous to maintain his stance. "Then let us proceed as planned," Tien Shinhan said with unwavering determination, casting a steady glance at Xia Xian. "If we fail, we shall perish here tonight." "Brother Tian, what are you saying? You look like you could live for 100 years. Even if humanity were to perish, you would still survive," Xia Xian whimsically bantered. Of course, there was no exaggeration in her words. Years later, when Majin Buu obliterated all of humanity, Tanjin Fan not only survived but also sought out Majin Buu, using a powerful energy wave to block his opponent's lethal strike. "Hey, you still have the audacity to jest at this moment," showing no sign of seriousness, Tanjin Fan remarked, his expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. "But this does indicate a positive mindset. Keep it up." Observing the two individuals engrossed in their conversation, seemingly dismissive of him, Android 12 began to feel a surge of irritation. At the same time, its internal radar chip emitted a warning of the gathering energy from the adversaries. "Humph, ignorant fools. Do you think I would stand idly by while you gather your strength?" Android 12 bellowed defiantly, "I will end your lives right now." No sooner had the words left its mouth than it accelerated towards them at an inconceivable speed. Even with Tianjin Fan's third eye, he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of its outline, let alone Xia Xian. While Tianjin Fan began to gather his energy, requiring several seconds, Xia Xian was prepared. However, counting on this individual to strike a moving target was less feasible than expecting Android 12 to crash into a tree stump. "You are doomed." Android 12 laughed triumphantly as it charged recklessly towards Xia Xian. Just as Xia Xian, caught off guard, was about to be struck, a cane suddenly descended from above, appearing abruptly between Android 12 and Xia Xian. Anyone witnessing such an occurrence would instinctively be startled. Android 12 was no exception. This seemingly ordinary cane had not been detected by its radar, indicating the sudden arrival of a formidable opponent. To avoid a surprise attack, Android 12 chose to forego its assured strike and retreated swiftly, maintaining a vigilant watch around it. At that moment, a noise echoed from the sky. An elderly man descended gracefully, landing firmly on the cane. His tattered robe billowed in the wind. His snow-white beard exuded an air of solemnity, and a large string of prayer beads hung around his neck, reminiscent of a revered monk from a temple. "Who are you?" Android 12 inquired, uncertainty lacing its tone. After all, the ability to hover atop a vertical cane demonstrated an impressive level of skill, making it clear that the elder was not to be underestimated. In response to the inquiry, the old man clasped his hands together and solemnly uttered 2 words, "Namu." Upon hearing this, both Xia Xian and Android 12 were taken aback. "What? You are the participant Namu, who made it to the top 8 in the martial arts tournament," the android number 12 stated, based on computer data, that regrettably, the World Martial Arts Tournament during this period was not as grand as one might imagine, and it was impossible to find photographs of the contestants online. Otherwise, the minions of the Demon King Piccolo would not have eagerly come to the venue to seize the roster of martial artists. To Xia Xian's astonishment, the elderly figure before her, despite appearing as a venerable sage, was a stark contrast to the youthful memory she held of Nam, who could not possibly possess such remarkable skills. Who, then, was this old man? Why was he masquerading as Nam here? It is worth noting that Nam was a formidable opponent encountered by Little Wukong at the World Martial Arts Tournament, where their duel spanned multiple rounds and nearly resulted in Wukong being thrown off the stage. Nam's participation in the tournament aimed to procure water sources for his drought-stricken homeland, a noble and upright cause, particularly when compared to someone who wished for a necklace from the dragon. This act of kindness garnered Master Roshi's admiration. And even after losing the match, Roshi extended a helping hand to assist Nam in securing sufficient water to return home. Suddenly, a thought emerged in Xia Xian's mind. Could this elderly man be the legendary martial arts deity Master Roshi in disguise? After all, Nam had once impersonated him to deceive Yamcha. It was not beyond reason for Roshi to employ the same tactic again. Yet why did he not exude even a hint of lewdness? Such thoughts were unavoidable, as Master Roshi often presented himself as carefree and unorthodox. Even during competitions, one could easily lure him with a girl's underwear. And he would only agree to take on disciples if they brought back a lively and charming girl. Thus, it was difficult to envision Master Roshi in such a serious demeanor. Who is this bald monk daring to interfere with the affairs of my Black Silk Army? Android number 12 exclaimed, filled with indignation at the sudden appearance of this figure, which made him exceedingly wary. I am precisely the one seeking you, Black Silk Army. The severe drought in the village, the dried-up wells, and the difficulties faced by the pigs were all caused by your evil experiments in the vicinity. Nam declared vehemently, the gentle night breeze complimenting his words, giving him an ethereal grace, as if he had attained enlightenment. What nonsense are you spouting? Android number 12 retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. The Black Silk Army had committed numerous heinous acts, and the events Nam mentioned could very well have occurred. Perhaps even more than 100 times. However, the mission of the androids was never to engage in quarrels with others. Regaining his fierce demeanor, Android number 12 snarled, When it comes to our Black Silk Army's affairs, who are you to comment? Since you dare to meddle in my matters today, you shall perish alongside these fools. With that, the android number 12 unleashed a tempestuous aura, charging forward with a resounding laugh. The piercing intent to kill was so palpable that even from a distance, Xia Xian felt an unprecedented weight of pressure and tension, instinctively yearning to flee and distance herself from this formidable opponent. Old man, you must get away. This foe is beyond your capacity to handle. Tianjin Fan shouted anxiously. Though his words lacked politeness, his inherently kind nature sought to shield the innocent from harm. Only Tianjin Fan, having faced android number 12 in numerous direct confrontations, fully grasped the adversary's might. Even if this monk before him were a master of the highest caliber, ranked among the top 4 of the World Martial Arts Championship, he would stand no chance against the android. In response to the warning, the ascetic, Namo, displayed no signs of panic or retreat. Instead, he smiled leisurely and remarked, "Young man, do not underestimate this old man." As soon as the words left his lips, Namo let out a mighty roar, his hands coming together in prayer, as his strength surged dramatically. Xia Xian, having received the teachings of Tianjin Fan, mastered the secret techniques of the Crane School, enabling him to perceive the flow of vital energy within others. At this moment, the aura emanating from Namu's body took on a remarkably peculiar form, crackling and leaping like lightning, powerful and domineering. It was even more formidable than the energy being amassed by Tianjin Fan beside him. However, the speed of the artificial human number 12 had already escalated, manifesting countless afterimages in the air. On one hand, this was a mockery of the others. On the other, it served to test Namu's abilities. Striking a target at such a velocity was exceedingly difficult and perilous. Otherwise, Tianjin Fan would not have devised the audacious strategy of having Xia Xian release the energy cannon alongside him. Mere trifles, the old man coldly scoffed, suddenly thrusting his hands apart and bellowing, "Universal Shocking Palm." A ball of energy crackling with electricity shot forth, though its speed was not remarkable. It accurately struck the rapidly moving artificial human. Both Tianjin Fan and Xia Xian were taken aback, though for different reasons. Tianjin Fan was astonished that this seemingly unremarkable technique could yield such extraordinary results. Indeed, even with his third eye opened, he would find it impossible to strike with such precision. The old man before them was undeniably formidable, surpassing even the mastery of the Crane Hermit. Xia Xian, on the other hand, was astounded by the true identity of this elder. If there had been any lingering doubt previously, Xia Xian could now be certain that this individual was none other than the Turtle Hermit in disguise. The evidence lay in the Universal Shocking Palm, an ultimate technique rarely employed, having been used only twice in his lifetime, once against his disciples Son Gohan and Son Goku. The most pronounced characteristic of this technique was its control. It was a powerful binding skill. The afflicted individual would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unless an unforeseen circumstance occurred, all the while enduring excruciating torment. Even someone with the indomitable will of young Goku had nearly succumbed to its grasp. Xia Xian personally believes that this technique draws inspiration from the demon sealing wave, both emphasizing control and suppression, rendering opponents immobile. At this moment, the android number 12 could not have anticipated that after being struck, it would be forced to remain rooted in place, unable to move, ensnared by a surge of energy that resembled a golden serpent tightly coiling around its body. How could I possibly be unable to move? The android number 12 exclaimed furiously, akin to a starved tiger ensnared in a trap, continuously struggling to escape. Why are you still hesitating? The old man turned his head and glared at Tianjin Fan, shouting loudly, if you do not act soon, I fear I shall not endure much longer. Only then did Tianjin Fan awaken from the shock of the universal earth-shattering palm, promptly instructing, Xian, are you prepared? Absolutely. Then let us proceed. Tianjin Fan bellowed with fervor, experience the ultimate skill of our crane school. Kamehameha. With a deafening roar, two formidable columns of energy surged forth, resembling towering waves crashing toward android number 12. This martial technique, since its inception, was recorded for the first time to be executed simultaneously by two individuals. After all, Jiaozi held a profound apprehension towards the Kamehameha, and Master Rashi would never entertain the thought of recklessly engaging in a fierce battle, leaving only Tianjin Fan, the martial arts enthusiast, and Xia Xian, fighting for survival, to be enamored with the Kamehameha. No, at this moment, it would be more accurate to say it was a continuous Kamehameha, wielding greater power and more terrifying destructive capability. The mechanical monstrosity, upon witnessing such an onslaught, could not suppress a flicker of undue fear in its eyes. This instinctive dread in the face of overwhelming power marked the first experience of human emotion for this android. Subsequently, the two blue energy columns converged, akin to meteors colliding with the ground, producing a tremendous sound. Boom. More shocking than thunder, the earth trembled violently, mountains crumbled instantaneously, and the rising blue luminescence illuminated the night sky as if it were day. The villagers, awakened by the explosion, rushed to open their doors and windows, instantly startled by the sight before them. The mountains that usually loomed outside the village were laid to waste, and the blue energy columns shot into the heavens, casting daylight upon the earth. Were it not for the earth shaking beneath their feet, the villagers would have knelt in reverence to this miraculous spectacle. Master Rashi finally stirred from his slumber, stepping outside in his cartoon pajamas, and was met with a smile. Who would have thought that Tianjin Fan had cultivated the Kamehameha to such a level? Truly remarkable. My disciple indeed. The turtle school is no match for such power. Ha ha ha. Just as Master Rashi reveled in his triumph, at the forefront of the battlefield, teacher Wu Tian inexplicably sneezed. Achoo! Who was speaking ill of me from behind? However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Master Rashi wiped his nose, his gaze fixed on the energy column before him, and silently lamented, I have heard of that rascal, Master Crane, who secretly developed a technique even more formidable than the Kamehameha. I never anticipated he would indeed create such a powerful attack, far surpassing the Kamehameha. Reflecting on this, Master Rashi cast a complex glance at the two who unleashed the energy cannon, Xia Xian and Tianjin Fan. It was indeed a stroke of luck for Master Crane to have such disciples. Given time, perhaps in 3 or 4 years, that three-eyed fellow will surpass me. At that moment, Tianjin Fan and Xia Xian had neither the strength nor the will to regard Master Rashi, their bodies utterly drained after executing the energy cannon. In fact, they could hardly even move their fingers, lying on the ground, panting like exhausted dogs, sweat cascading down their bodies like a relentless waterfall, visibly deteriorating before one's eyes. The backlash from the energy cannon was indeed formidable. That Crane fellow had clearly resorted to dubious methods. Master Rashi mused inwardly. Such techniques that diminish one's lifespan should never exist in this world. At this juncture, the disciples of the Crane School had also lost the ability to move. Even if left unattended, the weakest among them would likely succumb to exhaustion within minutes. For the Kamehameha School, this was not necessarily a misfortune. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan pondered deeply about the old man named Namu. Was he friend or foe? Though he had intervened to assist, both he and his brother were devoid of combat power now. If this old man intended harm, they would be utterly defenseless. Contemplating this, Tianjin Fan warily considered how to inform Jiaozi of their predicament. In the midst of their individual concerns, only Xia Xian seemed oblivious to the dire situation. Instead, he lay sprawled on the ground, cursing and complaining. Damn this energy cannon, what a deadly contraption. He could hardly finish his sentence at that moment. His muscles felt as if 1,000 black ants were crawling over them, both itchy and sore, accompanied by a pain that gnawed at his bones. The surroundings grew increasingly dark, and he sensed that the ferryman by the river Styx was beckoning him. Just then, Master Roshi approached directly, bending down to lift the motionless Xia Xin. Tianjin Fan, alarmed, feared for his brother's safety and attempted to rush forward to protect him, only to discover that he could not even muster a shout, reduced to a state of utter exhaustion. You youngsters never leave room for error, depleting all your vital energy. Do you not know how to write the character for death? Master Roshi, embodying Namu, muttered, while prodding Xia Xion's forehead with a finger. This action paled Tianjin Fan's face, and had he been able to cry out, he would have done so in that moment. Do not worry. This is the Tianqi acupoint. It will alleviate your brother's muscle spasms and prevent him from exhausting himself to death. The turtle hermit seemed to perceive Tianjin Fan's concerns and thus spoke up, observing that the previously trembling Xia Xian had now regained his composure. No longer appearing as disheveled as before, he remarked, "This lad has only studied for a few days and dares to employ the Kamehameha in actual combat. Is this truly how your master instructs you?" Upon hearing these words, Tianjin Fan felt a twinge of shame and, mustering his courage, responded, "In urgent circumstances, one must act decisively." At that moment, the situation was perilous, and fortunately, Xia Xian swiftly mastered the Kamehameha. Otherwise, we would have surely met our demise. The turtle hermit could hardly fathom that one could learn such a technique in such a brief period. Even for a prodigy, there are limits. However, what he needed to convey was not this. The rapid acquisition of the technique necessitated that Xia Xian expend an excessive amount of energy to control the unrefined Kamehameha, nearly leading him to the brink of exhaustion and death. "This is utter nonsense," the turtle hermit exclaimed. At this, Tianjin Fan sighed in relief. Feeling dizzy and on the verge of fainting, the turtle hermit approached, patting him gently to ease his muscles, and infused a modicum of energy into his Yongquan point, barely preventing Tianjin Fan from succumbing to excessive fatigue that could hinder his future cultivation. After completing this, the turtle hermit intended to take his leave, picking up his staff from the ground. Sensing the situation, Tianjin Fan weakly implored, "We will forever be grateful for your kindness tonight. Please do share your address. Once we have recuperated, we shall personally come to express our gratitude." His words were sincere, devoid of pretense, and the clarity of his sentiments likely defined Tianjin Fan's character, as he had previously apologized to Yamcha for injuring his leg. "Humph. There is no need for such trivialities, disciple of Crane Hermit." The turtle hermit, having gathered his belongings, initially planned to depart immediately. Yet, for reasons unknown, he paused and turned back to Tianjin Fan, saying, "That said, I hope you learned something from tonight's battle. One should never place all their bets on a single endeavor. Leaving room for maneuver is beneficial both in combat and in life." This remark pertained to Tianjin Fan's use of the Kamehameha, where he expended all his energy, leading to his near collapse. Tianjin Fan, feeling somewhat ashamed, nodded with a flushed face, acknowledging the wisdom of the advice. This might also explain why, in future sparring sessions with Goku, Tianjin Fan did not exhaust himself with the Kamehameha, inadvertently allowing Goku to evade. Addressing the slowly awakening Xia Xian, the turtle hermit imparted another piece of advice. "Young man, I am unsure how you conceive the idea of adding weight to your training regimen. However, I must inform you that rest is an integral part of cultivation. Adequate and appropriate rest will yield greater rewards in your practice." As the final words echoed, the turtle sage drifted away, as if he had never been there at all. In an instant, the entire land fell silent once more. Xia Xian lay upon the ground, his body having ceased its convulsions thanks to the turtle sage's intervention, and the signs of his life waning began to improve. Yet, within his heart, a tempest of emotion surged. Each day, he relentlessly pursued the enhancement of his combat abilities. His time meticulously allocated from dawn until dusk, he began his mornings delivering milk, toiling in fields, and engaging in various laborious tasks. After a midday meal, he dedicated himself to duties at the police station, followed by afternoon sessions learning combat techniques and grappling from Tao Pai Pai. As night fell, he clandestinely ascended the mountains to practice the Crane School's energy techniques under the guidance of Tianjin Fan. In short, his days were consumed with relentless activity, leaving no moments for respite. The teachings of the Turtle School have never advocated for extremes. The Turtle Sage had notably emphasized this when instructing Krillin and Goku. Engage in proper exercise, study diligently, enjoy leisure, eat well, and rest adequately. This encapsulates the essence of Turtle School training, its influence woven throughout the lives of its disciples. For instance, in the original series, Son Goku never subjected himself to the grueling training that Vegeta embraced. Whether en route to Namek or on the eve of the battle against Cell, he always allocated sufficient time for rest, approaching each challenge with an air of calm composure. Indeed, having established my foundation in the Turtle School, how could I have forgotten such a pivotal aspect while cultivating the techniques of the Crane School? In the depths of her heart, Xia Xian pondered. It is no wonder that my recent state has been so unstable. It is likely due to my rigorous training, which has deprived my body of the necessary recovery process, consequently delaying the progress of my combat prowess. With this thought, she could not help but gaze in the direction where Master Rashi had departed, silently expressing her gratitude. After all, she had essentially pilfered a modicum of knowledge from others. Being a disciple of the rival school of Crane Hermit, it was truly touching that Master Wu Tian was willing to offer guidance without reservation. Tianjin Fan's focus evidently diverged from Xia Xian's, yet he too expressed admiration for her skills. That old man possesses such formidable abilities, and he is merely one of the top 4 in the world's foremost martial arts tournament? It seems that this world is indeed teeming with hidden talents. It appears I must double my efforts to swiftly catch up with these remarkable seniors. Beside her, Xia Xian sighed, reflecting on how she had fallen into the whirlpool of frenzied training, largely due to the influence of this senior brother. Tianjin Fan's relentless diligence compelled the other disciples to follow suit, striving to emulate his example, fearful of harboring any thoughts of laxity. In contrast to the Crane Hermit disciples who had narrowly escaped calamity, a small robot, the size of a hummingbird, quietly recorded everything from its perch on a nearby treetop. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Dr. Gallo coldly observed the images transmitted to him on the screen, remaining silent. Initially, he had resorted to confronting that officer due to the inability to locate Sun Wukong. He had not anticipated this outcome. Dr. Gallo slowly rose from his seat, revealing his hair and beard now entirely white, his prominent forehead making his body appear somewhat emaciated. Were it not for the insignia of the Black Silk Army on his clothing, few would believe that this wrinkled elder was indeed the renowned biochemist. Android No. 12 had lost all signal response. It was likely destroyed. Should he continue dispatching androids to the Garen region? The mechanical voice of the AI reverberated in the stark emptiness of the laboratory, creating an especially jarring sound. There is no need. After all, No. 12 was merely a failed prototype. Its loss is inconsequential. Dr. Gallo turned his back to the computer, dismissively stating, "However, this operation has provided me with abundant inspiration. The design of androids must prioritize unlimited stamina as an advantage. No matter how powerful human martial artists may be, they too experience fatigue. The future direction of research should undoubtedly focus on limitless power and energy sources." The AI remained silent, yet faithfully recorded every word spoken by the doctor. Moreover, the absorption capability developed in number 12 must be enhanced, so that during combat, even if one companion is destroyed, the remaining androids can absorb them, thereby augmenting their own strength. Furthermore, future advancements could expand into biological realms, which would also serve as a means of energy enhancement. With this, Dr. Gallo slowly approached the window, flinging open the curtains to behold the tranquil wilderness outside, coldly remarking, "Humph. Speaking of which, the words of that young officer indeed inspired me. Why should I cling to the dying branches of the Black Silk Army, surrounded by those who are solely obsessed with power and gain? They are unworthy of my companionship." If Xia Xian were to realize the profound shift in Dr. Gallo's thoughts induced by his remarks, he would undoubtedly be eager to chastise himself. "I am entirely capable of making my own decisions and leading the Black Silk Army to a resurgence. There is no need to bow and scrape for funding. Am I truly so desperate for money?" Dr. Gallo declared through gritted teeth, "One day, my artificial beings shall make the entire world tremble. Just wait and see. During this interim, let you all linger a little longer. Sun Wukong and the young officer from Jialan District." With that said, a faint smile graced Dr. Gallo's lips, as if he envisioned the scene of his creations reigning supreme over the world. "The future shall be mine." Ha ha. Dr. Gallo erupted into laughter, his voice echoing throughout the laboratory, where countless humanoid molds and unfinished circuit boards lay quietly in storage, patiently awaiting the day they could once again see the light of day. It is worth mentioning that on the very next day following the battle, Tianjin Fan, leaning on his cane, arrived at the battlefield accompanied by his master and the formidable Pilaf. The reason Xia Xian did not come is that he has suffered greatly. At this moment, merely preserving his life can be considered sheer luck, let alone wandering about. How dare anyone provoke our Crane Immortal School? It is truly a display of ignorance. The Crane Immortal remarked, his expression twisted in displeasure. "Master, Alexian mentioned that those individuals are mere mechanical bodies and do not qualify as true human beings. They are remnants of the Black Silk Army. Tianjin Fan respectfully responded. Upon hearing this, the crane immortal grew even more incensed, muttering in dissatisfaction. That registered disciple, is it? The Black Silk Army is clearly targeting him. Yet they use us as human shields. What a cunning ploy. At this juncture, the crane immortal, his countenance darkened, turned to Tianjin Fan and said, in the future, when faced with such situations, tend to your own affairs. There is no need to expend your vital energy for a mere registered disciple. The power of the Qigong canon from last night made the crane immortal reevaluate his eldest disciple. After all, any mentor favors those who are both talented and diligent. Consequently, Tianjin Fan's status in the eyes of the crane immortal was steadily ascending. Naturally, due to the clandestine teaching of martial arts and under Xia Xian's persistent requests, Tianjin Fan refrained from disclosing Xia Xian's worth during last night's battle. Thus, the Qigong canon they unleashed together was presumptively attributed to Tianjin Fan, who took pride in it, secretly thinking that such destructive power was beyond the capabilities of any disciple of the Turtle School. In contrast to the crane immortal's dissatisfaction, King Pilaf was more curious about the nature of the robot that possessed such formidable capabilities. They had been experimenting with the mechanical body of Tao Pai Pai and had no time to spare for leisurely strolls. However, the gravely ill Xia Xian solemnly informed King Pilaf, the robots that launched this attack are of exceptional performance. I urge you to take a look, as it may prove beneficial to your research. Given the request from a benefactor and landlord, King Pilaf finally took it seriously and accompanied the crane immortal and his party to the scene, where he was instantly astounded by the sight before him. Good heavens! Was this bombarded by a nuclear weapon? The power is simply overwhelming, King Pilaf exclaimed, for an entire mountain had been obliterated. And the magnitude of the destruction was indeed staggering. What is so remarkable about this? The martial arts of our crane immortal school are unparalleled. Achieving such an effect is entirely normal. The crane immortal exclaimed proudly. Dumpling, take these esteemed doctors to locate the so-called remnants. I need to point out the areas where your senior brother requires further refinement based on the explosion's circumstances. Having spoken, he disregarded them and proceeded to engage in a discourse with Tianjin Fan regarding martial arts, aiming to elevate his most esteemed disciple's skills to a new pinnacle. King Pilaf, of a stature akin to that of a dumpling, felt a sense of camaraderie at that moment and remarked, had I known such a task existed, I would have brought the metal detector along, thus saving us the futile wandering across the mountains. He grumbled, still irked by Master Rashi referring to him as a doctor. I shall one day be the king of the world, a titan of the scientific realm. How have I fallen to the level of a mediocre Mongolian physician? No need for that. Just proceed in this direction. Dumpling replied, his expression impassive as he levitated gracefully forward. It is worth noting that Dumpling possessed an eccentric temperament, his emotions rarely manifesting visibly, with Tianjin Fan being the sole individual close to him. Now that Xia Xian had become his junior disciple, embodying the Z warrior's ethos of camaraderie, he frequently brought Dumpling snacks, even acquiring autographs from television celebrities under the pretense of his heroic identity, thus fostering a strong bond between them. It was during this moment that he chose to assist King Pilaf. Having traversed a considerable distance, Dumpling employed his unique abilities to extract the damaged body of Android 12 directly from the ground. The consequences of sustaining a barrage of ki blasts left it shattered yet not reduced to ashes, attesting to the remarkable quality of Dr. Jero's creation. Good heavens! This is truly exquisite, King Pilaf exclaimed, caressing the metallic frame of the android, genuinely awestruck. Such formidable hardness, yet it possesses flexibility. It is nothing short of a masterpiece. Pilaf's astonishment was understandable, for he too had once been adept at robotics. However, his own creations had succumbed to a mere Kamehameha wave from Goku, rendering them powerless, truly more akin to toys. Yet, what terrified him further was the realization that such an impressive android had been defeated by a martial artist. It was utterly inconceivable. Did martial artists truly have no nemesis? King Pilaf lamented, now aware that the two instances of thwarting his attempts to collect the Dragon Balls were orchestrated by the Kame House's young brat. Moreover, judging by Xia Xian's tone, this lad was the runner-up of the World Martial Arts Tournament, suggesting formidable prowess. If such a powerful android could be reduced to scrap by Tianjin Fan, who had only trained for a year, then the long-established nuisance of the Kame House must surely be on an even more terrifying level. Did this imply that vengeance would forever remain unattainable? As King Pilaf wallowed in despair, the impassive dumpling interjected, "That is not the case. Martial artists are not omnipotent. I once overheard my master casually recount that 3 centuries ago, a formidable demon emerged, intent on conquering the world. He vanquished all martial artists, rendering their techniques utterly ineffective against him." Upon hearing the phrase world domination, King Pilaf instinctively perked up his ears and eagerly inquired, "Is there a tale regarding this? Please, do elaborate." Dumpling, being well acquainted with Xia Xin and aware of Pilaf's allegiance to him, did not hold back and shared everything he knew. The demon bore a fearsome visage, with green skin and clad in a robe inscribed with the character for demon, relishing the agony reflected in the faces of tormented humans. But why did this mighty demon vanish? Pilaf could not restrain his curiosity. At that moment, the voice of Master Rashi resonated from behind them. He was sealed. My esteemed master, Mateto, personally confined him within a rice cooker, which was subsequently discarded into the ocean by a fool. Otherwise, humanity would have surely perished long ago. Seeing his master approach, Dumpling promptly stepped aside, falling silent. Meanwhile, Master Rashi's demeanor grew exceedingly grave. Were it not for his hopes of having Pilaf construct a mechanical body for his brother, he might have acted violently to silence them. Thus, his next words bore an unyielding authority. "The discussion of the demon ends here. It is not to be broached again. Do you understand?" Tianjin Fan, leaning on his cane, expressed his astonishment. "Master, what manner of creature possesses such power? Is even the Kamehameha ineffective against it? I told you not to question further. Did you not grasp my words? Countless formidable warriors perished at the hands of that demon 3 centuries ago. He is the nightmare of all martial artists. My Kamehameha is designed to combat the turtle school, not a demon beyond human comprehension." Master Rashi seemed particularly wary of this topic, sternly reprimanding Tianjin Fan. Despite his less than admirable character, Rashi, much like Kame Sin Nin, exhibited an unusual caution regarding the sealed demon, even refraining from uttering its name. King Pilaf, however, was astute. Recognizing that his rival was growing increasingly formidable, he feared he might never catch up. But what if he could release the sealed demon to eradicate all martial artists? That would be a boon. As the savior of the demon, he would likely bask in wealth and power, or at the very least, enjoy a portion of the world without fear of retribution. This was, indeed, an opportunity of immense profit. Pilaf's mind brimmed with delight. Even neglecting the intricate android in his hands, consumed by thoughts of scouring ancient texts for information about the demon and hastening his revenge plan. As for Xia Xian, a few flattering words would surely persuade the demon to spare him, and that would be the end of it. Even in death, one could simply gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect oneself. Regardless of the perspective, King Pilaf firmly believed he was engaging in a wise and commendable venture. Meanwhile, Xia Xian remained in bed recuperating. The Kamehameha technique was a formidable martial art that consumed a significant amount of vital energy, necessitating an extensive period for recovery. Guided by the wise counsel of Master Rashi, he remained unconcerned about his current condition, adhering to a daily routine of rest, nourishment, and slumber. In contrast, if it had been Tianjin Fan, he would have been up and about with a cane the very next day post-battle, and by the 3rd day, he would have resumed his training, oblivious to the state of his recovery. Hence, Xia Xian had earnestly advised Tianjin Fan on numerous occasions, advocating for a broader perspective and the importance of not fixating on a mere day or two of rest. To Xia Xian's surprise, the usually taciturn Tianjin Fan passionately articulated a multitude of thoughts in response to his suggestions. Training in martial arts is akin to rowing against the current. A single day without diligent practice may lead to regression, Tianjin Fan earnestly proclaimed. After training for so long, my most profound realization is that while effort is essential in this world, much of it can be futile, leading to unintended outcomes. The more one strives, the more one may falter, and the more one clings, the more one risks losing. However, training is different. The sweat invested directly correlates with physical enhancement. The thrill of becoming stronger each day is what excites me the most. Upon hearing such profound reflections from Tianjin Fan, Xia Xian found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he resolutely vowed not to succumb to Tianjin Fan's fervor and become a fervent training enthusiast. However, on the 3rd day of idling in bed, circumstances took an unexpected turn. Just as dawn broke, Jiaozi stealthily glided into Xia Xian's room. Xian, wake up. Something dire has occurred. You must think of a solution. Jiaozi exclaimed, his words tumbling forth in a disorganized manner. He had a tendency to be somewhat verbose. What could have been relayed in a brief moment often took him half a day to articulate clearly. This propensity was particularly evident later when, during Master Roshi's sacrifice in the gathering of the Dragon Balls, Jiaozi, the only one with initiative, attempted to voice his wish before the Demon King Piccolo could intervene. Yet, his expression was tragically slow. Before he could complete his thought, he was swiftly vanquished by the Demon King. In stark contrast, the resourceful Oolong decisively thwarted King Pilaf's ambitions with a mere pair of undergarments. Xia Xian rubbed her eyes and sat up in bed. After a long wait, Jiaozi finally revealed the crux of the matter. Xian, the master is moving away and has asked me to pack my things immediately. Huh? Why the sudden relocation? Everything here is just fine, and I have so many belongings. I don't know when I'll manage to pack them all, Xia Xian replied, scratching her head. Hearing this, Jiaozi grew even more anxious and exclaimed, It doesn't include you. The master didn't say he would take you along. Otherwise, why would I rush over to find you? This left Xia Xian momentarily stunned. She quickly scrambled out of bed, neglecting to change her clothes, and hurried to the hall, only to find the crane immortal leisurely sipping tea, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Master, where are you going? Xia Xian asked, feigning ignorance. Since you're here, I might as well inform you, the crane immortal replied in his usual enigmatic tone, sidestepping Xia Xian's question. Initially, I was concerned about my brother, fearing he couldn't endure the rigors of travel, which is why he stayed here temporarily. Now, however, Tao Pai's injuries have healed considerably, and he is fit to travel. Therefore, I have decided to take him back to the Crane Immortal Hall for recuperation, sparing you the trouble of caring for him. This statement infuriated Xia Xian. It was well known that the Crane Immortal and his group enjoyed the finest delicacies, and their attire was exquisitely crafted, all funded by their own wealth, thanks to the treasure they possessed. If it were Wukong or Krillin, given their circumstances, they would have gone bankrupt numerous times over. And now, this old man had not imparted a single technique to her, yet he casually dismissed her with a remark about sparing her trouble. He truly knew how to balance the books. But Xia Xian attempted to gather her thoughts and speak up. However, the Crane Immortal interrupted her before she could finish. Do not worry about Tao Pai's mechanical body. The doctors informed me that it will still take 2 to 3 years to complete. Therefore, I have allocated 2 billion Sony as a deposit to expedite the process. Once it is finished, I will send someone to take them to the Crane Immortal Hall for installation. King Pilaf, having received Xia Xian's earlier directive, deliberately extended the timeline for the mechanical body's development to retain Tianjin's teachings. Little did he know that the Crane Immortal cunningly turned the tables on him, using the lengthy installation as an excuse to retreat home, effectively cutting Xia Xian off. Ultimately, it was clear that he wished to distance himself from her, not wanting to provoke the Black Silk Army over a trivial matter. In contrast, Master Roshi, upon learning that little Wukong had infiltrated the headquarters of the Black Silk Army, did not hesitate to take action himself, even recruiting Yamcha, Krillin, Launch, and Bulma, and bringing along the utterly defenseless old turtle as well. It can be said that they have laid everything on the line. A single failure would almost lead to the complete annihilation of the turtle school. Nonetheless, even in such dire circumstances, Master Roshi is willing to lend a hand during the most critical moments for Goku, which stands in stark contrast to the seemingly amiable Crane Hermit before him. Reflecting on this, a wave of disdain washed over Xia Xian, causing the visage of the Crane Hermit to become increasingly loathsome. She resolved to cease her roundabout exchanges with this individual. Thus, with a slight bow, she declared, Since you are determined to depart, I shall not insist on your stay. The mountains are high and the waters deep. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. However, I must apologize, for I am about to commence my patrol and cannot see you off. With that, she retreated to her room, covering her head with a blanket, choosing to disregard the happenings outside. Soon after, the Crane Hermit, accompanied by his entourage, departed the village in grand fashion, making sure to scavenge everything they could find, such as radishes, vegetables, soy sauce, and tofu, all of which would naturally be charged to Xia Xian's account. Throughout this ordeal, Tianjin Han never cast a glance in Xia Xian's direction, nor did he offer even a brief greeting. Although Xia Xian understood that Tianjin Han was compelled by the Crane Hermit's watchful eye, the absence of even a farewell left her feeling rather hollow. Alas, perhaps it is a case of wishes gone awry, or perhaps my expectations of Tianjin Han were simply too lofty. Xia Xian sighed, preparing to tidy up the aftermath, such as cleaning the house. Initially, she had willingly relinquished her finest rooms to accommodate Tianjin Fan and others, squeezing herself into a cluttered space akin to that of King Pilaf. Now that everyone had departed, it was time to return to her former, more comfortable quarters. However, upon opening the door to Tianjin Fan's room, she was taken aback by the sight within, rendered momentarily speechless. The room was impeccably clean. But what astonished her most were the walls, which were inscribed with an abundance of text and intricate designs, completely covering the surface. What on earth was this? Xia Xin exclaimed in astonishment, leaning closer for a meticulous examination. To her surprise, it was a comprehensive compilation detailing the techniques of the Kamehameha Wave Rebound. The Crane School's energy manipulation methods, the essence of the four-demon fist, and thought transmission. Remarkably, every word was devoid of superfluous chatter, even omitting customary greetings or well wishes. It was evident that Tianjin Fan intended to allocate more space for these invaluable teachings, or perhaps in his perspective, it was far more beneficial to convey practical techniques rather than indulge in sentimental trivialities for Xia Xian. The entirety of the four walls was adorned not only with the teachings of the Crane School, but also with a plethora of techniques and insights meticulously curated by Tianjin Fan himself. These writings encapsulated a wealth of his wisdom and diligence. Anyone who followed them would undoubtedly avoid numerous detours and swiftly enhance their prowess and cultivation. Truly, Tianjin Fan was an extraordinary individual. Xia Xian shook his head with a sense of helplessness. He never anticipated that this frugal senior brother would leave him such an astonishing legacy, one that could rival a treasure trove of martial arts. This bond, it seemed, was far more practical and beneficial than any sentimental farewell. In stark contrast to Xia Xian's melancholic sentiment, Pilaf and his companions were not as troubled. Indeed, the sudden windfall of 20 billion Sony credits in their account would unsettle anyone. Great news, my lord. For the first time, we have so much money, exclaimed the Shiba Inu, Aki. Indeed, even during our time at the castle, we never enjoyed such wealth. Little Dance chimed in with a beaming smile. After deducting necessary costs and budgets, we have at least 3 to 4 billion in revenue, not counting the final payments. Mr. Xia Xian truly landed us an excellent opportunity. Aki nodded in agreement. Without Mr. Xia Xian's assistance, we might still be wandering the streets selling roasted sweet potatoes. Now, we can even indulge in meals with meaty bones. What a pinnacle of enjoyment. While his subordinates reveled in their newfound fortune, Pilaf was evidently preoccupied. In recent days, he had immersed himself in ancient texts, akin to a struggling author tirelessly typing away for attendance. My lord, are you all right? The mechanical pump's power issue has been on hold for several days now. Should we make significant alterations to the design? Aki inquired, noting the impressive designs of the android body they had salvaged. If applied to the transformation of Tao Pai Pai, it would yield a substantial enhancement. However, this would require a complete redesign. It's unnecessary. The mechanical body is merely a side path. No matter how advanced, it pales in comparison to martial arts. Pilaf replied distractedly. In contrast, I have a more direct route that will help us ascend the ladder to world domination without the annoyance of pesky martial artists. Little Dance felt a twinge of unease. Whenever her lord proposed a shortcut, it often led to unforeseen troubles. Sensing something amiss, she leaned in closer to examine Pilaf's book, which bore an unusual name, Demon King Drumstick. Although she did not know what it referred to, the very name instilled a sense of foreboding. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by their landlord and benefactor. Xia Xian, what brings you here? Pilaf exclaimed joyfully. We were just speaking of you. Oh, speaking of me? I hope it was not in a disparaging manner. Xia Xian casually teased, declining the invitation to enter, and stated directly, the truth is, I have come to inform you that I will be embarking on a long journey soon, and it is expected that I shall not return for quite some time. Embarking on a journey? The trio of Pilaf echoed in unison, perplexed. Why would you leave in such good spirits? Are you perhaps following in the footsteps of your master? Upon hearing this, Xia Xian smiled awkwardly and replied resignedly, not quite. It is merely a simple endeavor for self-cultivation. Upon hearing this, the Shiba Inu Ashu exhaled in relief and remarked, I see. That is good to hear. I was worried you were here to collect the rent in advance. Pilaf, knowing a bit about the sordid affairs of Master Rashi, pushed aside his oblivious subordinates and directly inquired, it cannot be that simple, can it? Mr. Xia, if there is anything we can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. To hear a villain utter such words left Xia Xian somewhat astonished. Yet he shook his head and responded, my primary concern is the possibility of the Black Silk Army returning. Previously, individuals from the Turtle School helped fend them off, But now I fear the situation may worsen, potentially implicating you as well. Thus, it is best for me to depart sooner for everyone's sake." Noticing that King Pilaf seemed inclined to argue, Sia Xian quickly gestured for silence and continued, "My mind is made up. I intend to seize this opportunity to travel and cultivate my skills. There is no need to persuade me otherwise. Additionally, I have submitted a request for a leave of absence with pay and have recommended you as the interim officers here, if only as a means to receive a salary. I hope you will not decline." Upon hearing the mention of becoming officers, King Pilaf instinctively wanted to refuse. However, considering his precarious position, he realized that if Sia Xian were to leave, the property would likely be seized, complicating the relocation of his extensive research equipment. Moreover, being affiliated with the police could serve as a fade for his ambitions of world domination. Thus, he reluctantly agreed and assured Sia Xian that he would keep an eye on his home during his absence. Having conveyed everything, Sia Xian, with his modest luggage, slowly stepped out of the house, casting a lingering glance at the place that had been his first refuge in the Dragon Ball world, feeling an unexpected pang of nostalgia. No, this was not the time for sentimentality. Sia Xian shook her head, endeavoring to dispel the thought from her mind. I must preserve my life while demonstrating to that scoundrel, Crane Immortal, the folly of treating me as a mere pawn. I must grow stronger, ever stronger. With this resolution, Sia Xian raised her gaze towards the horizon. Since I find myself in the desolate Garen district, it seems I must pay a visit to the legendary martial arts sanctuary, Garen Tower. With a determined spirit, Sia Xian embarked on her journey, setting forth into the distance. Unbeknownst to her, 2 years gradually slipped by, and the 22nd Universal Martial Arts Tournament commenced on Papaya Island. Martial arts experts from all walks of life began to converge upon this locale, heralding a series of exhilarating battles about to unfold. An old-fashioned small passenger plane circled the sky, slowly making its way towards Papaya Island. After all, it was merely a modest place in the south, lacking in attractions. Thus, the flight was rather humble, aboard one of the oldest propeller planes. In truth, if it were not for the imminent Universal Martial Arts Tournament, the flow of people might have been even more dismal. The martial arts tournament is finally upon us. I have awaited this opportunity for quite some time. A handsome young man smiled confidently, exuding an air of readiness. Despite his current dapper appearance, there was a wild arrogance emanating from him, clearly not the demeanor of a pampered city boy. The young master Yamcha was destined to claim victory. Beside him, a small creature resembling a cat chimed in, evidently unshaken in this assertion. Yamcha, originally a bandit from the desert, he had fortuitously crossed paths with Sun Wukong and Bulma, turning over a new leaf and joining Master Roshi's tutelage. Through diligent training, he had made astonishing progress in strength. Presently, he was the boyfriend of Bulma, the heiress of the wealthiest family in the Dragon Ball world, often accompanied by a creature named Poir, who could transform into various forms. Though the duration of these transformations was brief, they proved unexpectedly useful at times. Hey. Securing the championship is no simple feat. A diminutive monk-like figure approached, stating, "Don't forget, I have been training longer under Master Mateto. Krillin, during the tournament, I shall showcase the fruits of my 3 years of training." Yamcha retorted, unwilling to concede. Speaking of Krillin, he, alongside Goku, had become a disciple of Master Roshi and was considered one of Goku's closest companions. He was destined to be the strongest earthling, somewhat lecherous and brimming with clever ideas, being one of the most inventive fighters alongside Tenshinhan. You two are quite something. Have you both forgotten about Goku? He was the runner-up in the last tournament. Bulma, with her short hair, chuckled from the back seat, her youthful beauty exuding a playful charm as she smiled. As the wealthiest heiress on Earth, it was indeed a rare occasion for her to accompany her boyfriend on such a dilapidated flight. However, it seemed that Yamcha, in his innocence, had yet to realize the value of her sacrifices, taking them for granted. It was perplexing how every time one boarded a plane, thoughts of hijacking would arise. Miss Lanchi, who transformed upon sneezing, was currently suppressing her urges but could not help but voice her thoughts. In truth, such passenger aircraft offered little profit. Seizing it might not even cover the cost of bullets. A slow-moving sea turtle comforted Lanchi, effectively dispelling her hijacking notions. In contrast to the playful antics of his disciples and friends, Master Roshi sat in a corner, uncharacteristically somber and deep in thought. It had been 3 years. How much progress had Goku made? 3 years prior, the young Goku had boldly infiltrated the headquarters of the Black Satin Army and defeated several formidable generals under the fortune-telling old woman. Master Roshi had a strong premonition that a transformation in the martial arts world was imminent. Therefore, during these 3 years, he had engaged in rigorous training, unwilling to simply watch his disciples surpass him. If they discovered that he was already the strongest in the world, their pride could easily lead to complacency, extinguishing their ambition. Indeed, he mused, to some extent, after the 23rd martial arts tournament, following the defeat of the demon child. Both Goku and Krillin had exhibited varying degrees of laxity in their training. Goku busied himself with Chi-Chi, welcoming their son Goten into the world, while Krillin had opted to indulge in the tranquility of peace. For 5 whole years, their progress had been minimal, until Raditz' arrival shifted the dynamics. He pondered about the 2 youngsters from the Crane School. How much had they advanced by now? Master Roshi recalled that fateful night when he had traversed mountains and rivers to confront the assassination of the androids. He was not only surprised to find that Xia Xian was a disciple of the Crane School, but also astonished by the formidable talent of Tien Shinhan. If these 2 were nurtured properly, they would undoubtedly become exceptional martial artists. Perhaps the era of the youth had indeed arrived, he contemplated. The plane gradually descended onto Durian Airport in Papaya Island, a small and sparsely populated locale, making it easy to catch a taxi to the registration site for the martial arts tournament. There were no notable attractions or tourist activities resembling many southern islands. Fortunately, the local culture was steeped in martial arts, drawing numerous practitioners for training. Inspired, a local temple established the so-called world's first martial arts tournament. While the title was grand, it did not hold absolute authority. Apart from this place, there exist 2 other world-class martial arts competitions. The status of the World Martial Arts Championship is more akin to that of a regional event, as evidenced by the prize money of 500,000 zeni. This reward may seem considerable at first glance. However, in comparison to the staggering bounty for Tao Pai Pai's lethal exploits, 100 million zeni, it appears somewhat meager, especially when one considers that little Wukong can consume 47,000 zeni in a single meal. Gazing at the familiar grand entrance, characterized by the unique architectural style of the southern lands, Krillin couldn't help but feel nostalgic. How heartwarming it is that this day has finally arrived. It is worth noting that the last time this young lad visited, he was but a timid and insecure little monk, fraught with anxiety, and subjected to ridicule by his former seniors, leaving him no inclination to appreciate the scenery around him. Only now, having advanced to the top 8, does Krillin find his mindset shifting, imbued with a calmness and composure previously absent. At that moment, a peculiar voice broke the air. "Oh, I wondered where this bumpkin blocking the entrance came from. It turns out to be Master Roshi and his lackeys." The crowd turned to see a gaunt old man in sunglasses, accompanied by 2 disciples of varying heights, their garments emblazoned with a conspicuous crane symbol. "Ah, is that you, Master Crane? I hardly expected you to still be among the living." Master Roshi retorted bluntly. "Haha, you remain as you always were, ugly, with a sharp tongue." Master Crane's forehead twitched with rage, clearly incensed. "What wind has blown this old feathered relic to my doorstep?" Master Roshi quipped with remarkable eloquence. "Humph, you shameless old turtle. I've heard some amusing rumors suggesting your disciple stole the spotlight in the last competition. Thus, I find it necessary to show everyone what true martial arts entail." Master Crane declared coldly. "Therefore, I have brought my disciples to partake in this tournament, and, perhaps, seize the championship." "Perhaps seize the championship? You, old fool? Still lack a sense of decorum after all these years." Master Roshi laughed heartily. "Do you truly believe that the championship is as easily acquired as a trinket from the marketplace? The title shall undoubtedly belong to my disciple. You'd better retreat to the countryside before you embarrass yourselves, bald-headed fool." Master Crane retorted without reservation. "Silence, you half-bald imbecile," Master Roshi shouted in frustration. However, when it comes to the art of insult, Master Crane evidently had the upper hand. In fact, his disciple, Jiaozi, has proven himself to be a worthy successor. In Dragon Ball Super, Episode 57, Jiaozi even triumphed over an opponent with mere verbal jabs, outshining even Tien Shinhan. Humph. Ignore these fools. The upcoming matches will demonstrate our strength. Master Crane, having gained the upper hand in verbal sparring, quickly withdrew with Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi entering the arena. As Master Crane's group distanced themselves, Yamcha furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who is that irritating old man?" "He is known as Master Crane, my beloved rival," Turtle Hermit succinctly stated. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. The officer who had dealt with the Black Satin Army seemed to be a disciple of Master Crane as well, and quite skilled at that. Why had Master Crane not brought him along this time? At that moment, Krillin, who had already registered everyone, approached with a puzzled expression. It's strange. I asked the registration desk, and neither Goku nor last year's champion, Shenlong, has signed up yet. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention shifted from Master Krang. Could it be that Goku had forgotten such an important day? Yamcha shook his head and sighed. It can't be helped. Bulma, transform into Goku's likeness and register for him. No one opposed this suggestion. In fact, both Krillin and Bulma believed that Goku had a carefree nature, often underestimating his own accomplishments, such as defeating the Black Satin Army, which he nonchalantly credited to others. Otherwise, he would already be hailed as a hero of the world. Just then, the sharp-eyed Launch suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, he's coming." In the distance, a cloud of dust billowed as a youth clad in animal skin sped toward them with astonishing velocity. It was he, the greatest man in the Dragon Ball world, Son Goku. His deeds need no embellishment. His name has become synonymous with an era, a formidable peak that is difficult to surpass. Even though Son Goku was still in his youth, he had begun to shine, actively participating on the stage of the Dragon Ball world. How's everyone doing? Young Goku exclaimed cheerfully, greeting each of his companions in turn. Bulma, your hair has changed again. How infuriating. Goku, how did you grow taller than me? While the others exchanged pleasantries, Turtle Hermit discreetly approached the registration desk to sign up young Goku, quietly adding Shenlong's name as well. Just as the Turtle School disciples warmly welcomed Goku, Tien and the others had already arrived at the venue. Unlike the camaraderie among the Turtle School disciples, the Crane School had not prepared matching uniforms. Tien wore a long robe emblazoned with the character for Crane and a small cap, sitting in a corner with his eyes closed, meditating, while Kaiatsu wandered about. To push his limits, Tien found pleasure in even the most mundane practice of sitting in meditation, constantly honing his skills. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Hey, isn't that Big Brother Tien? It's been ages. To be honest, the nickname Big Brother Tien sounded a bit odd, and Tien instinctively didn't favor it. However, hearing that voice now filled him with immense joy as he opened his eyes and exclaimed, Xian, is that you? Summer Xian stood before him with a beaming smile. Appearing notably more robust than 2 years prior, her skin having taken on a deeper hue, exuding a sense of newfound composure and gravitas. It has truly been ages. How have you been, my friend? Tianjin Fan exclaimed with delight. Indeed, Brother de Tian, your focus is unparalleled. But may we not engage in some pleasantries first? Summer Xian replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. At that moment, Dumpling meandered over, muttering, Brother Tian, I've inquired, and meals here require payment. During the last event, a child devoured half a year's worth of rations from the temple. Thus, all participants must pay for their sustenance. Is that not Summer Xian? Upon seeing her, Dumpling's joy was genuine, for she was the only companion, aside from Tianjin Fan, who willingly chose to engage with him. Greetings, senior brother. It seems that Master Crane has not even prepared lunch for you. What a miserly old man. Summer Xian jested. Tianjin Fan, well aware of his master's character and the tension between his junior and the master, chose not to correct her. He sighed and said, well, it is not as dire as it seems. Dumpling has brought some steamed buns in his pack. Let us reserve those provisions for our esteemed master, since we seldom meet. Allow me, as a named disciple, to treat you all while we eat and converse. After Xia Xian spoke, she unceremoniously dragged Tianjin Fan and Dumpling towards the dining hall. Tianjin Fan was apprehensive about missing the preliminary rounds, instinctively wanting to resist. However, he was taken aback by the strength of Xia Xian's grip, which rendered him unable to free himself. He was secretly astonished. It seemed that this junior brother of his had indeed dedicated considerable effort to training over the past 2 years, or he would not have reached such a level. Curiosity about his experiences piqued within him, and he decided not to refuse any further. Thus, the group marched grandly toward the dining hall. It is worth noting that the World Martial Arts Championship traditionally does not provide a dining hall for outsiders. However, during the 21st edition of the event, when the runner-up, Little Wukong, clamored for lunch, an exception was reluctantly made. Temporary chefs from the monastery prepared simple dishes such as udon noodles, fried rice, and vegetarian meals. The disciples of the Crane Immortal School rarely had the chance to gather, and Dumpling, being considerate, ordered a few inexpensive snacks, mindful of Xia Xian's wallet. As they enjoyed their tea, they began to converse about events that transpired during their time apart. Where have you been all these years? Tianjin Fan inquired. I wrote a few letters home, but that lady named Xiao Wu said you had gone off to train and never returned. Hearing that Tianjin Fan had written to him touched Xia Xian deeply. It indicated that this man had not let their separation weaken their bond, a rarity in any world. Haha, thank you for your concern, Brother Tian. I merely made a trip to the Galan Tower, Xia Xin replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan's expression shifted to one of surprise. To an ordinary person, Galan Tower might seem like a third-rate tourist trap designed to swindle money. Yet, for a martial artist, Galan Tower held a different significance. It was reputedly the supreme sanctuary of martial arts. Anyone who reached its summit and drank the divine elixir bestowed by the celestial beings would become an invincible force. Have you ascended Galan Tower? Did you drink that legendary divine elixir? Dumpling asked, astonished. His curiosity was understandable, especially since the Crane Immortal School had a notable connection to the tower. Uncle Tao Pai Pai had been defeated by little Wukong, who had descended from it, although it was forbidden to mention this incident within the sect. Everyone was immensely curious about the miraculous elixir that could elevate a mortal's cultivation to that of a century's worth of practice in just 3 days. The divine elixir. You say Xia Xin awkwardly scratched his face, hesitating to speak. After a considerable pause, he finally murmured, actually, I didn't manage to drink it. As soon as these words left his lips, his two companions were taken aback. They were well aware that this was a treasure capable of amplifying one's strength manifold. An object fervently coveted by many. It was rumored that one could receive such a gift simply by climbing to the pinnacle of the tower using their own strength. Why, then, had Xia Xin not been able to partake? It seemed a regrettable oversight. Was it possible that the immortal atop the tower had put him to the test? Tianjin Fan expressed his discontent, his demeanor reflecting a sense of injustice on Xia Xin's behalf. Well, it's not quite that simple. There are some complexities that are difficult to articulate. Xia Xin replied with an awkward smile, deftly sidestepping the topic. At that moment, memories of his experience at the Karen Tower flooded his mind. The immortal at the summit, as ever, leaned on his staff, squinting at Xia Xin. It is worth noting that the author, Akira Toriyama, has a penchant for incorporating elements from his life into his work, often treating them as treasured possessions. Numerous characters were inspired by real-life counterparts, including the gods of destruction, Beerus and Kampa, Yamcha's sidekick Puar, along with the Meijin series. At this moment, the Karen immortal before Xia Xin was reminiscent of Toriyama's early pet, a small black creature, for which he had stated in the 150th chapter of the Dragon Ball manga that he had modeled the Karen immortal after his beloved pet. Xin, you have been at the Karen Tower for a year. Why have you yet to obtain the super sacred water? The Karen immortal inquired slowly. Perhaps it is due to my mediocre talent and insufficient strength, Xia Xin replied. Xia Xin respectfully remarked, however, you previously mentioned that Master Wu Tian, also known as the Turtle Sage, took a full 3 years to achieve his mastery. I have merely spent a year. There is no need for haste. It is noteworthy that Xia Xin ascended the Galan Tower, dedicating almost 3 days to the endeavor. He carried a rope with him, securing himself to the tower whenever exhaustion set in, allowing him to rest with his eyes closed for a brief respite. Upon reaching the cloud level, he was nearly swept away by a fierce gust of wind, and it was fortunate that he had the rope as a safeguard. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the tower, he produced a capsule filled with various earthly delicacies to present to the sage, including fragrant mint tobacco and exquisite tea leaves, which brought immense joy to the gallant sage. This visit extended for an entire year. It has already been a year since your ascent to the tower. How swiftly time passes, remarked the gallant sage, narrowing his eyes. Very well. Perhaps I had set my expectations for you a bit high. You may go and rest now. Xia Xin clasped her hands in reverence and then turned to descend to the lower level to fetch water. At such an altitude, quenching one's thirst necessitated the mastery of breathing techniques to draw the clouds closer, subsequently condensing the vapor into water, transforming it into a source suitable for daily sustenance. One could argue that this practice bordered on a form of cultivation. It is worth noting that although the Galan Tower served as a dwelling for the immortal, it was amply equipped with all essential amenities, bathtubs, beds, cooking stoves, and water tanks, even a toilet. It remained uncertain, however, whether the waste fell directly upon the heads of the Yuppies below or disintegrated naturally during its descent, much like how aircraft dispose of waste from the skies. After all, the Galan Tower soared to heights that nearly grazed the clouds. Just as Xia Xin was about to descend, the immortal Galan unexpectedly interjected with a remark. The supreme holy water is merely ordinary boiled water. Upon hearing this, Xia Xin exhibited little reaction, calmly responding with an "oh" before continuing her descent. Yet, Only a few steps later, she realized something was amiss. Logically, any warrior willing to ascend the Gallon Tower would be fervently eager to obtain the supreme holy water to enhance their strength. However, Xia Xin's composed demeanor seemed to betray an underlying knowledge. Indeed, you were already aware of the secret of the supreme holy water. Gallon, squinting slightly, sighed and remarked, "Those who ascend here are all disciples of the Tortoise Immortal sect. Thus, it is impossible for the Crane Immortal sect's disciples to know this secret in advance." At this moment, Xia Xin dared not utter a word, remaining silent with lips sealed. From the very first day you ascended the tower, an air of peculiarity surrounded you. Master Garen continued, stating, "Firstly, your heart is shrouded in chaos and obscurity, rendering your thoughts inscrutable. Furthermore, your indifference towards the contest for the super holy water is striking. It has been centuries since anyone has displayed such apathy." Upon hearing this, Xia Xin felt a pang of shame, being well versed in the narrative. He had long recognized it to be nothing more than ordinary water, hence he lacked the motivation to compete for it. This subconscious mindset manifested in his daily training. And after a year, it was impossible to elude the keen eyes of the sage. "I must confess, this piqued my interest in you, prompting me to delve into your past." Master Garen continued, "The conclusion drawn is that you are an exceptionally rational individual, to the point of being excessively so. Nearly every choice you make is the most optimal one for you." According to the animated version, Master Garen possesses several jars that can reveal a person's past and future. However, during his year atop the tower, Xia Xin had opened every jar, yet found none that contained such intrigue. Whether it was pilfering treasures from the headquarters of the Black Silk Army or rescuing Tao Pai Pai to join the Crane School, each decision was astutely made. Master Garen remarked lightly, "This leads me to ponder, what purpose do you serve by remaining in the Garen Tower?" Hearing this, Xia Xin sighed and adopted a helpless demeanor, saying, "Alas, to be candid, my prolonged stay in the tower is largely due to fear." Fear, indeed, I have attempted to cultivate in the lower realms, only to swiftly confront a dilemma. I lack sufficient perseverance. After training for a while, I find myself irresistibly drawn to leisure, to indulge, to savor life. Although I have tried to overcome this, my efforts have repeatedly met with failure. It is only upon reaching the pinnacle of the Garen Tower, where the allure of distraction is absent, that I can effectively isolate myself from the temptations of the world. Master Garen was taken aback. Xia Xin's plight is one that many martial artists have encountered. After all, the path of martial arts is arduous, often testing one's willpower, and it is common for individuals to falter after reaching a certain stage. Yet, few possess the candor to articulate their struggles as Xia Xin has. Thus, when Xia Xin claimed he had not partaken of the super holy water, it was not a deceit. However, his current abilities have undoubtedly reached that threshold. As Xia Xin gradually drew back Galinta's thoughts, he continued to cheerfully engage with Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, enjoying their meal together. The three of them, being brothers in arms, shared a sincere bond. Even after 2 years apart, there was no sense of estrangement. They reminisced about the unfortunate incidents involving Master Crane, erupting into hearty laughter, clearly harboring many grievances against that cantankerous and ungrateful old man. Speaking of which, how is Master Tao Pai Pai faring? While Xia Xin busily summoned the temple's cooks for more wine and dishes, he inquired about this pivotal figure who had introduced him to the Crane Immortal style. He is recovering quite well, though his body has suffered grave damage. His legs have become rather unsteady, probably akin to an ordinary person's, Jiaozi remarked, stuffing a bun into his mouth with a mischievous grin. One cannot put it that way, though. Despite his limited mobility, Tao Pai Pai frequently offers guidance on our martial arts, Tianjin Fan added good-naturedly. Indeed, every time there is something unsatisfactory, he cannot help but deliver a sharp retort. While eating, Jiaozi quipped, it seems he relishes finding faults as a means to derive some form of mental satisfaction. Xia Xin and Tianjin Fan exchanged glances, both secretly marveling at the increasingly formidable ability of Dumpling to critique. By the way, has the mechanical body been completed? After Xia Xin returned from beneath the tower, she had not encountered King Pilaf, prompting her to inquire at this moment. When we exited the Crane Immortal Hall, the machinery had just been installed and calibrated. However, it is said that it would take 2 to 3 years for full adaptation. Tianjin Fan reflected for a moment and remarked, nevertheless, the Crane Immortal has secretly invited many to observe, and they all claim that the manufactured mechanical body is as exquisite as the work of the heavens, truly remarkable. This is all thanks to your introduction, Ixin. Yet, after the assembly was completed, that short-statured king mentioned he had matters to attend to and vanished without a trace. To this day, there has been no word of him. If you happen to encounter him, Ixin, please convey a message, urging them to visit the Crane Immortal Hall when they have the opportunity to assist in monitoring the operation of the mechanical body. Dumpling added from the side. Upon hearing the news of the disappearance of the Pilaf trio, Ixin felt a twinge of curiosity. However, his current strength had evolved significantly, rendering him less reliant on plot characters than in the early days. Moreover, the possessions of King Pilaf remained in his home, so he need not worry about them straying too far. In the future, should he wish to search, leveraging his connections within the police force should prove manageable. As the three engaged in lively conversation, they were suddenly interrupted by a ruckus from the surrounding crowd. Look, these three were among last year's top 8 competitors. How did that young man join the Turtle School? They are all disciples of the same sect. It seems the Turtle School is poised for a resurgence this year. How frustrating. With such talent at such a young age, am I left with no hope? As Xiaxin Shiwen turned to the sound, she beheld the disciples of the Turtle Hermit, Yamchu, Krillin, and the young Goku, all approaching her direction. Indeed, they have all arrived. My effort to come here for the competition has not been in vain. In the depths of his heart, Xiaxin contemplated. To speak of it, his participation in this competition was partly about reconnecting with Tianjin Fan and others. Yet, more importantly, it was to see little Wukong. Upon descending from the Tower of Corinta, he had once inquired of the sage about his standing. As the third individual to ascend the tower, he sought to understand the disparity in his abilities compared to the previous climbers. You, my young friend, immediately inquire about your shortcomings. It seems you harbor a lack of confidence in your self-assessment. The sage of Corinta, with his eyes still narrowed, spoke with a tone of genuine appreciation. This is not a case of self-deprecation, but rather a sincere desire for a clear understanding of my own capabilities, Xiaxin replied earnestly, though inwardly he scoffed, thinking, what a jest. The predecessors who ascended the Tower of Corinta include the Turtle Sage, who can contend with the formidable Jiren of Universe 11, and the destined protagonist of this very manga. These two extraordinary beings render someone like me, born without a system, utterly unworthy of comparison. Well, in comparison, you have already surpassed Master Wutian from 3 centuries ago, yet you remain inferior to his disciple, Wukong. The sage of Corinta succinctly replied. Sighing, Xiaxin acknowledged. As I suspected. Is it truly because the disciples of the Turtle School arrived 2 years earlier than I? Chronologically, Xiaxin had indeed come to the tower 2 years later than little Wukong. However, it implied that since graduating from Corinta, Xiaxin's strength should now be able to measure up to that of the then formidable Tao Pai Pai. To be candid, Xiaxin even entertained the thought that had he ascended the tower a few years before little Wukong, he might have been more powerful than the present-day Wukong. This has nothing to do with the timing of your ascent. The sage of Corinta said gently. It is purely a matter of talent between the two of you. Consider this. When little Wukong first climbed the Tower of Corinta, he spent an entire day and made only a brief passage. Yet, during his second ascent, he accomplished it in merely 3 hours. Do you possess the confidence to complete this task within 3 hours after a year of training? Upon hearing this, Xiaxin recalled the arduous journey of climbing the tower, and a shiver ran down her spine. She pondered quietly at this moment. She could indeed achieve it within 3 hours. However, little Wukong managed to compress an entire day's effort into a remarkably brief span of time. Meanwhile, it would take her an entire year to reach such a level. If she wished to surpass him, mere diligence would likely prove insufficient. Perhaps it would be wise to hope for an extraordinary encounter. This was the final commentary from Master Galen regarding Xiaxin and little Wukong. Now, at the scene of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, Xiaxin finally had the opportunity to behold son Wukong up close for the first time. Even though he still resembled a child. Please bring me another 20 rice balls, the largest ones available, Xiaxin whispered to the nearby fireworker, casually handing over a pearl. The individual glanced at the gem and, realizing its considerable value, hurried off to the kitchen with great enthusiasm. Isn't that a member of the Crane School? He mused. With the competition about to commence, it was surprising that they were still preoccupied with dining. Was it perhaps due to their rural origins, lacking access to better cuisine? Were they unable to enjoy a hearty meal? Yamucha, with his distinctive 3 eyes on his forehead, easily spotted Tianjin Fan by the cafeteria. He had initially not intended to approach, but upon noticing Xia Xian engaged in lively conversation nearby, his resolve shifted. Had it been anyone else, Yamucha might not have been as invested. However, Xia Xian was celebrated as a great hero for his role in vanquishing the Black Satin Army, a distinction that left a profound impression on Yamucha. After all, this title was originally meant for little Wukong, but had been usurped by a despicable individual, leaving Yamucha, a friend of little Wukong, unable to swallow such an affront. Thus, he proactively approached, seeking to avenge his friend's honor. Upon seeing Yamucha and his companions, Tianjin Fan furrowed his brow. Ugh, it's them again. Xia Xian feigned ignorance, quietly inquiring of Jiaozi, "Oh, who might these individuals be?" Unbeknownst to Jiaozi, Xia Xian was playing the fool with a knowing mind, and kindly introduced, "They are disciples of the Turtle School." However, before the sentence could be completed, it was abruptly interrupted by Yamucha. "Please clarify. They are the Turtle School disciples who have all entered the top 8 of the world's martial arts tournament," Yamucha declared with pride. Beside him, Tianjin Fan, observing Jiaozi being rebutted, wore an increasingly displeased expression. "Humph, merely the top 8, and they dare to boast about it. One might think they have already claimed the championship." Tianjin Fan retorted defiantly. "Hey, what is impossible? I assure you, this year's tournament champion will undoubtedly be from the Turtle School." Yamucha insisted without yielding. Tianjin Fan, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, rising with an air of arrogance. His robust figure and well-honed muscles attested to a man who had endured countless arduous training sessions, proving he was no ordinary opponent. "With you? I hardly believe that is achievable." His words dripped with unyielding confidence, and amidst the casual demeanor, a formidable presence began to emerge. "The one destined to claim the championship is not me, but our little Goku," Yamucha said, gesturing towards his side, only to find the person he had just been with had vanished without a trace. "Huh? Krillin, where's little Goku?" he exclaimed, bewildered. Just a moment ago he had been right here. How could he have disappeared so swiftly? The bald monk, Krillin, was equally perplexed. As Tianjin Fan's gaze shifted, it landed upon a child with the demeanor of a monkey, swaying his tail, squatting not far from Xia Xian. This peculiar junior brother had, unbeknownst to anyone, stacked nearly 20 massive rice balls on the table, each roughly the size of a soccer ball, enough to leave anyone agape in astonishment. Speaking of which, he hadn't had rice balls since returning from Yehi. Little Goku's mouth watered, streams of saliva flowing uncontrollably like a burst dam. Upon witnessing this, Yamucha knew they were doomed. Little Goku's appetite was notoriously fearsome, not to mention the last time he had devoured everything in a restaurant. Krillin had once recounted with trepidation how little Goku had consumed all the food that Master Roshi had stored for an entire week, forcing him to swim to larger islands to procure more ingredients. "Shopkeeper, we also wish to dine. Bring us 10 of these rice balls," Yamucha greeted loudly. The cook, who had previously accepted a bribe of summer pearls, now wore an awkward smile and helplessly remarked, "I sincerely apologize, but all the rice balls and other ingredients have been consumed by this table of guests. If you don't mind, perhaps you could return for a meal after your preliminary match." Upon hearing this news, the dejection on little Wukong's face was almost palpable, as if his entire demeanor had shifted to one of discontent. However, at that moment, Xia Xian gently interjected, "Oh, Yahoo, that's quite a distance from the other side of the earth. How arduous. If you don't mind, let us share a meal together. After all, the 3 of us cannot possibly finish all these rice balls." Hearing this, little Wukong was instantly overjoyed, expressing his gratitude before seizing a rice ball the size of a basketball and eagerly bringing it to his mouth. Observing his strongest ally rushing to dine with the disciple of his master's rival over mere rice balls, Yamucha found his desire to stir trouble diminished. He could only watch helplessly as little Wukong and Xia Xian indulged joyfully, relishing their meal. Delicious. Last time I passed through the desert, I could only eat prickly berries, which were both bitter and sour. If only I could have rice balls like these," little Wukong exclaimed, devouring his food with great enthusiasm. Xia Xian nodded with a gentle smile, breaking the rice ball in her hand and savoring it in small bites. During her time on the Galactic Tower, a celestial being had proudly presented her with a peculiar bean, boasting that consuming it would stave off hunger for 7 days, akin to the legendary elixirs of myth. Upon seeing the bean in her grasp, even if she were to contemplate with the heel of her foot, she would recognize it as a divine bean. Beyond its ability to suppress hunger for several days, the true worth of the divine being lies in its capacity to restore health to those grievously wounded. In the battle-centric realm of Dragon Ball, this capability is nothing short of a game-changer, possessing the power to alter fate itself. If, in the future world of Trunks, divine beings were still available, Gohan would not have had to fight with one arm, ultimately succumbing to the torment inflicted by Android 17. Xin meticulously gathered celestial beings atop the Galinta, having cultivated a habit of consuming delicacies in small bites due to her usual company of divine beings. As she reminisced about the past, the nimble son Wukong had already devoured the rice balls before him with astonishing speed, letting out a resounding belch of satisfaction. "Thank you for your hospitality. I am quite full," he proclaimed, rising to his feet and casting a keen glance at Xin. "You seem formidable. I look forward to our duel." He then glanced at Tianjin Fan, adding, "You are impressive as well. I believe a confrontation awaits us." With that, he dashed off to the competition venue. Xin remained seated at the table, watching Sun Wukong's vanishing figure, murmuring to herself, "We shall indeed face each other. That is the very purpose of my participation." As competitors began to file into the arena, the preliminary round of the world's martial arts tournament was poised to commence. Among the skilled participants, some drew numerous gazes and whispers from the crowd. For instance, the previous champion, Chen Long, made his entrance clad in a kung fu uniform and cloth shoes, his piercing gaze exuding an aura of authority that instinctively caused several competitors to retreat a few steps, reluctant to confront the venerable elder in the preliminaries. It is worth noting that this elder was, in fact, the turtle sage in disguise. To prevent his disciples from becoming arrogant, he donned a disguise for each tournament, hoping they would grasp the principle that there is always someone stronger beyond their kin through their encounters. When Xin appeared, she too elicited gasps of astonishment. "Look, that lad is the officer who single-handedly infiltrated the Black Silk Army headquarters." One exclaimed, "Is he competing as well? How outrageous. He is already a world hero. Why not give us lesser mortals a chance to shine?" Whispers circulated about how the Black Silk Army had dispatched 100 assassins, including the renowned Tao Pai Pai, all of whom had been bested by this young man. Alas, how can we possibly compete with him? Amidst the murmurs, Sun Wukong patted his round belly, savoring the memory of the rice balls, while Yamcha, visibly irked, retorted, "Humph. A fraud masquerading as a hero, that scoundrel from the Crane School is utterly detestable. I shall ensure I deal with you properly in the competition." As Yamcha's mind wandered with indignation, the monk presiding over the tournament had already taken to the stage to announce the guidelines and rules. "Thank you all for journeying such great distances to participate in the world's martial arts tournament. Your efforts are appreciated." With that, he clasped his hands together in reverence and bowed to the assembled crowd. Xin was well aware of the elderly gentleman, the future successor of this temple. Despite the venue being demolished multiple times, he tirelessly gathered funds to reconstruct the arena and persist in organizing these perilous yet unprofitable events. Subsequently, his portrait consistently occupied a prominent position on the Wall of Fame at the martial arts competition. As many are aware, the number of participants has significantly increased in recent years. Consequently, the event has transitioned to a triennial format. However, the number of individuals qualifying for the preliminaries still reached an impressive 182. While this figure may seem modest, it represents notable progress compared to previous editions. Selecting only 8 competitors from such a pool will undoubtedly incite fierce rivalry. Competitors, it is time to showcase the fruits of your training. With that brief introduction concluded, the drawing of lots commenced. Each contestant, regardless of their prowess, was required to draw a number from a small box to determine their order of appearance. Simultaneously, the rules were articulated over the arena's loudspeaker. The preliminaries will now commence, with the aim of selecting 8 skilled fighters to participate in the prestigious Grand Martial Arts Championship. Please refer to your draw numbers and gather near the respective competition platforms. The matches will unfold in a one-on-one format on the arena, where any participant who falls from the stage, loses consciousness, or concedes will be deemed defeated. Additionally, the use of weapons is strictly prohibited, and from this edition onwards, the preliminaries will no longer be time-restricted. Battles will continue until a victor emerges. Xin couldn't help but chuckle to herself. The preliminary rounds of the World Martial Arts Tournament had always been a source of amusement. It was essentially a showcase of practitioners overpowering ordinary individuals, with contests typically resulting in one-sided victories that rendered the outcomes evident almost immediately. Consequently, it became commonplace to replace the preliminaries with instruments. However, as a person of caution, Xia Xin hoped to avoid encountering formidable opponents at this stage. Otherwise, failing to advance even through the preliminaries would likely turn her into a laughingstock in the Dragon Ball universe. Dumpling, could you please lend me a hand? Xia Xin turned around and noticed that Jiaozi's little face was flushed, his gaze unfocused, and his steps unsteady, as if he were inebriated. What could be the matter? Had he perhaps consumed alcohol? Xia Xin pondered curiously, hastening to investigate. Tianjin Rice also sensed something amiss. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no. I completely forgot that Jiaozi cannot eat bayberries, or else he would become intoxicated. This could be troublesome. Bayberries? They possess such an effect?" Xia Xin was taken aback by the revelation and instinctively inquired, "But the problem is, we haven't eaten any bayberries. The rice balls you ordered earlier contained plums, and it seems Jiaozi indulged in them." Tianjin Rice replied with a sense of helplessness. Xia Xin was becoming increasingly anxious, as he was counting on Jiaozi to help him adjust his ranking. How could he possibly fall asleep at such a critical moment? Jiaozi swayed his way over to Clin and pointed at him, exclaiming, "Baldy." This remark detonated like a bomb, instantly rousing Clin from his usual calm demeanor. "What? Aren't you a baldy yourself? Why are you targeting me?" Clin shouted furiously. However, in the face of Clin's accusation, Jiaozi calmly removed his hat and, with an air of nonchalance, stated, "Please do not associate me with bald heads." Clin's gaze sharpened, and he noticed that atop Jiaozi's head there was precisely one solitary hair, fluttering in the breeze. At that moment, Clin likely felt akin to the character Saitama from One Punch Man, nearly driven insane by the absurdity of the hairstyle issue. "What of that single hair? Does it make you feel superior?" Clin nearly erupted in a tirade. "Are you envious?" Jiaozi replied with a composed expression, each word probing Clin's nerves. Xia Xin and Tianjin Fan, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, promptly intervened and whisked Dumpling away. The boy continued to struggle, rolling his eyes and sticking out his tongue, engaging in a silent standoff with Clin. Tianjin Fan's fiercely protective nature left no room for rebuke, even though Dumpling had erred. He merely diffused the situation without admonishment, which only served to aggravate Yamcha further. Observing Dumpling in a state of inebriation, it became evident that any plans to rely on his supernatural abilities to cheat would ultimately be in vain. Xia Xin could only sigh, resigning herself to fate as she ascended the stage to draw lots. Group 6 contestant number 13 was set to face Group 8's fourth contestant, the formidable Chai Ba Wang. The host bellowed, and the surrounding crowd erupted into a flurry of whispers. "Goodness, is that Chai Ba Wang, the champion from previous competitions?" Someone murmured. Though Jiao Zi was heavily intoxicated, he still remembered to express concern for Xia Xin, slurring his words as he inquired, "Is he really that formidable?" It seemed he was indeed an exceptionally skilled fighter. Whenever he participated, victory was a foregone conclusion, leaving no opportunity for his opponents to retaliate. Upon hearing this, Jiao Zi grew anxious. This is not good. Xia Xin is facing an incredibly strong adversary in the very first round. What should we do? Tianjin Fan, maintaining a calmer demeanor, pondered silently. The elder known as Nan Wu, who had only reached the quarterfinals, was already a daunting presence, capable of controlling powerful androids. Now, this individual, who had claimed multiple championships, surely posed an even greater challenge. However, perhaps Xia Xin had made significant progress over the past 3 years. One could only wait and see her true capabilities. Others from the Turtle Hermit school, such as Yamcha and Krillin, awaited the spectacle with a sense of detached amusement. Only little Wukong approached with genuine anticipation, offering his encouragement to Xia Xin, free from any factional bias. Yet it was Xia Xin herself who, upon hearing the result, felt a tremendous weight lift from her heart. What a relief. Thankfully, she had not drawn Tianjin Fan or little Wukong. That would have been truly unfortunate. As Xia Xin pondered, he ascended the arena. There stood Chai Ba Wang, already awaiting him. This individual possessed a dark complexion, his hair tousled and coiled, with a crimson mark at the center of his forehead. His robe draped casually over his shoulders, exuding the aura of an ascetic. "I look forward to your guidance." Chai Ba Wang courteously bowed, yet his gaze remained unchanged, sharp as a hawk poised for the hunt. "Greetings." Xia Xin returned the gesture with propriety. Rest assured, I shall not inflict harm upon you, merely to the point, Chai Ba Wang declared with an air of arrogance. After all, you are the hero who defeated the Black Silk Army. I shall extend certain privileges to you. Thank you, Xia Xin replied succinctly, simultaneously adopting his stance. At this moment, both awaited the referee's signal, ready to commence a fierce battle. A multitude gathered to witness this clash between hero and master, anticipating a spectacle of remarkable intensity. In no time, throngs surged forward, eager to behold the contest. After all, one was a legendary hero who had infiltrated the headquarters of the Black Silk Army, while the other was Chai Ba Wang, a multiple champion of martial arts. By reputation alone, this was a highly anticipated and evenly matched contest. In stark contrast to the tumult below, the arena itself was oddly tranquil. No, more accurately, Xia Xin exuded an extraordinary calm, standing still as though an ordinary person awaiting a train. Is he not even going to assume a stance? How reckless! Chai Ba Wang narrowed his eyes, a hint of anger lacing his voice. I truly wonder how your master instructs you. To belittle martial arts is to invite disaster. Xia Xin remained silent, standing there like a stone statue. At first glance, she might appear as dull as a wooden chicken, yet in truth, this state embodied the serene poise that Mr. Bobo had once mentioned, an aura as tranquil as the sky. It represented a more advanced stance. In the original tale, only the young Monkey King had ventured to the temple to learn this technique. The effectiveness in battle is self-evident. The crucial aspect is that when Mr. Bobo assumed this stance, even the young Monkey King was astounded, unable to perceive the opponent's energy. Simply put, if Xia Xin desires to master the art of concealing her aura in the future, she must comprehend this state of being. In the towering Galinta, amidst the desolate and ethereal atmosphere, Xia Xin endeavored to transform her heart into nothingness, merging with the sky. After a year of dedicated practice, she had already grasped this realm ahead of time, astonishing the immortals. Observing Xia Xin's air of nonchalance, King Chai Ba grew increasingly irate, intent on teaching a lesson to this superhero who did not even assume a stance. Take this, King Chai Ba bellowed as he lunged towards Xia Xin, his hand poised to strike, ready to sever and blast everything in his path. However, this seemingly inevitable blow struck nothing but air, as the figure of Xia Xin suddenly vanished before his eyes. For a martial artist, missing a strike signifies numerous complications, especially when one's back is left unguarded. It becomes a vulnerable target. Anyone could seize the opportunity for an easy victory with a mere touch. Having roamed the arena for years, King Chai Ba was well aware of these intricacies. Disregarding his dignity, he rolled on the ground to evade his opponent's attack, then quickly turned around, only to find Xia Xin right behind him. Yet, she remained as serene as the air, exuding no trace of energy. This silence instilled an inexplicable sense of panic in King Chai Ba, making him realize he must defeat Xia Xin swiftly. Otherwise, the situation would only worsen. This time, he unleashed a whip-like kick, slicing through the air with the ferocity of a blade, capable of striking multiple targets with great precision, a move of unparalleled sharpness. Nevertheless, as the attack bore down upon her, Xia Xin remained unresponsive. Motionless, still no action. Was he losing his mind? King Chai Ba's powerful strike was so fierce that even those at a distance could sense the force rushing toward them. Yet nothing was struck, to be precise. Not even the hem of his opponent's garment was grazed. Xia Xin appeared behind King Chiba like a ghost, yet she refrained from launching an attack. At this moment, the true experts watching from the sidelines began to grasp the situation. How had this young man achieved such prowess? The turtle sage disguised as Chun Long felt a deep sense of astonishment. Having witnessed Xia Xin's martial arts before, he still found it impossible to gauge the extent of her improvement. It seemed as though she was not intent on fighting seriously, he thought hesitantly. Meanwhile, Tien, observing from his position, clicked his tongue and muttered under his breath, "Naturally, my junior's abilities cannot be revealed in the preliminary stages." Xia Xin's speed appeared to have increased considerably. King Chiba's forehead throbbed with veins, his two failed assaults igniting a mixture of shame and fury within him. Utterly detestable. You are courting death. With a furious roar, King Chiba unleashed his utmost speed, strongest force, and the ultimate technique he had intended to reveal only in the finals, the eight-handed fist. This technique, executed with such rapidity, created the illusion of 8 hands striking simultaneously. This time, Xia Xian did not evade to his rear. Instead, she utilized an unusual gait to nimbly evade each of King Chiba's attacks. To be precise, each strike came perilously close to its target. However, this minuscule margin meant that no harm could be inflicted upon her. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. King Chiba, infuriated and shamed, desperately accelerated, finally cornering Xia Xian against the edge of the arena. Now, how will you evade? He bellowed, launching a decisive blow at the seemingly trapped Xia Xian. Yet, once again, his fist struck only at the water's surface, for the opponent before him was merely an afterimage. The afterimage fist. This technique employed the residual images created by high speed to simulate a clone-like effect, bewildering the enemy. Beyond its original version, it had also given rise to double, triple, and even multiple afterimages. During her time at Galinta, Xia Xian endured considerable hardships, honing her skills under the tutelage of a celestial being. The Chiba King, whose attacks proved futile, began to perspire as he realized that his 8-hand fist, which relied on speed to create afterimages, was being mirrored by Xia Xian's adept manipulation of her own movement speed to achieve a similar illusion. At that moment, the Chiba King felt his stamina, energy, and confidence wane, his breath growing hasty and chaotic. Xia Xian, waiting for this precise opportunity, delivered a swift chop to the back of his head. With a startled expression of disbelief, the Chiba King collapsed to the ground. The competitor has fainted. Contestant number 13 from Group 6 is the victor, the referee announced loudly. Below the stage, Tian Jinfan contemplated inwardly, recognizing that he could also execute such a rapid strike to defeat an opponent instantly. However, he acknowledged that he could never emulate Xia Xian's understated, composed demeanor. Meanwhile, Xia Xian felt a pang of concern. The Chiba King represented the pinnacle attainable by an ordinary martial artist, and in the future, he might even serve as the mentor to the formidable Obyu. To achieve further advancement, one would require either extraordinary fortune akin to that of Satan or a formidable teacher to guide them. Otherwise, no matter how diligently one practiced, substantial improvement would remain elusive. The 8-hand fist was merely a limitation. Martial artists on Earth often fall into the misconception that relentless training alone can surpass boundaries. In truth, effective guidance from a proficient mentor, coupled with the right path, is essential. Reflecting on the life of little Wukong, it is evident that he did not possess immense strength from the outset, as illustrated by his equal standing with Tian Jinfan. However, after studying under the celestial god and the king of the universe, he gradually distanced himself from his former rivals. Thus, the question arises, before evolving into a Super Saiyan, was there truly no possibility for others to surpass Wukong? Xia Xian firmly believes that the inhabitants of Earth possess immense potential for advancement. After ascending to the temple, individuals such as Tian Shinon experience nearly a 5-fold increase in their abilities within a year, surpassing even the level of the Scion Raditz, a feat far more rapid than Goku's progress during his time at the temple. Thus, Xia Xian has been contemplating how, as an Earthling, he might carve out his own niche on the future stage of Super Saiyans. Following the match, Xia Xian approached Tian Shinhan with an air of calm, devoid of any signs of exertion. Indeed, you have grown stronger, Tian Shinhan remarked sincerely. Unfortunately, you still have a long way to go. If it weren't for the numerous martial arts insights you shared, I would have faced many more obstacles on my path. Otherwise, my progress would not have been so significant. Xia Xian spoke earnestly. The two of them had traversed the threshold of life and death together, and many things could be understood through a mere glance, leading them to share a knowing smile. By the way, where have the dumplings gone? Xia Xian inquired. Has he regained consciousness from his intoxication? He has recovered somewhat. Just now, I mentioned his name, and he has returned to the competition. Tianjin Fan elucidated, simultaneously turning to gaze towards the arena. What? In such a condition, he can still engage in battle? Don't be ridiculous, it's still. However, before the words could fully escape his lips, Tianjin Fan's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had witnessed something horrifying, prompting him to swiftly dash towards another platform. Xia Xian understood that her senior brother's third eye on his forehead was exceptionally perceptive, and at this moment, he must have witnessed something dreadful, which had caused his evident distress. Thus, she refrained from speaking further and hurriedly followed him. There, beneath the arena, lay Jiaozi, his eyes spinning with golden stars, unconscious and evidently knocked out. Jiaozi, are you all right? Wake up. For the first time, A look of terror graced Tianjin Fan's usually composed face as he shook his unconscious junior brother repeatedly, as if the sky itself were collapsing. In the realm of reality, many believed that the relationship between Jiaozi and Tianjin Fan was ambiguous, spawning numerous fanfictions and manga. However, after spending time with the two, Xia Xian concluded that their bond was not as peculiar as rumored. They were, in truth, two very innocent individuals, primarily suffering under the tyrannical oppression of their master, Kamisinin, who was a scoundrel, failing to teach his disciples earnestly while delighting in physical reprimands. The animated series depicted a moment where Jiaozi, unable to solve a math problem, was chastised by Kamisinin. Thus, under such tyrannical pressure, Jiaozi and Tianjin Fan instinctively supported one another, managing to persevere through their unhappy days. Rather than a desire for the kind of relationship that shippers yearn for, it was more about an inseparable friendship. Oh dear, how unfortunate. But I never expected that Kamisinin's disciples were so lackluster. A few casual moves, and they've been taken down. Upon hearing this voice, Tianjin Fan looked up to see Yamucha standing triumphantly on the stage, wearing a smug expression. If Xia Xian were unfortunate to encounter an opponent like Chai Ba Wang in the preliminaries, then Jiaozi's misfortune was unparalleled, facing a disciple of the Turtle School. You scoundrel! Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth and retorted, it's merely the preliminaries. Is it necessary to strike someone down so fiercely? This statement held some truth, as battles in the preliminaries were generally not intense. The stronger fighters, on one hand, feared injuring their opponents, and on the other, worried about revealing their true capabilities, thus intentionally held back. Whether it was Xia Xian, Krillin, or Chen Long, they merely tossed their opponents out of the ring or swiftly defeated them without excessive brutality. Yamucha's face flushed with embarrassment, clearly understanding Tianjin Fan's implication, yet he quickly shot back. My approach may lack grace, but it is far better than that of a certain fraud. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Xia Xian, thick with provocation. His words suggested that Xia Xian had usurped Goku's glory, becoming the hero who saved the world. However, Tianjin Fan disagreed. This person had just knocked out Jiaozi and now dared to mock Xia Xian, targeting both of his junior brothers. This was utterly intolerable. What do you mean by that? Is this a declaration of war against us? Tianjin Fan's tone was chilling. Yet the aura emanating from him was so intense that even Xia Xian felt a sense of pressure. Humph. So what? I will confront scoundrels like you whenever I meet them. Yamucha, undeterred, declared resolutely, then prepare yourself. Without a backward glance, Tianjin Fan lifted the dumpling and turned to depart. Xia Xian understood the temperament of his senior brother. He was a man of few words, letting his actions speak for themselves. However, the intensity in his gaze hinted at the forthcoming battle. If he were to face Yamucha, it would undoubtedly require unleashing his full power. Alas, how did it come to this? Xia Xian sighed deeply. He had initially intended to mediate and alleviate the tensions between them, especially with regard to Yamucha, whose plight was truly lamentable. Despite possessing considerable skill, he invariably encountered opponents stronger than himself. For instance, in the previous tournament, he faced Master Rashi, and this time he would contend with Tian Xinhan, both champions of the World Martial Arts Tournament. In the next round, he would confront a divine doppelganger, leading to an embarrassing predicament. After finally encountering an adversary weaker than himself, the Vegeta, he carelessly lost the match, resulting in the creation of an infamous painting. Although Xia Xian wished to assist him, a harsh reprimand from Yamucha had dampened his resolve. Nevertheless, he cast a glance at the fellow, leaving behind a parting admonition. When you battle our Crane School members later, remember, do not use the Kamehameha. With that, he turned and left to join Tian Xinhan in assessing the damage inflicted on Gyoza. Yamucha remained on the stage, lost in thought. Huh? How does this guy know I've mastered the Kamehameha? This secret has even eluded Master Mateto. Yamucha mused, yet soon his pride swelled. Well, it matters not how he discovered it. If he advises me against using it, it must mean he fears my prowess. During the match, I shall reveal my skill, and let the audience behold that the Crane School is not solely represented by Goku. Xia Xian was unaware that her kind-heartedness ultimately went unappreciated. In the subsequent preliminary rounds, Tianjin Fan displayed an impressive speed, seemingly harboring a pent-up fury, and effortlessly secured a spot in the top 8. Xia Xian, of course, was no exception. However, she was taken aback to discover that despite the elimination of Dumpling, the grouping of the top 8 bore a striking resemblance to historical events. In the first round, Yamucha faced Tianjin Fan, while Xia Xin replaced Dumpling from the past and found herself paired with the future Earth's strongest, Klin. Thus, the order of competition was determined. There was no time limit, and victory would be decided in one decisive bout, either by knocking the opponent off the platform or counting to 10 if they could not rise again, both outcomes signifying failure. The announcer, donning sunglasses, began to elucidate the rules, showcasing his professional prowess. Regardless of whether the venue collapsed or the match spiraled out of control, he remained unfazed, resolutely continuing his commentary. And so, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced, with 3 disciples from the Turtle School qualifying, while the Crane School only managed to secure 2, placing them at a disadvantage. A resounding gong shattered the silence of the central arena. The monks within the temple showcased their skills, striking the large drums that had long lain in storage, sending a thunderous sound reverberating throughout. The audience, swept up in the momentum, waved flags and cheered fervently. The blonde, bespectacled host sauntered onto the stage, exuberantly announcing, "Thank you for your patience. The 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament officially begins." His voice ignited a wave of excitement among the spectators, many of whom tossed their hats into the air to express their exhilaration. In the front row, the young Bulma and the dark-haired Launch perched eagerly on the bleachers, awaiting the entrance of their friend. It was a rare occasion for Launch to secure such a prime spot. Where had that old turtle Hermit wandered off to? Bulma frowned and voiced her frustration. At that moment, she retained the traits of a youthful, spirited girl, openly expressing any dissatisfaction, her forthright nature proving to be quite a headache for Yamucha. In contrast, the dark-haired Launch exuded a more demure demeanor, her gentle smile creating a refreshing atmosphere for those around her. Yet, little did anyone suspect that this charming girl, adept in cooking and household chores, would transform into a fiery and audacious blonde vixen with a mere sneeze. Previously, Bulma had cleverly exploited this trait, enlisting blonde Launch to carve a path through the throngs of people, effortlessly securing prime seating. Wait, this spot was my idea? Dark-haired Launch blinked in surprise, clearly oblivious to the actions she had just undertaken. However, she possesses a gentle disposition, and seeing everyone smile in silence, she felt too shy to inquire further, silently cheering for those on stage. At this moment, the host was enthusiastically introducing the event, both enhancing the atmosphere before the competition and allowing the contestants in the back to prepare. In the preliminary rounds, 8 contestants emerged from an initial pool of 182. In the forthcoming elimination rounds, who will ultimately claim the prestigious title of champion and the accompanying prize of 500,000 Sony. Xia Xin found the scene amusing. The prize was hardly enticing. However, considering the temple's financial resources, one could hardly expect a substantial reward. Only the title held some semblance of prestige, sufficient to deceive the unsuspecting. Now, let us commence the first match, Yamucha versus Tianjin Fan. Please. The audience erupted in cheers. Bulma, upon hearing news of her boyfriend, leapt to her feet, waving her arms and shouting, "Yamucha, go! You are the best." In the contestants' tunnel, the man coveted by the wealthy heiress fixed his gaze on Tianjin Fan. Even from a distance, Xia Xin could sense the palpable tension in the air. "You will regret coming here today. Hey, soon. You will not be able to boast so freely." Tianjin Fan retorted with a scoff as he stepped forward, leaving behind a parting remark. "First, strive to preserve your life at my hands, fool." Yet the audience seemed indifferent to him, their reactions muted, while Yamucha's entrance elicited a chorus of excited screams from numerous women, overshadowing the cheers for others. After all, Yamucha was exceedingly handsome and had reached the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament twice, naturally attracting the attention of many beautiful girls. His fame far surpassed that of Tianjin Fan. The host, clearly aware of the dynamics, began by introducing Tianjin Fan, ensuring the audience was not entirely ignorant of him. Contestant Tianjin Fan is a disciple of the Crane School, trained under a martial arts master renowned alongside the Turtle School's master Rashi. It is commendable that 2 disciples from the Crane School have also made it to this tournament. Upon hearing this, Master Crane and Chung Long backstage simultaneously scoffed, exclaiming in frustration, "Humph, do not compare me to that guy." Conversely, contestant Yamucha is a distinguished disciple of Master Wutian, and 3 disciples from the Turtle School have made it to this tournament. The audience gasped. The stage for the World Martial Arts Tournament's 8 contestants was predominantly occupied by disciples from the Turtle and Crane schools. Meanwhile, Xia Xin stood aside, discreetly employing the secret techniques of the Crane School, seeking to glean insights from the competitors. This secret technique had been quietly imparted by Tianjin Fan, as the Crane School emphasized learning from other martial arts to compensate for its shortcomings. This was why Tianjin Fan could effortlessly master the Turtle School as Kamehameha, and why Jiaozi could mimic the explosive techniques after merely observing them. Prepare yourself. I will soon have you rolling your eyes, Yamucha declared proudly. I await your challenge. Tianjin Fan replied coldly. With a resounding clang of the gong, the match commenced. Yamucha immediately launched an assault, executing a flying kick aimed squarely at Tianjin Fan. Being young and brimming with vigor, he displayed no fear of formidable adversaries, intending from the outset to seize the initiative. Tianjin Fan neither flinched nor backed away. Instead, he raised his hand to parry Yamucha's kick and swiftly counterattacked with precision. His fingers, resembling swords, pierced sharply toward his opponent. In a flurry of exchanges, the two engaged in a spirited battle, trading blows in a spectacle of martial prowess. Nearby, Xia Xian watched intently, absorbing the nuances of their combat while quietly marveling at her senior brother's remarkable progress since their earlier encounters. At that moment, Tianjin Fan seized upon a flaw in Yamucha's technique, delivering a fierce kick that struck solidly against Yamucha's ribs. A seasoned fighter, Yamucha remained composed even after the impact. Harnessing the momentum, he rolled backwards several times, dissipating Tianjin Fan's force while creating distance to evade any subsequent strikes. However, Tianjin Fan, emboldened by his success, would not allow his opponent to escape. He lunged forward with the speed of an eagle, determined to close the gap. Damn, such swiftness! Yamucha cursed under his breath, realizing he had not yet regained his footing. If caught, he feared dire consequences. Thus, he summoned his strength and leaped high into the air, soaring nearly 10 meters to evade Tianjin Fan's attack. Coward, where do you think you're going? Tianjin Fan shouted in anger, leaping after him in pursuit. From the sidelines, Master Rashi pondered. Tianjin Fan, in his youth and impulsiveness, fails to recognize that Yamucha is suspended in midair. The best strategy would be to wait for him to descend. After all, he is yet to master aerial maneuvers. Suspended in the air, he cannot leverage his strength. Chasing him like this may lead to his downfall. Indeed, as Tianjin Fan approached, Yamucha smirked, clasped his fists, and struck fiercely, sending his opponent hurtling away. Master Shun, witnessing this, erupted in fury, exclaiming, Tianjin Fan, you fool! How could you, a practitioner of aerial techniques, fall victim in the air? Useless! How have I taught you such incompetent rubbish? In contrast to the opinions of the two masters, the other spectators were left in awe, their eyes wide as they beheld the evenly matched duel. In a mere minute, Yamucha and Tianjin Fan had exchanged dazzling techniques previously unseen, a clash as intense as a meteor colliding with Earth. Meanwhile, Yamucha internally lamented the tenacity of his opponent, who proved to be extraordinarily formidable. On the other side, Tianjin Fan, having steadied his mind, recognized Yamucha's exceptional skills. I never expected him to be so capable. His words were not mere bravado, he mused. Since parting ways with Xian, it had been long since he felt the thrill of facing an equal. Standing aside, Xia Xian formed her own opinions. The initial probing had reached its conclusion. It was time for both individuals to comprehend that mere punches and kicks would not suffice to overcome one another. It was imperative to unleash their true capabilities, for she could not afford to miss a single moment. At this juncture, Xia Xian had returned from Galinta, no longer the insignificant character threatened by the Black Silk Army. To be precise, she had evolved into a formidable force capable of influencing the dynamics of the Dragon Ball world. Thus, she maintained her composure and focus while others engaged in battle. Prepare yourself, Yamucha shouted, striking a peculiar pose while reciting, New Wolf Fong Fist. Xia Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She thought to herself, here it comes. This technique was Yamucha's signature move, renowned for its dazzling flurry of rapid strikes that would shred the opponent within the onslaught. It was through this very technique that Yamucha had once held his own against the fledgling Goku, leaving an indelible impression of its power. Consequently, when they later crossed paths, Goku struggled to recall the transformed Yamucha, yet the mere mention of the Wolf Fong Fist instantly revived Goku's memories. As Yamucha unleashed his ultimate move, Tien Shin'an displayed no fear. Instead, he roared, come at me. With that, he assumed his stance and charged headlong into the sharpest edge of the Wolf Fong Fist. Xia Xian furrowed his brow, fully aware of Tianjin Fan's capabilities. Although the Kikaho technique was immensely powerful, his martial arts skills had always been a weakness. Otherwise, he would not have been evenly matched with Master Rashi. It was truly reckless for him to challenge Yamcha's most formidable technique using his own shortcomings. Could it be that the injury to Jiaozi had caused Tianjin Fan to lose his composure? Xia Xian mused silently. Yamcha's Wolf-Fang fist is far from being a mere imitation like the Eight Hands fist. It possesses genuine martial prowess. Xia Xian's words were not a jest. In truth, despite Yamcha's string of misfortunes, the martial arts he invented possess certain noteworthy attributes. For instance, during his days as a bandit in the desert, his doorstep bore the inscription refined through thousands of strikes. The Wolf-Fang fist was a martial technique honed amidst the harsh winds and sands of the wilderness. Whether facing mummies or Master Mateto, they both evaded this formidable style, never confronting it head-on. This illustrates that there remains a modicum of apprehension towards this fierce technique. At present, Tianjin Fan not only confronted it directly, but also adeptly began dismantling Yamcha's assaults with equal swiftness. Impressive. This exclamation escaped the lips of little Wukong, one of the strongest here, who until now had remained silent. Meanwhile, Xia Xian's expression grew grave. He lacked the time to marvel and focused all his attention on the two combatants, diligently absorbing their offensive techniques. Upon unleashing his ultimate skill, Yamcha's aura surged forth like an oncoming tide, seemingly set to engulf everything in its path. However, Tianjin Fan's counterattack abruptly halted his momentum at this critical juncture. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their strikes and counters blending into a whirlwind of speed that left ordinary spectators bewildered. The air echoed with the sound of their fierce collisions, each punch landing with palpable force. The situation was precarious. The initial surge of energy often dwindles with prolonged exertion. Yamcha's combat style was sharp and vigorous, yet if he failed to incapacitate his opponent swiftly, the toll of fatigue would soon weigh heavily upon him. Master Rashi, with a furrowed brow, recognized the ominous signs from his vast experience, regrettably unable to convey this insight to his disciple. Indeed, Yamcha, frustrated by his inability to secure a swift victory, grew increasingly agitated. He had never encountered such a resilient adversary, one who could withstand his whirlwind of attacks for so long. Even the young Wukong of yesteryears had not achieved such a feat. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan's eyes blazed with fervor, driven by the grievances of his fallen comrades and the insults directed at Xia Xian. As the elder disciple of the Crane School, he felt compelled to summon his resolve. Despite his own limitations in agility, retreat was not an option at this critical moment. He was determined to teach this Turtle School practitioner a lesson. At last, the third eye on his forehead caught the flaw exposed by Yamcha. Tien shouted and unleashed a powerful lunging punch. This seemingly unremarkable move, devoid of any flamboyance, struck Yamcha squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling away. It is well known that the chest is a vital gateway of the human body. Being struck in this area signifies a complete breach of one's defenses, akin to a city whose gates have been smashed open, leaving it vulnerable to invaders. Yamcha fell heavily to the ground but quickly sprang back to his feet. However, he noticed that Tien did not pursue him but instead stood calmly in place, appearing significantly more composed than before. What a scoundrel! Since his opponent chose not to advance, Yamcha, while remaining vigilant, rubbed the spot where he had been hit. The excruciating pain rendered him momentarily unable to rise. My goodness! Has Yamcha truly found himself at a disadvantage? Krillin exclaimed in disbelief, acutely aware of the young man's abilities and talents. It was exceedingly humiliating that his most formidable martial arts had been so decisively countered by his adversary. We of the Turtle School are the best in the world. This situation is trivial. Well done, Tien. The Turtle Master, watching from the sidelines, chuckled with pride, seemingly having forgotten his earlier scolding. Recognizing the unfavorable turn of events, Yamcha spat out blood and managed a faint smile. All right. It seems it is time for you to witness my true ultimate move. This was originally a technique I had meticulously honed for little Goku. Tien narrowed his eyes, exhibiting no sign of carelessness, nor did he attempt a preemptive attack. In fact, he was quite eager to see what technique his opponent would employ. Yamcha assumed a horse stance, his legs rooted to the ground like ancient tree roots. His hands positioned at his waist, forming the shape of a blooming flower, while he murmured incantations. Kamehameha at this moment. Everyone comprehended that the fellow intended to utilize the renowned technique of Master Rashi. Observing Yamcha's initial stance, the onlookers displayed a variety of expressions. The Turtle Master wore a solemn visage. After all, this technique was the hallmark of the Turtle School, said to have taken 50 years to perfect. This young man had reportedly only been part of the Turtle School for 3 years, yet here he was, already mastering such a skill? On the other side, Master Mateto was equally taken aback. The Kamehameha? When did Yamcha progress to such a level? I wonder if his current energy can sustain such a demanding technique? In contrast to the anxiety of the veterans, Krillin appeared conflicted. My heavens, I have been under Master Roshi's tutelage far longer than Yamcha. Why has he already acquired a technique that I have yet to learn? Though I arrived first, if he employs this move, the outcome will be determined. In Klin's mind, the Kamehameha wave represents the pinnacle of martial arts, an attack that none could withstand. However, on the battlefield, Tianjin Fan held a different perspective. He stood resolutely, not seizing the opportunity to strike while Yamcha gathered his energy, but rather choosing to wait in poised anticipation for his opponent's move. Humph, what audacity! Does he underestimate my ultimate technique? I shall soon deliver a few punishing blows to that arrogant visage. With this thought, Yamcha abandoned his hesitation and shouted, Kamehameha. At the same time, he thrust both hands forward, unleashing a formidable blue energy column that surged forth like a shockwave, crashing towards Tianjin Fan with relentless force. In the face of this overwhelming power, Tianjin Fan remained composed, his gaze focused as he bellowed, Bring it on. He then deftly formed a peculiar hand seal in the air, awaiting the oncoming shockwave. Among those present, only Xiao Xin discerned the underlying intricacies. Through the secret techniques of the Crane School, he could perceive the shift in Tianjin Fan's vital energy, which swirled within him like a vortex created by a blender. As Yamcha's Kamehameha approached, it was dismantled by this very vortex and subsequently reformed, launched back towards Yamcha. What? My shockwave has been rebounded, Yamcha exclaimed, visibly taken aback by the astonishing turn of events. The other disciples of the Turtle School, including Master Roshi, were equally stunned, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time. Oh, what a fuss you all make. We, the Crane School, have dedicated countless years to studying the techniques of the Turtle School. And this Kamehameha wave has long since become ineffective against us. The Crane Master below remarked with a smug smile. Having waited an eternity for this moment to witness the astonished faces of the Turtle School, caught off guard by the unfolding scene, Yamcha instinctively leaped to evade the Kamehameha he had unleashed. A thunderous crash resonated as a distant building was obliterated by the energy wave, billowing smoke ascending into the sky, a testament to the devastation wrought. Suspended in midair, Yamcha surveyed the chaos below, his heart racing. Damn it! How did he manage to reflect the Kamehameha wave back at me? Yamcha muttered in disbelief. Meanwhile, the young Wukong furrowed his brow and shouted, Yamcha, be careful. The match isn't over yet. With a resounding shout, Yamcha's attention was finally diverted from the scene of the explosion. However, it was too late. Tianjin Fan had appeared before him, a mocking smile gracing his lips, seemingly deriding Yamcha for his momentary distraction during battle. Victory and defeat often hinge upon a fleeting instant, and Yamcha's carelessness had cost him dearly. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Tianjin Fan delivered a powerful kick that struck Yamcha's body midair, sending him plummeting to the ground. Thud. Yamcha crashed heavily onto the earth, producing a resounding noise. Master Roshi furrowed his brow. Falling from such a height, without any defensive maneuver indicated that Yamcha had succumbed to unconsciousness, struck down to the brink of oblivion. In the audience, Bulma watched in horror as her boyfriend fell before her, instinctively covering her eyes. Yet, the tragedy was far from over. Tianjin Fan showed no intention of relenting. He dove down with even greater ferocity, crashing into Yamcha's lower leg. Crack! An unsettling sound reverberated through the air, silencing the entire venue. Yamcha's leg twisted in an unnatural shape, grotesquely contorted. Has his foot deformed? The host exclaimed in disbelief, rushing forward to assess the situation. However, little Goku was quicker, leaping into the arena, calling out Yamcha's name as he hurried to assist his friend. Xiao Xin let out a sigh upon witnessing the scene. History, it seemed, continued its relentless march. Despite having cautioned Yamcha vehemently against employing the Kamehameha technique, it was evident that he had disregarded her advice. Nevertheless, setting aside the outcome, the hand sign utilized by Tianjin Fan was quite remarkable. It was likely a technique imparted to him by the Crane Hermit. Interestingly, Xiao Xin had surreptitiously learned this method of counteracting energy blasts, which could be considered an unexpected boon. In stark contrast to the chaotic Kame School disciples, Tianjin Fan appeared utterly indifferent, casually placing his hands on his hips and inquiring of the announcer, Hey, why haven't you declared the victor yet? How long must I wait? The announcer, momentarily taken aback by Tianjin Fan's apparent apathy towards the injured, quickly regained his composure and began to explain, given Yamcha's current condition. He can no longer continue the match. Therefore, Tianjin Fan is the victor. Upon concluding, the announcer promptly instructed the monks at ringside, immediately notify the hospital. We have an injured participant here. Upon hearing this, Bulma in the audience was left utterly stunned, tears welling in her eyes, on the verge of breaking down. Xiao Xian observed this with a tinge of regret. Although Bulma's temperament could be capricious, her earnest investment in every relationship was truly commendable. In stark contrast, Yamcha seemed oblivious to the need for appreciation. I shall take him to the hospital. Poor, having spent the most time with Yamcha and holding a close bond, felt an overwhelming sense of distress at his injury, akin to suffering a fracture herself, and instantly transformed into a flying carpet to carry Yamcha away. Meanwhile, Goku, remaining in the arena, regarded Tianjin Fan with a serious demeanor, stating, "You have gone too far. Yamcha has already fainted. And you were well aware of this, yet still struck him with such force. This was clearly intentional." Faced with Goku's pointed inquiry, Tianjin Fan struggled for a response. Naturally, he was not adept at verbal disputes. Thus, he stubbornly retorted, "Hey, not killing him is already a mercy. What more do you want?" Goku's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Tianjin Fan earnestly before declaring, "I will avenge Yamcha in the finals." Tianjin Fan strolled back to the resting area, and upon hearing this, turned back with a haughty reply, "Huh? You think you can reach the finals? Don't make me laugh. Get off the stage and don't interfere with the next match. It's my junior's debut." With that, he walked away, ignoring the expressions of the Kame school disciples. Meanwhile, the Crane Hermit watched the unfolding drama with amusement, chuckling, "Hee hee hee. Well done. Now let them understand the prowess of the Crane school. I truly wish to see Master Roshi's sour expression, but I never expected that my adopted disciple would actually make it to the semifinals. Instead, the foolish dumpling has been eliminated, which could have made things even more perfect." At this moment, the host has emphatically announced the entrance of the second group of competitors. Summer Xin is set to face off against Klin. Ladies and gentlemen, Klin is already a well-known disciple of the Turtle School. However, his opponent is none other than the renowned hero and officer, Summer Xin, who has saved the world. As soon as the announcement was made, the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, welcoming Summer Xin's appearance. After all, this individual is unlike any other celebrity. After rising to fame, he has almost completely shunned the limelight, refusing to participate in any variety shows or interviews. The news captured by paparazzi often depicts him engaging in mundane part-time jobs, such as delivering milk, or quietly honing his martial arts skills. There have even been rumors of him residing in the sacred martial arts side of Galinta for several years. This understated demeanor and humble disposition cultivate an inexplicable aura of mystery around Summer Xin, evoking curiosity and affection among the public. Even his occasional absence from the police station has been interpreted as a means to protect local citizens from the remnants of the Black Silk Army, resulting in the headquarters not dispatching new personnel to replace him, perpetually leaving the position open for Summer Xin. Now, having the opportunity to witness a world hero up close is enough to drive the audience into a frenzy of joy. The only exception is Bulma, who sulkily complains from the sidelines, "Humph, just a petty fraud." Observing this, the dark-haired Lanchi steps forward to comfort her, preventing the young lady from unleashing further expletives out of frustration over her boyfriend's injury. Yet, a thought begins to blossom in Lanchi's mind. What kind of person is this Summer Xin, and how does he manage to elicit such a polarized response from people, evoking both love and hate? After all, Lanchi herself embodies a dual nature, a blend of wickedness and virtue, making her particularly intrigued by someone like Summer Xin, who garners such extreme evaluations. Meanwhile, Klin steps onto the arena, eyeing the calm and composed Summer Xin, secretly contemplating his strategy. This cunning lad had shown no signs of skill during the preliminaries, and Klin wonders just what level he has attained. At this moment, Klin is far from being the future champion of Earth. He has not even reached the level of Yamcha, relying solely on various clever tactics to compensate for his lack of combat prowess. For instance, during the previous match against the Turtle Master, he used his underwear as bait, and while battling the young Goku, he resorted to a sneak attack on his tail. And against Dumpling, he relied on arithmetic. Thus, Summer Xin, aware of Klin's suspicious nature, deliberately adopts an indifferent demeanor to provoke his unfounded speculations. "Go for it," shouts a young Goku from the sidelines. "Don't worry, I will do my best." Klin waved his hand in response, gradually calming his racing heart as he encouraged himself internally. He resolved to unleash his full potential in the upcoming battle to avenge Yamcha. Even in defeat, he would harbor no regrets. And now, the second round of the competition commenced, a showdown between the tortoise and the crane. At the host's command, Clint took a deep breath and pointed at Xia Xian, declaring, "Humph. Don't think that just because you've passed the preliminaries, you can be arrogant. Your speed is utterly mundane in my eyes, hardly deserving of a smirk." Xia Xian crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, pondering what kind of game Clint was playing. Was it a psychological tactic intended to rattle her composure? "Now, I shall employ your greatest strength, speed, to triumph over you," Clint shouted, simultaneously accelerating towards Xia Xian. Xia Xian remained silent, yet he began to gather his energy discreetly, preparing for battle. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the running Klein suddenly smiled and vanished, as though he had evaporated from the arena. What? The competitor Klein has actually disappeared? What kind of trick is this? The host, taken aback, instinctively voiced the thoughts of the audience. Witnessing this, Xia Xian furrowed his brow, familiar with the plot. He could not possibly believe that Klein had acquired any remarkable skills. Focusing intently, he soon discerned the hurried, fragmented sound of footsteps approaching from a distance. Humph. It was not a genuine disappearance. Rather, Klein was employing rapid movement, eluding the perception of ordinary onlookers. Although Xia Xian could not clearly see Klein's actions, he understood that this cunning bald man was likely darting back and forth at an extraordinary speed, attempting to draw closer. Those faint footsteps were merely a ruse devised by Klein to mask his position, preventing Xia Xian from discerning his movements. Putting forth such effort only to advance cautiously, testing his own abilities, this indeed aligned with Klein's character. How clever, Xia Xian remarked with a smile. But to expect that such a tactic could secure victory over me is truly naive. It might even lead to his downfall. Upon hearing this, both Little Wukong and Tianjin Fan were taken aback. Although Klein had been circling and probing Xia Xian's skills, his current speed was astonishingly swift. Even the eye on Tianjin Fan's forehead could only catch a blurred shadow, while Xia Xian, lacking such innate abilities, surprisingly held such confidence in the face of Klein's elusive form. In that moment, even Little Wukong began to harbor curiosity about how Xia Xian would respond next. Klein's super speed was exceptionally rapid, rendering him nearly indistinguishable. Yet, true to his cautious nature, he refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead shifting side to side, searching for a flaw in Xia Xian's defenses. After all, for a martial artist, super speed was not a novel concept, especially since the depths of Xia Xian's capabilities remained unknown. The actions invisible to ordinary eyes did not imply they were imperceptible to him. Should he be detected in the instant he struck, the consequences could be dire. A mere parlor trick. With a smile, Xia Xian had already devised a strategy in his mind. It was not that he could fully anticipate his opponent's movements. He lacked the extraordinary vision of Tianjin Fan's third eye. However, he was acutely aware of Clint's character, cunning, clever, and full of guile. Based on his understanding of Clint, it was evident that the latter would not launch a frontal assault. Likewise, he would not attack from behind, as this area represented the most pronounced visual blind spot of the human body. In the absence of his opponent, any rational individual would be on high alert. Therefore, the astute Clint would avoid such an obvious tactic. To Xia Xian's right lay the edge of the arena, and given Clint's cautious disposition, he would not risk a high-speed attack that could easily result in being knocked off the stage. Thus, this direction could also be dismissed. The only plausible avenue for an attack would be to Xia Xian's left, where a wall separated the competitor's passage from the arena. Even if pushed back, he would merely collide with the wall, avoiding the risk of being disqualified by falling off the stage. In fact, in the original comic, Clint had similarly launched a surprise attack from the left against Dumpling, forcing him into a flustered use of the void technique to avoid being knocked down in a single sweep. Having formulated his plan, a hint of a smile graced Xia Xian's face as he closed his eyes and embraced himself, exuding an air of nonchalance. To the onlookers, he appeared far from a combatant in a duel. Rather, he resembled someone leisurely waiting at a bus stop, seemingly indifferent to Clint's presence. The spectators gasped in astonishment. They had never witnessed such a relaxed individual during a competition. Does Xia Xian not feel the slightest concern for the competition? At this moment, Clint, the party involved, could not help but feel a surge of indignation. Such a nonchalant demeanor, even in his years of asceticism and meditation, was bound to disturb his composure. What an insufferable individual! Clint, furiously amused, acknowledged that he initially intended to provoke Xia Xian into a fit of rage. Yet now it was he who found himself consumed by anger, incited by his opponent. Despite his awareness, Clin found himself unable to retreat. Xia Xian's demeanor compelled him to launch an attack, risking everything to teach this insolent fellow a lesson and alleviate the fury boiling within him. With this thought, Clin ceased his probing and lunged forward, positioning himself to the left of Xia Xian. Generally, the left side is a direction in which people are less adept, and exploiting this perceived weakness could yield greater rewards. Let your arrogance exact its toll. Observing Xia Xian's continued inaction, Clin's heart swelled with joy, and he boasted aloud, preparing to strike this individual off the stage. However, just as Clin reveled in his confidence, something unexpectedly obstructed his footing, causing him to lose his balance. For a warrior of his caliber, one would expect to traverse any terrain with ease, never encountering a slip. Yet before Clin could ponder further, he felt a light tap upon the back of his head. This gesture sent his spirit reeling. After all, that area of the body is quite vital, and even a gentle punch could inflict severe harm. In the future Busaga, Son Goku, having attained Super Saiyan 3, was knocked unconscious by a mere tap from Vegeta on the back of his head. Fortunately, in this instance, Xia Xian did not strike with malice, but rather brushed past Clin's bald head like a gust of wind. Instantly, a tremendous force propelled him away. Clin, unable to halt his momentum, stumbled and careened off the stage. For a moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. The match itself was remarkably brief, lasting scarcely a few seconds, during which Clin, having become drenched, slid past Xia Xian and inadvertently tumbled off the platform. Ejected from the arena, Xia Xian was declared the victor. The announcer paused for a moment, but promptly reported the outcome with professionalism. However, there was no applause, nor even cheers. The audience was far from satisfied. They had anticipated a fierce battle, yet it concluded before they could fully relish the spectacle, leaving them discontented. Was this a joke? Was the opponent's luck truly so fortuitous, slipping and falling out of the ring? What a letdown. A complaint was voiced, and in the rest area, Tianjin Fan watched the match with a grave expression, silently thinking to himself, "Fools, they failed to comprehend the brilliance of this remarkable contest." In that fleeting moment, Xian skillfully disrupted the enemy's balance with a mere stumble, followed by two precise strikes, turning the tide, not a mere accident. Anyone else would have been thrown out of the ring. However, what truly astonished Tianjin Fan was Xia Xian's extraordinary ability to anticipate the opponent's moves, as if he had foreseen the outcome, swiftly concluding the battle in the blink of an eye. In contrast to Tianjin Fan's contemplations, Turtle Hermit was far less pensive, exuberantly exclaiming from the stands, "Ha ha ha, did you see that? This is merely my named disciple, effortlessly dispatching the Kamesin in style, not even breaking a sweat. Ha ha ha, my school is the most formidable, the invincible force." For the participant, Clin, his face turned a deep shade of pale, clearly taken aback by such an unexpected defeat. His countenance bore the unmistakable mark of disbelief, and his spirits plummeted to an all-time low. The audience's complaints pierced his heart like needles, leaving him feeling as though the world was spinning around him. He could scarcely muster the strength to stand. Observing this scene from the rest area, Turtle Hermit felt a growing sense of concern. Clin had never suffered such a devastating loss since he began his martial arts journey. If shadows of doubt lingered in his heart, it could severely affect his future training. At that moment, however, Xia Xian approached Clin, extending a hand. In truth, if we had engaged in a straightforward battle without any tricks or ambushes, it might have taken us quite some time to determine a victor. Upon hearing this, Clin, whose temperament had been boiling over, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his adversary would come to offer solace. More importantly, it was from a rival faction, and the bald-headed fighter felt a surge of gratitude. For Xia Xian, the advantage lay in his understanding of the narrative and the opponent's character. Although he was confident in his ability to prevail, it was improbable that he could defeat Clin with a single strike. Furthermore, if this future champion of Earth were to suffer a heart-rending blow, it would have significant repercussions on his training. At least for now. Xia Xian aspired to learn the Qi Yuan slash. After stepping down from the arena, Xia Xian found that he had not encountered Tianjin Fan. So he instinctively made his way to the rest area, where he discovered Jiaozi had regained consciousness, appearing somewhat inebriated. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan stood nearby, visibly relieved, his face awash with concern. Jiaozi, are you all right? You certainly frightened both me and Tian. Xia Xian casually remarked that during the preliminary rounds, Jiaozi faced Yamcha and was promptly defeated, falling into unconsciousness. This incident, coupled with Yamauchi's insolent remarks, incited Tianjin Fan to take drastic measures during the quarterfinals, resulting in a brutal blow that fractured his opponent's calf, necessitating a trip to the hospital. Such a brutal act is indeed rare at the World Martial Arts Championship. Upon seeing Xia Xian approach, Jiaozi smiled and attempted to speak, only to be interrupted by a loud belch, releasing a wave of alcohol-laden breath into the air. My goodness, how much have you had to drink? Xia Xian instinctively covered her nose and stepped back, bewildered, as she recalled that she had not ordered any alcohol for this gathering. Yet, Jiaozi's appearance was utterly astonishing. This fellow becomes intoxicated merely from consuming yangmei, and indeed, it had been present in the rice balls earlier. Tianjin Fan, holding his head, sighed, stating that they had made a mistake earlier. After a thorough explanation from Tianjin Fan, Xia Xian finally began to grasp the situation. It turned out that during the preliminaries, Jiaozi had indeed been struck by Yamauchi, but the damage was minor. Just as he was about to retaliate, the effects of intoxication overwhelmed him, causing him to tumble off the stage and into slumber until now. In other words, Jiaozi had merely succumbed to drunkenness, rather than being knocked unconscious by Yamauchi. Following Tianjin Fan's explanation, a heavy silence ensued. Xia Xian was acutely aware that, although it was true he had been struck by Yamauchi, the defeat suffered by Jiaozi was predominantly a consequence of his own inebriation. Tianjin Fan, in a fit of rage, had broken another leg, initially believing he was avenging Jiaozi. However, in light of the recent blunder, it seemed he had perhaps acted with excessive fervor. Tianjin Fan, a man of clear principles and integrity, now found himself grappling with guilt and hesitation, realizing he had crossed a line. Observing this, Xia Xian sighed, choosing silence, for he understood that competing in such a state of confusion could adversely affect their performance. Nevertheless, he believed that Tianjin Fan would eventually reconcile with the Turtle School, rendering further discord unnecessary. Yet, despite Xia Xian's contemplations, the situation was not destined to resolve smoothly. Suddenly, a voice echoed nearby. Hee. The disciples of the Turtle School faced defeat at every turn, falling with but a single blow. Excellent. Truly splendid. You have all performed admirably. Master Crane appeared with an air of triumph, swaggering into the midst of the gathering. Upon recognizing their master, Tianjin Fan and the others hastily bowed, only for Master Crane to abruptly halt Jiaozi's gesture, delivering a scathing remark. Do not rush to prostrate yourself, you disappointing wretch. Failing to even pass the preliminaries and losing to the Turtle School? You've utterly humiliated me. Worthless, incompetent fool. I shudder to think of the years I have squandered on you. His sharp words left Jiaozi with his head bowed, too fearful to utter a sound. Xia Xian felt a sense of discomfort as she watched from the sidelines, prompting her to step forward in an attempt to offer some words of persuasion. After all, chastising Jiaozi so harshly in such a public setting seemed rather inappropriate. However, before Xia Xian could utter a word, the Crane Hermit turned to her, unleashing his ire. Who do you think you are? When I am speaking, there is no room for your interjections. Before Xia Xian could process the situation, the Crane Hermit bombarded her with a flurry of reproaches. As a named disciple, you ought to be more obedient. You could have incapacitated the Turtle School disciple like Tianjin Fan did, yet you merely pushed him off the stage? How dare you attempt to assist him? Where is your sense of judgment, you insolent fool? You lack any discernment, due to Tao Pai Pai being severely injured by the Little Monkey King. The Crane Hermit was eager for at least 1 or 2 casualties among the Turtle School disciples during this competition. Xia Xian's attempt to aid Krillin irked this resentful old man immensely. At that moment, Xia Xian was seething with rage, since her arrival in this world. Both Master Rashi and the Kai of the Korin Tower had held her in high regard. Yet, no one had ever spoken to her so brazenly, let alone insulted her so directly. Not to mention that the Crane Hermit had previously treated her with disdain, regarding her as little more than refuse. Now, old grievances mingled with new resentments, and her anger surged, a fierce glint in her eyes. Just then, Tianjin Fan stepped in front of Xia Xian, obstructing her movements. He sincerely apologized to the Crane Hermit, managing to placate the irate elder. In the upcoming match, you must all exert your full strength to incapacitate the Turtle School disciples. The Crane Hermit grumbled. The final championship will be a contest between the named disciples and a Tian. Remember, do not lose to your senior brother. With that, he huffed away, leaving the Turtle School disciples to ponder their own thoughts. The next match featured the Turtle School disciple disguised as Chung Long, facing off against Tianjin Fan. From the outset, Xin could discern the turmoil within Tianjin Fan. His face bore the weight of his concerns. Clearly, the Crane Hermit's earlier reprimand had had a profound effect. Even Master Rashi noticed this, and when the referee announced the start of the match, he refrained from attacking, instead leisurely remarking, "Young man, with such a heavy heart, you cannot hope to display your true abilities." Tianjin Fan was taken aback, realizing his inner turmoil had been seen through. He quickly composed himself and retorted, "Dealing with an old fool like you is hardly a challenge." Upon hearing this, Master Rashi chuckled lightly and calmly replied, "Oh, is that so?" In that moment, as the two engaged in a fierce verbal exchange, Xin stood at a distance, her eyes fixed intently on the unfolding scene. The secret technique of the Crane Immortal School is employed to clandestinely learn the skills of others and extract their experiences. At this moment, she was afforded the rare opportunity to observe the renowned Master Wu Tian, the foremost martial artist in the world, as well as the formidable Tian Shinhan, currently the most powerful fighter in action. Xin believes he can acquire a wealth of experience, which is precisely why he descended from Galinta. There is no place more conducive to learning than the martial arts tournament, particularly at this moment. Xin feels that his prowess has reached a commendable level in this world, a sense of achievement that is both difficult to articulate yet undeniably exhilarating. Meanwhile, Master Rashi and Tian Shinhan have been engaged in a fierce battle for quite some time, unable to gain the upper hand. In a bid to shift the balance of the fight, Master Rashi resorts to the afterimage technique. However, Tian's forehead eye proves to be quite remarkable, instantly discerning Master Rashi's true form amidst the myriad of afterimages and striking his target directly. At this moment, Master Rashi musters his resolve, shedding the traditional training garb that signifies his age. With a body of iron and steel, he adjusts his breathing, expelling a breath of stale air, and solemnly utters 2 words to Tian, "Bring it on." Upon witnessing this attitude, Tian's fighting spirit ignites, and he charges forward with a hearty laugh, declaring, "You asked for it. Even if you are an old man, I shall not hold back." With that, he unleashes a flurry of movements, conjuring countless afterimages, while boasting, "Can you see the actions of my hands, old man?" A glimmer of sharpness flashes in Master Rashi's cloudy old eyes, and he suddenly strikes, accurately targeting Tian's pressure points amidst the myriad of punches, swiftly seizing both of Tian's hands. "What?" Tian gasps in astonishment, never anticipating that his assault would be so easily seen through. For a martial artist, having one's hands restrained signifies but one thing: an open gate. Master Rashi, without hesitation, delivers a powerful knee strike that crashes into Tian's chest with tremendous force, akin to a meteor plummeting to the earth. And the assault does not end there. Taking advantage of Tian's inability to retaliate, Master Rashi slightly bends his body before launching a fierce kick that sends Tian flying. This offensive maneuver is nothing short of incisive, and a faint smile graces Master Rashi's lips, a testament to his past as the world's strongest fighter. Even in his advanced age, he retains an exuberant vitality that rivals that of the younger generation. The kick Tian rolls awkwardly on the ground, struggling to dissipate the force of the blow. Damn it, at this moment, his anger surges. Since beginning his training, he has never been so humiliated in front of so many people. His once proud fighting spirit now burns fiercely. Suddenly, Tian springs into action, darting towards Master Rashi with the swiftness of a wraith. His speed so remarkable that even the ever-prepared Master Wu Tian has no time to react. Knee strike. The same technique struck Master Rashi, but unlike before, when he had neutralized Tian Shinhan's defenses before launching an attack, this time Tian was far more direct, disregarding Rashi's defenses entirely and unleashing a barrage that shattered both defenses and target alike. Master Rashi felt a surge of alarm as he endured several blows, but ultimately summoned the strength within him to deliver a punch to Tian's chest, seizing the opportunity to retreat just in time, avoiding being cornered. The arena fell into an eerie silence, the audience captivated by the breathtaking display of combat, especially after witnessing the earlier lackluster match between Xin and Krillin. The intensity of this battle surpassed all expectations. Below the stage, Xin absorbed a wealth of insight from this martial arts contest, drawing lessons from both Master Rashi's seasoned instincts and Tian's fearless vigor. He mused that if he were to witness several more matches of this caliber, his own prowess would surely ascend to new heights. If Yamcha's abilities are merely on par with Tian's, I must have far surpassed him by now, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Master Rashi was inwardly astonished, recognizing the formidable opponent before him was even more powerful than their last encounter. How could he retaliate so swiftly after being struck? The strength and potential displayed were utterly unexpected, especially when considering that elusive young officer who had yet to reveal his true capabilities alongside Goku. Could it be that the era of youth had truly arrived? In contrast to Master Roshi's contemplations, the commentator excitedly announced an incredibly fierce battle. The contest between contestant Chung Long and Tien Shinhan is too close to call, truly befitting of last year's champion and a disciple of the Crane School. Ignoring the commotion of the arena, Master Roshi solemnly inquired, "With such talent, why do you continue to linger by the side of Master Crane?" The implications of his words were clear. Master Crane's reputation was far from admirable, known for his selfishness and associations with unscrupulous individuals. What Master Roshi truly meant to convey was that in the span of 3 centuries, there had been no reports of him mentoring any worthy disciples. Instead, it was the likes of Tao Pai Pai, a sinister assassin, who had been the only true heir to his teachings. Concerned that Tien, a promising talent, might squander his potential under Master Crane's tutelage, learning neither genuine skills nor avoiding the negative traits of his master, Master Roshi felt a deep unease. "These are my affairs. You need not concern yourself," Tien replied with a furrowed brow, struggling to counter the statement, for no one knew better than he the nature of Master Crane, who was indeed a difficult mentor to work with. Observing from the sidelines, Xia Xian had already sensed Tien's inner turmoil. The incident with the dumplings had left him shaken. And now, the reprimand from Master Crane filled him with distaste. At this moment, he was likely engulfed in confusion, desperately in need of guidance. If all went as expected, Master Roshi might just forfeit, and then, as Xia Xian pondered to himself, an inexplicable wave of unease suddenly washed over him, as if he sensed a strange aura manifesting within the martial arts arena. Being someone well-versed in the narrative, Xia Xian was acutely aware of which skills held particular significance. Thus, he regarded techniques like the volleyball fist with disdain, hardly sparing them a glance. Conversely, he diligently practiced skills such as the ki blast, even if they bore consequences for life itself. Among the martial arts he focused on, there was one particular technique that Xia Xian had prioritized for quite some time, the perception of aura. In essence, it involved discerning the location and strength of an opponent through the aura emitted by living beings. Logically, one would only master this ability after encountering a deity in the divine realm. However, Xia Xian believed that, just as Vegeta had swiftly acquired the skill during his brief stay on Namek, he too could achieve it after 2 years of dedicated effort. Consequently, Xia Xian's sensitivity could be considered among the elite on this terrestrial plane. Yet, it was precisely this heightened perception that led him to detect a formidable and malevolent force stealthily infiltrating the vicinity, lurking in the shadows. Such a powerful presence, ruthless and cold-blooded, could it be? Xia Xian's complexion turned pale, particularly upon realizing that such a perilous adversary lurked nearby, with the inability to ascertain their precise location underscoring the opponent's formidable strength, which might surpass her own by a fraction. This moment in the narrative prompted her to reflect deeply. Closing her eyes, Xia Xian contemplated the memories that unfolded. According to the storyline, following the martial arts competition, the chapter of the nefarious Demon King Piccolo would ensue, heralding the return of a once dominant monster. He would dispatch his minions to steal the roster of competitors from the martial arts tournament, systematically eliminating the practitioners listed therein. The first to be sacrificed in this bloodbath would be Krillin. Xia Xian opened her eyes, her mind already calculating. The dangerous aura she had just sensed undoubtedly emanated from the nefarious minions of the short flute Demon King. According to the narrative, their appearance should have been post the finals. However, now was not the time to dwell upon the sequence of the opponent's emergence. With vigilance, Xia Xian cast a wary glance around her surroundings. Although her sensing abilities had markedly improved over the past 2 years of training, the enemy had shrouded their presence, rendering her incapable of discerning their location. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though there were eyes lurking in the shadows of the bushes and the darkness of the corners, watching her intently. Such a sensation was decidedly ominous. At that precise moment, a distant gong resonated, and a temple worker rushed over in a flurry, exclaiming to Xia Xian, "Why are you still here? It's time for your match. Hurry and take the stage." Upon hearing this, Xia Xian was momentarily taken aback, unaware that while she was searching for the minions of the demon clan, the proceedings in the arena had already concluded. The turtle sage, disguised as Chung Long, after successfully blocking Tien Shinhan's Kamehameha wave, remarked, "I have long awaited the emergence of a young talent like you. With your presence, I can finally relish my twilight years." With that, he gracefully exited the arena, conceding defeat. Thus, Xia Xian's match against Little Wukong commenced. Xia Xian fell silent for a moment. Casting a glance at the dappled light of the rest area, he sensed a lurking, perilous force nearby, even seemingly observing the commotion within the arena. According to the narrative, upon the unsealing of the great demon King Piccolo, there was a concern that martial artists might employ the demon sealing wave. Thus, disregarding the implications for his own lifespan, he forcibly created several doppelganger henchmen to assist in eliminating the martial artists. This strategy was essentially a mere exchange of pieces. Even if the adversary possessed the ability to wield the demon sealing wave, at most they could only seal the minions of the great demon King Piccolo. Each use of such a technique would claim the life of a martial artist. In simpler terms, it was a tactic to expend these pawns to wear down the martial artists of the world. However, the henchmen, as sacrificial pieces, naturally resisted the idea of meeting their demise in such a manner. Having finally graced the earthly realm, they were reluctant to be so easily consumed. Thus, the demonic henchmen hidden in the shadows were likely observing the progress of human martial artists over the past 3 centuries. Alas, it was precisely at this moment. Xia Xian let out a sigh, feeling an unjust discontent brewing within him. Yet, at that moment, he found himself unable to locate the hidden adversary and could only follow the staff towards the arena. However, after taking just a few steps, he encountered the glum Tianjin Fan, descending from the ring. "Big brother Tian, what troubles you?" Xia Xian inquired casually. Tianjin Fan hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words, but ultimately shook his head, muttering that he did not wish to disrupt Xia Xian's competition. He then settled into the resting area, lost in thought. Observing his despondent demeanor, Xia Xian felt a pang of concern. A warrior's mindset is paramount. Should any negative thoughts take root, it could prove difficult to extricate oneself from them. Moreover, according to the narrative, this individual ought to seek guidance from Master Wu Tian to gain some clarity. Yet, given Tianjin Fan's current state, he hardly appeared inclined to seek anyone out. Alas, if the storyline were to deviate, it would be exceedingly detrimental to me. Thus, it is imperative that this matter be resolved promptly. Xia Xian, with a sudden thought, emerged a bead from her pocket and handed it to the temple worker, requesting him to wait a moment longer before directly approaching Tianjin Fan. The temple worker had never encountered such a scenario, where a competitor arrived late, yet leisurely refrained from taking the stage. However, having accepted a favor, he could only feign ignorance with a pale expression. Upon reaching Tianjin Fan, Xia Xian inquired once more about his situation. Tianjin Fan, moved by the concern of his junior disciple for his mental state, was touched that he would postpone such a significant competition. It was revealed that the elderly man named Chung Long was, in fact, the turtle sage in disguise. Tianjin Fan whispered, "During the match earlier, Crane Sage conveyed this to me through telepathy, and the opponent has confirmed it." Xia Xian was quite familiar with this turn of events. Feigning surprise, she remarked, "No wonder he claimed the title of last champion. After all, he is the esteemed Master Wu Tian. But what troubles you? He has forfeited, yet I remain unaware of the reason." Crane Sage mentioned he feared losing face. But isn't forfeiting itself a disgrace? Tianjin Fan expressed his confusion, especially since I sensed that the turtle sage did not exert his full strength, only a fraction of his power. Observing the troubled demeanor of Tianjin Fan, Xia Xian sighed. Her proud senior brother likely found it difficult to fathom that there could be matters of greater honor than winning a competition. Thus, he could not comprehend the purpose behind the turtle sage's withdrawal. If clarity was elusive, why not seek answers directly? Xia Xian candidly expressed. Since Chung Long is disguised as the turtle hermit, he must be hiding in some secluded spot, perhaps changing his attire. A master of his caliber would surely not hesitate to address your inquiries. She gestured towards a nearby flower bed. Upon hearing Xia Xian's encouragement, Tianjin Fan's previously bewildered gaze transformed into a flicker of resolve. He nodded, rose to his feet, and strode towards the exit. Witnessing this scene, Xia Xian nodded in satisfaction, feeling as though she had steered the narrative back on course, reaffirming her advantage of being well-versed in history, ensuring no discrepancies would arise. "Hero, shall we make our appearance as well?" Temple worker approached with a pitiful demeanor, ingratiatingly remarking, "If we delay any longer, I fear the tournament will disqualify you." Observing the sweat pouring from this character, Xia Xian felt it inappropriate to further impose difficulties upon him, so she signaled and proceeded with him towards the venue. At that moment, the arena's host was also drenched in sweat, striving to maintain the atmosphere. However, as a mere commentator, he found it impossible to initiate the competition. What could he possibly say? He could not fabricate a narrative on the spot. All he could do was awkwardly share a few stale jokes in an attempt to lighten the mood. Yet, the participant Xia Xian had still not appeared. Perhaps she was unwell or occupied elsewhere. The host, noticing the increasingly boisterous crowd below, finally stated, "I just consulted with the tournament chairman, and the conclusion is that if the other competitor, Sun Wukong, is unwilling to continue waiting, we shall declare Xia Xian's forfeiture." He then handed the microphone to the bored little Wukong, seeking his opinion. This move was quite cunning. It allowed the host to avoid displeasing the audience while shifting the decision-making responsibility onto Wukong, thus freeing the organizers from any blame regardless of the outcome. Meanwhile, Master Crane, sitting in the audience, seethed with anger, exclaiming, "That useless named disciple dares to be late at such a critical juncture? Utterly foolish." He continued, "And that referee? Has he lost his mind? Handing the decision to a disciple of the Turtle School? They would never pass up this singular chance to advance. This is clearly a treacherous scheme, utterly despicable." In Master Crane's eyes, as an opponent, one would seize the opportunity to determine their own advancement, especially now. With the Turtle School's lackluster performance akin to a shipwreck, having started with 3 disciples, only the previous tournament's runner-up, Little Wukong, remained. Should they face defeat in this battle, it would mean total annihilation. Thus, from any perspective, swiftly announcing Xia Xian's disqualification was of utmost importance. To Master Crane's surprise, Little Wukong did not exhibit the impatience he had anticipated. Instead, he leisurely rested his hands behind his head, nonchalantly stating, "It's fine. My purpose here is to battle stronger opponents. Waiting a bit longer is no trouble at all. After all, didn't I almost oversleep during the last tournament?" His eloquent remarks were well-founded, even invoking the anecdote of his previous match against Kirin, during which he had dozed off. This immediately stirred the host's memories, enlivening the atmosphere of the entire venue. At that moment, a voice bellowed from the side, "The world hero has arrived." This individual, having accepted money from Xia Xian, was anxious about the possibility of disqualifications ahead. Thus, he shouted with fervor, ensuring that everyone was aware of Xia Xian's arrival. Ironically, this created a peculiar sense of ritual, harmonizing with the resounding drums and gongs announcing the commencement of the match, which was truly magnificent. The audience, initially grumbling, fell silent upon seeing Xia Xian, clad in a tactical police uniform, adorned with a mottled camouflage pattern and crafted from durable material. His combat boots were made from specialized materials suitable for jungles, deserts, and mountains alike. The ammunition belt hung with decorative grenades made him appear particularly formidable and imposing. Interestingly, Xia Xian was not particularly fond of cloth shoes, believing that such thin-soled footwear lacked the necessary impact for combat. Moreover, having descended from Galinta, he possessed no suitable attire at home, thus donning what was issued by the Bureau. Consequently, the police community was greatly pleased, interpreting this as a gesture of pride for officers, and they praised Xia Xian profusely. The bored little Wukong, upon seeing Xia Xian's arrival, leapt up from the ground, exuberantly exclaiming, "Ha! I knew you would come. Let us engage in a splendid contest." In stark contrast to Wukong's buoyant enthusiasm, Xia Xian's brow was furrowed in concern. The minions of the great demon king of the short flute were already lurking in a corner of the arena, likely eagerly anticipating the opportunity to showcase their tricks. The unsettling feeling of knowing that others wished to undermine him while feeling utterly powerless was indeed vexing. Meanwhile, the immortal Crane in the audience was vocally berating, "You worthless scoundrel, where have you been at such a critical moment? If you ruin my grand performance, I shall flay your skin and strip you of your powers." His vitriolic words were exceedingly harsh, amplified by the quiet venue, causing a headache for all present. Xia Xian squinted her eyes, and a vein on her forehead throbbed, clearly indicating her immense anger. "Dear audience member, I kindly request that you remain quiet, as your outbursts may disrupt the flow of the competition," the host tactfully suggested. "Spare me your nonsense. Who do you think you are to command me?" He Xianren retorted disdainfully. Nevertheless, he begrudgingly returned to his seat, muttering to himself, "Sever the hands and feet of those turtle hermit disciples, reduce them to cripples, and let them regret ever joining this sect." Xia Xian gazed at the twisted visage of Crane Immortal, contorted by hatred, and sighed. redirecting her focus to the arena. "Shall we commence? I find you quite formidable," little Wukong exclaimed cheerfully, seemingly indifferent to the man before him, who was both the architect of his grievances and a rival from a competing sect. He had even refrained from launching a sneak attack, leisurely awaiting Xia Xian's return to awareness before inquiring if the battle could begin. "Let us wait a moment longer. There is a matter I need you to confirm," Xia Xian replied calmly, simultaneously taking a deep breath to regulate her internal energy. Instantly, her chi began to coalesce, swelling in magnitude. With a low growl emanating from her throat, Xia Xian's muscles visibly expanded, as if the surrounding air were drawn into her force, creating swirling gusts that scattered in every direction. Little Wukong, caught off guard, turned pale. What? Such formidable energy. The spectators felt as though Xia Xian was akin to a tornado, making it nearly impossible to even glance at her directly. Even Master Rashi, who was changing far off in the distance, lifted his gaze to behold Xia Xian gathering her energy on the arena. Using chi to enhance muscle strength? This child's energy bears a resemblance to the techniques of the turtle school, Master Wutian remarked, blinking in confusion. To differentiate between the turtle school and the crane school, it essentially lies in their handling of chi. The crane school relies on physical exertion to compensate for insufficient chi, hence the existence of the kikaho. Conversely, the turtle school utilizes chi to offset physical limitations, subsequently employing the strengthened body to unleash even greater chi in a cyclical manner. While not as explosive as the kikaho, it possesses the advantage of perpetual vitality. This is exemplified by Master Rashi's use of the Kamehameha to obliterate Flame Mountain and the moon. However, at that moment, Master Wutian had little inclination to ponder the origins of Xia Xian's martial arts. For at that instant, Tianjin Fan had appeared before him, clearly poised to inquire about something. "What do you mean by this?" Tianjin Fan directly questioned. "Since you are the legendary Master Wutian, why have you gone to such lengths to disguise yourself for this tournament?" Upon hearing this, Master Rashi exhibited no reluctance to reveal his intentions, simultaneously adjusting his prop wig as he responded. "The reasoning is quite simple. I do this for my disciples. Should any one of them emerge victorious in the competition, they may come to believe they are the strongest in the world, which could lead them to become complacent and lose their drive for self-improvement. Achieving success at a young age is not necessarily a boon." Master Rashi's words were not without merit. His previous two disciples, whether it be the Ox King or Gohan, had at certain points lost their zeal for martial arts, each succumbing to their natural inclinations, one becoming a bandit, the other a hunter. Upon hearing this, a hint of pride surfaced on Tianjin Fan's face. "Now I understand. In the present moment, you are acutely aware of my formidable prowess, rendering your disciple incapable of triumph. Hence, you deliberately concede, allowing me to assume the role of imparting lessons to your disciple." At this juncture, Tian Xinhan shifted his tone, proclaiming with pride, "Nevertheless, even if you do not concede and the battle persists, the victor shall still be I." Tian Xinhan possessed the merit to assert such a claim. For although Master Rashi had not exerted his full strength, Tian Xinhan too had only displayed about half of his capabilities. If the battle were to escalate, he would harbor no trepidation or hesitation. "No," Master Rashi retorted with remarkable seriousness. "You are mistaken." "What do you mean?" "I am aware that my disciples have gradually matured. They are not foolish. Even if they were to emerge victorious in this tournament, they would not hastily abandon their pursuits. Thus, I can retire with peace of mind." Upon hearing these words, Tian Xinhan fell into a contemplative silence. Master Rashi had disguised himself to participate in the competition solely to impart to them the wisdom that there are always greater beings beyond their own. Yet his own master, Crane Hermit, lacked such accountability and instead regarded him and Kaiotsu as mere tools for his own vanity, preoccupied solely with the outcomes of their contests, neglecting their growth, let alone serving as a guiding example in imparting life's lessons. In that moment, Tian Xinhan found himself at a loss for words, his mind in turmoil. Just as he was lost in thought, Master Rashi abruptly halted his departure, turning back to say, "Oh, by the way, there is one thing you may have spoken correctly about. If the battle were to continue, I indeed have a substantial likelihood of being defeated by you." With that, Master Rashi picked up his suitcase and ambled toward the audience, exclaiming, "Now I can watch my disciples compete with ease. You too, give it your all. I look forward to a splendid performance." Observing Master Rashi's graceful exit, Tian Xinhan felt a whirlwind of emotions within, yet he stubbornly declared, "How can you admit defeat without feeling shame? However, as the words left his lips, he quickly realized that Master Roshi had relinquished even the title of the world's strongest and his own dignity for the sake of his disciples. This sentiment, the disparity between individuals is truly vast. Meanwhile, on the arena, the atmosphere was charged. Xia Xin had completed her energy accumulation, her figure expanding significantly, radiating a pale blue energy that was discernible even to the naked eye of an ordinary person. The tiles originally designed for combat appeared fragile in the face of the surging energy waves, exhibiting cracks. What incredible energy! How have you cultivated this? Exclaimed little Goku in astonishment. The Turtle School does not possess specialized techniques for energy cultivation. It primarily advocates for the enhancement of the physical body to generate more life energy. Xia Xin had specifically trained in this aspect during her time in the Galactic Tournament. Indeed, while the training of muscles has its limitations, the enhancement of one's vitality is a pursuit that never falls out of fashion. Witnessing the scene from the audience, Master Roshi was taken aback. Goodness, this child has progressed to such an extent. His energy is so exuberant that it far surpasses that of Master Crane. Even I could not achieve such a feat. Could it be that this child has ventured into the Tower of Korin? Son, I would like to pose a question to you. Xia Xinyan stated succinctly. What question might that be? Little Wukong replied, his gaze filled with enthusiasm and devoid of trepidation, brimming with eager anticipation. Is my current strength sufficient to defeat you? Xia Xinyan asked directly and forthrightly. In that moment, the spectators fell into a hush. They had never encountered a contender so candid in their inquiries. This was indeed quite forward. Little Wukong pondered for a brief moment before responding with equal clarity. In terms of energy, you surpass me. However, when it comes to combat, I am confident I will emerge victorious. With that, he assumed a combative stance, his face radiating excitement and readiness. In truth, within the combat system of Dragon Ball, while energy plays a significant role, it is not the sole criterion for measuring combat prowess. Otherwise, the later androids, 17 and 18, who possess boundless energy, would not necessarily be deemed the most formidable beings. Meanwhile, Master Crane was incessantly urging, attack. Such potent energy, if unleashed in a Kamehameha, could obliterate this entire island. The Turtle School brats would stand no chance. Hey, I'm telling you to unleash it. Do you not understand? Observing Master Crane's fervent outburst, the nearby dumpling felt a rush of perspiration. Xia Xinyan, as a named disciple, had not acquired any techniques from Master Crane. Thus, to expect him to unleash the Kamehameha from the Crane School's secret techniques was indeed an unreasonable demand. Xia Xian paid no heed to the clamor from the audience. After listening to Xiao Wukong's description, a faint smile graced her lips. You are absolutely right. I share the same sentiment. With that, she suddenly raised her arm and nonchalantly declared, Referee, I concede. Her words echoed like thunder, leaving the crowd in disbelief. No one could fathom that Xia Xian would choose not to continue at such a critical juncture, especially given the formidable aura she had just exuded, which had utterly overshadowed her opponent. Even Xiao Wukong himself acknowledged that Xia Xian possessed strength surpassing his own. Yet, how could she possibly refuse to fight? Is that truly the case? The host inquired cautiously. Indeed, I cannot best this young lad. Xia Xinyan succinctly articulated his thoughts while simultaneously attuning himself to any anomalous presence within the venue, seeking to ascertain the location of the demonic entities. His intent to gather energy served a dual purpose: to evaluate the disparity between himself and Little Wukong, as well as to entice the lurking demons. Having received Little Wukong's candid acknowledgement of his inferior vitality, Xia Xinyan felt a sense of fulfillment. Continuing the battle, he feared, would merely facilitate Little Wukong's further enhancement. For this individual possessed a unique ability to evolve during combat, unparalleled in the realm of Dragon Ball. Xia Xinyan was equally reluctant to allow the hidden demons to glean insight into his techniques. Thus his desire for combat gradually waned. Such a conspicuous aura would undoubtedly attract the attention of the demons. Xia Xinyan himself awaited this very opportunity. How could one concede without having fought? Don't do that. Little Wukong pouted in disappointment, addressing Xia Xinyan. Once we engage in battle, you won't be able to confront my senior brother in your prime. I fear that he may not be able to unleash his full potential then. Xia Xinxin spoke absent-mindedly, simultaneously turning her head sharply. Sensing an ominous presence lurking beneath the eaves of the venue, she could even faintly discern a monstrous figure, arms crossed, with wings, malevolently observing the arena. Xia Xin remained silent, secretly employing the technique of void dancing as she dashed toward that direction. This left the bewildered little Wukong and the furious crane Hermit, who was vociferously cursing his disciple for fleeing without a fight, an outcome starkly contrasting with his envisioned scene of mercilessly vanquishing the Turtle School disciples. Meanwhile, as Xia Xin withdrew from the arena, she swiftly soared to the ornate structure of the martial arts conference, where she unexpectedly encountered a grotesque creature adorned in green scales, leisurely observing the match with arms crossed. What are you up to? The creature inquired with a casual demeanor. Hee. This appearance is unmistakably identical to that in the comics. With a cold smirk, Xia Xin hovered in the air, fixing her gaze on her opponent. A warrior of the Demon Clan, I see your presence here indicates that the great Demon King Piccolo has descended, does it not? Upon hearing these words, the previously indifferent creature was suddenly taken aback, scrutinizing Xia Xin with a blend of surprise and disdain. I had intended to pass the time while completing my mission. Yet here stands an intriguing individual who dares to utter the name of the great Demon King. Do you seek an early demise? He continued. Very well. Slaying all martial artists is the mission of Dambaran. Thus, sending you to the depths of hell ahead of schedule is only fitting. Dambaran, Xia Xin, familiar with the lore of Dragon Ball, recognized his true nature as the first minion created by the unsealed great Demon King Piccolo, a pawn designed to combat the martial artists of the world. Due to his apprehension of the human-esque demon sealing wave, Dambaran had been infused with considerable energy during his creation, making him a formidable servant of the great Demon King. With a temperament marked by brutality and a penchant for bloodshed, he relished the thrill of killing, showing no mercy to his foes. Even the young Goku, in a weakened state, had nearly fallen to the hands of this demon warrior. In the face of Dambaran's threat, a faint smile played on Xia Xin's lips. Suddenly, she accelerated and lunged toward Dambaran. The demon, who had been mocking her for her apparent folly, was taken aback by the astonishing speed of this human. However, before he could fully process his astonishment, he was struck squarely by a powerful punch, sending him flying. Seizing the moment, Xia Xin pursued with relentless speed. Her hands clasped together like a hammer, aimed to strike Dambaran down. This attack bore such weight that a direct hit would surely crush him into the ground. Dambaran swiftly twisted his body, narrowly evading Xia Xin's assault. A mere human dares to attack the great Demon Clan? He screeched, seizing the opportunity as Xia Xin's strike missed, delivering a brutal kick that sent her sprawling. I shall show you the terror of the Demon Clan, Dambaran vowed, pursuing her with intent to shred this audacious human to pieces. Yet, Xia Xin, having been propelled through the air, executed a graceful 180-degree turn, effortlessly regaining her balance. Utilizing the momentum from being struck, she launched herself back to the ground, shattering the stones beneath her feet, and surged forward once more. Without employing any technique, she charged directly, headfirst, into Dambaran's lips, causing him to grimace in pain. How dare a mere human? Dambaran's eyes glinted with malice. He could not fathom how he, hidden in the shadows to observe the battle, had been discovered and relentlessly pursued by this individual, who seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of his intentions. Not only was he aware of his identity as a demon, but he also possessed knowledge of the Dark Lord's affairs. However, what infuriated Dambaran the most was that this human displayed an utter lack of fear towards the demon race. Such a brazen demeanor greatly displeased this demonic warrior. The Dark Lord has sent me to eradicate the martial artist, and I shall not relent, Dambaran roared, extending his palm and directing his fierce shout towards Xia Xin. Receive my attack, demon light cannon. Suddenly, a radiant glow emanated from Dambaran's hand, followed by a shockwave that surged forth, aimed directly at Xia Xin. The so-called demon light cannon was, in fact, a technique of the great Demon King. In the narrative, it was this very move that led to the defeat of little Wukong during his initial confrontation with the elderly Dark Lord, nearly sealing his fate. Now, faced with the demon light cannon unleashed by Dambaran, Xia Xin erupted into laughter once more, even murmuring to himself, hee. Excellent. As soon as the words left his lips, Xia Xin swiftly interlocked his hands, forming multiple hand seals in conjunction with the Crane School's techniques, standing firm and unflinching as he observed the energy sphere hurtling towards him. Rebound, he commanded, and the attack of the demon light cannon came to an abrupt halt before him, as if intoxicated, then veered skyward. This maneuver was reminiscent of the technique Tien Shinhan employed against Yamcha, rebounding his Kamehameha wave. Upon witnessing the event, Xia Xian swiftly comprehended the intricacies of the Crane Immortal Flow's secret technique, mastering the flow of energy and the accompanying hand seals. Now, when executed, the results are strikingly effective. Although the energy projectile did not soar in the direction of Dan Ba-Lin, it was entirely deflected, not even grazing a hair on Xia Xian. What? Dan Ba-Lin stood in astonishment, dumbfounded by the spectacle before him. The fact that his attack had been repelled and vanished was a scene beyond his meager understanding of martial arts, leaving him utterly perplexed. You have yet to witness the true extent of the astonishment. With a triumphant smile, Xia Xian declared, "Let me show you my move, the demon light cannon." As soon as the words left her lips, she thrust her palm forward, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that surged towards Ba-Lin. The demon warrior, taken aback, never anticipated that his opponent could wield his own technique. At first glance, there appeared to be no distinction, and he hastily crossed his arms to brace for the impact. Utilizing the secret arts of the Crane Immortal style, Xia Xian was capable of swiftly appropriating her opponent's martial skills. Though the essence of the techniques could not be entirely grasped, she had already demonstrated a commendable imitation. In that moment, while Dan Ba-Lin managed to block the incomplete demon light cannon, he was enveloped in a cloud of smoke, resembling someone scorched by flames, indicating he had indeed suffered some loss. "You despicable fiend," Dan Ba-Lin exclaimed, blinking in astonishment. "How can it be that you, a human, can employ the techniques of our demon clan?" Hearing this, Xia Xian responded with a slight smile. "Humph. What else would you expect? Did you think I approached you to forfeit the match?" These words left Dan Ba-Lin bewildered. Yet unbeknownst to him, Xia Xian's motivations extended beyond merely denying the demon clan a chance for conflict. She was also eager to learn their skills. Given that the only technique currently accessible to Little Wukong was the Turtle School's Kamehameha, and that there was little necessity to master other moves, Xia Xian had observed the Kamehameha during her time with Yamcha and had a fair understanding of its application. With the appearance of the demon clan, she weighed her options and resolved to confront this adversary, seizing the opportunity to glean some valuable martial arts knowledge. At that moment, Dan Ba-Lin regarded Xia Xian, who appeared calm and composed before him, and a sinister smile crept across his face. Suddenly, he let out a fierce roar and charged forward, delivering a swift elbow strike to Xia Xian's face, followed by a powerful punch that sent her crashing down from the air, landing far away on the road outside the martial arts arena. Boom! The once tranquil pavement trembled violently, creating a deep crater upon impact. Passers-by and nearby vehicles were startled into halting, their expressions a mix of horror and disbelief as they witnessed the unfolding spectacle. Suspended in the air, Dan Ba-Lin arrogantly gazed down at the crowd below, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. "Did you truly believe that was all my power? How underestimated I am." Amidst the rubble, Xia Xian struggled to rise, her body marred with wounds, her appearance disheveled and battered. Observing this, the nearby citizens gasped in shock. "Isn't that the heroic officer who defeated the Black Silk Army? What is he doing here? Look at that creature soaring in the sky. Are they engaged in battle? My heavens, that fellow seems exceedingly dangerous." Sensing the crowd's fear, Dan Ba-Lin triumphantly alighted on a nearby telephone pole and addressed Xia Xian. "Though you are but a human, your performance has been quite commendable. Thus, I have resolved to unveil my true prowess, utterly shattering you into fragments as a reward for your presence." Xia Xian paid no heed to the astonished gazes of those around her. Rising to her feet and spitting out a mouthful of blood, seemingly disdainful of Dan Ba-Lin's words. Simultaneously, she slowly removed her weapon belt and discarded it on the ground with a heavy thud. Dan Ba-Lin's eyes widened slightly from the sound. He deduced that the belt weighed nearly 10 kilograms. The decorative items that resembled grenades actually served the purpose of adding weight. But that was not all. Xia Xian pulled several lead bars from her leg straps and wrist guards, carelessly tossing them to the ground, accumulating a weight exceeding 50 kilograms. "Hey, warrior of the demon clan, since you have been so generous to me, I shall now demonstrate my true strength in return." "What? You weren't using your full power before?" Dan Ba-Lin's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his words coming out in a rush. "I had no idea humans had become so boastful." Despite his bravado, a bead of sweat trickled down Dan Ba-Lin's forehead. Previously, on the rooftop of the martial arts tournament, he had intended to observe human combat prowess. Though Xia Xian's aura in front of Little Wukong had surprised him, it was as Little Wukong had said. Despite her formidable energy, true combat relies on practical skill. When it came to an actual fight, Both Little Wukong and Dan Balin were confident in their ability to defeat Xia Xian. After all, her performance against Krillin had not been particularly impressive. What they did not anticipate was that she had been concealing such a secret, bearing an immense burden. Now that she had shed it all, it signified that Xia Xian's speed and strength would ascend to terrifying heights. Even if Dan Balin were a naturally invincible demon, he feared he might not stand a chance. While Xia Xian engaged in a fierce battle with the demon warrior, the scene of the world's premier martial arts tournament was ablaze with excitement, captivating every spectator. The leading disciple of the Crane School, Tianjin Fan, faced off against the last remaining contestant of the Turtle School, Little Wukong. These two represented the pinnacle of their respective schools, embroiling themselves in an exhilarating contest akin to a clash of dragons and tigers. Unbeknownst to the crowd, the streets outside the arena had descended into chaos. That detestable disciple has defied my orders, bringing me great shame. How intolerable. The Master Crane was still lost in the memory of Xia Xian's earlier withdrawal. To him, her actions were tantamount to betraying one's master and ancestral lineage. Dumpling, we cannot afford to lose. Otherwise, we would be utterly humiliated. Master Crane whispered urgently. Hearing this, Dumpling looked at his master with a bewildered expression, unsure of his intentions. Use your telekinesis to control the movements of the Turtle School disciples, Master Crane stated coldly. It is time to rectify the mistakes made by that wayward disciple. Although not particularly strong in combat, Dumpling possessed some supernatural abilities, such as inducing stomach aches or slowing down opponents, which were no small feats. Thus, the Crane Hermit took in the child who resembled a zombie, precisely for such underhanded dealings. It is said that the battle between Goku and Tien was fiercely contested. Since training under Master Roshi, he had never encountered an opponent of equal stature. Just as he was poised to exploit a weakness in Tien's technique, his body unexpectedly convulsed, rendering him unable to summon his strength. In a duel of skilled fighters, even a moment's hesitation can be fatal. Tien, witnessing Goku's predicament, felt a surge of elation. An opportunity presents itself. With that, he delivered a powerful straight punch that sent Goku sprawling. As Goku struggled to rise, clutching his abdomen, he exclaimed, "You truly are despicable." What? Tien was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a retort. Below the stage, the Crane Hermit chuckled coldly, reveling in the success of his cunning scheme. Allow me to clarify. For the sake of fairness, my junior disciple, Xin, would rather forfeit the match than compromise your conditions, ensuring that you face me at your full strength, Tien stated earnestly, emphasizing that he sacrificed his own honor to uphold the integrity of the competition. I fail to see how you can accuse us of being despicable. At these words, Goku found himself momentarily at a loss for response. Xia Xian is acutely aware of his own prowess. The ability to cultivate such an immense reservoir of energy undoubtedly marks him as a formidable expert, perhaps even rivaling the likes of Tianjin Fan. Although he harbors no fear of Xia Xian, he knows that after their encounter, he would be left severely drained. In such a state, it would be improbable for him to stand against Tianjin Fan. Thus, despite Xia Xian's withdrawal from the match, Little Wukong found himself admiring his integrity. Stop making trivial excuses, Tianjin Fan bellowed, charging forward. Little Wukong, invigorated, responded with his own roar. All right, let us see what you've got. With that, both rushed at one another, eager to determine a victor. Witnessing this, Master Karen smirked and commanded, Jiaozi, make your move. In an instant, Little Wukong soared into the air, only to be struck mid-flight, freezing in place. Tianjin Fan, seizing the opportunity, delivered a powerful kick that sent his opponent hurtling, nearly toppling off the stage. In the observation area, Master Roshi sensed something amiss and quickly turned his gaze to the self-satisfied Master Karen in the audience. This old fool hasn't he changed a bit over the years? He pondered, his brow furrowed. Meanwhile, Little Wukong's situation grew increasingly precarious, as on Xia Xian's side. The full force was about to be unleashed. Both battles had reached a critical juncture. At that moment, Tianjin Fan began to notice an oddity. In a duel of experts, consecutive blunders of such low caliber were inconceivable. One should not abruptly halt mid-air. This behavior was uncharacteristic of a warrior capable of engaging him in countless rounds. The announcer, however, remained oblivious, diligently fulfilling his commentary duties. Oh, competitor Sun's condition has suddenly plummeted. He has finally collapsed. It seems the champion's fate is now quite apparent. Tianjin Fan, observing Little Wukong convulsing on the ground, began to comprehend the situation. His attacks, while fierce, could not have incapacitated his opponent in a single blow. The only explanation could be. As Tianjin Fan pondered, Master Karen's voice penetrated his mind through telepathy. Hurry. Take this chance to finish him. Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, he murmured, I see. Jiaozi, was it you who meddled with this? Yes. Quickly, break your spell. Tianjin Fan insisted with stern urgency. Jiaozi appeared bewildered, his eyes brimming with confusion. Meanwhile, the referee had begun the count without further consideration. As the count progressed, Tianjin Fan's tone grew increasingly frantic. Even through their mental link, the urgency of this man was palpable. Hurry and undo the spell. I refuse to win in such a manner. Jiaozi glanced at Master Karen, who, in a fit of frustration, retorted, You wretched fool. Regardless of the outcome of the competition, this little brat has injured Tao Pai Pai, and he must be eliminated at all costs. This is a command. Do you understand? Do not be as foolish as that named disciple. The referee is nearing the end of his count. 7, 8. At this moment, Tianjin Fan seemed to have made a resolute decision. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed, Stop. This shout was not conveyed through telepathy, but was a direct roar. Instantly, the dumpling maintaining the spell was startled, and even the counting referee was taken aback. With the spell lifted, the small Goku, who had been pressed to the ground, immediately sprang up and lunged at Tianjin Fan, gritting his teeth. You bastard, you've made me suffer so much. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan observed coldly, showing no intention of defense or resistance. Wait, Goku. Master Roshi from the resting area called out, halting his disciple's actions. Below, Master Crane's expression was extremely grim, as if he had ingested something foul. Tianjin Fan, how dare you defy my command like that detestable, named disciple? In response to Master Crane's inquiry, Tianjin Fan lowered his head and, in a humble tone, implored, I merely wish to give my all in this match without any assistance, to fairly defeat my opponent. Xin understands my intentions, which is why he willingly concedes rather than contest my wishes. Upon hearing Tianjin Fan mention Xin, Master Crane's fury intensified. I command you to kill him. These words seemed to erupt from the depths of his throat. However, although Tianjin Fan's voice was somewhat subdued, his resolve was unwavering. I cannot kill him. If I do, I will forfeit my qualification for the championship, and I have grown weary of being a killer. This sentiment remained unspoken in its entirety. Ever since secretly teaching Xin martial arts, Tianjin Fan had relished the experience of imparting knowledge and resolving doubts. Especially witnessing the once-inexperienced Xin grow stronger under his guidance, akin to a sapling blossoming into a towering tree. The sense of accomplishment far exceeded the ephemeral nature of being a killer. Furthermore, observing the remarkable demeanor of the unparalleled master Wu Tian only intensified Tianjin Fan's admiration for martial artists. Yet, these sentiments only served to provoke Master Crane's already fraying composure. What nonsense are you spouting? Clearly, you have been infected by that named disciple and incited by that turtle bastard. At this point, Master Crane, exasperated, abandoned even the use of telepathy, shouting at the top of his lungs, You have forgotten the gratitude I bestowed upon you for cultivating you into a martial arts expert. If that is the case, I shall eliminate both of you. Dumpling, control their movements. Upon hearing this, the typically submissive dumpling was momentarily stunned, blinking pitifully yet remaining motionless. Dumpling, do you not hear me? At this moment, Master Crane had rolled up his sleeves, poised to unleash his formidable prowess upon the stage. For the first time, Tian Xinhan yearned to compete earnestly. I wished to witness the entirety of it. Kaiatsu stammered as he spoke, and as a timid soul, it was indeed remarkable for him to express such words in the presence of Master Crane. However, before he could finish his thought, Kaiatsu was seized by Master Crane, who, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, What? Even you dare to? Kaiatsu's already pale visage grew increasingly ashen. Those who defy me shall meet their demise. You, like that named disciple, shall perish. Master Crane declared fiercely, simultaneously launching a punch towards Kaiatsu. Kaiatsu, witnessing his dearest friend in peril, even Tian Xinhan, steadfast and resolute, found himself at a loss. Just then, a voice erupted from the waiting area. Step aside. Tian Xinhan, startled by the command, turned to see Master Roshi, the turtle hermit, unleashing a powerful Kamehameha wave directly at Master Crane. The energy wave surged with great ferocity, leaving Master Crane aghast. Though he had once devised the technique to deflect energy attacks, Years of complacency had diminished his strength. As he attempted to form the necessary hand signs, it was too late. The shockwave struck him squarely, sending him hurtling away, vanishing into the horizon. In that instant, all were left speechless. The absence of Master Crane's tumult rendered the arena remarkably serene. "Fear not. That fellow will not succumb to such a trivial assault," Master Roshi stated with a grave expression. "The obstruction has been removed. You two may now compete without distraction." Observing this scene, Goku comprehended the unfolding events and sincerely addressed Tien Shinhan. "I apologize. I previously misunderstood you." Tien Shinhan remained silent for a moment, pondering, before finally responding earnestly. "I have betrayed my master. I cannot afford to lose this match. So prepare yourself. I must eliminate you in the forthcoming assault." Goku did not respond verbally, but the fierce determination in his gaze spoke volumes. Thus, the two finally commenced their true battle, free from interference. Meanwhile, as Goku and Tien Shinhan resumed their clash, the pivotal moment for Xia Xian was just beginning. Shedding the burdens that had weighed him down, Xia Xian relished the long-awaited sensation of lightness. He typically bore nearly 50 kilograms of weight day and night, even during meals. On the other side, the demon warrior Dambaran wore a troubled expression. He had previously witnessed Xia Xian's performance on the martial arts stage. Thus, he was resolutely confident in his ability to confront this human. Little did he know that after entering her rage mode, Xia Xian had a hidden trump card up her sleeve, which left the demon warrior in an unequivocal state of passivity. No, it should be said that there was no chance of victory. The disparity in their concealed powers was insurmountable. When did humans become so formidable? It seemed only the Dark Lord himself could manage such a threat. This thought briefly flickered in Dambalan's mind, only to be swiftly cast aside. How infuriating! How could I be intimidated by a mere human? I must eliminate this scoundrel. As a noble demon, I am inherently superior to these wretched humans. Retreat is not an option. With this thought, a cruel smirk played at the corners of Dambalan's mouth. He chuckled darkly. "Perhaps your brute strength has improved somewhat, but it is still far from sufficient to contend with my magnificent demon kin." Upon hearing this, Xia Xian was unfazed and casually replied, "Oh? So your kind also has a penchant for grandiloquent boasts? If you have the time for that, why not demonstrate your prowess for me?" Her calm demeanor stemmed from her profound understanding of the narrative. She was acutely aware of the true extent of her opponent's abilities, and thus had no fear of any upheaval from him. Dambalan, disinterested in further banter, raised his arm and bellowed, "Explosive demon light cannon." Xia Xian raised an eyebrow, recognizing the technique as one of the signature moves of the formidable demon king Piccolo. According to the narrative, it was this very maneuver that effortlessly obliterated an entire town, thereby coercing the king of the world to abdicate. How surprising it is that a mere pawn like you could wield such a formidable skill. As Xia Xian activated her defensive aura, she attentively observed the technique, eager to master this formidable area of effect attack, renowned even among the demonic clan. However, as she enveloped herself in a shield of energy, she noticed her opponent's strikes were unsteady, merely grazing past her without landing a blow. "Hey, can't you even manage to cast your skills accurately?" Xia Xian mocked. "Who said I missed?" Dan Bailing replied, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. At that moment, a deafening roar resonated through the air. Xia Xian swiftly turned around, only to behold a clock tower struck by the recent explosion of the magical cannon. The dome, along with the great bell, teetered precariously, while below, a ceaseless throng of people surged. Among them, a mother and daughter sat paralyzed on the ground, terror-stricken, seemingly on the brink of being crushed by falling debris. A surge of anger and alarm coursed through Xia Xian, as the triumphant voice of Dambalan echoed in her ears. "This is where our paths diverge. As a sorcerer, I act without restraint or remorse, without a second thought. Yet you, a mere human, can you truly stand idly by while your fellow beings are met with such a grim fate?" Dambalan taunted. Xia Xian's countenance darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. "Are you provoking me, demon? I am not one to be overly benevolent. The fates of others are of no consequence to me. Even if others suffer, I shall attribute that solely to you. In due time, I will exact 100-fold, 1,000-fold vengeance upon you, inflicting torment as retribution for the fallen." However, these words bore little weight. Dambaran, with an air of arrogance, shook his head and replied dismissively, "Huh, spare me such meaningless drivel. Just moments ago, during our battle, those insignificant humans seemed to hail you as a hero. It appears you have engaged in acts of world-saving. So, the question arises, how could someone revered as a hero possibly commit cold-blooded, cruel acts and turn a blind eye to suffering? At this, Xia Xian furrowed his brow, for he was deeply unsettled by Dambalin's words. Internally, he was locked in fierce turmoil, as if he could hear the helpless cries of a mother and daughter beneath the clock tower, alongside the anguished wails of those who had no time to escape. Xia Xian had often mocked the protagonists in comics who found themselves in dire straits while trying to save others, deeming such behavior foolish and naive, unworthy of his consideration. Yet, now that he was in this position, particularly endowed with the power to act, it became exceedingly difficult to remain indifferent. The hopeful gazes of those people were impossible to ignore. TSK, cursed be this. With a fierce roar, Xia Xian summoned the energy within him and surged towards the clock tower, the skill of flight unleashed with astonishing speed. Witnessing this spectacle, Danbalin was secretly astonished by Xia Xian's mastery of the flying technique, yet could not help but chuckle. Do you wish to learn the unyielding heart of our demon race? You are still but a fledgling, weak human. At this moment, Xia Xian had neither the time nor the inclination to engage with Danbalin, fervently channeling his inner energy, desperately accelerating to unprecedented levels. Meanwhile, the great bell atop the clock tower descended slowly, poised to crush the crowd below, who had no time to escape. Many voices erupted in terror, while a mother and daughter, unable to rise, closed their eyes in resignation, too fearful to witness the gruesome fate that awaited them. Just then, a sudden thud reverberated through the air, akin to a heavy object colliding with the bronze bell. The impending disaster seemed to halt mid-air, frozen in time. The terrified crowd, who had braced for death, opened their eyes to behold Xia Xian, majestic as a superhero, defying gravity and effortlessly holding aloft the bell, preventing its descent. Saved by that man, the hero who vanquished the Black Silk Army? Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Yet, Xia Xian, straining under the bell's weight, did not wear a triumphant expression. Instead, he inhaled deeply and bellowed, "I apologize." These words left the gathered onlookers bewildered. They had been rescued. Yet their hero uttered such peculiar phrases. Without offering further explanation, Xia Xian seized the moment and unleashed a formidable technique. Solar Fist. In a flash, radiant light erupted from his being, akin to a flare illuminating the dark, blinding the eyes of all present. "My eyes. I can't see." Cries of confusion echoed. What was happening? After a considerable interval, as their vision gradually returned, the crowd beheld Xia Xian still suspended in midair. However, his previously empty hand now reached forward. The fingertip precisely pressed against the forehead of a green creature, none other than Danbalin himself. "Why? How could you anticipate my plan?" Danbalin murmured, blood trickling from his mouth and nose. Confusion etched in his fading gaze. "Your scheme was merely the bait for my own trap," Xia Xian replied coolly. "Humans may not possess your cold-bloodedness, but we can be just as cunning as the demon race, perhaps even more astute." The warrior of the demon clan, Danbalin, could scarcely have anticipated that despite meticulously setting a trap, attacking passers-by to divert Xia Xian's attention and waiting for the opportune moment to strike during his rescue, he would ultimately falter. At the very moment he was poised to act, convinced that Xia Xian, encumbered by the enormous bell, would be incapacitated. He was taken aback as the latter unexpectedly radiated a brilliant light. Though devoid of any lethal force, the dazzling illumination blinded Danbalin, rendering him unable to discern his surroundings. What should have been an assured assault was abruptly thwarted. The target he intended to ambush turned the tables and launched a counterattack at this critical juncture. Do you now comprehend the reason for my withdrawal from the competition? It was precisely to prevent my strategies from being unveiled. Retaining my trump cards until the end ensures they yield unforeseen results. At this moment, Xia Xian exhaled a breath of stale air, for he too was taking a risk. Had his solar fist failed in that critical instant, he would have met with a grim fate at the hands of his adversary. Danbalin, choking, spat forth a stream of green blood, seemingly attempting to articulate something. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to utter a few disjointed phrases. "Do not rejoice too soon. The Dark Lord will inevitably eradicate all of you. For now, let me take one enemy from the demon clan." With that, his eyes began to turn crimson, and his body appeared to swell. Was he contemplating self-detonation? Alas, I am not Yamucha. With an intimate knowledge of the unfolding narrative, Xia Xian had long anticipated every movement of his opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck. D&D. As the words left his lips, a slender beam of ki energy shot forth from his fingertips. It pierced through Dambarin's skull, and the once formidable demon warrior instantly lost the spark in his eyes, his body collapsing limply to the ground, utterly incapacitated. The Crane School's technique was inherently designed for assassination. Thus, the D&D was executed with remarkable swiftness. Though its power was somewhat diminished, it required no build-up, and its instantaneous effect successfully neutralized Dambarin's impending self-destruction. Seeing his foe lifeless, Xiaoxian casually cast Dambarin's corpse aside, reflecting on the creature's earlier proclamations. He murmured to himself, the dichotomy of good and evil cannot resolve the matter. In comparison, engaging one's intellect is far more reliable than becoming ensnared in such dilemmas. The individuals who had narrowly escaped death finally regained their courage and gathered around, casting wary glances at the fallen demon warrior, their eyes momentarily drifting towards Xiaoxian. Had it not been for this hero who vanquished the Black Silk Army, they might have been slaughtered by the monster. In that instant, a wave of gratitude and deep respect enveloped Xiaoxian. Meanwhile, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament had reached its conclusion. Tian Xinhan unleashed his ultimate technique, the Kikaho, obliterating the entire arena. Fortunately for Goku, a timely warning from his opponent allowed him to evade this lethal blow. However, with the arena now in ruins, both combatants were compelled to determine the victor before touching the ground. At this critical juncture, Goku countered with the Kamehameha, striking Tian Xinhan and rendering him unconscious as they both plummeted. Regrettably, Goku's luck turned sour at the last moment. He collided with a passing vehicle, landing before Tian Xinhan and ultimately forfeiting the championship. Thus, this tournament, which had showcased the prowess of both the Turtle and Crane schools, drew to a close. What began as a rivalry fraught with tension culminated in mutual admiration for each other's skills and character, forging friendships in the aftermath. Do you truly not require half of the prize? Tian Xinhan inquired gravely. I merely triumphed by chance. Regrettably, I was outmaneuvered in terms of skill. Tianjin Fan could not help but express his frustration, for despite his mastery of the flight technique, he was unexpectedly struck unconscious by the non-flying little Goku. This incident was a profound blow to the prideful Tianjin Fan. At that moment, Master Roshi interjected, attempting to lighten the mood, saying, haha. Luck is also a component of strength, and Goku has learned much by encountering a master such as yourself. Little Goku nodded in agreement, chuckling, indeed. And I hardly understand the value of money. It serves little purpose for me. Observing the amiable exchange between the disciples of the two schools, and knowing that Master Roshi wished for these martial arts prodigies to forge connections, he seized the opportunity to suggest, why not all go out for a meal together? After a hearty feast, Goku and Tianjin Fan will surely replenish their strength. This proposal was met with unanimous approval, particularly from little Goku. Tianjin Fan, feeling undeserving of his champion title, promptly declared, let me treat you all with my prize money. Upon hearing this, Krillin could not help but chuckle, jokingly warning, hee hee. I advise against that thought. We have someone here with quite an enormous appetite. Tianjin Fan was baffled, entirely unaware of whom he was referring to. At that moment, little Goku suddenly remembered, exclaiming, my power pole and Grandpa's 4-star ball are still in the resting area. Seeing this, Krillin immediately offered, you're quite tired. Allow me to fetch them for you. With that, he headed towards the martial arts hall, as he and little Goku shared a close bond, thus exhibiting a remarkable understanding between them. Reflecting on why Xiaoxian had not gathered the Dragon Balls over the past 2 years, it was partly due to the absence of a radar, and partly because the 4-star ball had remained in little Goku's possession. To acquire it, one could only do so during specific periods. While Krillin went to retrieve the belongings, Tianjin Fan sincerely apologized to Yamcha, stating earnestly, I truly apologize, my actions were excessive. Though Yamcha had his flaws, he was a candid and generous soul. Even with his leg injured and leaning on a crutch, he responded sincerely, do not take it to heart. I brought this upon myself to some extent. Besides, in martial arts, one cannot expect to avoid injuries. Master Roshi, contemplating the future, inquired, by the way, what are your plans moving forward? If you do not mind, I would welcome you to stay at Kame House. He offered this knowing that, despite Tianjin Fan's newfound status as champion, returning to Crane School would be impossible. He wished to provide assistance to those without a home. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired Launch was visibly delighted, her cheeks flushed, as she exclaimed, I agree. You are welcome to come. I admire your bravery. The blunt words astonished Bulma, who could not help but silently gasp in surprise. Indeed, the dark-haired Lan Chi seemed intrigued by Xia Xian, while the blonde Lan Chi held a fondness for Tianjin Fan. It appears that the disciples of the Crane School are uniquely captivated by this girl with a dual personality. When faced with Master Roshi's invitation, Tianjin Fan bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, but soon replied earnestly, "Thank you for your kind offer. Although we have betrayed our sect, we are still disciples of the Crane School, and it would be quite shameless to join you at this juncture. In the future, my companion Jiaozi and I intend to seek refuge with our junior brother Xia Xian before making any further plans." "Is that so?" Master Roshi expressed his disappointment, but did not press the matter further. He recalled that Tianjin Fan and the others had spent time with Xia Xian, so their future together might provide some reassurance. Speaking of which, where has Xia Xian wandered off to at this very moment? This question lingered in both Tianjin Fan's and Master Roshi's minds. Ever since Xia Xian flew away, he had not reappeared, leaving them in the dark about his whereabouts. At this juncture, a sudden scream echoed from the dojo, instantly drawing the attention of those engaged in conversation. It was Krillin's voice. Little Goku looked up in astonishment and, without hesitation, raced into the dojo. There lay Krillin, dressed sharply, sprawled on the ground while desperately clutching little Goku's golden staff. Regrettably, the pouch containing the Dragon Balls was now utterly empty. Seeing his dear friend in distress, little Goku dashed forward to lift Krillin from the ground. His voice laced with panic. "Krillin, what happened to you? Please, speak to me." On the other side, the injured announcer spoke up. "A monster stole a Dragon Ball from your pouch and also took the martial arts tournament roster before fleeing." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. While the theft of the Dragon Ball was understandable, the desire for something as trivial as the tournament list was perplexing. Yet, just as confusion enveloped the group, little Goku's anxious expression turned grave. "Krillin, he's dead." In that moment, no one dared to utter a word. They all understood the bond between little Goku and Krillin, having trained together, shared daily experiences, and navigated through the mundane in a playful manner. Although Krillin had his cunning ways, he was an irreplaceable friend to little Goku, a kindred spirit who would never be forgotten. Even Tianjin Fan, standing nearby, could sense the depth of that anguish, involuntarily imagining that if Xia Xian and Jiaozi were to be killed, he would likely lose the will to live. The announcer, struggling to recover, attempted to intervene, but his words stung like needles against little Goku's nerves. It was known that Krillin was quite shrewd, often keeping his distance from dangerous situations. Whether it was during the Pirate Treasure arc or the Sleeping Beauty arc, he always let little Goku take the lead. In this moment, one is compelled to risk life itself for the sake of a brother. A bond so profound that it may only deepen the sorrow of the young Monkey King. How infuriating! How utterly despicable! The young Monkey King bellowed through gritted teeth, his eyes brimming with tears, valiantly holding back the urge to weep. Yet, the inexplicable anguish radiated from him, palpable to all present, particularly for Bulma, who had never witnessed the usually affable Goku exude such a terrifying ferocity. "Wait, Goku, hold on," Master Roshi exclaimed, observing his disciple's distress. Unfortunately, the typically obedient Goku was deaf to his words, instead shouting hoarsely, "Bulma, do you have the dragon radar?" Startled, Bulma instinctively replied, "Yes." However, scarcely had the words escaped her lips when Goku snatched her satchel and dashed outside without a backward glance. Flying Nimbus. His intent was clear. He aimed to track down the perpetrator responsible for Krillin's demise based on the location of the 4-star ball. At this moment, Master Roshi panicked, shedding his usual nonchalant demeanor, and shouted urgently, "Stop! I command you to halt." One must recognize that Master Roshi rarely exerted his authority as a master, let alone raised his voice in such a manner, appearing as frazzled as an ordinary old man. Regrettably, Goku did not pause. He soared into the sky on the flying Nimbus, rapidly vanishing from sight. Watching his disciple's retreating figure, Master Roshi felt as though he had aged decades. His voice laden with unprecedented weariness as he murmured, "That foolish boy. If the adversary possesses strength enough to defeat Krillin, how could a weary Goku, having exerted himself at the World Martial Arts Tournament, stand a chance?" At that moment, Kaiatsu picked up a piece of paper from the ground, muttering to himself, This does not appear to relate to the tournament. It might be connected to the one who killed Krillin." Upon hearing this, Master Roshi, grieving the loss of his beloved student, hurried over. He picked up the paper and saw a circle drawn on it, with a large character for demon inscribed within. Strikingly conspicuous, Instantly, Master Roshi's expression darkened further, his lips trembling slightly. How could this be? Does this imply? Observing Master Roshi's demeanor, Yamcha and Bulma anxiously inquired. What is it? Does this character signify something significant? With a grave countenance, Master Roshi replied, This is the symbol of the most perilous and brutal of the Demon Clan. The Demon King Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Bulma and the others were left bewildered, entirely ignorant of who the Demon King Piccolo might be. And what exactly is this Demon Clan? Yamcha murmured to himself. At that moment, a voice from outside interjected, The Demon Clan? Perhaps it is just as I suspected. As the crowd turned to look, they beheld Xia Xian, her expression grave, entering with the severed head of a monstrous creature in hand. Moments ago, something had been lurking outside the martial arts tournament, and I pursued it. Engaging in a confrontation during which this fiend mentioned the name of the Demon King Piccolo you just referenced. The onlookers gazed at the grotesque head, with its green visage, sharp fangs, and scaly skin, an unmistakable harbinger of malevolence. Master Roshi, upon witnessing this, furrowed his brows, his countenance growing increasingly serious. The resemblance to the demon warriors of 3 centuries past was striking. It seemed the Demon King Piccolo had indeed returned. In stark contrast to Master Roshi's solemnity, Xia Xian was preoccupied with his own affairs. Through his battles with the demon warriors, he had acquired certain arcane skills, such as the Demon Beam Cannon. The foe's subsequent release of the explosive Demon Beam Cannon was an upgraded version of this technique, significantly enhancing Xia Xian's comprehension of it. At present, Xia Xian possessed the following skills: the Crane School Sky Dance Technique, Solar Fist, Dodone Wave, Key Cannon, Four-Handed Fist, Incomplete, Key Rebound Technique, and the Crane School's Secret Technique, which allows one to learn the martial skills of others, granting an experience bonus. From Master Karen, he had mastered Key Perception, Multiple Afterimages Fist, and the Condensing Cloud into Water, a Chi Cultivation Technique. From the Turtle School, he had acquired the Kamehameha. The demonic techniques included the Demon Beam Cannon and the Explosive Demon Beam Cannon, Incomplete. While Xia Xian seemed distracted, Tien Shinhan spoke up. I have heard that the Demon King Piccolo once plunged the world into a terrifying abyss. However, he did not finish his thought. For if such a formidable demon truly existed, the current world could not possibly be so tranquil, indicating that it had evidently been vanquished in the past. Indeed, the Demon King Piccolo should not reappear in this realm. Though his name may seem comical, he was an exceedingly formidable entity, his martial prowess nearly unrivaled. Master Roshi, with a hint of trepidation, remarked, he and the monstrosities he produced could instantaneously transform a peaceful world into a hellish nightmare. As he spoke, a rare glimmer of fear flickered in Master Roshi's eyes, clearly reflecting 3 centuries of cultivation that had left him with a profound respect for the Demon King's might. Back then, not only could the younger versions of myself and Master Crane not contend with him, but even our master, Master Mateto, was unable to confront him. Gazing at the hazy horizon, Master Roshi seemed to drift back to a bygone era, melancholically stating, however, Master Mateto was unwilling to allow the world to be mercilessly ravaged. And thus he painstakingly devised a new secret technique. Xia Xian raised an eyebrow, fully aware of what Master Roshi was about to articulate. This might very well be the singular technique in the Dragon Ball universe capable of overcoming foes far more formidable than oneself, a miraculous strategy of triumphing against the odds. MAFBA. Master Roshi pronounced the name of the technique with a steadiness that seemed to encapsulate countless memories and aspirations. It was with the MAFBA that his master, Mateto, had sealed the Demon King in a rice cooker bound with a seal, sacrificing his own life in the process. Chaos blinked, recalling that he had vaguely heard the Crane Hermit mention this scene. It seemed that Master Roshi, in a moment of clumsiness, had shattered the vessel intended for the sealing, leading to the necessity of using the rice cooker, originally meant for post-victory celebrations, as the container for the seal. One could hardly imagine that this discounted rice cooker had inadvertently assumed the monumental task of saving the world. Regrettably, Master Roshi remained oblivious to the slander whispered behind his back by his peers, continuing to assert, however, I am certain that the Demon King Piccolo cannot possibly return. I personally submerged the rice cooker that seals him into the depths of the ocean. In contrast to Master Roshi's puzzlement, Yamcha was far more concerned about Goku's safety. If the perpetrator behind Krillin's death were indeed a minion of the Demon King Piccolo, then Goku would surely be in peril. Yet, the blonde-haired launch doused their worries with a dose of cold reality, stating, with the dragon radar in hand, he will undoubtedly locate it. Master Rashi's brow furrowed further as he took a deep breath, expressing his concerns. I am worried about the stolen items, the Dragon Balls, and the martial arts tournament roster. What could they possibly be plotting? Goku, you must not perish. Tian Shinhan, upon hearing this, was utterly baffled. What? Dragon Balls? And what is this radar? While his senior brother remained in confusion, Xiao Xian's mind was as clear as crystal. The theft of the Dragon Balls was aimed at restoring youth, while the pilfering of the tournament roster was to methodically eliminate the martial artists listed therein, thereby preventing anyone with the Math BA technique from emerging. If memory served correctly, Master Rashi and his companions intended to wait for Goku until nightfall before convening at Kame House to strategize, delaying their actions for 2 days. For Xiao Xian, although she had succeeded in eliminating the character Dambalin, who had stolen the Dragon Balls in the original narrative, she was taken aback to find that Krillin had still met his demise. This indicated that the participants at the martial arts tournament were not limited to Dambalin alone. The storyline had begun to deviate. Nevertheless, this could present a splendid opportunity. Regardless of the machinations of those demonkin, they must be thwarted. Xiao Xian suddenly spoke up, capturing the attention of everyone present. Since the great demon king seeks the Dragon Balls, we shall embark on our own quest to gather them. The only reason for seizing the martial arts tournament roster is to ascertain the names and addresses of the martial artists. We must promptly inform these individuals to evacuate. After all, acting in direct opposition to our enemy's objectives is undoubtedly the correct course of action. This sentiment echoes a line from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, attributed to Liu Bei. When they act hastily, I shall proceed with caution. When they resort to violence, I shall respond with benevolence. Of course, Xiao Xian lacked the eloquence to express such profound thoughts as the notion that opposing the enemy is the path to success. Yet the core idea remained consistent, to act contrary to the great demon king. The turtle Hermit fell silent. Xiao Xian's words held a compelling logic, particularly when compared to the alternative of passively awaiting disaster. Nonetheless, Bulma raised a pertinent concern. What if Goku returns and cannot find us? Wouldn't that be? Your numbers are considerable. For instance, let Oolong stay here to keep watch. If Goku has not returned by nightfall, we can retreat. Xiao Xian pointed directly at the timid Oolong, who had been lurking in the crowd. There is no need for everyone to remain here. Oolong, also known as Oolong, was notoriously lecherous, with a penchant for young girls' undergarments. He was an early minor antagonist encountered in Dragon Ball, adept at transforming into various objects, albeit for only 5 minutes. When Shinran was first summoned, Oolong preempted Pilaf by wishing for a girl's panties, thereby thwarting Pilaf's scheme and subsequently residing with Bulma in West City. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's words, Oolong paused, taken aback. He silently wondered how this so-called hero, who claimed to save the world and whom he had never met, could possibly know his name, especially his nickname. It was truly unexpected. Nearby, Yamcha, limping, could hardly contain his indignation. How despicable! Regardless of this so-called great demon king, I yearn to personally slay this scoundrel and avenge Krillin. Bulma, alarmed by his words, quickly interjected, What nonsense are you spouting? Do you really believe you can take on such a formidable foe? Moreover, you are limping. That would be nothing short of a death wish. Xiao Xian observed coldly from the sidelines. Initially, he had contemplated offering a magical bean to Yamcha in hopes of fostering goodwill. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that despite Yamcha's myriad flaws, he remained fiercely loyal to his friends. This loyalty was evident when he chose to substitute for Krillin at the onset of the battle, aiming to prevent Krillin's second demise, for otherwise, even the Dragon Balls could not salvage the situation. Thus, if he were to bestow a magical bean upon Yamcha at this moment, it was likely that the healed warrior would join Tien in confronting the Demon King Piccolo, the consequences of which were all too predictable. After much deliberation, Xiao Xian dismissed the notion, allowing Yamcha to stand there with his injured leg, thus averting his involvement in the conflict. How long will it take to reconstruct the dragon radar, Bulma? Master Rashi inquired solemnly, as if he had already reached a conclusion in his mind. Approximately 3 hours. But I need to go to my house for the necessary parts. If the components are insufficient, it may take half a day, Bulma casually replied. Very well. Let us first proceed to Capsule Corporation. Master Rashi nodded, stating, We shall follow Xiao Xian's plan and prioritize the creation of the dragon radar. The recuperated host interjected. Our temple also possesses backup records of the martial arts tournament participants. I can provide them if needed. Master Rashi nodded in gratitude, though his expression remained grave. clearly apprehensive about the emergence of the Demon King Piccolo. Unexpectedly, Xia Xian displayed remarkable prowess, single-handedly vanquishing a demon warrior. His strategic mind devised a countermeasure in the blink of an eye. No wonder his mentor considered aligning with him. Tian, however, was preoccupied with another concern: how to defeat the Demon King. If those from 300 years ago could achieve it, there is no reason we cannot do the same today. Do you know how to utilize the sealing wave technique that Master Mateto employed? Master Rashi scrutinized the martial arts prodigy before him, pondering for a moment before responding. No, I have no knowledge of it. It happened in an instant, beyond comprehension. Consequently, the group adhered to Xia Xian's plan, leaving a small figure behind at the dojo while the others proceeded to Bulma's residence, the wealthiest locale in the world, headquarters of Capsule Corporation. As Xia Xian and his companions relocated, far away in another realm, a large cargo plane thundered across the sky. Its ominous presence, coupled with the cacophony it emitted, sent bats and crows instinctively trailing behind, uttering discordant cries. Inside the aircraft sat a peculiar elderly man upon a throne, his face etched with deep wrinkles as if carved by a blade, his pale eyes glinting with malevolence. Most notably, two antenna-like protrusions adorned his head. This was the notorious Demon King Piccolo, who had instilled fear across the ages for 3 centuries. Even in his advanced years, he exuded an aura of dread and unease. Is it possible that Damblin has perished? A flicker of anger flashed in the eyes of the great Demon King, his cracked lips parting to utter a voice that was unsettling. These are the elite warriors of my demonic race. It is inconceivable that mere humans could annihilate them. What on earth has transpired? Sensing the wrath of the Demon King, a voice hastily chimed in with ingratiating flattery. My lord, the great Demon King. There cannot possibly exist someone of such formidable prowess capable of defeating your warriors. There must have been some misunderstanding. The speaker was none other than King Pilaf, who had previously eavesdropped on Master Rashi's introduction of the great Demon King during their time at the Xiaxin residence. Following that encounter, King Pilaf had been astute enough to delve into ancient texts, scouring numerous documents to unearth clues, ultimately discovering the rice cooker that sealed the great Demon King within the depths of the trench. The subsequent events unfolded naturally. Pilaf released the Demon King and demanded a portion of the world in return for his conquest. This was primarily due to the profound shadow that Goku cast over Pilaf and his companions. Even with their remarkable mechanical creations, they feared they would not stand a chance against him, as Goku became an obstacle in their quest for the Dragon Balls, and science proved futile in eliminating him. The desperate King Pilaf opted for darkness. Unfortunately for Pilaf, his sycophantic attempts bore no fruit, as the great Demon King erupted in anger, exclaiming, "A misunderstanding? Then can you explain why Damblin met his demise?" His tone was harsh, sending Pilaf and his cohorts scurrying in terror, fearful of incurring the Demon King's wrath. Fortunately, at that moment, a dragon-shaped demon suddenly entered the aircraft's cabin. "Your Majesty, I bring you the Dragon Balls you requested, along with the roster of participants from the greatest martial arts tournament of the last decade. Please, peruse it." This revelation calmed the previously enraged Demon King, who coldly remarked, "Very well. At least there is something reliable here. Shinbaru is far superior to Damblin." "Huh. Thank you for the compliment, great Demon King. That scoundrel Damblin was too busy watching the tournament to take his duties seriously. He deserved to be slain by humans," Shinbaru replied, his tone devoid of sorrow for his fallen comrade. "Post the roster on the wall and eliminate them one by one," commanded the great Demon King. "Fortunately, I had the foresight to send an additional warrior. Otherwise, I fear this task would have faltered as well." Upon hearing this command, Shinbaru, as a demon warrior, dutifully began to affix the information to the wall, coming across the image of Goku. "Hey, this fellow is considered a master? No need to post this one. I have already dispatched him." With that, he crumpled the image and tossed it to the ground. Observing this, Pilaf's group recognized the familiar visage. "Isn't this the one who has thwarted us time and again?" exclaimed Xiaowu in astonishment. "I can't believe he is the runner-up from the last 2 martial arts tournaments." Little did she know, this remark provoked Shinbaru's derision. Humph. He was utterly incapable of withstanding a blow, riding on a cloud while shouting something about demanding my life. Unfortunately, he was swiftly dispatched. He is likely shattered now. Pilaf and his companions were rendered speechless. No one understood the capabilities of little Wukong better than they did. To witness such overwhelming power perish so easily was truly astonishing. At that moment, King Pilaf was startled to find a photograph and name of Xia Xian in the documents. His eyes darted, and he quickly exclaimed, "Let us lend a hand." He then signaled to his subordinates, who pretended to paste Xia Xian's information on the wall while discreetly pocketing it, ensuring that this band of fiends remained unaware of Xia Xian's situation. Fortunately, the Demon King Piccolo was preoccupied with other matters and did not notice Pilaf's group's subtle maneuvering. "Someone has killed my warriors at the martial arts hall. I fear I shall need additional assistance," he bellowed. The latter part of his statement was clearly directed at Pilaf and his entourage. After acquiring the androids from Dr. Gero, they had invested considerable effort into research. This technology, which combined physical evolution with mechanical assistance, granted King Pilaf many insights. One of these was the extraction of a substance akin to the android's regenerative capabilities, which was formulated into a drug capable of enhancing vitality. It was this very potion that allowed Demon King Piccolo to muster enough energy to continuously create new warriors, assisting him in his quest for the Dragon Balls and the list. Otherwise, based on Xia Xian's understanding of the narrative, even a mere Dambalin would be easily dealt with through sheer brute force, with no second adversary to seize the list. Upon hearing that the Demon King intended to augment his ranks, Pilaf's party turned ashen. It was not that they feared losing their positions, but rather the manufacturing process was utterly grotesque. They watched as Demon King Piccolo leaned forward, the sound of retching emanating from his throat, and then, as if vomiting, he expelled an egg from his gaping maw. "Awaken! Get to work!" With the Demon King's command, the shell cracked, and a bizarre creature emerged from within. Having created a minion, the Demon King was already panting heavily, resembling a flickering candle about to extinguish. Pilaf hastily presented his concocted potion and forced it down the Demon King's throat, just enough to prevent him from collapsing immediately. "I shall name you Big Drum. Shortly, I will create some of your brethren. When that time comes, go and eliminate all the martial artists on the wall," commanded the weary Demon King, drenched in sweat. The creature known as Big Drum, appearing rather foolish, ambled over to the wall, casually tore down a page, and read aloud, "Contestant, Yamcha, Residence, West City Capsule Corporation Headquarters?" How delightfully obvious. Let him be the next target. At this moment, Xia Xian and her companions had arrived at the Capsule Corporation. As the largest and wealthiest establishment in the world, the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation occupied a rather modest area, resembling an igloo crafted by Eskimos. Likely a result of Akira Toriyama's penchant for simplicity. "Please take a moment to rest. I will prepare the radar," Bulma succinctly announced before bustling into her laboratory, neglecting to inform the others where they might find respite. Indeed, Bulma's character is often defined by her somewhat careless nature. For instance, in the comics, she frequently confuses her capsule boxes, mistakenly taking her father's treasured adult magazines as her own capsules. On another occasion, she forgot to bring the capsule for the plane, which resulted in no fuel for the car to transport everyone home after the previous martial arts tournament. Fortunately, Yamcha and Por had been around long enough to manage things. Even with a broken leg, they adeptly instructed the robotic butler in the yard to prepare food and arrange seating, ensuring everyone was comfortably settled. As Xia Xian entered the Capsule Corporation alongside the others, she beheld the expansive courtyard, adorned with rockeries and ponds, lush trees, and a multitude of creatures, including dinosaurs. Racing toward them, she deeply resonated with the astonishment felt by the young Wukong upon his arrival, exclaiming in wonder how one could transition from indoors to such an outdoor spectacle. It is worth noting that most of the animals within were strays picked up along the way. Bulma's benevolent nature was undoubtedly shaped by her parents' exemplary teachings. Otherwise, she would not have taken in the likes of Oolong, Yamcha, and Por, providing them with shelter and education. At that moment, Mrs. Brief, Bulma's mother, appeared before the guests, gracefully bearing refreshments. This woman, who still exuded charm, possessed an extroverted and hospitable demeanor, unconcerned with trifles, and was exceedingly friendly to nearly everyone, save for her husband. It seemed that she always made a point of being the first to greet guests and to extend a warm welcome. "Madam, this is my esteemed master, Master Rashi, whom I often mention." Yamcha hastily began to introduce, yet was gently urged back by Mrs. Brief. The usually lecherous Rashi, at this moment, maintained an unexpected decorum, behaving appropriately as he greeted her, devoid of his typical lewdness. In fact, aside from theatrical adaptations and numerous fanworks, the original manga depicts Rashi as quite respectable towards his disciples' wives and families. Yamcha continued to introduce Tien and Kaiatsu, and when it came time for Xia Xian, Mrs. Brief interjected, "This one needs no introduction. Everyone should be familiar with her, the heroic officer who thwarted the Black Silk Army threat a few years ago. I just saw on the news how you showcased your prowess at the Papaya Island clock tower, saving many lives. It's astonishing to discover that you are so young and even more handsome than portrayed on television. Upon hearing these words, Xia Xian could not help but feel somewhat embarrassed. However, he was currently clad in the police's tactical uniform, which not only boasted durability but also catered to aesthetics. After all, who would willingly become a special police officer otherwise? Moreover, given Xia Xian's inherent handsomeness, he appeared even more gallant at that moment. It is worth noting that there had been a police officer who previously visited Bulma, a notably tall young man as well. Mrs. Brief chuckled softly. Yet, scarcely had she finished speaking when a frantic roar erupted from upstairs. Do not speak nonsense in front of her boyfriend. That officer brought old Sun to see me. Oh. And there is also a boy named Sun Wukong, who is quite close to Bulma. Are you acquainted with him? This time, Bulma was even more direct, hurling a chair down from upstairs, causing everyone to scatter in alarm. Upon realizing that the current situation was untenable, Xia Xian understood that if this continued, Bulma would only become increasingly frantic, rendering her incapable of creating the radar. Therefore, he hastily concocted a reason, stating, Madam, I have heard that your gardening and floral arrangements are exceptionally beautiful. Since I have the opportunity to visit today, may I take a look? Upon hearing these words, Mrs. Brief was genuinely delighted and responded with a cheerful, How did you know about that? To be honest, my pride lies in my gardening and floral arrangements. Come, let me show you. With that, she skillfully took Xia Xian's arm, leading him outside as if they were a couple. Xia Xian was acutely aware that Bulma's parents exhibited such erratic behavior. Otherwise, Bulma would not be so exasperated as to seek a handsome boyfriend who is not fickle-hearted. Consequently, she did not take it to heart, casually mentioning matters regarding the garden that she could assist with, which delighted the other party immensely, eliciting continuous laughter. At long last, she managed to create a tranquil environment for Bulma's creative endeavors. Others quietly praised Xia Xian's capability, acknowledging that if it were Tian Xinhan in her stead, he would likely find himself utterly helpless. Despite this outward demeanor, Xia Xian's mind was quietly pondering. Calculating the time, little Goku should have awakened by now. It appeared that the narrative could proceed smoothly. Speaking of which, when little Goku rode on the flying Nimbus to confront the demon foes, he faced severe exhaustion. Not only did he fail to defeat his adversaries, but the Nimbus was also destroyed, causing him to plummet from the sky and land heavily in the forest. He was left unconscious. Thus, it was only at this juncture, battered and bruised, that little Goku finally stirred awake. Starving and shivering, he instinctively followed the tantalizing aroma of food, discovering a fish roasting in a clearing of the woods. This fish was extraordinary, not only in taste but also in size. Comparable to the monstrous fish he had hunted at Bowsy Mountain, it was as large as a small truck. Cooking such a catch was no trivial task. An ordinary chef would have to meticulously cut it into smaller pieces to fit conventional cookware. However, the owner of this roasted fish had a different approach. Boldly using a palm tree as a skewer, stringing the entire monstrous fish without scaling it. Beneath each scale lay an assortment of scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili, ensuring that the seasoning's juices infused the fish while preventing it from being burnt to a crisp over the flames. With firewood as thick as an arm, the fish was roasted to perfection, exuding an aroma that could tantalize anyone from afar. Goodness, could this be a dream? Little Goku, in a daze, was astonished to find this genuine roasted fish before him, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Surely, this was a divine blessing, and he would not be courteous. Elated, little Goku swiftly pounced upon the fish, devouring it with great delight, relishing every moment. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship of King Piccolo, a multitude of demon warriors surged forth like a plague, scattering in all directions. Go forth, my children, annihilate the martial artists on Earth, and seize the Dragon Balls for me, King Piccolo uttered weakly. The number of minions he had conjured far exceeded that in the original narrative, likely due to the effects of the energy potion invented by the Pilaf gang, a technology derived from the artificial beings that Xia Xian had provided. One must admit, the consequences of the butterfly effect were becoming increasingly pronounced. Finally completed, I find myself fainting every time I witness this demon king's egg-laying. The Shiba Inu Ashu spoke with lingering trepidation. Indeed, and with so many warriors from the demon realm dispatched, it's likely that even Xia Xian is in peril. Xiao Wu similarly voiced her concerns. King Pilaf felt an unsettling uncertainty within, especially as he watched the shadowy creatures depart, his heart racing with anxiety. At least we have concealed Xia Xian's information. We can only hope for his safety. As he uttered these words, the usually self-assured King Pilaf was overtaken by doubt, beginning to fret over Xia Xian's well-being. Meanwhile, Bulma had successfully crafted a new Dragon Ball radar and handed it to Master Roshi. So, these orbs truly exist and can grant wishes, Tien Shinhan exclaimed, genuinely astonished to discover such a phenomenon. Miss Bulma is indeed a genius. Xia Xian casually offered a compliment before promptly returning to her original intent. With utmost seriousness, she declared, time is of the essence. Let us split up to expedite the collection of the Dragon Balls. Her underlying motive was to seize the opportunity to acquire the radar. Possessing this portable device would significantly diminish the value of Pilaf and his gang. Furthermore, it was an essential tool for the future search for the Dragon Balls. However, just as Xia Xian began her persuasion, the television in Bulma's studio broadcasted the disheartening voice of a news anchor. Another martial artist had been murdered, a man named Jilin, who had once been among the top 8 contenders in the World Martial Arts Tournament. It appeared that the Demon Clan had commenced their slaughter of martial artists. Master Roshi, with a grave expression, stated, though it pains me to say this, I hope you can undertake the arduous task of informing the other martial artists. This is a mission only you can accomplish. The reason Master Roshi spoke thus was due to Xia Xian's esteemed status as the hero who had vanquished the Black Silk Army. Not only among martial artists, but even ordinary citizens were well acquainted with her. Therefore, her efforts in persuasion would yield more favorable results. Most martial artists resided in the harsh conditions of remote mountains, leaving only a vague address without any means of communication such as telephones, making it exceedingly difficult to reach them. It must be noted that Master Roshi's considerations were astute in the future confrontation with Kid Buu. Regardless of the efforts of the world-saving Son Goku or the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, they were unable to elicit energy from the people of Earth. Conversely, the popular champion Satan managed to gather the needed energy with a mere utterance. Thus, at this juncture, the higher profile of Xia Xian would prove far more effective than anyone else. Xia Xian fell silent for a moment, acutely aware that he did not wish to forfeit the opportunity to acquire the Dragon Ball radar. Yet, he found himself at a loss for reasons to decline. Reluctantly, he nodded, deciding to defer his plans for a later stage. After all, today marked the beginning of his acquaintance with the Capsule Corporation, and many opportunities would surely arise in the future. Thus, under this arrangement, everyone commenced their actions. Bulma generously provided the Capsule Corporation's aircraft and meticulously assisted Xia Xian in setting the coordinates. Meanwhile, on the other side, Goku had devoured a grilled fish, replenishing his strength, only to encounter an eccentric, rotund man who claimed that his cooked food had been pilfered and demanded compensation from Goku. The misunderstanding escalated due to the Dragon Ball worn around the man's neck, leading to a fierce altercation. Strangely, the stout fellow proved to be a formidable opponent for Goku, and it was only when a warrior from the Demon Clan intervened that their conflict ceased. "What is your name?" Goku inquired, astonished by this peculiar individual who had single-handedly vanquished a demon warrior and had the audacity to use the defeated foe as culinary fodder, roasting him over charcoal to prepare breakfast, oil dripping from his mouth. "If you wish to know my name, you must first reveal yours. Do you not understand the rules?" The rotund man replied nonchalantly. "Goku, I am Sun Wukong." "What an odd name. Wait, I believe I have heard it somewhere before." The man furrowed his brow in contemplation and suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Indeed, that fellow Xia Xian told me I would eventually encounter a monkey-like character named Sun Wukong. I never imagined he would be right." Now, Goku was taken aback and couldn't help but inquire, "Xia Xian? Is he the one who fought me at the World Martial Arts Tournament?" "I know nothing of any tournament, but after meeting me, Xia Xian treated me to a lavish feast, so I owe him a personal favor," the rotund man lamented. "Though that scoundrel Xia Xian insists on calling me Majir B, I prefer you to address me as Akarobi. It sounds far more fashionable." "Very well, Majir B. To be honest, after descending from Korin Tower, Xia Xian had specifically sought out this portly figure. He sensed an inexplicable aura of mystery about him, despite being a timid creature. He always emerged at critical junctures to assist the beleaguered protagonists, conveniently providing them with senza beans and the like. For instance, after the victory against Demon King Piccolo, it was Majir B who caught the plummeting Goku and transported him to Korin Tower. When Vegeta launched his assault, it was this stout fellow who, at a pivotal moment, delivered a decisive blow that shattered Vegeta's great ape form. In the future world, all Z fighters, save for the valiant Trunks, had been vanquished. Only this plump fellow, however, managed to preserve his life even after the blade was severed. In fact, during the Cell Saga, he boldly proclaimed his usefulness in emergencies. Thus, from Xiaxin's perspective, this rotund character must either possess an extraordinary stroke of luck or be of NPC caliber. Had Goku not encountered Master Roshi, he would likely have grown up to resemble a wild man of the mountains. Consequently, Xiaxin was quite eager to befriend this intriguing individual, and they formed a commendable rapport. Thanks to Xiaxin, Mizuiro and Goku became acquainted. Yet the ensuing conversation took an unpleasant turn. In order to revive my friend Krillin, I must gather the 7 Dragon Balls. If possible, might I borrow the 1-star Dragon Ball that adorns your neck? Goku complimented. Nachabello, your voice bears a striking resemblance to my deceased friend Krillin. Hey, how is that a compliment? Are you really comparing me to a corpse? Mizuiro retorted, his head swelling with indignation. However, after a moment's reflection, he haughtily added, that fellow named Krillin must surely be quite handsome. If his voice is like mine, then he must share my good looks. He has neither a nose nor hair. Goku replied candidly, isn't that just a monster? Mizuiro exclaimed loudly, forget it. I have no time for your nonsense. Although Xiaxin asked me to assist you, she never mentioned that I should hand over this Dragon Ball. Be gone. As long as you possess this ball, nefarious individuals will soon come seeking it. Goku pointed at the skeletal remains of the demon race that had been devoured. Look, these are the monsters. It is worth noting that Mizuiro's 1-star Dragon Ball was quite unique, as it sported a hole, making it resemble a mere ornament around his neck. When Xiaxin first encountered this corpulent fellow, he had hinted at a trade of 10 char-grilled beef legs in exchange for it. However, considering that all Dragon Balls would be forcibly taken by King Piccolo during the Demon King saga, Xiaxin declined the offer but still provided additional beef legs, hoping that Mizuiro would assist a child resembling a monkey in the future. Are such delightful ingredients truly forthcoming? Mizuiro, evidently missing the crux of Goku's words, drooled in response. This monster is delectable. It would be splendid to have more. While the two engaged in their aimless banter, a large transport aircraft suddenly appeared overhead, accompanied by an announcement. King Piccolo, we have reached the target's altitude. Upon hearing this, the carefree Mizuiro furrowed his brow. That name sounds so familiar. On the other hand, Goku, filled with renewed determination, declared, I understand now. He is the leader of those monsters that collect the Dragon Balls. After pondering for a moment, Mizuiro's mind sparked with a sudden realization. Suddenly, the familiar name became clear in its significance. Alas, I remember now, it belongs to the Sun family. Here, take this orb. With that, he placed the Dragon Ball from around his neck onto little Goku. Huh? Really? Little Goku, with a puzzled expression, inquired, why the sudden generosity? Perhaps this elder might be quite delectable as well. Ha ha ha, my stomach is already quite full, Majir said, drenched in sweat, before dashing into the jungle, leaving little Goku with a head full of questions, muttering to himself, strange, weren't you just saying you weren't full? At that moment, a decrepit figure descended from the spacecraft, its skin resembling that of a withered tree, wrinkled and repulsive to behold. Due to the fact that little Goku and Majir had dispatched 2 demon warriors, even roasting one into a meal. This humiliation compelled King Piccolo to take matters into his own hands and confront little Goku personally. At this juncture, the young lad remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of his situation, his spirit undeterred, consumed by thoughts of vanquishing his foe and avenging Krillin. As little Goku prepared to engage King Piccolo in battle, Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan, along with others, were tirelessly searching for the Dragon Balls. Thus far, they had successfully located 4 with relative ease. Tien Shinhan remarked solemnly, this has been far easier than anticipated. Master Roshi, gazing at the Dragon Ball radar, replied with a grave expression, this is not a favorable omen. It suggests that their enthusiasm for collecting the Dragon Balls is lackluster. In other words, King Piccolo's current focus lies in eliminating martial artists, which places immense pressure on Xiaxin. Speaking of Xiaxin, he bore the weighty responsibility of notifying martial artists across various locales to seek refuge, utilizing addresses and police channels to rescue as many as possible, a truly arduous task. News from Xian indicated that he had already persuaded the likes of Nam and Chai Ba Wang to seek shelter elsewhere, whispered Tien Shinhan. At this moment, he continued, King Piccolo's strategy is quite clear. The Dragon Balls require all 7 to be effective. If he occupies even one, he need not worry about our potential use of the Dragon Balls. Therefore, a direct confrontation with him is inevitable. Master Roshi expressed his concerns. Since we are bound to meet eventually, we must gather all our forces now and directly challenge King Piccolo, Tien Shinhan declared with fierce determination, embodying the fearless spirit of youth. Indeed, had Xia Xian been present, he would likely have concurred with this course of action. After all, the elderly demon King Piccolo has waned significantly in power, lacking the vigor of his youth, and even the young Goku can manage to exchange a few blows with him. Therefore, if one were to unite their strengths with Tien and the enraged Master Roshi, it is entirely plausible that they could vanquish the aged Piccolo. However, such an action would inevitably mean relinquishing the Dragon Balls, and the formidable Piccolo of the future, who rivals a Super Saiyan in his second form, would likely be lost as well. For the sake of his desires, Xia Xian chose to remain silent at this juncture. We stand no chance in a direct confrontation. We must devise a way to seize the Dragon Balls and beseech the Eternal Dragon to eliminate the Demon King. Master Roshi spoke in a grave tone, revealing a deep-seated apprehension. Is there truly no alternative but to resort to these desperate measures? I would much prefer to defeat my adversary through combat. Tien gritted his teeth as he lamented. If only I could master the Mafuba. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi's expression shifted dramatically, even through his sunglasses. One could sense his tension. Do not entertain such reckless thoughts. If we fail, what fate awaits this world? Shall we leave the injured Yamcha and Xia Xian to face them alone? Observing Master Roshi's alarm, Tien contemplated deeply. He realized that Master Roshi understood the true nature of the Mafuba, but why was he reluctant to pass it on to him? Just then, the airplane's intercom crackled to life, and Bulma's frantic voice emerged. Where are you all? Just now, warriors from the Demon Clan have appeared in West City, searching for Yamcha's whereabouts. Please, come save us. Her words shocked everyone. The appearance of demon warriors in West City signified imminent danger for Capsule Corporation, which housed only an incapacitated Yamcha and no other combat-ready allies. We must return at once. Hold on. Tien shouted urgently into the communicator. Yet he was acutely aware that, in the pursuit of the Dragon Balls, they had flown to the far side of the Earth, thousands of miles away from West City. It would take considerable time to return. Bulma, can you find a place to hide or devise a means of escape? Master Roshi recognized the gravity of the situation and spoke up. Even if we push ourselves to the limit, we cannot return in a short time. There was a brief silence on the other end before Bulma, her voice trembling, replied, that may be difficult. The city is overrun with monstrous soldiers and the army. My parents refused to leave Capsule Corporation. Fearing for the safety of the animals, they have adopted a somber silence enveloped the group, under the current circumstances. Even wishing to help seemed an insurmountable challenge. Were they to simply watch as Bulma and her family fell victim to the demons? At that moment, another voice broke through the communicator. You all continue your search for the Dragon Balls. I will return to West City. This is akin to a beacon of hope piercing through the darkness, instantly illuminating the eyes of all present. Xia Xian, this man, who travels far and wide to contact martial artists, is currently unknown to me. If he were nearby, he might indeed become a formidable ally. I am in Yahe, approximately several thousand miles from Shidu. Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately felt deflated. Although this location is about half the distance compared to where Tianjin Fan and others are, even with the plane operating at full speed, it would take several hours to reach. It remains a case of distant waters not quenching nearby thirst. Do not worry. I can arrive in about 10 minutes. Xia Xian's voice resonated, accompanied by the sound of mechanical capsules being activated. 20 minutes? How is that plausible? I am well aware of your plane's speed, even if. Bulma's words were abruptly interrupted by Xia Xian. It's not a machine. It is the sky dance technique. The sky dance technique at full power. At this revelation, Tianjin Fan was taken aback. The speed of the sky dance technique has no upper limit. At least for martial artists. As long as one is willing to expend energy, flying over 1,000 kilometers in 20 minutes is not out of reach. For instance, Sun Wukong once traversed 1,000,000 kilometers in 3 hours, primarily supported by the sky dance technique. However, the critical question remains, does Xia Xian possess enough energy to sustain a sprinting flight over such a distance? Xian, do not act recklessly. Tianjin Fan shouted into the communicator, this is no joking matter. You risk fainting and dying. Although the martial arts of the Crane Hermit School contain intricacies, they come at a great cost. When Tianjin Fan battled King Piccolo, Simply using the sky dance technique with little Wukong left him exhausted and unable to rise. Therefore, Tianjin Fan understands better than anyone the price of using the sky dance technique at full power. Indeed, even if you disregard the consequences to reach your destination, you will have no strength left to fight. You are courting death. Master Rashi echoed, equally agitated. Child, do not be impulsive. Do not do. However, before he could finish, the communicator was abruptly severed, leaving only a message from Xiao Xian on the plain screen. What you are doing now will save the world. If I die, please ensure that I am resurrected alongside Krillin. Thank you. Upon reading this message, everyone felt a profound sorrow. Xiao Xian was clearly embracing the belief of certain death in his mission to rescue Shidu. His purpose was to provide Master Rashi and the others the opportunity to gather the Dragon Balls and discover a means to defeat King Piccolo. This level of resolve is truly deserving of respect and admiration. Xian, you must not die. Master Mutian, where is the next Dragon Ball located? Tianjin Fan's teeth were nearly shattered as he struggled to contain his anguish, gripping the control lever with such intensity that it felt as though it might snap. 138 kilometers to the west, Master Rashi was equally disheartened. No one understood the terror of the demon warriors better than he. Summer Xian's solitary venture to the west capital, akin to a moth drawn to flame, filled him with dread. The same had occurred when little Wukong sought vengeance for Krillin. Now, Summer Xian's lone endeavor to rescue the west capital evoked similar feelings. This venerable elder, revered as the god of martial arts, increasingly felt his own impotence. Meanwhile, Jiaozi remained silent, his hands clasped in prayer, fervently wishing for his disciples' safety. As for Summer Xian, his thoughts were less convoluted. At that moment, he hovered in mid-air, retracting the aircraft gifted by Bulma into its capsule. Stretching his limbs casually, he remarked, this presents an opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Capsule Corporation that cannot be missed. To be candid, Summer Xian had little desire to join Master Rashi and the others in their quest for the Dragon Balls. According to the narrative, the formidable Demon King Piccolo would soon arrive, resulting in Tianjin Fan's unconsciousness and the deaths of Master Rashi and Jiaozi, a truly harrowing fate. If only little Wukong were present. Perhaps with our combined strength, we could still have some impact in the West capital. Here I come. Upon uttering the final word, Summer Xian abruptly accelerated, enveloped in a blue aura, propelling himself like a cannonball into the distance. As Summer Xian surged toward the West capital, the battle between little Wukong and the Demon King Piccolo reached its conclusion, despite the aged Demon King suffering considerable blows from the enraged little Wukong. Even expressing disbelief at being felled by a human, once he became earnest, the mightiest being to have dominated Earth 3 centuries prior easily overpowered little Wukong, sending him flying with a devastating energy blast that extinguished his heartbeat. Once the Demon King departed with the Dragon Balls, Midra Hebei cautiously emerged from the underbrush. The adversary was formidable. Thankfully, he had recalled his strategy in time. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as that young lad, being mercilessly slain. Gazing at little Wukong's lifeless body, Midru Hebei sighed. He had originally promised Summer Xian to assist the boy, but alas, it seemed there would be no opportunity. He resolved to at least prepare a grave for him as a gesture of goodwill to Summer Xian, especially since the boy did not appear to be particularly appetizing. As he spoke, the seemingly deceased little Wukong twitched his finger, struggling to rise. Witnessing this movement, Midru Hebei was taken aback. My heavens! How resilient is this fellow's vitality? Such a powerful blow did not kill him. At this moment, little Wukong paid no heed to the astonishment of Midru Hebei. Instead, he struggled to utter a few words. Water. Upon hearing this, Midru Hebei hurriedly hoisted little Wukong and dashed to the riverbank, plunging his head into the water. After all, this fellow was a rough character, and expecting him to delicately feed water was truly a tall order. Although little Wukong was submerged for quite some time, he managed to regain some vitality, but remained unconscious. Midru Hebei leaned in to listen to his heartbeat. While there was still a pulse, it was rather faint. Odd. Why, despite not being dead, could he not awaken? Pondering for quite a while without any resolution, an idea suddenly struck Midru Hebei, and he retrieved a mobile communicator from his pocket. Hey, that Summer Xian fellow provided me with quite a few things. I should consult him on what to do in this half-alive, half-dead predicament. Midru Hebei was understandably concerned, as Summer Xian had accurately predicted many events before him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bestowed him with such valuable gifts, merely urging him to assist little Wukong whenever possible. Thus, this rotund man was both anxious about failing and losing face, and fearful of the potential repercussions from Summer Xin, who seemed to see through everything. After all, if he was willing to offer him so many benefits, it would stand to reason that he could just as easily bring misfortune upon him. Meanwhile, as Summer Xin was flying at high speed, he suddenly heard his mobile phone ringing. Though he was eager to rescue Bulma, he noticed it was a number he had given to Majir Bihei. So he answered the call. After listening for a while, Summer Xin frowned. It appeared that the plot was taking an unexpected turn, but fortunately, he had prepared contingencies in advance. Do you know about the Galinta? Summer Xin inquired in a grave tone. Kyrie, where's that? Majir Bihei shouted. Hey, it's too windy over there. Could you please close the window while flying? I will send the address to you. Please help little Wukong reach the tower. And you need not worry about anything else. Reach the tower? Just that? Too simple, isn't it? Majir Bihei scoffed. You give me so many benefits. And all you require is this minor task? It's too easy. Upon hearing this, Summer Xin smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate while secretly envisioning Majir Bihei's reaction upon seeing the Galinta. However, he added, although I have granted you numerous advantages previously, delivering little Wukong to the tower cannot be for free. Majir Bihei replied slyly, you must promise me a hearty meal in return. I currently have pressing matters and cannot come over. Summer Xin pondered for a moment before responding. As long as you ascend the Galinta, there will naturally be treasures available to satiate you. I mean, completely satisfy you. Oh, now intrigued. Majir Bihei's appetite was piqued. He had a hearty appetite, much like little Wukong, feeling as though no amount of food could ever truly satiate him. As Summer Xin boldly proclaimed his intent to satiate his hunger, it piqued the interest of the wild man in Galinta. The address has already been sent to you. Summer Xin continued, listen, utilize the capsules I provided. Refrain from stealing vehicles. After all, I am an officer of the law and cannot remain indifferent. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Yichir Bei chuckled quietly, pondering how Summer Xin was privy to his intentions. The vehicle gifted by Summer Xin was of remarkable quality, and Yichir Bei felt reluctant to part with it, contemplating instead the procurement of some inconsequential item for transportation, only to have his thoughts discerned from thousands of miles away by Summer Xin. At that moment, as Yichir Bei escorted little Wukong towards Galinta, Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan, in a state of anguish, swiftly completed the collection of the final Dragon Ball. Thus, 5 Dragon Balls were in their possession, while the evil King Piccolo held 2. However, this incited King Piccolo to advance towards them with great fury. Merely observing the 2 diminutive dots on the radar, drawing closer, instilled a sense of nausea, as if something vile was lodged in their throats, rendering them breathless. Let us reconfirm the plan, Master Roshi declared with a grave expression. Dumpling, you should conceal yourself behind the rocks while Tien Shinhan and I distract King Piccolo as he searches for the Dragon Balls. You must infiltrate their spaceship and procure the remaining 2 orbs. We must seize this opportunity to gather all the Dragon Balls and summon Shenron to vanquish the Demon King. Tien Shinhan and Dumpling nodded solemnly, recognizing the weight of their respective tasks. One was to face the Demon King's onslaught directly, while the other was to delve into the enemy's territory to pilfer the treasures. Both tasks bore the risk of perilous consequences. Were Summer Xin present, he would undoubtedly criticize this plan. The margin for error was exceedingly slim, with no contingency measures in place, implying that a single misstep could jeopardize their entire endeavor. In contrast, Summer Xin would prefer to shatter the Dragon Balls outright, resolving the matter once and for all. At that moment, King Piccolo's spaceship descended slowly over the desolate wilderness, shrouded in ominous black mist, a chilling wind howling as if the very air lamented. King Piccolo, we have arrived directly above the Dragon Balls, reported the Shiba Inu Axie from the cockpit. The centuries-old fiend rose languidly from his throne, akin to a long-dormant predator revealing its bloodthirsty fangs. Excellent. It is time to reclaim the Dragon Balls. With that, he strolled onto the deck, surveying the rugged terrain below, where no trace of life was visible, as if existence itself had been extinguished. Huh, have they hidden themselves? King Piccolo sneered. I desire the Dragon Balls, and surely they harbor the same intention. To prevent them from employing any tricks, it is best that I take matters into my own hands. The old sorcerer, while speaking, extended his serpent-like tongue and effortlessly swallowed 2 Dragon Balls, as if stowing away some precious parcels. However, this seemingly mundane act startled the martial artists lurking below, waiting for an opportunity. What? He swallowed the Dragon Balls. Upon witnessing this, Master Roshi stomped his feet in frustration, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "How despicable! How could he think of such a thing? Unless we defeat him, we cannot obtain the Dragon Balls." In contrast, Tien's demeanor was more proactive than Master Roshi's. He began to shed his garments, revealing his robust physique. "So this is the Demon King Piccolo? It seems we must engage in battle. I should have confronted this monster long ago." However, as Tien prepared for action, Master Roshi stepped in front of him, asserting, "Stand down. Let me devise a plan." With a grave tone, Master Roshi continued, "I will not perish, for I have once consumed the elixir of immortality. Therefore, it is my duty to." Yet before he could finish, Tien, filled with urgency and indignation, interjected, "What nonsense is this? Why am I here if not to fight? Akin to Asen, who ventured to the west with the resolve to face death. How can I abandon the battlefield now?" Master Roshi seemed to anticipate Tien's thoughts and chose not to elaborate. Suddenly, he turned and sprayed Tien with a mist from a canister. Caught off guard, Tien was taken aback. "What are you doing?" But before he could utter more, he collapsed, rendered immobile. "Apologies. You must rest for a while. I wish to prevent any more young lives from being sacrificed." Master Roshi muttered as he carefully concealed Tien in a crevice of the rocky cave, where it would be difficult for anyone to discern his presence without a thorough search. "I must confess something. There is no elixir of immortality." "I deceived you," Master Roshi remarked with a smile, observing the struggling Tien with the sincerity he would show a beloved disciple. "If I were to fail and Goku is no longer here, the responsibility to defeat the Demon King falls to you. But at present, your abilities are insufficient. You must continue your training. One day, you, Kaiatsu, and even Asen will surely triumph over this beast." Lying on the ground, Tien clenched his teeth in frustration, yet the potency of the hypnotic agent rendered him powerless. Unable even to articulate a word, Master Roshi approached the cave entrance and called out to Kaiatsu's hiding spot, "Kaiatsu, can you hear me? Cancel the original plan. No matter what transpires, do not intervene. Hide." Upon hearing this, Kaiatsu, already filled with curiosity, instinctively acquiesced, pondering what new scheme Master Roshi and Tien might have devised. He remained oblivious to the fact that his senior brother had already succumbed to the Turtle Sage's unconsciousness. After conveying all this, the Turtle Sage took a deep breath, his thoughts drifting back 300 years. At that time, Master Wutai also did the same, dismissing all his disciples, even sending away both him and the Crane Hermit. Alone, he embarked on a path toward certain death against King Piccolo. Little did he anticipate that 3 centuries later, that very scene would unfold once more, with the roles reversed. "It is time to make my entrance," the Turtle Sage declared earnestly, adjusting his martial arts uniform before stepping out of his hiding place. The Pilaf gang aboard their airship were taken aback at the sight of the Turtle Sage. They had not expected that the one bold enough to confront the Demon King would be such a frail, aged man. As he slowly approached the open ground, the Turtle Sage's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, shedding any semblance of his usual lecherous and absurd self. Instead, he resembled a valiant warrior gallantly heading to battle. "Come down, Piccolo. The Dragon Balls are right here," he bellowed, his voice resonating across the airship. To his surprise, King Piccolo did not respond with fury but raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk forming on his lips. "How amusing. It's been centuries since anyone dared to call me by my true name. However, knowing I am the Demon King and still challenging me is rather foolish." With that, disregarding the protests of Pilaf and the others, King Piccolo leapt from the airship, cackling ominously. "But your courage is commendable. Let me see what tricks you have up your sleeve." As he faced King Piccolo, the Turtle Sage noted the familiar visage, though lined with wrinkles, the nearly 2-meter-tall figure. With its green skin, repulsive antennae, and malevolent eyes, was a haunting reminder of the nightmarish era from 3 centuries past, a time that had seemingly never faded. Still awaiting the Turtle Sage's arrival, King Piccolo, with a mocking gaze fixed upon the stooped old man before him, harbored a deep-seated disdain for humanity. He had always detested these beings. Yet, it was unexpected that the one to thwart his ambitions would be such a frail creature, diminutive and seemingly fragile enough to be blown away by a gust of wind. Has my majesty fallen to such depths? Humanity dares to send an old man to stop me? How preposterous! In the face of King Piccolo's derision, the Turtle Sage remained unperturbed, resolutely pointing to a mound of earth beneath them. "The Dragon Balls I have gathered lie beneath this very spot. If you can defeat me, feel free to take them." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of amusement flickered in King Piccolo's eyes, and he broke into a wide grin. Ha ha ha. What an intriguing old man. Daring to challenge me. King Piccolo, head on. This is delightful. It has been 300 years since I encountered something so entertaining. Confronted with the mockery of the great demon king, Master Roshi found his forehead beaded with perspiration. After 3 centuries, he believed he had surpassed his mentor, Master Matedo. In prowess, the Kamehameha wave and ascending the Korin Tower were feats that no martial artist had achieved for centuries. Yet, when faced with the overwhelming presence of King Piccolo, the palpable dread emanating from his very bones rendered Master Roshi nearly defenseless. It was difficult to fathom how his master had stood before the Demon King twice and ultimately sealed him away. Soon, you shall find your laughter fading. Master Roshi murmured softly. King Piccolo ceased his derisive laughter and arrogantly proclaimed, "It appears you genuinely wish to challenge me, the great king. How utterly foolish. It is likely you have only heard tales of my power, unaware of my true might, which emboldens you to engage in such folly." His words elicited laughter from several minions aboard the airship, as if they were witnessing a farcical spectacle. Conversely, the Pilaf gang chuckled awkwardly. Having learned of King Piccolo through legends, this declaration felt like a slap in their faces. However, Master Roshi responded with an air of tranquility. This is not our first encounter. Have you forgotten? Piccolo, at that time, you were utterly flustered. Ha! Utter nonsense. How could I have shown such a countenance? For the first time, a smile graced Master Roshi's face, laced with sarcasm. I speak no falsehoods. I once stood alongside my master to confront you. This revelation caused King Piccolo to raise an eyebrow, a flicker of change crossing his demeanor. What? Such a minuscule shift in expression did not escape Master Roshi's keen observation. Would you like to know who my master is? Master Roshi cleared his throat with dignity and declared with pride, he is none other than Master Matedo. The utterance struck King Piccolo like a thunderclap, his expression morphing into one of astonishment, as if an ancient and terrifying memory had been stirred. In those dark days, only one human had dared to repeatedly challenge his authority, employing peculiar techniques to seal him within a rice cooker. The name Matedo was both ancient and familiar. King Piccolo held a deep disdain for humanity, and any memory of him was far from pleasant. The old man before him elicited no recognition from King Piccolo whatsoever. However, those eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to the great martial artist who once sealed himself away, exuding an unwavering determination, unafraid of death. It was as though the very human who had plagued him for a century reappeared before him. The turtle sage had no time to linger in thought. His intention in revealing the Dragon Ball's location to King Piccolo was to draw this foe closer, preventing his escape. At that moment, he retrieved a capsule from his robe and cast it onto the ground. With a resounding pop, a cloud of white smoke billowed forth. When King Piccolo focused his gaze, he was taken aback to find an old-fashioned rice cooker before him, adorned with a talisman that struck fear into his heart. How could a rice cooker possibly be of any significance? Panic overtook King Piccolo, his previously imposing demeanor evaporating, replaced by a visage of anxiety and dread. Tangent on, struggling on the ground, was astonished by the scene before him, his thoughts racing. It's the Demon Seal Wave. Master Roshi intends to use the Demon Seal Wave. He truly possesses this technique. Does he mean to sacrifice himself? As a strategy that allows the weak to triumph over the strong. It inevitably demands a price based on the opponent's strength, and that often entails sacrificing one's own life. In that moment, the turtle sage was oblivious to such considerations. Bellowing with a voice like thunder, "You haven't forgotten, have you? It was Master Matedo who sealed you within this rice cooker to save the world from the threat of evil." If 3 centuries prior the turtle sage could only watch helplessly as his master perished, now he finally had the opportunity to participate and revive the legacy of Matedo. Ah, no, I refuse to return to that pot. King Piccolo shrieked, scrambling to escape. At that moment, he no longer exhibited the demeanor of a demon king, but rather a frantic, disheveled figure. After a clumsy attempt to flee on foot, he remembered his ability to fly and, shrieking, he made his way toward the airship. As though the diminutive old man were the most terrifying entity in existence, and he sought to distance himself as much as possible, having deliberately lured King Piccolo closer. The turtle sage would not allow him to escape. He raised his hands to the heavens, his voice booming. Demon Seal Wave. Lying on the ground, Tianjin channeled the Crane School's secret technique, observing the turtle sage's inner energy flow, which was remarkably complex, hinting at the embryonic fusion of both turtle and crane styles. At that moment, with the turtle sage at its center, a whirlwind of dust and energy surged forth, targeting King Piccolo with an extraordinary force. Instantly, he was firmly ensnared. unable to escape even an inch. This immobilizing technique bears some resemblance to that employed by Lord Nameless. Tianjin Fan struggled to maintain his consciousness, barely able to discern some underlying intricacies. It recalls a time when he and Xia Xian encountered an assault by artificial beings from the Black Silk Army, facing a monk named Namo, who boasted of being one of the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament. With a single stroke of the earth-shattering palm, he ensnared them, allowing Tianjin Fan and Xia Xian to unleash a barrage of ki blasts, ultimately obliterating him into mere fragments. The Demon King, Drum, howled in agony, desperately writhing amidst the overwhelming energy waves emanating from Master Roshi. At this moment, the vital energy swirled like a washing machine, creating vortex after vortex. As Drum twisted and rolled within, with each rotation, his form diminished, and it seemed that in just a few minutes, he would be small enough to fit into the rice cooker. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, at the helm of this maelstrom of energy, relentlessly compelled Drum to endure his torment. I must hold on until this technique is complete, Roshi thought to himself. He could feel the very essence of his life ebbing away. In his youth, his master, Master Mateto, had already grasped the mysteries of ki and could, with the breath from his fingertips, split waves and halt waterfalls. Yet, 300 years ago, the understanding of cultivating ki was scarce. Although Master Mateto had reached unparalleled mastery in martial arts, the reserve of vital energy within him was insufficient to confront the Demon King. Consequently, after a failed attempt that left him injured, Mateto entered a period of deep meditation and ultimately resorted to a forbidden method. He sacrificed his own lifespan to forcibly maintain the sealing technique against Drum. The demon sealing wave, akin to the ki blast, was a technique that demanded self-sacrifice to achieve the seemingly impossible. At this moment, aboard the airship above, the minions of the Demon Clan were in disarray, witnessing their master helplessly ensnared within the demon sealing wave. King Pilaf and his cohorts were frantic, fearing that the Demon King they had struggled so hard to release might be lost forever, rendering their efforts futile. Only Tianjin Fan, unable to rise from the cavern floor, comprehended the gravity of the situation. Although it appeared that Master Roshi held the upper hand, his energy was rapidly depleting, much like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. It is nearly complete. I must persevere. Master Roshi's eyes had darkened to a terrifying degree. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, teetering on the brink of closure, saliva dribbling from the corners of his mouth without the strength to wipe it away. He no longer possessed the vibrant spirit he once had, resembling a zombie that had crawled out of a grave, devoid of any semblance of a master-esque demeanor. My ears can no longer perceive sound, and my vision has become blurred. The location of the sealing rice cooker has also grown hazy. I never anticipated that wielding the demon sealing wave would be so arduous. Was this the sensation you experienced, Master, when you manipulated the technique? In a moment of daze, Master Roshi seemed to behold the figure of Master Mateto manifesting within the spell of the evil containment wave. Still bearing that meticulous and stern demeanor, however, his gaze was imbued with anticipation. It was akin to his hopes for the future growth of Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha. Master, I implore you, grant me the strength, even if but a modicum, to seal this malevolent being completely. I cannot permit Tien, Kaiatsu, and Bulma, these young souls, to continue living in that era of terror. I must do this. Only I can accomplish it. Frail as an ancient mummy, Master Roshi still wielded his trembling hands to manipulate the formation of the evil containment wave. The Demon King Piccolo had shrunk to the size of a mere toy, moving slowly towards the open rice cooker amidst his anguished cries. As the formidable demon's size diminished significantly, Master Mateto's bloodshot eyes finally glimmered with a hint of spirit. It is almost complete. Hold on. I can do this. With a thunderous shout, Master Roshi forcefully pressed down, sending the struggling Piccolo straight into the rice cooker below. Propelled by the swirling energy, boom, a colossal sound erupted, akin to a meteor striking the earth, raising plumes of dust. The rice cooker, adorned with talismans, leapt into the air before crashing down to the ground. Despair filled Master Roshi's eyes. It missed. His desperate evil containment wave had, at the final moment, veered off course. A mere few centimeters of deviation had led to the utter failure of the entire sealing operation. The Demon King Piccolo, having narrowly escaped, lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his countenance resembling that of one who had perished countless times. What a catastrophic blunder! Oh, why must the heavens show no mercy to mankind? Master Rashi's condition deteriorated rapidly, the last flicker of vitality in his eyes swiftly extinguished, and he teetered on the brink of collapse. But do not think this is the end. One day, someone will surely rise to defeat you and save the world. Before he could finish his words, Master Rashi fell to the ground, lifeless. Only after confirming the demise of Master Rashi did the Demon King Piccolo dare to rise. Chuckling with lingering trepidation, "Ha ha, he is dead. That fool has finally met his end. Ha ha ha. Now, no one can thwart me." At the moment of Master Rashi's fall, far away, Goku suddenly awakened from his stupor, startling his companion, Majir Bihei. "Ah, you're awake? How do you feel? Is there any pain?" Majir Bihei casually inquired. "After enduring such a formidable blow, it's a miracle you survived." Little Wukong did not immediately respond to the inquiries posed to him. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings. They were traversing the desolate wilderness in a hovering automobile, heading towards an even more barren expanse. "I cannot quite ascertain what is transpiring," he remarked, clutching his chest. "What an odd individual. Have you been rendered senseless?" Mi Xilangbing commented casually. However, Xia Xian mentioned that as long as we escort you to Galinta, all your troubles should be resolved. Upon hearing this, little Wukong lifted his head thoughtfully and mused, "Galinta? No wonder I sensed such formidable energy emanating from Xia Xian. It appears he has ascended Galinta and acquired skills from the immortals. Is that so? Although I do not comprehend what you mean by energy. That sly fellow Xia Xian would not engage in meaningless endeavors. His insistence on your ascent to the tower surely harbors a deeper significance." Mi Xilangbing replied blithely. To his surprise, little Wukong nodded earnestly, declaring, "Indeed. Even if Xia Xian does not implore you to do so, I intend to journey to Galinta. If Xia Xian could cultivate such formidable energy there, the immortals must possess methods to further enhance my abilities. At that moment, I shall surely be capable of defeating the Demon King Piccolo with my own hands." However, Mi Xilangbing exhibited little interest in this topic and cautiously asserted, "Before we proceed, I must declare that assisting you with this is not a matter of obligation. You must treat me to a splendid meal afterward. Do not even think of reneging on that. Ha ha ha, you shall not be at a loss. Once we arrive at Galinta, there is a treasure that will undoubtedly leave you utterly satisfied," little Wukong replied. Though his energy was waning, he still wore a smile. Why do you echo the same sentiments as that rascal Xia Xian, claiming there are treasures at Galinta to satiate one's hunger?" Mi Xilangbing mused to himself, growing increasingly curious about this so-called Galinta. Meanwhile, at another location, Xia Xian maintained a rapid flight. The ordinary levitation technique merely allowed for floating, yet at this moment, Xia Xian was enveloped in a blue aura, moving with astonishing speed, skimming across the ocean's surface and stirring colossal waves akin to a tempest sweeping across the sea. As he darted through the clouds, he shredded them into fragments, leaving the sky in disarray. Suddenly, the once bright skies dimmed, and the world seemed to plunge into darkness. Has daylight turned to dusk? It seems someone is summoning the dragon, Xia Xian thought to himself with a sigh. According to the narrative, Master Rashi should be meeting his demise, and Kaiatsu has perished as well. The Demon King Piccolo, rejuvenated, assumes his most powerful form. Subsequently, the dragon is slain, and the Demon King Piccolo occupies the royal abode. Following this, Tien Shin'an ought to be diligently practicing the Mephoba, hoping to inherit Master Rashi's will and seal away evil alone. The only unforeseen element in this plan is the demon warriors from West City. Xia Xian spoke coldly. "Yamcha, hold on, don't succumb here. Wait for me." With that, Xia Xian continued to channel her energy, activating the void dance technique and soaring swiftly westward. At this moment, the West City had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Thanks to the secret elixirs provided by Pilaf's gang, the Dark Lord's physical prowess and lifespan had seen a significant enhancement, resulting in monsters far surpassing expectations. Each one appeared exceedingly perilous. At this very moment, these creatures roamed in packs throughout the West City, wreaking havoc upon the once beautiful urban landscape. "Yamcha, you coward. Come out. Yes, don't even think about hiding." It was quite disgraceful for someone who had reached the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament to act like a turtle now. The demon warriors circled above, taunting incessantly. Long before the demon assault, the Capsule Corporation had been reduced to ruins. Fortunately, Bulma acted swiftly, initiating the disaster avoidance protocol. The core areas of the Capsule Corporation had sunk deep underground, safeguarding the pets and research equipment from harm. Subsequently, she enlisted Par to transform into Yamcha's likeness. Diverting the demon warriors elsewhere, a effectively helping everyone evade the threat of annihilation. However, after Puar led the demon forces away, they could not locate Yamcha, which incensed them. These fiercely loyal warriors of the Dark Lord, determined to accomplish their mission, paid no heed to anything else and began to rampage through the city, mercilessly slaughtering innocent bystanders in a bid to force Yamcha into the open. This tactic, it must be said, was indeed quite cunning. Hiding in the underground safe house, Yamcha witnessed the unfolding tragedy and felt an urge to gnash his teeth in frustration, his anger reaching a boiling point. Despite his many flaws, Yamcha was not inherently malevolent. He possessed a kind heart and a willingness to assist others. After all, he had never taken a life despite his extraordinary skills, a feat unparalleled in the realm of Dragon Ball. Setting aside the comedic elements, any reasonable person would be loath to witness innocent civilians being slain due to their actions. At this moment, as he sheltered in the basement, Yamcha felt particularly aggrieved, casting a resentful glance at his injured leg before bowing his head in resignation. Were it not for his injury, he would not be sitting idly by, unable to lend a hand. Don't be too hard on yourself. This is not your fault. Bulma, being Yamcha's girlfriend, understood his thoughts well and offered gentle reassurances. There are so many monsters. Even if you were uninjured, you would undoubtedly be no match for those who were slain. They can be revived with the Dragon Balls, so don't blame yourself. Yamcha sighed deeply, observing the brazen demons outside, seemingly resolved. Thank you, Bulma, he said tenderly. However, my leg is quite painful at the moment. Could you please fetch me some ice packs? The sudden tenderness, complemented by Yamcha's bright and untainted gaze, left Bulma blushing profusely. She had always been defenseless against handsome men, particularly when it came to her boyfriend. Why such formality? It is my duty to care for you. With that, she swayed her voluptuous figure towards the storage room, rummaging for ice packs. However, just as Bulma bent down, Yamcha unexpectedly unleashed a ki blast, striking the doorframe of the storage room with precision. The entrance collapsed, blocking the door significantly. Startled, Bulma quickly turned to see the entrance in ruins, littered with debris. Although it wasn't completely obstructed, it would take at least half an hour to clear. Yamcha, what are you doing? Bulma exclaimed in panic, scrambling to the doorway. Darling, take care. There are things I must do. Yamcha spoke softly, reminiscent of a tender familial whisper. Yet, the astute Bulma immediately grasped her boyfriend's intentions. Hey, don't do anything reckless. Yamcha, stop. Please don't be impulsive. Unfortunately, Bulma's voice echoed in the empty basement, failing to reach the man. Above ground, the demon warriors continued their rampage through the city, demolishing skyscrapers, setting vehicles ablaze. And the haunting cries of the populace filled the air, rendering the scene akin to a hellish nightmare. At that moment, a voice bellowed, Hey, filthy slug, aren't you looking for Yamcha? Here I am. Come and kill me. The demon warriors, initially reveling in their slaughter, turned their attention to the source of the taunt. They spotted a plaster-cast figure leaning on a cane, standing atop a truck, glaring fiercely at them. Hey, what's with this guy? Why is he limping? One of them remarked. I heard from Daigoro that he got his leg broken in a tournament. The demons cackled mockingly, surrounding the figure and leaving no opportunity for escape. Yamcha gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his composure. Internally, he was building up his energy, preparing to unleash a Kamehameha at the first sign of proximity. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, with only distant surveillance drones capturing the scene and transmitting it to televisions across the nation. Dear viewers, a civilian is currently surrounded by monsters. His leg is in a cast, making escape impossible. At this point, it seems there is no way to save him. How tragic for someone so young to face such an end. In the storage room, a frantic Bulma heard the voice from her phone, collapsing to the ground in despair. Weeping uncontrollably, despair enveloped the hearts of all present. You worthless fool with a broken leg in the quarterfinals, come and meet your demise. A demon warrior, with a mocking grin and a grotesque visage, lunged towards Yamcha. The sight was enough to evoke discomfort in anyone who beheld it. Come, let us perish together, Yamcha bellowed, preparing to unleash the gathered energy in his hands. However, in that critical moment, a shadow swiftly appeared between the two, executing a low kick that sent the advancing demon warrior sprawling. Ugh! Surprised by this sudden reinforcement, Yamcha instinctively halted the release of his energy, narrowly avoiding the tragic mistake of striking his savior. Who could it be that arrived at such a moment? Yamcha wondered aloud, squinting for clarity. Before him stood a figure clad in a tactical uniform, armed boots, and a belt adorned with grenades. It was none other than Xiao Xing. the hero he had met at the martial arts conference. The cameras capturing this scene broadcasted it live, and the host in the studio was evidently more exhilarated than Yamcha himself. My heavens, it's the savior who vanquished the Black Silk Army. The hero of yesteryear has returned. In the direst moments of the Western capital, he has once again stepped forth to our aid. We are saved. Truly, we are saved. In the storeroom, Bulma felt as though she had been granted a second chance at life. She quickly retrieved her phone to scrutinize Xiao Xian's appearance. He was drenched in sweat, his body exuding steam, and his complexion was pallidly flushed, resembling a marathon runner at the brink of exhaustion. Xiao Xian, did you travel thousands of kilometers from Yahoo? Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment. Fool, what are you doing here? This is tantamount to a death wish. Yamcha's agitation was understandable. The flight technique was immensely taxing, and even with Xiao Xian being the most vigorous among them, such a sprint over 1,000 kilometers would surely have drained him. The presence of numerous predatory enemies only exacerbated the peril. The demon warrior, recently sent flying, had now regained his footing. His eyes shimmered with malice as he cackled mockingly. Huh, you flew quite a distance, did you? No wonder your kick lacked any force. It was merely the momentum of acceleration that barely managed to knock me away. Now that you have lost that speed, let us see how you dare to oppose us. In response to the demon warrior's taunt, Xiao Xian merely smiled, nonchalantly producing a pack of gum from his pocket and tossing a piece into his mouth, chewing with delight. Oh, even now you find time for a snack? The demon warrior sneered. Is that to be your last meal before your demise? Xiao Xian responded with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor entirely mocking. How can one have the strength to fight without consuming something? Upon hearing this, the entire demon clan erupted into hearty laughter. What a jest! Do you truly believe that such insignificant beings can serve as sustenance? How absurd! One particularly arrogant demon warrior even leaned in, nonchalantly patting his cheek, and scoffed. Ha! Go on. Let us see what you can do. How much strength can you feeble humans possibly possess? His arrogance was unwarranted. Previously, under the momentum of her swift descent through the void technique, Xiao Xian had barely managed to kick him away, inflicting no substantial damage. Now, without the support of that acceleration, her strength would likely diminish by more than 80%. Thus, this demon warrior felt utterly invincible. Oh, what a fascinating proposition. Then I shall not hold back. As Xiao Xian spoke, she suddenly unleashed a powerful punch that struck her opponent's face with tremendous force. The ensuing scene astonished everyone present. The demon warrior was sent flying as if colliding with a frenzied locomotive, his visage contorted from the impact. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. The demon warrior was subsequently hammered into the ground, reduced to a mere mass of flesh. I have never encountered such a despicable demand. How dare he ask me to strike him? With a smile, Xiao Xian stretched her limbs and observed the bewildered demon warriors, before engaging in an even more provocative act. She effortlessly traced a line on the ground 2 meters away from her, declaring, "Before I take my friend away, let it be known that anyone who crosses this line shall be met with no mercy." The demon warriors, upon hearing this, were instantly enraged. To cross the line means death? They had always believed that it was the demon race that dictated the fate of humans. When had it ever been the case that the weak dared to negotiate with them? What infuriated the demon warriors further was Xiao Xian's audacity to turn her back on them and converse with Yamcha. Hey, you can hardly move your legs. Coming out here is tantamount to courting death. Let us return to Bulma. She needs your protection. With that, she approached to assist Yamcha, leaving him speechless. After all, surrounded by such formidable foes, each possessing unique skills, even a healthy Yamcha would not dare to assert he could withstand the onslaught. Yet, here was Xiao Xian, seemingly reckless, taunting the adversaries while turning her back on them. Could her strength truly surpass that of Goku? The demon warriors, witnessing Xiao Xian's brazen demeanor, were incensed. They had never encountered such provocation or humiliation. The teachings instilled in them by King Piccolo had always belittled humans, rendering them worthless. This moment of arrogance was intolerable. What do you mean, crossing the line means death? A demon warrior stepped forward. You are but a lowly human, fortunate enough to have slain a useless wretch. Do you presume yourself remarkable? I shall slay you. In an instant, numerous demon warriors surged forward, crossing the line en masse, charging towards Xiao Xian's unprotected back. At this distance, with so many warriors attacking simultaneously, no matter how formidable Xiao Xian's martial prowess, she would surely find herself overwhelmed, torn to shreds by the furious onslaught. Yet, At this critical juncture, Xia Xian abruptly turned around, her eyes sparkling with determination, her hands interlaced as she assumed a peculiar stance. "Come at me." As her words fell, an immense surge of energy erupted forth, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, overwhelming the surroundings. The foremost demon warrior had no time to react before being utterly obliterated by the force of the energy wave, leaving no chance for resistance. The Kamehameha. The ultimate technique of the Crane School, its power several times greater than that of the Kamehameha wave, delivering a sweeping area of effect attack. Xia Xian deliberately provoked the demon clan, drawing lines that served as bait to lure them to this specific location. Otherwise, the demons would scatter in all directions, expending tremendous energy to utilize their energy cannons, making it exceedingly troublesome to pursue and eliminate them one by one. The fiercely competitive demons could hardly tolerate such ridicule. Consequently, the majority chose to approach from the area Xia Xian delineated, eager to demonstrate their martial prowess and to prove that the phrase "those who cross the line shall perish" held no weight. Little did they realize that, in doing so, they became marked targets, perfectly suited for the energy cannon's assault. The precision eradication yielded remarkable results. Yamucha stood in stunned silence, observing the scene before him. The once chaotic street was now transformed, a vast expanse cleared as if by a bulldozer, with several buildings reduced to mere halves, appearing as though they had been sliced apart. The demon warriors struck by the energy cannon were nearly annihilated, while the survivors were left in utter disbelief, astonished that the seemingly vulnerable humans could unleash such terrifying power. Demon slayers. "Hey." Xia Xian casually popped another bean into her mouth, chewing absent-mindedly, as she nonchalantly remarked, "Now, who's next? You hideous creatures." Yet, in response to Xia Xian's derision, the remaining demons wore solemn expressions, stripped of their earlier contempt, and gazed upon this human with a hint of trepidation. At this moment, Mijiro Binge, with the aid of the guardians of the sacred land, successfully scaled the Galing Tower while carrying the weary son Wukong on his back. Though utterly exhausted, he elicited astonished looks from the immortals present. "To carry Wukong up this tower, my dear boy, you must be the most remarkable one in history." Mijiro Binge, panting heavily, cast a surprised glance at the immortals standing nearby, particularly at the seemingly adorable figure before him. Could this be the very person whom even Xia Xian holds in such high regard? "Long time no see, Master Galing," son Wukong wearily greeted, taking in the newly added massage chairs, refrigerators, and yoga mats surrounding them, and genuinely exclaimed, "This place has changed so much." "Ahem, ahem. These are merely some trinkets gifted to me by others." The immortal coughed lightly and said, "Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. First, let us restore your frail body." With that, he retrieved a jar from the corner, containing roughly half a jar of beans. The immortal casually tossed one to son Wukong. "Take it. Though many have been pilfered by previous practitioners, there is still enough for you." Sun Wukong glanced at the bean in his hand and remarked, "Isn't this a celestial bean? Eating one can sustain me for several days without food. When will it heal my injuries?" In response to this inquiry, the immortal, with hands clasped behind his back, replied, "It is rather embarrassing to admit, but after cultivating celestial beans for so many years, I only recently discovered their remarkable properties while observing the affairs of the lower realms." Xia Xian is indeed a clever lad. In contrast to the immortal's musings, Mijiro Binge was far more anxious. His sole desire for being here was to partake in the legendary substance that could completely satiate his hunger, a conclusion unanimously recognized by Xia Xian and Sun Wukong. Who could have imagined that what appeared before him now was merely an inconspicuous jar of beans? How was a man accustomed to feasting on lavish meals like Mijiro Binge to accept this? "Are you kidding me? I toiled to climb this towering structure, only to be rewarded with these wretched beans?" Mijiro Binge grumbled with gusto, yet his hands did not cease, as he seized a handful of celestial beans and stuffed them into his mouth. "Dreadful. They taste absolutely horrid." Sun Wukong and the immortal stared in astonishment at Mijiro Binge's actions, too late to intervene, as he had already swallowed the beans. Mijiro Binge, who had been grumbling moments ago, suddenly rolled his eyes back, and his already round belly began to swell at a visibly alarming rate. Instantly, he felt as if he had transformed into a mere ball of flesh, utterly immobilized, lying on the ground and howling. "Did you not hear that just now? One of these beans can sustain a person for 10 days without hunger," the sage remarked, shaking his head in disappointment. He was particularly aware of the affairs of the mortal realm while atop the Tower of Karen and, upon witnessing how much Mijirobe had consumed without succumbing. He could not help but ponder where Xia Xian had discovered such an extraordinary glutton. Sage, I wish to continue my training here and ultimately defeat the Demon King Piccolo. Little Wukong, not one to linger on pleasantries, promptly expressed his aspirations. It was no wonder he was so resolute. During his time at the Tower of Karen, he had undergone a remarkable transformation in just 3 days, effortlessly vanquishing Tao Pai Pai, thus naturally yearning for further advancement. However, the sage fell silent. After a moment, he sighed, hands clasped behind his back, and lamented, "Regrettably, I have nothing more to impart to you." Little Wukong was taken aback, not comprehending the meaning behind those words. "I understand your desire for vengeance, yet your abilities have far surpassed mine. Remaining in the tower, at best, would yield progress akin to that of Xia Xian, which is limited at best." The sage, seemingly nostalgic, added, "Xia Xian spent several years in the tower, yet regrettably, his current strength still falls short of yours. Thus, the prospect of achieving instantaneous enhancement, as he had before, seemed implausible." Hearing this, little Wukong was astonished. He had been hoping to grow stronger to avenge Krillin. The sage appeared to sense his thoughts and sighed deeply, stating, "Alas, though it is disheartening, I am truly incapable of defeating the Demon King Piccolo. That fiend is exceedingly formidable. In fact, even Master Roshi has perished." At this revelation, little Wukong was left in shock. What? Even Grandpa Turtle Sage has fallen to that wretch? How despicable! With that, he dashed downwards in tears. "Wait, what do you intend to do? Are you seeking death as well?" The sage shouted. "I must make a desperate effort. Grandpa Turtle Sage has been slain. I cannot stand idly by," little Wukong declared resolutely. The sage, aged over 800 years, shook his head and cryptically remarked, "Since you possess the resolve to face death, perhaps you might consider another option." This piqued the fury-driven little Wukong's curiosity. What could possibly compel the sage to speak of such a grim determination? Unlike the deceitful pilgrimage water, I possess a miraculous elixir passed down from ancient times, capable of awakening latent abilities, the super divine water, the sage stated gravely. However, the super divine water contains a deadly poison. Over the past few centuries, 14 individuals have partaken of it, and none have survived. If you are unafraid of death, you may give it a try." With that, the sage retrieved an ancient teapot from a corner and slowly poured out a brown medicinal liquid, saying softly, "If you are resolute, half a cup will suffice, but the consequences could very well be fatal." Little Wukong silently accepted the cup, remaining taciturn. Meanwhile, the fierce battle in the western capital raged on. Xia Xian effortlessly vanquished several demon warriors, his fighting style remarkably unique, as he employed the penetrating wave to its utmost potential. On one occasion, he found himself ensnared by a group of demons, who, in a bid to eliminate him, unleashed a torrent of flames. Bound by their grasp, Xia Xian seized the fleeting moment when the fire enveloped him. He subtly raised his thumb, launching a precisely angled penetrating wave that pierced through the fire-breathing demon. Subsequently, the penetrating wave showcased its formidable prowess, consuming little energy while boasting swift attack speed. Anyone daring to approach would inevitably fall victim, leaving behind a gaping wound. In essence, despite being outnumbered, Xia Xian remained unscathed. Humph, such utter incompetence. Suddenly, one demon warrior spoke up, expressing his disappointment. "I expected you to complete your task swiftly, yet here we are, languishing over the simplest of matters." At these words, the other demons exhibited expressions of astonishment, halting their assault and respectfully retreating to the sidelines, clearly wary. The aforementioned demon then turned his gaze towards Xia Xian, snorting derisively, "You can perform the aerial technique? You appear to be quite skilled, but such half-baked martial arts may well lead to your demise." Upon hearing this, Xia Xian furrowed her brows, as the line was undeniably familiar. According to the original storyline, when Tianjin Fan challenged the Demon King with the enchanted rice cooker, this formidable villain had offered a similar critique. Observing the respectful demeanor of the surrounding demon warriors, an odd thought began to take shape in Xia Xian's mind. "Hey, you, my friend, are rather peculiar. You must not be an ordinary demon, am I right?" Xia Xian furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "Am I not correct? The great Demon King of the short flute." At her words, not only were the airborne demon warriors taken aback, but even Yamucha gazed at Xia Xian in astonishment, exclaiming, "Huh, this fellow is the leader of the monsters?" "No, His aura is not particularly strong. He must merely be a mouthpiece for the short flute to taunt me. Xia Xin remarked casually. The demon, who had been crossing his arms and sneering continuously, was now equally astonished. You humans possess some intrigue. Our communication within the demon race can traverse vast distances through telepathy. I have already compelled the king of this world to abdicate in my favor, and an announcement is imminent. Yet, at such a critical juncture, I find myself awaiting news of victory that does not arrive. Thus, I surveyed the current situation here. At this point, the great demon king of the short flute gestured towards the sky and remarked nonchalantly, ironically, I have been observing the state of your battle through the television. It seems the media and the populace regard you as a savior. This piques my curiosity. Xia Xin furrowed her brow and cast a cold glance at her opponent, stating icily, I am uncertain of the methods you employ to manipulate this body. Yet in your current state, you are hardly my match. It was undeniable that Xia Xin held such a conviction, for before her stood merely an ordinary warrior of the demon race, comparable in prowess to Dambalin. Even with the consciousness of the great demon king, one could not deceive the essence of one's strength. Such combat capability was utterly inadequate to withstand Xia Xin's assault. Ah, clever little rascal. I am merely occupying the consciousness of a subordinate. You have yet to witness the full extent of my power. Nevertheless, the current situation suffices. The possessed demon warrior suddenly turned to address his comrades, saying, Do not fixate solely on this savior. Did you not notice that the companion he attempted to rescue is limping? Upon hearing this, the surviving demon warriors experienced a moment of enlightenment, redirecting their malicious gazes toward Yamcha. While they could not contend with Xia Xin, they recognized that if they concentrated their efforts against Yamcha, it would surely distract Xia Xin, allowing them to exploit her vulnerabilities. Xia Xin's expression shifted subtly. This fellow's schemes were indeed as insidious as those of the Dark Lord of the Flute, replete with wicked stratagems. It is worth noting that this ancient sorcerer had harnessed the power of the dragon to restore his youth. Yet, in a bid to preempt any future attempts to wield the dragon against him, he had the audacity to obliterate it entirely, shattering it into countless fragments. Thus, the Dragon Balls vanished without a trace. Now, this scoundrel had the audacity to suggest that his minions assault the limping Yamcha, placing Xia Xin in a precarious position, compelled to juggle multiple crises. Pray tell, Dark Lord, did I not just overhear that you intend to coerce the king of the world into abdicating, so that you might ascend to the throne yourself? Xia Xin squinted, ostensibly to buy time and devise a strategy. He had yet to decide whether to allow Yamcha to consume the magical beans. Given this fellow's temperament, the likelihood was high that he would consume the beans and subsequently join Tien in the quest to vanquish the Demon King, only to meet his demise at the hands of Piccolo. Alternatively, he might partake of the beans and join the fray before being ruthlessly crushed by the warriors of the Demon Clan due to his overconfidence. Xia Xin, not wishing to entangle this unfortunate warrior in such murky waters, pondered the situation. So what? Sneered the demon warrior, imbued with Piccolo's consciousness. As the Demon King, it is only natural for me to rule over you. In fact, I admire your audacity to defy me, and thus I have decided to bestow upon you a gift. Upon hearing this, Xia Xin remained furrowed in thought, yet the audience before the television, including Yamcha, widened their eyes in curiosity, eager to witness the nefarious intentions of this Demon King. Currently, this world was divided into 43 regions. Originally, to commemorate the auspicious occasion of my ascension, I intended to obliterate one of these regions with my devastating magic cannon. Any city would be reduced to mere rubble in an instant. However, before he could finish his sentence, Xia Xin interjected with a disdainful huff, interrupting the Demon King's proclamation. TSK, your so-called gift, I presume, is nothing more than your intention to personally annihilate West City? Such a tired trope. Do you truly believe you can accomplish that? At this juncture, Xia Xin struck a righteous pose and bellowed, Let me make this clear. As long as I exist in this world, Demon King Piccolo, I shall never permit you to destroy this city. Furthermore, I shall soon make my way to your palace and defeat you, you pretentious scoundrel. Xia Xin's grandiose proclamation swiftly disseminated across the globe through nearby surveillance satellites, igniting a fervent viewing frenzy. People gathered before their screens, rallying in support of this hero who had triumphed over the Black Silk Army, fervently wishing for his imminent victory. In truth, Xia Xin was acutely aware that, according to the storyline, it would not be long before Tianjin Fan, who had mastered the magic sealing wave, would seek out King Piccolo for a one-on-one confrontation, while the rejuvenated Goku, having consumed the super divine water, would also arrive at the King's city to thwart the Dark Lord's ambitions. To put it succinctly, no matter how grandiose Xia Xian's claims may be, the heavens themselves could collapse, and there would still be a towering figure to uphold them. Humph, you annoying pest, are nothing more than a bothersome fly. My greatest aversion is to justice and peace. If you are dissatisfied with my actions, you are always welcome to visit my palace, armed with missile tanks or whatever else you choose, but the outcome will inevitably be one of doom. Ultimately, the world shall bathe in terror. Ha ha ha. After a moment of silence, Xia Xian suddenly spoke. Hey, with your approach, the urban population of the world could be eradicated in no more than 43 years. In such a desolate world, where would the terror reside? You would be the sole occupant, reveling in this hellish existence. Her words were intended to buy time. After all, once Wukong awakens from the toxicity of the super divine water, the remaining issues would be mere trifles. Such a basic truth, even a child understands. How could you, the Dark Lord, not grasp it? Without humanity, what authority do you possess? What dominion could you claim? To her surprise, the Dark Lord's doppelganger fell silent, as if Xia Xian's words had stirred some ancient and painful memories. What do you know, you monkey? It is you, the favorite of the gods, who cannot comprehend. The agony of being abandoned is inherently intertwined, yet you bask in celestial delights, leaving me neglected outside. Each syllable of that statement was laden with resentment and hatred, making it hard to fathom what had transpired to evoke such envy in the once mighty Dark Lord, twisting him into this state of being. I can only quell this bitterness by exacting revenge on this world, which the deities cherish, making them regret the consequences of abandoning me. At that moment, nearly everyone, whether demon warriors or Yamcha, was left puzzled, entirely unaware of the implications. Only Xia Xian could comprehend the Dark Lord's torment. Ironically, as the representative of the demon race on Earth, the Dark Lord was, in essence, one with the deities. Originally from the planet Namek, the Dark Lord's family had to send the young deity to Earth due to climatic anomalies. However, upon landing in the highlands of Yunzabiter, he suffered a head injury, causing him to forget his own origins. 30 years passed with no sign of his father, who had instructed him to wait. Thus, he ventured out to cultivate. Years later, endowed with extraordinary talents, he became the strongest entity on Earth, even capturing the attention of the deities, who viewed him as a potential successor. Yet, during his training on Earth, the inherent darkness of humanity inevitably tainted the Namekian, becoming an obstacle to the arrival of the new god. In a desperate bid to fulfill the deity's ambitions, the Namekian expelled the malevolence within him, which materialized as another facet of himself, the Dark Lord. What followed was the Dark Lord's descent into the mortal realm, wreaking havoc upon humanity, a devil driving the world to the brink of terror, the embodiment of divine malevolence. This history was known only to the parties involved in Xia Xian, who understood the deeper implications of these events. What did you mean by deities, revenge, and abandonment? Yamcha inquired, bewildered. Xia Xian shook her head and replied nonchalantly, I am uncertain, but what is clear is that this fellow believes others are incapable of understanding. Consequently, he has revealed some long-buried sentiments, which is rather tedious. Does he think we are an emotional mediation chamber? Is that so? Soon, my demon legion shall rend you asunder. The Dark Lord chuckled coldly and remarked, We shall see then if you can maintain such arrogance. However, Xia Xian merely shook her head and began to unfasten her harness, which was adorned with grenades, each weighing 5 to 6 kilograms, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. It had been a long time since she felt so liberated. Xia Xian stretched her limbs, her gaze sharpening. Come forth. If you wish to target my friends, you must first contend with me. The Dark Lord, a master of martial arts, understood the significance of the heavy harness with just a glance. Training under a burden? Intriguing. The Dark Lord's avatar, arms crossed, spoke coldly. By bearing a weight to suppress your own power while confounding your opponent, I surmise your speed and agility have undergone a qualitative leap. No wonder you dare to boast and oppose me. Xia Xian squinted, refraining from responding, her focus entirely on the surrounding demonic warriors, vigilant against any potential ambush. Clearly, your confidence in your martial abilities is substantial. Otherwise, you would not engage in such training. The doppelganger of the Dark Lord snickered, remarking, In our previous skirmish, flames and claws failed to inflict any damage upon you. Ha! I now know precisely how to deal with you. With that, The Dark Lord raised a hand and commanded the surrounding fiends, "No more playing hide and seek. All warriors, concentrate your energy and launch an assault on that cripple." This strategy will allow your numerical superiority to shine through. The underlying implications are manifold. On one hand, the Dark Lord perceives Xia Xian's prowess to lie in her physical combat skills. Thus, by having all warriors engage with energy techniques, Xia Xian's advantage is effectively nullified. Furthermore, the combined might of all their energy attacks generates a cumulative effect akin to 1+1+1, creating an unstoppable force. Lastly, should Xia Xian employ her aerial evasion techniques and attempt to flee with a hostage, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort to pursue her. However, the remaining demonic warriors could unleash a devastating energy blast potent enough to level half the city. If Xia Xian does not intervene, her heroic reputation may be irrevocably tarnished, leaving the world to witness her retreat in disgrace. It is indeed a strategy that serves multiple purposes. With the Dark Lord's decree, the other demonic warriors dared not disobey, immediately springing into action, channeling every ounce of their strength. In an instant, a colossal sphere of energy began to coalesce, descending ominously towards the western city. Try to evade it. Go ahead and try. Soon, you shall witness the city reduced to ruins. The Dark Lord's voice echoed, relentlessly taunting. Xia Xian clenched her teeth and glanced around. Although there were no signs of movement, she could faintly sense that countless eyes were watching her from the corners of the distant buildings amidst the rubble. If a retreat were to occur, the most prosperous city on earth would surely be reduced to ashes. Do not underestimate humanity. Xia Xian clenched her fists tightly and roared at the sky. I will not retreat. Before I crush you wretched insects, I shall not take a single step back. Such grandiose claims, sneered the short flute demon king, seemingly unfazed. However, to everyone's astonishment, Xia Xian crossed her hands and let out a thunderous shout, causing her aura to surge explosively. Kick P, the most formidable technique of the Crane Immortal style. Its destructive power and offensive capability far exceed that of an ordinary key wave, unleashing a truly astounding might. Albeit at the cost of the user's lifespan. A massive energy blast erupted forth, roaring like a cannonball as it soared towards the heavens. The clash of the Kick P against the demon light cannon produced a dazzling spectacle in the sky, the deafening roar reminiscent of a torrential flood cascading down a mountainside, colliding fiercely with the incoming tide of the sea. Neither side yielded, the grandeur of their confrontation palpable. The short flute demon king, who had initially displayed indifference, could not help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. What a formidable technique! Humanity has indeed invented some fascinating things over the last 3 centuries. To think it could stand toe-to-toe with our demon clan's key. His demonic warriors, too, were struck with astonishment. The energy they had collectively amassed to form the demon light cannon was being held at bay by a mere human's key blast, implying that their collective strength paled in comparison to that of the human before them. This is impossible. How could she achieve this? They thought, fear gripping their hearts. We cannot afford to lose. The demon king stands before us, and we all know the dire consequences of failure. After a brief exchange of glances, a resolute determination flickered in the eyes of the demon warriors, who began to channel their energy with reckless abandon. The swirling masses of energy in the sky began to descend slowly. Although the Kick P was overwhelmingly powerful, its sustainability was limited, and such immense consumption resulted in diminishing returns. At that moment, Xia Xian had already exhausted all her reserves accumulated over the past 2 years. Even raising her arms had become a struggle, let alone maintaining the key confrontation. Damn it, my initial attack failed to disperse them? This has become quite the predicament. Xia Xian was drenched in perspiration, her physical stamina severely depleted, and her arms ached to the point of near immobility, leaving her devoid of any strength to persevere. As Xia Xian's despair became increasingly evident, the short flute demon king let out a sigh of relief and, with a triumphant smile, remarked, I was puzzled by how humans could possess such formidable strength. It turns out it was merely a desperate gamble. Just as Xia Xian was on the verge of collapse, a resolute voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Xia Xinchuan turned her gaze towards the sound, only to find the limping Yamucha struggling to support his broken leg, surprisingly gathering his breath there. What are you doing? It's dangerous. Xia Xian shouted loudly, realizing that given the current state of this individual, attempting to unleash another attack would likely exacerbate his leg injuries. Though my ki is not as potent as yours, it is enduring. Take this opportunity to flee. Yamucha did not respond to Xia Xian, Instead, he yelled back at him, "Don't perish here." After uttering this, Yamcha, with a fearless resolve, extended his hand and pronounced the final syllable, "Wave." A surge of azure energy erupted forth, colliding with the descending demon cannon in midair, managing to slow its descent just enough. "Hurry, I cannot hold on much longer." Yamcha's face contorted in pain as he spoke. Having mastered the Kamehameha technique for only a brief period, and now injured, he was truly risking his life to buy time. Xian was overwhelmed with emotions, filled with a profound sense of regret for having failed to provide Yamcha with a magical beam beforehand. Initially, he believed he was acting in the latter's best interest. Little did he realize that, despite his limp, this man remained a steadfast companion willing to sacrifice for his friends. This revelation filled Xian, who was well-versed in the storyline and often acted solely for his own benefit, with a deep sense of guilt. "It is you who should have departed." As Xian spoke, she retrieved a box of gum from her pocket and squeezed out 3 magical beans, hastily stuffing them into her mouth. However, she only chewed one thoroughly before swallowing it. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted within her, restoring her vitality as if it had been conjured from thin air. "Die, Piccolo!" she bellowed, unleashing a second energy wave that soared into the heavens like a tidal wave. Not stopping there, a third and fourth energy wave followed in rapid succession, bombarding the airborne demon warriors with relentless force. The demon warriors were left utterly stupefied. They had barely managed to withstand the initial energy wave. Now, confronted with the subsequent onslaughts, they were at a complete loss as to how to respond. What? How could such a thing be possible? The Demon King Piccolo himself was taken aback, the magnitude of the energy column before him surpassing his comprehension. When had humanity acquired such formidable power? A force potent enough to erase cities from existence. He was confident he could achieve that after gathering his strength. Yet, to unleash 3 or 4 waves in quick succession, as Xian had done, was an unprecedented phenomenon. "I shall remember this human. No matter what, I must eradicate you," the Demon King muttered to himself. Alas, before he could finish his thoughts, his avatar was engulfed by the incoming energy blast. The other demon warriors, having long since exhausted their energy, stood no chance of escape and were similarly torn apart by the onrushing waves of power. Yamcha watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded before him. During the initial invasion of the Demon Clan, the skies over West City had been shrouded in dark, oppressive clouds, casting a sinister pall that obscured the daylight. Yet, Xian's barrage of energy waves had shattered that darkness. A gaping hole had been blasted through the clouds, allowing the azure sky and radiant sunlight to pour through the breach, rekindling hope among the terrified citizens of West City. Such powerful energy! How was this cultivated? Having studied under Master Roshi for several years, Yamcha understood more than anyone the significance of such a feat. To unleash such tremendous attacks in rapid succession was nothing short of miraculous, utterly incomprehensible. However, at that moment, a certain celestial being found himself in a state of utter despondency. Xian currently finds herself in a dire predicament, relying solely on the regenerative power of the mystical beings to achieve such results. However, the consumption of energy from the Kamehameha far exceeds her expectations. In fact, the recovery capacity of the beings can no longer keep pace with the rate of depletion. Although her stamina is restored after swallowing the beans, the lingering soreness in her muscles and the profound emptiness that follows the draining of her vitality do not dissipate instantly. The cumulative effects of this fatigue continue to render her utterly uncomfortable. Alas, a miscalculation has occurred. These few mystical beans are insufficient. Xian pondered, yearning to reach out. Yet she discovered her arms felt languid and devoid of strength, making even the act of lifting them a formidable challenge. At this unfortunate moment, Yamcha, leaning on his cane, approached her in a rather disheveled manner, exclaiming, "Impressive. Truly remarkable. I never imagined that the martial prowess of the Crane School had reached such heights." If Yamcha had harbored any lingering disappointment over his defeat to Tangent Fan, witnessing Xian's capabilities had certainly quelled it. After all, if even the junior disciple possessed such formidable skill, then his own protracted struggle against the elder brother of the Crane School, culminating in defeat, was not so shameful. However, as Yamcha drew closer, he noticed a pallor enveloping Xian's face, while her body began to exhibit signs of petrification. "Do not worry. Our sex key cannon is exceedingly perilous. If one inadvertently overexerts themselves, it could lead to self-destruction." Xian's lips were pallid, and her arms had taken on a stony appearance. In order to avert this dire situation, The technique before her emerged, the stone transformation turtle breathing method. Through petrification, she could halt her body's further deterioration, and then, by employing the turtle breathing technique, draw energy from the earth's veins. Once restored, the petrification would automatically lift. Long before her time at the Korin Tower, Xin had meticulously contemplated her path to strength, one of which was to establish a fusion of magic and martial arts. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the only true force that transcended combat prowess, aside from Aral, was arguably magic itself. Whether it be transforming into a carrot with a mere touch, turning to stone with a spit, or even the arrival of the eternal dragon. All were intricately linked to magic. With a desire to explore uncharted territories, Xin diligently researched this subject at Korin Tower for an extended period. Furthermore, the wisdom of the immortal sage accumulated over 8 centuries contained various writings on this topic. Among them, the simplest and most accessible spell was the stone transformation technique. Originally a playful trick to transform others into immobile, cumbersome statues. Yet, Xin discerned its utility. By halting all bodily functions and becoming an inanimate statue, she could effectively prevent her body from succumbing to the relentless depletion caused by the energy blasts. The turtle breathing technique, on the other hand, allowed her to gradually siphon energy from the earth to replenish her own. The synergy of these two methods provided her with a safeguard, preventing a reckless decision to sacrifice herself in a bid to save the world. At the very least, when exhaustion set in, she could rely on this strategy to cling to life, a notion of some value for Xin, who currently possessed few techniques. However, Yamcha remained oblivious to these intricacies, believing instead that Xin had sacrificed herself to save them. You mustn't come to harm. Otherwise, even if I cannot walk, I shall journey to the palace and confront that demon king. Xin felt a wave of frustration. Did they not hear what she had just said? Please, stop fixating on revenge and self-destruction. Initially, Xin intended to ask Yamcha to retrieve the sins of beans, but her concern about what Yamcha, now recovered, might do led her to refrain from voicing that request. Instead, she decided to test the efficacy of her turtle school's breath control technique. During this period of petrification, she simply hoped not to be shattered. You all should leave. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xin found herself immobilized, her entire body encased in stone, reminiscent of Vegeta's fierce struggle during the Buu saga. Only the grateful citizens, along with Yamcha and Bulma, remained. At that moment, their discontent towards Xin had dissipated. The previous exploits of the Black Cloth Army had become irrelevant. In this instant, Xin was undoubtedly the savior of West City, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Meanwhile, as Xin transformed into a statue, at the distant Korin Tower, little Goku had consumed the ultra-divine water. To be precise, that had occurred 6 hours prior. Yet, despite the passage of time, although he had not perished, little Goku remained in a deep slumber. His face contorted in agony, as if he were enduring some excruciating ordeal. Such resilience. The deity marveled. Were it an ordinary person, they would have likely perished multiple times by now. What a potent energy. Mijai's Bey observed the deity with a puzzled expression, noticing him squinting, leaning on his staff, and exuding astonishment. Indeed, I can sense the power within little Goku surging forth, truly astonishing in its magnitude. Barely had he spoken when, after 6 hours of unconsciousness, little Goku abruptly opened his eyes, clarity and tranquility mirroring the vast sky within his gaze. At that moment, Tenshinhan was still laboring in the wilderness. By his side lay the bodies of Master Roshi and Chaos. The former had perished from the exhaustion of the MAFBA technique, while the latter had attempted to disrupt the wish, seeking to snatch victory from the jaws of the Demon King. Unfortunately, Chaos lacked the decisiveness and cleverness of Oolong or Puar, and his slow speech had led to his demise at the hands of the Demon King. Tenshinhan watched helplessly as one teammate after another fell before him. This passionate warrior felt his vision redden with rage, grinding his teeth in frustration. Yet he could do nothing but lie on the ground, awaiting the effects of the sleep gas to dissipate before he could rise to collect his fallen comrades. Damn it, I cannot let this go unavenged. No matter what, I will avenge them, Tenshinhan resolutely declared. Even if it costs me my life, it is better than living in cowardice. While lying on the ground, Tenshinhan had witnessed Master Roshi perform the MAFBA. Thus, he fought against his drowsiness and quickly grasped the technique through the secrets of the Crane School. After all, the MAFBA was created by the martial arts champion. and both the Turtle School and Crane School trace their origins back to his teachings. Thus, the Demon Seal Wave poses little challenge for Tien Shinhan. After a night of relentless training, he has mastered this technique, yet the only predicament lies in its disheartening accuracy. It is no small feat to direct a rapidly spinning airflow into the confines of a diminutive rice cooker, akin to dropping an egg from the sky into a mouse hole on the ground. Considering the resistance faced while controlling the formidable Demon King, the difficulty is likely to escalate further. It is no wonder that Master Roshi failed. This technique is more a test of fortune than of skill. How then did the martial arts champion accomplish it in his heyday? Observing his Demon Seal Wave strike the rice cooker once more, Tien Shinhan finally allowed a faint smile to grace his exhausted face. Though his accuracy remains woefully low, he can no longer afford to wait. The tragic demise of his comrades weighs heavily upon him, rendering him incapable of maintaining his composure. With each passing second that the Demon King, Piccolo, survives, Tien's guilt intensifies, making him unable to tolerate the current situation. Fate is in the hands of mortals, yet success lies with the heavens. May the divine show mercy upon the wretched. Tien Shinhan took a deep breath, determination etched upon his features, his gaze directed towards the royal palace, as if a resolution had formed within him. Meanwhile, at the residence of the king, a cacophony of cawing crows filled the air, their noise piercing through the oppressive darkness that enveloped the city, casting a shroud of fear over all. The Demon King, Piccolo, sat silently upon his throne, deep in thought. He had maintained this posture for so long that none dared to approach, fearing they might invoke his wrath. The sight of my demon kin being slain would surely diminish the people's fear. Such a portent is hardly auspicious. The Demon King murmured to himself, no matter what, I must eliminate that bothersome brat. As he spoke, he steadied himself against the throne, preparing to rise. However, he soon realized that his arm was trembling slightly, rendering him momentarily powerless. Piccolo furrowed his brow. Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. Was it fear, anxiety, or a reluctance to confront the truth? Just moments ago, someone had unleashed a ki blast that rivaled the potency of his most formidable attack, the explosive demon wave. Remarkably, it had been executed without charging and had struck 4 times in succession. This was a feat that even he, at his peak, could not achieve. Fortunately, he had merely been possessing one of his subordinates at the time, yet the despair, pain, and terror experienced during the onslaught resonated deeply within him, sending shivers down the spine of the Demon King concealed within the palace. The consequences of 4 ki blasts striking him would be unimaginable. It is difficult to fathom that, in this world, there exists someone capable of mastering ki to such an extent. Indeed, it would be prudent to eradicate humanity entirely. The Demon King coldly declared, 300 years have allowed me to miss countless opportunities. I cannot afford to grant this species any further chances. As the conversation unfolded, the formidable King Piccolo suddenly delivered a swift strike, severing his trembling hand entirely. Excellent. Remember this agony and fear. Such experiences should never befall me, he declared coolly, observing the pool of his own blood without flinching, seemingly intent on savoring the sensation of pain. This display was enough to terrify the lurking demons outside. After a considerable pause, King Piccolo furrowed his brow and bellowed. Miraculously, a new hand sprouted from the severed stump, appearing as though it had never been injured. In that moment, King Piccolo's eyes regained their former confidence and cruelty, and a sly smile crept across his lips. Humph. I have allowed those humans to breathe for far too long. I shall now proceed to obliterate West City. They must once again comprehend how foolish and pitiful it is to resist the Demon Clan, he articulated emphatically. With this resolve, King Piccolo promptly organized his forces to prepare transportation to West City. While he possessed the ability to fly, far surpassing the effectiveness of the flight technique, the ceremonial aspect was not to be overlooked, even for a Demon King. Report to the Demon King. It will take 20 minutes to reach West City. King Piccolo nodded, having witnessed the terrifying destructive power of Xia Xian, and thus, he wished to conserve every ounce of energy for the task ahead. However, at that critical juncture, the sound of a spaceship soaring by reached his ears, accompanied by a thunderous shout, Piccolo, come out and face your doom. The audacious challenger could only be Tianjin Fan, who, after a night of relentless practice, had mastered the demon sealing wave to a level comparable to that of Master Roshi himself. Humph, what an audacious fool. King Piccolo scowled, already linking this intrusion to Xia Xian, for it was this individual who had annihilated numerous demon warriors with 4 energy blasts, igniting the spirit of rebellion among humanity. Therefore, it was imperative to eliminate this challenger with the utmost cruelty, using his tragic fate to serve as a grim reminder to those who dared to disrespect the Demon King, compelling them to kneel in submission. With this thought in mind, King Piccolo gestured to halt the journey to West City. Nonchalantly, he descended from the palace, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the circling aircraft above. In a sardonic tone, he proclaimed, "Let the television station broadcast the ensuing spectacle. I want the entire world to witness the fate of those who oppose the king." Observing King Piccolo's indifferent demeanor, Tianjin Fan could not help but scoff. "Humph! How arrogant! But enjoy your fleeting reign over the world while it lasts. Soon you shall return to the rice cooker, the true castle suited for you." As he spoke, he retrieved a rice cooker adorned with a seal from the cabin. To his dismay, Tianjin Fan suddenly noticed a crack in the exterior of the enchanted rice cooker, which had compromised the inner pot as well. In its current state, not only was it incapable of sealing magic, but it would also leak water profusely, rendering it useless for even cooking rice. "What? It's broken?" A cold sweat instantly broke out on Tianjin Fan's forehead as he realized the gravity of the situation. This was disastrous. The repeated practice of the sealing technique must have caused the rupture. There was simply no way to remedy this. Although the sealing technique was not particularly destructive, the numerous misfires during practice had caused the pot to bounce repeatedly, hitting the ground countless times, inevitably leading to wear and tear. Just as Tianjin Fan was taken aback, the malevolent King Piccolo below unleashed a taunt. "What are you standing there for? Have you faltered at the last moment? Where's that bravado from earlier?" King Piccolo scoffed, barking, "Hurry up, I'm still waiting to annihilate West City." He displayed no regard for Tianjin Fan whatsoever. Damn it, Tianjin Fan's temples throbbed intensely. He was fully aware that the opponent was employing a psychological tactic. Yet he refused to retreat. Instead, his fighting spirit surged even higher. "Very well, I shall forego the sealing technique and confront him directly." With that, he leaped from the spacecraft and landed beside King Piccolo, glaring fiercely at him. Tianjin Fan had long desired a direct confrontation, harboring grievances toward Master Roshi's insistence on avoiding battle. Now he stood face to face with his adversary, exactly as he had wished. Another air dance technique? Is that move on clearance sale? It seems anyone could master it. King Piccolo mocked. "You villain, do not presume that the world has surrendered. Justice cannot be extinguished." Tianjin Fan declared with righteous indignation. "Ha, the youth of today truly lack manners. Is this how one speaks to a king?" King Piccolo crossed his arms, disdain evident in his voice. "It is time to arrange for a tutor to instruct you in etiquette." This remark piqued Tianjin Fan's interest. Arrange for someone? Was King Piccolo not going to engage him directly? Sensing Tianjin Fan's confusion, King Piccolo sneered, You are only worthy of sparring with my subordinates first." With that, he puffed out his abdomen, his throat undulating, and astonishingly spat out an egg from his cavernous mouth. This grotesque display left Tianjin Fan astounded, as a massive, imposing demon warrior emerged from the eggshell. "Your name shall be Doramo. Let him witness the terror of our demon warriors." King Piccolo maintained a nonchalant demeanor, grinning as if he were an audience member at a circus, completely dismissing Tianjin Fan. "You fiend, I shall show you my true might." Though Tianjin Fan was filled with trepidation, he rallied his fighting spirit, proclaiming, "Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure we perish together." As the words fell, the strong-willed and obstinate Tianjin Fan immediately launched an offensive, darting swiftly towards his opponent. A swift blade-like strike was executed with fierce authority. However, the demon known as Dolam merely chuckled, retracting his neck and effortlessly evading the lethal blow. To make matters worse, he seized the opportunity to deliver a punch directly to Tianjin Fan's abdomen. Fortunately, the third eye atop Tianjin Fan's head swiftly sensed the impending danger, allowing him to deflect the attack, though his arm was left tingling from the impact. Good heavens, this adversary possesses tremendous strength. If I remain on the defensive, I shall surely falter. Resolute, Tianjin Fan disregarded the discomfort in his arm and launched an assault. This time, however, he was considerably more cautious, opting for a whip-like kick to capitalize on his long legs for an advantage. Yet, to his astonishment, Dolam appeared even swifter, deftly evading each of Tianjin Fan's strikes, while wearing a mocking grin that only fueled Tianjin Fan's irritation. "After enduring so many blows, it was surely my turn," Dolam lazily remarked, twisting his wrist as he advanced. Seizing the moment when Tianjin Fan was momentarily off balance, he struck with a punch to Tianjin Fan's chest. It is worth noting that this area is a vital point in the human body, rarely exposed to such attacks. Should one be struck, the consequences could be dire. In an instant, Tianjin Fan's defense crumbled, leaving him trapped with no means to retreat or advance. Dolam, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, treating Tianjin Fan like a mere punching bag, leaving him battered and bruised. Humph! A feeble effort. The great demon King Piccolo sneered from the sidelines. He had anticipated that a martial artist might wield a sealing technique or a series of energy blasts akin to Xiaoxian's, which was why he had summoned a subordinate with considerable abilities. In retrospect, it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Though Tianjin Fan was in a dire state, he refused to concede. Using the force from the blows that sent him flying, he created distance, then, with a fierce determination, charged forward once more. Dolam was momentarily taken aback as Tianjin Fan's headbutt connected with his face, causing him to stagger back a step. Typically, martial arts rely on fists and feet. Few would use their heads as battering rams. Thus, Dolam suffered an unexpected setback, caught off guard. "Oh, quite the tenacity you possess," King Piccolo commented from the side. Dolam wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sneering, "You insignificant human, how dare you make me lose face before the Dark Lord? Your end is nigh." Faced with this threat, Tianjin Fan remained silent, intensely focusing on his opponent to prevent any surprise attacks while pondering internally. This is absurd. Such a large figure, yet so swift, and he is not even the Dark Lord himself. Merely a subordinate, yet his strength is astonishing. Xiaoxian single-handedly confronts the invasion of demons in the West City. I am struggling against just one. Xiaoxian must be facing even greater deities. I pray that my junior brother remains unharmed. At the moment when Tian Xinhan was in prayer, Dolarm revealed a cruel smile. "You're finished." As soon as the words left his lips, Dolarm vanished from sight, leaving even Tian's third eye unable to perceive him. Almost simultaneously, Dolarm materialized behind Tian, and without uttering a word, delivered a devastating strike to his back, a heart-piercing blow from the Black Tiger. The unparalleled force, speed, and lethality of the attack were nothing short of extraordinary. Upon receiving the blow, Tian felt as though he had deflated like a punctured balloon, slowly collapsing to the ground. Reduced to mere gasps for breath, struggling to rise from the ground, Tian was unaware that his body felt like a collection of disassembled parts, devoid of any strength. This was partly due to the overwhelming power of his opponent, and partly because Tian's energy had already been significantly drained during his practice of the demon sealing wave. A night of relentless training had left his body in a less than optimal state. Thus, in this confrontation, he was truly at the end of his rope and could not sustain himself for much longer. "You've managed to survive a blow from my demon kin. I must commend your tenacity," chuckled King Piccolo, crossing his arms. "Stop wasting time and crush his heart." "At your command," Dalarm replied with a sycophantic smile. One claw pressing down on Tian's head while the other glimmered ominously, poised to eviscerate him. In that moment, Tian was powerless, akin to a salted fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of his adversary. How infuriating! Realizing he had reached the end of his road, Tian felt no fear, only a deep-seated regret. "Dumpling, Xiaoxian, I am useless. I cannot avenge you." Alas, Tian still believed that Xiaoxian was dead. After all, a single demon warrior had already rendered him utterly defenseless, while Xiaoxian was facing nearly dozens of demons in the West capital, far outnumbering him. Moreover, Xiaoxian had rushed there using the instant transmission technique. He probably had long since met his demise. What Tian did not know was that he was contending with Dolarm, a warrior of peak caliber, crafted by the formidable King Piccolo, an embodiment of the highest standard among all demon soldiers. In contrast, the demons Xiaoxian faced were mere remnants of King Piccolo's waning power. Even if they banded together, they would not stand against Dolarm. The challenge had not changed in difficulty due to their numbers. Just as Dolarm's lethal claws were about to descend, Tian had already resigned himself to defeat. Suddenly, a shadow slicing through the air whizzed past, followed by a resounding crash. Dolarm was sent flying, landing awkwardly on the ground. King Piccolo, who had been basking in his own arrogance, now bore a look of surprise. Before him stood none other than the very same Goku who had been killed earlier. "What? You brat, weren't you dead?" It is beyond the realm of possibility for the demon King Piccolo to harbor such astonishment. In the past, during the fierce struggle for the Dragon Ball from Majir B, he had clashed with little Goku, exhibiting his true prowess without regard for his own lifespan, ultimately subduing the diminutive warrior. This encounter had marked the most formidable adversary he faced before regaining his youth. Who could have imagined he would return? Goku? How could that be? Tien Shinhan, equally astonished, remarked, noting that little Goku had been missing for quite some time, leading everyone to believe he had met his demise. Tien, is that really you? Little Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm. Has Xiao not come? The reason for his immediate query stemmed from the numerous praises he had heard about this individual while at the KO Tower, particularly regarding the genuine value of the Senza beans and their novel synergy with the Kamehameha wave. Furthermore, throughout their journey, Majir B had escorted little Goku up the tower primarily due to Xiao influence. Hence, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. However, Tien had no time for reminiscing. He urgently urged, forget about that. You must flee at once. These individuals are exceedingly dangerous. Upon hearing this, Doram, who had just risen from the ground, interjected with a cold smirk, not a chance. You kicked me, leaving me humiliated before the Demon King. I shall not leave unscathed. The Demon King Piccolo echoed, indeed. Last time, I nearly extinguished your life. Now that I have regained my youth, eliminating you will be no more challenging than dispatching a mere dog. Confronted with this provocation, the jovial smile on little Goku's face vanished, replaced by a fierce anger, a tempest brewing beneath the calm surface of the ocean. At this moment, Krillin, burdened by the tragic memory of his sacrificed Dragon Ball, and the exhausted Master Roshi, filled with a sense of unwilling grief, felt as though a blunt knife were tearing at his heart. Watch as I claim this child's brain and present it to the Demon King as an offering. Doram sneered, once again employing his swift movements. Tien, witnessing this, was alarmed. He had previously fallen victim to this rapid maneuvering and had been unable to match his opponent's speed. Realizing the imminent threat, he hurriedly opened his mouth to warn little Goku to be cautious from behind. However, before Tien could utter a word, little Goku had already leaped into action, moving like lightning. With a single kick, he obliterated Doram's head. The scene fell into an eerie silence, as both the Demon King Piccolo and Tien stood in bewilderment, their eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding events. Little Goku's speed and destructive power had ascended to an unprecedented level. How dare you seek trouble with the great king after narrowly escaping death? You truly are oblivious to your own mortality. The Demon King Piccolo declared, his previous disdainful smile vanishing as he spoke in a grave tone. Before I meet my end, how could I allow you to perish first? Little Goku calmly retorted. At last, having imbibed the super divine water, little Goku was set to engage in a life and death battle against the most formidable Demon King on Earth, all before Tien's eyes. Through the drone broadcast, the global audience present at the scene couldn't help but ponder another matter. As the once celebrated hero who had vanquished the Black Silk Army, why had he not yet made an appearance? At this moment, within the ruins of the Capsule Corporation in West City, the statue-like figure of Xiao stood quietly and motionless, resembling an ordinary stone sculpture destined for a clearance sale. Bulma was diligently manipulating various instruments, attempting to ascertain his current condition. Still no signs of life detected. It's truly remarkable. Bulma murmured to herself. Is Xiao going to be all right? The limping Yamcha asked, somewhat anxiously. It could be that Xiao transformed to save him, he added. Although the stone-like state was a typical technique of his, it still left Yamcha quite worried. Do not fret. While we cannot confirm anything yet, we have detected energy flowing towards the stone figure. Bulma reassured him. Though there is no focused response, it is evident that things are moving in a positive direction. The reason for his petrified state, she explained, was twofold: to conserve energy from the spirit bomb and to evade detection. The warriors in the latter stages of Dragon Ball had become overly reliant on sensing energy to locate targets, and Xiao chose to petrify himself to mask his own presence. At that moment, the television erupted with astonishing cheers. Two warriors opposing the Demon King were engaged in a fierce battle before the palace. The excited host exclaimed, "What you are seeing is footage from a long-distance camera. We cannot approach too closely due to the threat level. However, it is confirmed that one of them is a young boy." Upon hearing this, Bulma and Yamcha leaned closer to the television. A boy? Could it be Goku? But wasn't he dead? Just as their confusion mounted, a fragment of stone slowly fell from the corner of Xiao statue, seemingly responding to the mention of Goku's name. The slumbering man had finally awakened. While Bulma and the others were focused on the television, suddenly the instruments emitted a frantic alarm, signaling the emergence of new developments. There are signs of life activity. Bulma quickly turned around to see Xia Xian's form on the monitor, where countless fissures had appeared, and the stone fragments were peeling away like scales. His revealed skin appeared remarkably healthy, and the injuries he had previously sustained had nearly healed. Yamcha was astonished. He observed the readings on the life detector, which typically showed 96, a commendable level for a human. Yet now, Xia Xian's reading was an astounding 98, particularly considering that just moments ago, he had appeared utterly exhausted and near death. It was astonishing how well he had recovered using the Turtle School's breathing technique. As Xia Xian observed the astonished expressions of those present, she smiled gently and jested. The fact that you are all still alive indicates that the great demon King Piccolo has been vanquished, has it not? It was then that Bulma, snapping out of her reverie, hastily attempted to provide an update on the current battle situation. However, Xia Xian's expression grew grave as she gazed towards the palace. Her voice steady as she remarked, such a dense aura of malevolence. I can still sense the presence of Goku and Tien. It appears the battle is far from over. They must be engaged in a fierce struggle. Upon hearing this, the group was once again taken aback. It was truly remarkable that Xia Xian, from such a great distance, could perceive events that had just been reported on television. As a warrior, Yamcha seemed oblivious to any signs of Xia Xian's power progression. Yet the calm demeanor of this man made him acutely aware of the widening chasm between their respective realms of strength. This was not merely a matter of combat prowess. It was a profound sensation that eluded description. From a woman's perspective, Bulma simply felt that Xia Xian was becoming increasingly composed, exuding an effortless tranquility that inspired instinctive trust. Thank you for your care, but I must now make my way to the battlefield, Xia Xian declared, addressing Yamcha and the others. I am deeply concerned for Tien's safety and must see for myself. Please don't say that. We haven't done anything significant, Bulma replied sheepishly, having merely arranged for Xia Xian's statue to be moved into the basement, with little else undertaken. Not shattering me is already a significant accomplishment, Xia Xian stated earnestly. After all, she was not a Namekian and could not guarantee the consequences of being shattered while in a petrified state. With that, Xia Xian strode forth, soaring directly towards the palace. Yet, only moments into her flight, she beheld a mushroom-shaped cloud rising from the horizon, soaring into the heavens. Even from such a distance, its presence was unmistakable. Is that the explosive demon wave? Xia Xian furrowed her brow, pondering inwardly. With such overwhelming power, it could surely lay waste to the entire city. It seems that the demon King Piccolo must be driven to the brink of desperation to expend such resources. Just as Xia Xian surmised at that moment, the formidable Piccolo was indeed being relentlessly pushed back by the enhanced Sun Wukong, who had imbibed the super divine water. Despite managing to inflict a wound on his opponent's knee through a surprise attack, Sun Wukong, wielding the golden staff as support, grew ever more resolute in battle. Pressured to his limits, the demon King Piccolo, disregarding his own lifespan, unleashed his ultimate attack, obliterating the city into mere ashes. Gazing at the charred remnants of the world before him, Piccolo, though drenched in sweat and wearied, could not suppress a grin. It's over. Finally over. Not even a bone remains for those who dare resist my demonic kin. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when Piccolo, akin to a hound catching a scent, exclaimed in astonishment, "Why? I can still sense a presence. How could this clumsy fellow evade my onslaught?" Just then, as if sensing something, Piccolo looked up to behold Tianjin Fan cradling Sun Wukong, gently hovering in midair. So it is. It is that fellow's flight technique. Though he had narrowly escaped disaster, Tianjin Fan was utterly exhausted. His already injured body was further drained by the exertion of such an energy-consuming maneuver, leaving him breathless and unable to move after gently setting down Sun Wukong. Damn! After merely flying for such a short duration, I can hardly manage to return to West Capital from Yahoo. How on earth did he endure such a strain? Meanwhile, as Tianjin Fan fretted over Xia Xian, the latter was busy consuming a Sinza bean, while contemplating, why does it feel like Tianjin Fan's energy is rapidly waning? What has transpired? I must be more cautious next time. I cannot afford to exhaust myself to the point where even a Sinza bean cannot fully restore my strength. After all, with Majirbia having gone to Galinta, who knows how long the Sinza beans up there will last? While Xia Xian was lost in thought, the battle on the other side had taken a drastic turn. The cornered demon King Piccolo, having abandoned the pride befitting a ruler, seized Tianjin Fan in his weakened state, using him as leverage to coerce Sun Wukong into submission. For the safety of his companion, Sun Wukong had no choice but to endure several brutal attacks, resulting in broken legs and a shattered arm. Witnessing this scene, Piccolo erupted into hearty laughter. Ha! The weakness of you humans lies in your emotional attachment. You cannot surpass my ruthlessness and treachery, for you shall never conquer evil. Sun Wukong writhed on the ground, unable to speak, with only one hand capable of movement. While the agony he endured far exceeded the threshold of human endurance. Humph! You can't even stand. You resemble a mere caterpillar. The Demon King Piccolo, with a sinister smile, discarded Tan like a worn-out rag, declaring that this individual had lost all utility and would soon be dealt with. With that, he soared straight into the sky, glaring down at the diminutive Goku and jeering, "Foolish rebel against the Dark World's ruler, you shall meet your demise." No sooner had the words left his lips than the Demon King dove down with astonishing speed, his hand poised like a blade, seemingly intent on piercing the helpless Goku lying below. Yet, the battered Goku, unable even to crawl, glared with swollen eyes and spat blood, asserting, "Do not presume victory. I still have one hand to wield. I shall annihilate you with my last breath." As he spoke, Goku managed to slap the ground with his trembling arm, surprisingly channeling the Kamehameha with one hand. The resultant force propelled his otherwise immobile body towards the airborne Demon King. This move resembles how I was struck down at the martial arts tournament. Tien, prostrate on the ground, remarked as he observed the unfolding scene. However, the warrior, marked by a third eye on his forehead, quickly discerned the flaw in Goku's strategy. After all, Goku was launching his attack with only one hand, significantly diminishing its power, speed, and impact compared to the descending Demon King. In simpler terms, a mutual destruction would likely be the best outcome. But the odds favored the swift and longer-limbed Piccolo piercing through Goku instead. Meanwhile, as the Demon King descended and claimed the palace, vowing to plunge the earth into darkness, it was not the armies of nations that responded first, but rather the media, akin to sharks sensing blood, converging from all directions in pursuit of the latest first-hand accounts. The deployment of drones had become a commonplace tactic, yet numerous teams equipped with commentators and film crews made their way toward the royal city. "Boss, we can't get any closer. If that explosion happens again, we might be finished," a photographer lamented. "What are you thinking? That explosion just obliterated all the drones. We are the closest media on the scene, and we must press on," the excited host exclaimed, as if envisioning the headlines beckoning to him. The photographer, with a despondent expression, inwardly grumbled, "You make it sound so easy, but I'm the one lugging around dozens of kilograms of equipment. Should an unforeseen mishap occur, they might find themselves unable to flee in time." Yet, as he contemplated this grim possibility, a mushroom cloud once again erupted from the direction of the palace, followed by a tumultuous surge of smoke and dust, as flying stones and debris were propelled towards them by the shockwave, engulfing the landscape. Even the most optimistic host could not mask their concern. Such formidable power left them with no means of escape in this boundless wilderness. "My life is forfeit." The beleaguered journalists closed their eyes in despair, unable to bear the thought of their bodies being pierced by rocks or their brains shattered under the impending onslaught. However, after what felt like an eternity, the anticipated pain failed to materialize. Even the surging dust passed without causing harm to a single hair on their heads. The host slowly opened his eyes, intrigued by the reason behind their miraculous survival amidst the shockwave. Before them stood a valiant youth clad in a police combat uniform, adorned with an array of grenades, polished boots, and, emblazoned on the back of his uniform, the emblem of a cross star, symbolizing justice and fairness. "Are you all unharmed?" a composed voice inquired. The photographer instantly recognized the identity of the figure before them, a hero, renowned for dismantling the headquarters of the Black Satin Army and vanquishing numerous monstrous assailants in the western capital, a humble yet formidable super officer, lauded for his extraordinary deeds. Xiaoxian, it is evident that the force which shielded them from the shockwave was neither the heavens nor a deity, but rather the valiant heroes from our own earth. "Oh my, it truly is you," the photographer exclaimed with fervor. "Indeed, in times of peril, you always make your timely appearance. I am your admirer. May I have your autograph?" The host cast a disapproving glance at the overly enthusiastic photographer, silently deeming him inexperienced, while swiftly grasping the tattered microphone and, with utmost politeness, inquired, "Hero, are you on a quest to vanquish the malevolent tyrant lurking in the royal palace?" Xia Xian furrowed his brows, feeling a strong aversion to the title of hero and wished to avoid any further misunderstandings. He responded nonchalantly, I am not a hero, not now, nor will I ever be. All right, I understand, hero. The host replied casually, secretly attributing this to Xia Xian's humility. After all, this individual never participated in variety shows, nor did he accept interviews. He rarely returned to the police station, remaining as enigmatic as an invisible man. However, the general public speculated that Xia Xian was either sequestered in the mountains honing his skills or discreetly upholding justice across the globe. Little did they know that Xia Xian had spent 2 years in Galinta, sharing laughter with a large feline, smoking, playing cards, drinking, and practicing martial arts. You all should leave this place quickly. Xia Xian resolved to cease any further dialogue with these individuals and proceeded directly forward. The forthcoming battle promised to escalate in intensity, and it was improbable that she could conveniently appear at any moment. With that, Xia Xian leapt into the air, vanishing amidst the swirling sands. Did you capture that? The host exclaimed to the cameraman. Hey, I'm addressing you. He was too swift. I only managed to capture a fleeting glimpse, the cameraman murmured, still preoccupied with the idea of acquiring autographs. The host glanced at the footage, which merely depicted the instant Xia Xian took flight, leaving behind a blurred silhouette, though the logo in the shape of a cross star was vaguely discernible. Send us back to the station immediately, the host shouted with excitement. Xia Xian has arrived. We are saved. The Earth is saved. He will undoubtedly defeat the Demon King Piccolo and rescue the world. We must relay this victorious news to everyone at once. Setting aside this inexplicable interlude, the battle in the castle of the royal palace had reached its zenith. Little Wukong found his limbs nearly immobilized, while the Demon King Piccolo swooped down from the sky, his razor-sharp claws poised to pierce his opponent directly. In this dire moment, Little Wukong concentrated all his energy, unleashing a final Kamehameha wave to propel himself upwards and charge towards the Demon King Piccolo. Like ancient cavalry, he recklessly sought a collision. In the blink of an eye, Little Wukong realized the inadequacy of his energy attack. Launching it with one arm diminished its impact, and it was likely that in a head-on clash, the descending Piccolo would hold the advantage. Curse it! If only I possessed Xia Xian's formidable energy, I could completely repel the Demon King's assault. It is worth mentioning that although Xia Xian had not truly engaged in many battles during the martial arts tournament, his evident mastery of energy cultivation and accumulation left Little Wukong in deep admiration, marveling at his prowess. Meanwhile, Tranjin Fan, lying on the ground, also recognized Little Wukong's disadvantage. The disparity in limb length was too great. Under equal speed conditions, the Demon King Piccolo would strike Little Wukong first. How I wish I had just a bit more strength. This sentiment was not unfounded. During the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, Master Rashi had discerned this very issue and exploited his longer legs to strike Little Wukong first, securing a fortuitous victory. Now, a similar scenario was unfolding once again. As the participant in this conflict, Little Wukong was acutely aware of his predicament, yet with his legs incapacitated, he had no options remaining. Fully cognizant of his disadvantage, he nonetheless charged forward recklessly. I wager everything on this punch. Little Wukong bellowed, his face contorted with intense focus, resembling a primordial beast unleashing an indomitable roar. Fool, I, the Demon King, am battle-hardened. You shall soon regret opposing me. The Demon King Piccolo grinned malevolently, as if he could already envision the shattered remnants of Little Wukong. Yet, just as the Demon King reveled in his triumph, an ominous premonition surged from his heart. Almost simultaneously, before he could react, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, rivaling the might of his own explosive magical cannon, striking him squarely. Boom! The shockwave generated by the energy blast overwhelmed the Demon King, causing excruciating pain, as though he had been mercilessly struck by several tons of iron hammers, far surpassing the Turtle School's Kamehameha wave that Little Wukong had unleashed upon him moments earlier. Cursed be the one who dares to ambush me. The Demon King Piccolo glared with blood-red eyes, scanning his surroundings, only to catch sight of a familiar yet unfamiliar figure in the distance. Xia Xian. He clasped his hands together, surrounded by a haze of smoke, clearly a remnant of the recent explosive attack. The reason for the unfamiliarity was that it was only now that the great Demon King Piccolo faced Xia Xian directly for the first time. The familiarity he felt stemmed from having previously witnessed Xia Xian unleash a series of energy blasts through the consciousness of his subordinates. The sheer dominance, the unparalleled destructiveness. and the overwhelming force left Piccolo with lingering trepidation. "It's you, kid." How infuriating. The great demon king Piccolo immediately sensed the precariousness of his situation. Even the small Goku had already left him in disarray. Now, with Xia Xian involved, he feared he might truly find himself without a grave to call his own. Even more dire was the fact that he had initially been confident in his ability to eliminate the oncoming Goku with the momentum of his dive. However, after being struck by an energy blast, not only was his body injured, but the accumulated force from his descent had been utterly disrupted. He found himself suspended in midair, awkwardly caught in a state of indecision. I cannot continue like this. This kid's firepower is ferocious, and partnered with that little squirt, I am surely doomed. I must make my escape, Piccolo thought to himself, preparing to flee. Yet at that moment, his body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. He trembled uncontrollably, unable to move. What is happening? The great demon king Piccolo was taken aback, shouting loudly. He could not afford to remain anxious, especially with Goku barreling towards him. If he did not evade, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan, lying on the ground, seemed to have noticed something amiss. Xia Xian's energy blasts appeared peculiar, as if infused with some unique technique. Tianjin Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Could he have improved the energy blast? This observation was indeed accurate. As an initial skill, it had evolved as both Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan upgraded their respective unique techniques. For instance, in the later Cell Saga, Tianjin Fan developed a new energy blast. Compared to the older version, it not only reduced energy consumption but also amplified its power. More crucially, it possessed a suppressive attribute. When it struck the second form of Cell, who had a combat power far surpassing Tianjin Fan's, it forced that formidable opponent to struggle. Unable to lift his head as he endured numerous new energy blasts, resulting in a most humiliating predicament, something that neither Piccolo nor the androids could achieve. Now, Xia Xian naturally had his own insights into the energy blast, especially after using it 4 times in succession, drawing from the memories of witnessing Master Roshi's earth-shattering technique. After concluding the petrochemical process, the attributes of the energy cannon were finally enhanced. After all, he still possessed the mystical beans. Thus, he exhibited little enthusiasm for rectifying the energy consumption of the cannon. Damn humans, what treacherous martial arts is this? The Demon King Piccolo bellowed in a fit of hysteria, unable to break free from the cannon's suppressive attributes in a short span of time. Meanwhile, young Goku did not hesitate, charging straight ahead with a clenched fist, embodying the wrath of Master Roshi and Krillin, his murderous intent palpable. I shall pierce through you. Witness as I send you back. Piccolo glared with bloodshot eyes, raising his claws before him in an attempt to block. Alas, with a sickening sound, Goku's fist penetrated Piccolo's body as if it were a deflated balloon. A massive gaping hole appeared in his chest, with entrails and blood splattering everywhere. It worked, Tian Shinhan exclaimed in astonishment. Goku, overwhelmed with joy, waved his remaining hand, his excitement overflowing. I won. I truly won. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, memories of the deceased Krillin and Master Roshi flooded back, as did the thought of the slain Shenron, and the impossibility of reviving his friends and mentors. Instantly, sorrow washed over him, tears streaming down his face. It was only then that the Demon King Piccolo emerged from his shock. What is happening? How could I, the great Demon King, be defeated? Nevertheless, being a formidable foe of his era, he quickly regained his former cunning and ruthless demeanor, spitting blood as he spoke. Congratulations. Indeed a remarkable feat, but do not think the demon race will vanish from this world. As he uttered these words, veins bulged from his forehead, and sweat poured from his body. Suddenly, a surge from his throat caused him to expel an egg, which swiftly soared towards the distant mountains. My child, you must avenge me. Do not allow evil to be extinguished. As he spoke, Piccolo appeared to be on the verge of collapse, panting heavily after only a few words. Having set everything in motion, he let out a heart-wrenching scream, and his entire form exploded, a tremendous shockwave obliterating his wicked and frenzied life into dust. Yet, this final explosion still affected Goku, who was already at his limit. Now he was utterly incapacitated, plummeting from the sky like a kite severed from its string. At that critical moment, Xia Xian intervened, securely catching Goku to prevent a fatal fall. I apologize. I have arrived late, Xia Xian stated calmly. Fearing that Goku might misinterpret the situation, Tian Shinhan quickly interjected. Xian went to West City to protect Yamcha and Bulma from the demons, and could not afford to be distracted during the long journey from Yehe. Goku, never one to be petty or calculating, felt immense joy upon seeing Xia Xian. You are not late at all. Had it not been for you, I would surely have perished. Xia Xian smiled faintly and casually remarked, what you need to do now is to first tend to your wounds. Majirbi, aware of your presence nearby, come forth. At her call, from amidst a pile of ruins, a plump figure emerged, his face a picture of astonishment as he exclaimed, goodness! How did you know I was here? Xia Xian certainly would not reveal her awareness of the plot, thus comprehending the reason behind the presence of the rotund figure at this moment. Instead, she adopted an air of nonchalance. In contrast, the naive little Wukong and the martial arts enthusiast Tianjin Fan both assumed that Xia Xian's cultivation had advanced to the level of discerning locations by sound and perceiving individuals through their aura, secretly praising her remarkable prowess in their hearts. Xia Xian was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in her teammate's mind. She turned to Yajirobe and implored, please take little Wukong to Galinta. His injuries require immediate attention. Upon hearing this, Yajirobe blinked his small eyes in bewilderment, seemingly questioning, come on. You have Sinza beans in your pocket. Just eat one, and you'll be restored to health. Why must I be the one to transport him to Galinta? Xia Xian immediately discerned the inquiry that the rotund figure wished to pose and quickly chuckled, offering a perfunctory response. Little Wukong's legs and arms have been shattered. If we were to attempt a hasty recovery now, the severed bones may well fail to realign. Therefore, it is prudent to request the immortal's assistance with other elixirs. In truth, Xia Xian was not miserly with the celestial beings. Rather, he harbored the hope that little Wukong would journey to the temple, thereby allowing the divine to mend the Dragon Balls. Without these 7 orbs, Xia Xian feared his future plans would suffer significant setbacks. Upon hearing Xia Xian's proposal, Mijiru Bubei found it reasonable. He lifted the incapacitated little Wukong and turned to Tianjin Fan, inquiring, you seem severely injured as well. Why not accompany us for healing? After a period of rest, Tianjin Fan had regained some strength and could manage to stand, but upon hearing the suggestion, he shook his head with a smile. I'm fine. You take Wukong. I must hasten to West City to relay the current news to Bulma and the others. Xia Xian chimed in, if you are heading there, allow me to escort you. The medical facilities there are remarkably advanced. In that moment, the gathering of comrades, united against the formidable King Piccolo, faced disbandment. Each individual was compelled to return to their own paths in life. Xia Xian found himself momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on his earlier viewing of JoJo. He had often wondered why the Stardust Crusaders parted so resolutely at the airport after exchanging mere pleasantries, leaving only their silhouettes behind, never to reunite. Now, encountering a somewhat similar circumstance, he began to grasp the sentiment. They were all honorable individuals, parting ways in such an unceremonious manner. However, unlike Jotaro and Polnareff, Xia Xian and little Wukong shared a unique bond. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Wukong, I shall devote myself more earnestly to my training. At the next World Martial Arts Tournament, I aim to seize the championship. Tianjin Fan declared earnestly, greatly impressed by little Wukong's displayed prowess against King Piccolo. As a martial arts enthusiast, he could never accept being surpassed by his rivals. Haha, that one do. Though little Wukong's voice was faint, he still turned to Xia Xian, expressing, I hope to engage you in a full-fledged battle at the next tournament. Although Xia Xian had forfeited this time, the formidable energy he had exhibited had left little Wukong astonished, realizing he could not match it. Having witnessed Tianjin Fan's strength, he looked forward even more eagerly to a confrontation with Xia Xian. First, let us focus on healing our injuries. Oh, and do not forget the golden staff. Xia Xian reminded that this is an essential key to the temple, and thus made a particular note of it. Are you referring to the Ruibang? Haha, thank you for the reminder. It is indeed a relic of my grandfather. After this exchange, little Wukong followed Mijiro Binge to the Galinta for healing, while Xia Xian supported Tianjin Fan towards the western capital to inform everyone about the demise of the Demon King Piccolo. However, before Xia Xian could elaborate with Yamucha and the others, the television station had already announced this news. According to a report from our station's correspondent on the front lines, the Demon King Piccolo has been vanquished. The host exclaimed excitedly, ever since we were rescued by the heroic officers, we anticipated that this world-class crisis would soon come to an end. Indeed, as we continued forward, we captured some extremely rare footage. With that, the television quickly shifted to the scene, revealing the grotesque visage of the Demon King Piccolo, with a gaping wound in his chest, spitting out an egg before it exploded. the entire clip lasting merely 7 or 8 seconds. Yet, it ignited a frenzy across the globe. The terrifying Demon King Piccolo had been eradicated. What could be more exhilarating than this? The populace erupted in joy, even in the devastated western capital, where half the city lay in ruins. The sole exception to this jubilation was Xia Xian, who had been at Bulma's house, indulging in barbecued meats and drinks. Upon witnessing this news, he instantly became alert. What a coincidence! It was indeed too coincidental. The television station's program had conveniently failed to capture the moment little Wukong pierced the Demon King, but instead showcased Xia Xian's silhouette rushing to the battlefield. This easily lent itself to a negative interpretation among viewers, as if Xia Xian's arrival had led to the Demon King's downfall, potentially usurping the credit from little Wukong. Contemplating this, Xia Xian, seizing the moment while Bulma and Yamcha were still unaware of the misunderstanding, summoned the courage imbued by the alcohol to make a phone call. Hello. This is Xia Xian from the television station. I must clarify a crucial fact. His declaration immediately attracted the attention of all, leaving them puzzled as to why Xia Xian was so anxious to contact the station. Listen, do not fabricate false news. The one who defeated the Demon King Piccolo is Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan. Do you even know who these two are? Check the list of the World Martial Arts Tournament. They are the champions. I hardly did anything, and that is all. Goodbye. Hearing this call, Tianjin Fan was momentarily dumbfounded and said, Xian, what are you doing? Why belittle yourself? Without you. The final blow from the Demon King Piccolo might have turned the tide. He could hardly bear the thought, had he not been captured, little Wukong would not have suffered broken limbs and almost faced defeat. What are you thinking, De Tiangu? I merely do not wish to take credit for others' achievements. Back at the Black Silk Army headquarters, it was indeed little Wukong who vanquished the enemies. I did nothing significant. Therefore, I hope the media does not continue to misattribute accolades. Bulma and Yamcha were delighted to see Xia Xian so considerate of little Wukong, and they increasingly believed that their initial misunderstanding of Xia Xian was due to media misguidance. In truth, he was evidently a man of integrity, and their impression of him grew ever more favorable. However, Xia Xian was unaware that despite his lengthy explanations, the experts sourced by the media quickly derived various conclusions from his phone call, ultimately branding him as the vanquisher of the great Demon King. How else could one explain that as soon as he joined the fray, the Demon King was vanquished? Clearly, Xia Xian's participation was the decisive factor. His humility and selflessness in deflecting credit only served to elevate his reputation further. As time passed, the miraculous Shenlong reappeared, resurrecting those slain by the Demon Clan, and revealed that it was little Wukong who had implored the deity for their rebirth. Additionally, it was disclosed that little Wukong would be training in the Divine Realm and would return only for the next martial arts tournament. Following the resurrection of Master Roshi and Kairatsu, Xia Xian journeyed to the Korin Tower, spending time with the large cat. He often sat cross-legged by the tower's edge, quietly observing the rise and fall of the sun and the shifting clouds at dusk. You've been here for 3 days. I had no idea you enjoyed meditative stillness, the sage teased. His current life was exceedingly comfortable, as Xia Xian had brought him numerous delightful items from the human realm. Now, the elderly sage reclined in an automatic massage chair, puffing on a cigar, with a large television and generator at his disposal to indulge in romantic dramas. The wild man, Midra Binbei, shamelessly lingered at Korin Tower, reluctant to leave. Meditation? That does not pique my interest. Xia Xian replied coolly. I am merely contemplating my future plans. The notion of his place in this new era was unavoidable. With the demise of the Demon King, the Dragon Ball world had, to some extent, forsaken its initial adventurous mode of development, ushering in an age where combat prowess reigned supreme. Finding his own position in such a time was no simple endeavor. However, the sage misunderstood Xia Xian's thoughts, nodding in agreement as he said, I comprehend your sentiments. Your rival from your own sect, little Wukong, has been chosen by the gods to be nurtured in the Divine Hall, a privilege once reserved for those who inherited divinity. The feeling of being left behind is indeed a heavy burden to bear. Xia Xian was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the celestial being's intent. In truth, the news of little Wukong being chosen by the divine had indeed influenced the subsequent Z warriors. Tianjin Fan declined to return with Xia Xian, instead emulating the young Wukong of yore, embarking on a journey around the world with Jiaozi to broaden his horizons and enrich his experiences. Yamucha bid farewell to Bulma, leaving the prosperous and flourishing West capital to hone his martial arts in the desolate wilderness. Even Krillin intensified his training, resolutely progressing towards becoming the strongest Earthling. The root of all these endeavors lay in the indomitable spirit of these warriors, who were unwilling to be left behind by Wukong, striving through tangible actions to keep pace with their counterpart. Haha, never mind, I harbor no such intentions. Xiao Xin sincerely expressed that his concern did not lie in the mere enhancement of combat power, but rather in how to utilize the time when little Wukong was absent to gather the Dragon Balls and make a wish, which was of paramount importance. After all, the 4-star ball was predominantly in the hands of the Sun family for most of the time, and it felt somewhat inappropriate to approach them for a loan. However, the immortal misinterpreted his intentions completely, harboring no belief in Xiao Xion's words. Do not be embarrassed to admit it, if you had no such aspirations. Why would you linger here day after day? You simply wish to elevate your strength further. The immortal wore a knowing expression. I truly do not harbor such intentions. Xiao Xian sighed in exasperation, lamenting the desolate state of his home. The Pilaf gang was nowhere to be found, and his solitary existence felt utterly devoid of meaning. He would much prefer to seek out the sage for a drink and engage in conversation. This also served as a means to evade the increasingly numerous fan groups. Thus he made his way to the Galinta. The sage waved his hand, a smile dancing on his lips as he said, I have no desire to deceive you. The true purpose of Galinta is not as a venue for martial arts cultivation, but rather as a selection ground for the temple to identify suitable talents. The reason little Wukong was able to meet the celestial deity was, in fact, due to my recommendation. Xiao Xian was well aware of this narrative. The sage recognized little Wukong's pure heart and formidable skills. Consequently, he instructed him to place the Rui Bang atop the Galinta, accompanied by his talisman bell, and to proceed directly to the temple. All right, I understand now. Please, let us refrain from further embellishment. Xiao Xian sighed helplessly. In truth, your involvement in the eradication of the demon King Piccolo should, under normal circumstances, grant you the privilege of an audience with the divine. However, do you know why I refrain from recommending you? The sage spoke with an air of authority. Damn it. Whether you choose to recommend me or not is of no concern to me. After all, by the time we reach the Scion Saga, even Mijiro will have earned the right to enter the temple. Why should I fret over this? Of course, Xiao Xian dared not voice this thought, instead suppressing her frustration within. The sage, sensing the moment was right, let out a deep sigh and slowly remarked, the distinction between you and Goku lies within the depths of your hearts. Xiao Xian was momentarily taken aback. Are we not all human? Is there truly a distinction in our hearts? Does the heart of a Super Saiyan possess some extraordinary clarity? Little Goku's spirit is transparent and unblemished, a testament to his pure and innocent nature, devoid of any distractions. As for you, the immortal deliberately left his words hanging, pausing in his narrative. What is wrong with my heart? Is it shrouded in darkness, filled only with negative thoughts? I have arrived in this world without even having made the acquaintance of a single girl. Xiao Xian, with a mind swirling in disarray, continued to express her grievances. Your heart is as elusive as a dense fog, shrouding your true intentions from view. It is precisely for this reason that I cannot confidently allow you to meet the divine. The celestial being declared earnestly. At that moment, Major Bihei, casually munching on celestial beans as if they were mere snacks, happened to overhear these words and scoffed derisively. What sort of morally bankrupt individual would pry into another's soul? Must everyone possess a simplistic mind to be deemed worthy? And as for taking Xian to meet the divine, you cannot even utter a single auspicious word. How utterly uncouth. The celestial being's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. Momentarily at a loss for words, could only retort in frustration, hey, those celestial beings are the result of 800 years of painstaking accumulation. Do not squander them as mere snacks. They are exceedingly difficult to grow. Spitting in indignation, he added, Xian has pilfered more than I have. Go demand them from him. Major Bihei, however, rambled nonsensically while discreetly making his escape, leaving the celestial being fuming in his wake. Xiao Xian gazed at the chaotic scene before him, rendered momentarily speechless. Yet, a perplexing thought stirred within him, evoking a sense of astonishment. The immortal, the turtle hermit, possessed the ability to read minds, yet they were unable to discern his thoughts? Could it be attributed to Xiao Xian's status as a traveler from another realm? While he indulged in these musings, the immortal resumed his masterful demeanor and turned to him with utmost seriousness, inquiring, So, Xiao Xin, I have long pondered a question. What is the ultimate purpose of martial arts training? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Xian found himself taken aback. The purpose of martial arts training? To be honest, he had never truly contemplated this matter. Perhaps, in entering the world of Dragon Ball, the pursuit of martial arts was inherently a natural progression. So much so that he had never paused to reflect on why he sought to learn martial arts in the first place. What is the purpose of martial arts training? Xiao Xian had indeed not given much thought to this matter. Perhaps it was a reluctance to be easily dispatched by those so-called strong individuals. Or perhaps it was to facilitate the future search for Dragon Balls. Perhaps. The immortal seemed to perceive Xiao Xian's hesitation and gently remarked, "There is no need to ponder what constitutes the perfect answer. Simply express your true thoughts from the depths of your heart, from a safe distance." Bei also poked his head out to say, "Exactly. It's just like a job interview. They claim not to seek a flawless response. Yet any inadequate answer guarantees your demise. Silence, you insufferable glutton." The immortal, infuriated, nearly exploded with rage, wishing for a bolt of lightning to strike Bei down. However, this banter inadvertently lightened the atmosphere, prompting Xiao Xian to laugh heartily and relax considerably. The goal was not so lofty. Practicing martial arts could very well be deemed a serendipitous endeavor. Xiao Xian reminisced about the past and spoke spontaneously. However, it was only after I began my martial training that I discovered I could leap higher, run faster, and even soar through the skies like a bird. The previously unwavering beliefs I held were shattered one by one with the aid of martial arts, revealing to me the boundless possibilities that exist in this world. The key to unlocking the door to the unknown realm lies in martial prowess. It is worth noting that before his journey, Xiao Xian had been a patient confined to a hospital bed for many years. The notion of soaring through the skies with the technique of aerial movement was a mere fantasy, and even taking a few steps was a luxury. Now, having arrived in the Dragon Ball world, it felt akin to a fresh start, allowing him to experience a life and sensations previously unfathomable. I truly enjoy martial arts, for it has bestowed upon me my first genuine sense of control over my destiny. This time, I speak no falsehood. As he uttered these words, Xiao Xian suddenly felt enlightened, reminiscent of the concluding scenes from Slam Dunk, where Sakuragi Hanamichi's confession, ostensibly directed at Haruko, was in essence a tribute to basketball itself. Who would have thought you have already found joy in martial training? Excellent. This is the first step a martial artist should take. The sage, with squinting eyes, remarked as he turned to gaze upon the distant horizon. After a moment of silence, he continued, "While I may not be able to introduce you to the celestial beings, I can share a singular piece of information with you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian's curiosity was piqued. The sage's enigmatic demeanor suggested he had a monumental secret to unveil. "Do you recall the time when the Demon King Piccolo exploded and released an egg?" The sage did not provide a direct answer but instead began to weave a narrative. "Indeed, there is such a tale," Xiao Xian promptly responded, for he need not guess that it was the final ambition of the Dark Lord Piccolo, attempting to create an heir capable of annihilating the world. Who could have anticipated that this individual, by mere chance, would not only forge a friendship with Sun Wukong, but also become the most formidable and astute warrior among the entire Namekian race? Thanks to the promotion by the television station, many have now become aware of the existence of this egg. And numerous civilian hunting teams have been organized to scour the mountains and valleys in search of this demonic egg, endeavoring to eradicate it before the emergence of a new Dark Lord. At this revelation, Xiao Xian was taken aback. A demon hunting squad? Humans? To eliminate a new Dark Lord? Such a twist was nowhere to be found in the original narrative. What kind of absurdity was this? Since the human realm revered him as a savior, it was imperative for him to personally inquire into this matter. Who knows, perhaps, the celestial being, lost in his own thoughts, turned around only to discover that Xiao Xian had long since departed from Galinta, soaring towards the direction where the demonic egg had fallen. Xiao Xian could not afford to delay. It was not merely the concern that Piccolo's demise would alter the storyline entirely, but rather that this egg had left with a considerable amount of the Dark Lord's vital energy, inherently possessing capabilities rivaling those of its creator. Despite its diminutive stature and youthful appearance, its strength was certainly not something that mere earthlings could contend with. TSK, engaging in such trivial pursuits, Xiao Xian, filled with indignation, uttered a curse under her breath, yet soon found herself murmuring with concern, "I hope no one gets hurt." In a short while, she arrived at her destination. Upon activating her police equipment for a thorough examination, she discovered that this location was situated in the Liangjing mountain area. Although the name sounded pleasant, It was, in fact, a lawless zone, devoid of any police presence or legal jurisdiction. Yongjing Mountain? That name seems oddly familiar. Xia Xian tilted her head and pondered for a long while, yet found herself at a loss for inspiration. Eventually, she decided to abandon her thoughts, exclaiming, "The great demon Piccolo is truly a master of concealment, deliberately choosing such an odd place to lay his eggs. It rather suits his lawless character." It is worth mentioning that the great demon Piccolo is an exceedingly selfish individual, endowing his minions with only a modicum of power. It was only when he sensed his impending doom that he imparted his full capabilities to his progeny. However, amidst these vast mountains, locating a magical egg proves to be no simple task. Furthermore, Xia Xian discovered that on Mount Lianjing, there exists an elusive force that obscures and disrupts the local aura, making it exceedingly difficult for her to discern the target through its essence. What a splendid hiding place for filth, Xia Xian remarked once more. Nevertheless, since she was concerned about the safety of the search team, even without relying on sensory perception, it would be quite effortless to follow the traces left by these individuals. After all, these characters are anything but innocuous. Along the entire path of Mount Lianjing, discarded refuse and food wrappers are strewn about, shrubs lie broken. The grass is trampled into makeshift trails, and excrement and urine stains are prevalent. Clearly, numerous individuals have passed through here in utter disarray, lacking organization or discipline. They acted independently, resembling a band of brigands. Xia Xian furrowed his brow, dismissing the trivialities as he executed his movements. Leaping forward with agility akin to a bird traversing a mountain gorge, effortlessly covering considerable distance, as if the rugged terrain posed no challenge to him. After swiftly surveying a vast expanse, Xia Xian found himself empty-handed. No signs of battle or evidence of injury were present. Instead, he witnessed the once pristine forest ravaged by the throngs of a searching party, reduced to a chaotic state. Should I prioritize the protection of these individuals? Or should I first safeguard this mountain, which is on the brink of becoming a wasteland? Xia Xian sighed in resignation. Suddenly, a faint yet potent aura caught Xia Xian's attention. The sensation radiated power that could not originate from mere amateurs or ordinary animals, but rather from a true combatant. A being of formidable strength. Excellent. A target has been identified. Xia Xian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she immediately advanced towards the source of the aura. No matter how distant the journey, it was effortlessly easy for a martial artist possessing the art of aerial movement. Xia Xian effortlessly arrived at a lush, verdant grove, nestled in a secluded corner of the valley. It appeared to be rarely visited, with little indication of any hunting parties having ventured there. Indeed, the absence of visitors confirmed that this was undoubtedly the right place. Xia Xian strolled forward with a cautious demeanor, wary of revealing her presence to potential foes. Consequently, she refrained from employing the art of aerial movement, instead advancing with the stealth of a wild beast. To her surprise, she stumbled upon a serene courtyard, featuring a semicircular capsule dwelling. Behind the abode cascaded a joyful waterfall, while a stream meandered past a delicately arranged vegetable garden, alongside neatly stacked firewood, which suggested a truly splendid sanctuary. It appeared that the mecha beings required only water for sustenance, devoid of any need for food. Had she perhaps arrived at the wrong location? Xia Xian gazed at the vibrant vegetables flourishing in the garden, her mind clouded with confusion. Yet, the potent aura emanating from the surroundings unmistakably suggested the presence of a martial arts master. With such skepticism lingering, she approached to investigate, only to discover a neatly stacked pile of firewood, each log as thick as a thigh. This particular style of chopping wood was reminiscent of the wild man, Yujiro who favored roasting meat over whole logs, claiming that such an approach provided a more formidable flame. In other words, this robust method of woodcutting indicated that the owner of this domain was likely a tall, brawny individual, at least of the caliber of Yujiro. What astonished Xia Xian further was the axe, firmly embedded in a tree stump, exuding an aura of coldness that suggested it had been wielded in countless battles. The edge, once chipped and dulled, had been meticulously sharpened anew. Every aspect pointed to the fact that the master of this courtyard was indeed an extraordinarily formidable character. How curious. Are there any axe-wielding warriors in the Dragon Ball universe? Xia Xian pondered inwardly. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. Who dares to disturb this place? Almost instantly, an object soared through the air, aimed directly at Xia Xian's head. Given her current martial prowess, it was inconceivable for her to be caught off guard. She merely tilted her head aside, evading the oncoming attack. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a basin, presumably used for bathing. Before Xia Xin could fathom the unfolding situation, a girl seized the opportunity presented by her evasion, leaping high with clenched fists aimed at her. Utilizing the sunlight to obstruct my vision. What a clever tactic for an offensive. Xia Xin was somewhat taken aback, yet she effortlessly parried the opponent's kick, deflecting it with ease. The force of the blow reverberated through her arm, potent and formidable, rivaling even that of a seasoned fighter. Could an ordinary villager from the mountains possess such raw strength? Furthermore, the faint scent of a girl who had just bathed lingered in the air, making it difficult to reconcile her delicate femininity with the prowess of a martial artist. What an impressive rogue. No wonder she had the audacity to come here and pilfer. It was only at this moment that Xia Xin scrutinized the young girl before her with newfound seriousness. She wore a blue homespun jacket and shoes crafted from layered cloth, her lively eyes radiating vitality. However, her furrowed brow conveyed a stern demeanor, and droplets of water clung to her hair, giving her the appearance of a blossoming orchid, graceful yet wise, as if she were a rare gem untouched by the taint of the world. She was a stark contrast to Bulma. Sensing Xia Xin's gaze, the girl grew increasingly irate. So, not only did she come to steal, but she was also a lecher. Wait, I didn't mean to imply that. However, before Xia Xin could finish her explanation, the girl launched another swift and fierce assault. Her techniques sharp and movements rapid, clearly indicative of skills far beyond those of an ordinary peasant. Xia Xin evaded repeatedly, refraining from making a move. After all, he had indeed intruded upon another's courtyard, and having acted unjustly, it was only natural that he should not retaliate. What puzzled Xia Xin even more was that when he instinctively employed the secret technique of the Crane Immortal School to observe the flow of his opponent's energy, he was astonished to discover a familiar essence within the girl. You madman, inexplicably arriving at Flame Mountain, clamoring and causing chaos. How many saplings and flowers have you destroyed? It took me years to cultivate them, the girl exclaimed, her gestures becoming increasingly rapid. You rascals, can't you empathize with others' labor? And you dare to come to my home? It's simply courting death. Do you really think we are easy to bully? As she concluded her words, her speed surged suddenly, her hand slicing through the air towards Xia Xin with remarkable ferocity. Should he be struck, he would surely find himself hospitalized for an extended period. However, when her determined attack connected with Xia Xin, it was as if she had struck water. There was no sensation whatsoever. Instead, Xia Xin became increasingly indistinct, gradually dissipating into the air. Phantom Fist? The girl exclaimed in shock, recognizing the origins of this technique. To evade her strike, one would require swifter speed and more precise anticipation. In simpler terms, this scoundrel's prowess far surpassed her own. No need to continue fighting. Xia Xin appeared atop the capsule house, calmly crossing her arms as she remarked, given your martial prowess, you must be from the turtle school, correct? The young girl glared at Xia Xin with gritted teeth. She could not perform the flying technique, so how could she effortlessly pursue him? Yet, in the face of his inquiry, she did not falter. What does it matter to you? She provocatively shot a glance at Xia Xin, her expression surprisingly imbued with a hint of charming cunning. Ah, I certainly did not expect to encounter the daughter of the Ox King, Kiki, in such circumstances. Upon hearing this, the girl was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Xia Xin. How do you know my name? And how could you possibly know my father? In truth, Xia Xin had pieced it together upon hearing the mention of Flame Mountain. Long ago, the Ox King, the second disciple of Master Rashi, engaged in pillaging and amassed a considerable fortune. Unbeknownst to him, one fateful day, as he departed, the mountain of cool scenery erupted in flames, transforming into what is now known as Flame Mountain. During his quest for the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong passed through this area. To obtain the Dragon Ball within the castle, he took the 12-year-old Kiki to Turtle Island in search of the legendary banana fan. Due to Wukong's youthful curiosity towards women, he inadvertently offended Kiki, leading her to unilaterally forge a marriage pact with him, promising to fulfill their union when they grew older. Naturally, the Ox King initially consented to this match, as Wukong was his master's adopted son, thus strengthening their familial ties. Unexpectedly, the demon egg spat out by the Demon King Piccolo before his demise found its way to the Mountain of Cool Scenery. Here, Xia Xin encountered the future wife of Sun Wukong, and the mother of Sun Gohan and Sun Goten, an occurrence that was indeed astonishing. In contrast to Xia Xin's astonishment, Kiki was equally taken aback. How does this guy know my name? Furthermore, how could he be aware of my father's identity? It is worth noting that although the Ox King was a second disciple of Master Rashi, he was notorious for his malevolence and misdeeds. Only after the extinguishing of Flame Mountain did he kneel before his master, vowing to reform and cease his wicked ways. Nonetheless, his reputation as a fearsome figure lingered in the vicinity of the Mountain of Cool Scenery, causing the locals to avoid the place where the Ox King resided. It was not until Kiki grew older that some local powerful figures began to visit her, bearing gifts in their courtship. "Ah, I see now. You have come to propose. Haven't you?" Kiki stated earnestly. "Otherwise, how could you possibly know my name?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure. It seemed that Yamcha had engaged in some unscrupulous behavior in the past, leading Chi-Chi to mistakenly believe that knowing her name was an expression of affection. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to inquire about her. "I apologize, but although you appear quite agreeable, I am already betrothed. The one I hold dear will." In due time, ride upon a cloud of many hues to whisk me away, Chi-Chi said, her cheeks flushed as she cradled her face in her hands. Lost in a reverie. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian was overwhelmed with disbelief, shaking her head vigorously in denial. What a ridiculous notion. To pursue the fiancé of Sun Wukong would surely invite calamity far worse than being struck by lightning. Perhaps an alternate version of Trunks and Gohan would come wielding a colossal sword to dispatch me. Calm down, it is not as you imagine. Xiao Xian hurriedly descended to the ground, opening her mouth to provide an explanation. However, before she could finish, a rustling sound of footsteps emerged from behind her, accompanied by the ominous whoosh of a blade slicing through the air. Is someone attempting a sneak attack? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Xian executed a swift roundhouse kick, effortlessly sending the object hurtling away. It was revealed to be an enormous axe, its blade now bent from the force of her strike. Before her stood a towering figure, a middle-aged man whose nearly 3-meter frame resembled a colossal iron tower, his face adorned with a rugged beard and his eyes blazing with fury. Even without armor or battle attire, Xiao Xian instantly recognized him as the infamous Bull Demon King. Do you possess the art of aerial movement? Such remarkable skill, could you perhaps be a disciple of the Crane School? Though the Bull Demon King had forsaken his wicked ways, his imposing presence remained palpable. Each word resonating like the crack of thunder. My daughter is already betrothed to a disciple of the Turtle School, so do not intrude with your Crane School nonsense. With that, he raised the massive axe resting on the tree stump, radiating an aura of menace. Hey, if you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten that I have a master from the Crane School. Xiao Xian, with a resigned expression, covered her face and said, Since you were so eager, perhaps you should take a look at this. With that, she brought her palms together and concealed them at her waist, murmuring incantations under her breath. As she uttered the final syllable, Xiao Xian suddenly thrust her hands forward, unleashing a brilliant blue shockwave that pierced the heavens, erupting into a thunderous explosion in midair. The Bull Demon King's countenance instantly changed. This technique was a hallmark of the Turtle Hermit style, a skill that had only been mastered by his elder brother, Sun Wukong. After years of effort, he had made no progress himself. Yet this young individual before him was undoubtedly intertwined with his own lineage in profound ways. Xiao Xian seemed to have discerned the thoughts of the other party and spoke candidly, stating, I am neither a member of the Crane Immortal School nor have I aligned myself with the Turtle Immortal School. However, both Master Wu Tian and Sun Wukong are quite familiar with me. And Chi-Chi, it was Sun Wukong who mentioned your name to me. Upon hearing the name Sun Wukong, everyone present was taken aback, no longer doubting Xiao Xian's identity. After all, even the Turtle Sage had been invoked, which significantly heightened the impact on the Bull Demon King. How has Master Wu Tian been lately? The Bull Demon King inquired with great respect for his mentor. He has been well, although he did pass away once, only to be resurrected thereafter. Xiao Xian spoke with utmost seriousness, and only upon seeing the astonished expression of the Bull Demon King did she realize her blunder. She hurriedly explained the situation regarding the Demon King Piccolo. To her astonishment, it turned out that the Demon King Piccolo had indeed descended and laid his eggs nearby. The Bull Demon King, taken aback, exclaimed, I am well acquainted with every nook and cranny of Lianjing Mountain. Allow me to guide you in your search. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian promptly declined, for the youthful Piccolo possessed a combat power nearing 200, while the Bull Demon King seemed to be barely 50, rendering him of little value in this endeavor. As the Bull Demon King engaged in casual conversation with Xiao Xian, Chi-Chi picked up a basin from the ground and, with a sullen demeanor, said, You may continue your discussion, I have matters to attend to." With that, she stormed off toward the waterfall. Observing his daughter's demeanor, the Bull Demon King leaned closer to Xia Xian and whispered, "My dear niece, my daughter has been waiting for Sun Wukong to propose to her. Yet, after all these years, there has been not a whisper of news. Might you be so kind as to share some tidings of Wukong with her, to lift her spirits and spare her from her daily musings?" Upon hearing this, Xia Xian felt an overwhelming sense of dread. His mind was solely fixated on locating the flute. However, the courteous request from the Bull Demon King left him with no choice but to reluctantly follow along. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi sat by the water's edge, her gaze filled with sorrow, devoid of the valiant spirit she had displayed during her earlier confrontation with Xia Xian. Instead, she spoke softly to her reflection in the water, pondering whether she had already been forgotten. If not, why had he not come for so long? Nor even sent a word? At this moment, a smile suddenly graced Chi-Chi's face as she reassured herself. No, Goku must not have forgotten me. Otherwise, why would he share the name of his fiancée with his friends? This indicates that I have always held a place in his heart. As a good woman, all I need to do is patiently await my husband's return. Xia Xian, who had been listening nearby, let out a sigh. His mere presence seemed to provide this girl with a reason to persevere. In truth, the young Goku had never uttered such words to him. His knowledge stemmed purely from the narrative. However, it was clear that Chi-Chi could not be allowed to wait foolishly any longer. This woman possessed an unwavering resilience, arguably the strongest in the Dragon Ball saga. Goku had made numerous sacrifices, yet it was Chi-Chi alone who sustained their family, tirelessly nurturing Gohan and later Goten. She could be regarded as the one who had given the most, enduring the greatest hardships, especially in the future, while Bulma remained as enchanting as ever. Chi-Chi found herself with graying hair, standing beside the eternally youthful Goku, the stark reality of life having erased her youth. If she were to heed Xia Xian's previous words and continue to idly wait in the mountains for Goku, she would likely endure many more years of suffering. With this thought in mind, Xia Xian approached her and spoke earnestly. "Miss Chi-Chi, I comprehend your aspirations, but I implore you to reflect seriously. Sometimes happiness must be fought for." Startled by his voice, Chi-Chi quickly scooped water and splashed it on her face to conceal any traces of tears that may have appeared. "I apologize for any embarrassment I may have caused," she said softly. "But what does your previous statement imply? Are you suggesting that Goku may have other women in his life? Is that why I must take the initiative?" Xia Xian let out a helpless sigh, marveling at the astonishing capability of a girl's imagination. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. The matter at hand was far more significant. Sun Wukong was not merely a man, but rather the protector of this realm. Whether it was vanquishing the Black Silk Army or defeating the Demon King Piccolo, he had always been at the forefront of battle. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that he bore the world's burdens as his own, and it was unlikely that he would entertain personal sentiments in the near future. Chi-Chi blinked her large eyes, utterly bewildered, and instinctively inquired, "Are you suggesting that my man is a great hero?" "Indeed, that is beyond question. Without him, this world would undoubtedly be a hell governed by darkness." Xia Xian spoke earnestly. "You must seek him out. I assure you, the moment you appear, Sun Wukong will not miss the opportunity to welcome you as his bride. It is far better than waiting foolishly in the valley." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson, her voice barely above a whisper. "But in this vast sea of people, where shall I find Sun Wukong?" "That is quite simple. He has made an appointment with my senior brother to meet at the next martial arts tournament held on Papaya Island. Around this time next year, you shall be able to see him there. And by the way, if you manage to reach the top 8, you will certainly capture his attention immediately." Xia Xian insidiously guided the narrative, inadvertently mending its plot holes. Otherwise, had Chi-Chi continued to await the return of the little Sun Wukong at Liangjing Mountain, she would surely have missed his arrival. Such occurrences have transpired before. For instance, in the manga, the Demon King Piccolo remained suspended in the air, motionless, waiting for little Wukong to strike. It is worth noting that, as a member of the demon race, he could have easily evaded the attack, causing the unskilled little Wukong to miss. Now, this conundrum has been satisfactorily resolved due to Xia Xian's intervention. The stillness was a result of being struck and suppressed by the energy wave. At that moment, the Bull Demon King arrived, bellowing in a deep voice. "I just heard discussions from below the mountain, claiming they have discovered the whereabouts of the demon race, in the direction of Eagle Beak Cliff." He then gestured towards a distant cliff resembling the head of an eagle. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Xia Xian felt an innate desire to take her leave. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved a capsule from her pocket and placed it into the hands of the Bull Demon King, stating earnestly, "Sun Wukong is my dear friend, and Master Wu Tian has bestowed great kindness upon us. Since your daughter is to be Wukong's bride, it is only fitting that I express my gratitude. Please accept this humble token." The Bull Demon King, reluctant to accept, found himself unable to resist the immense strength exerted by Xia Xian, a force so formidable that even he, renowned for his brute strength, could do naught but watch as she placed the capsule in his grasp. With a graceful leap, she took to the skies, soaring away into the distance. At that moment, Chi-Chi, as if awakening from a dream, called out to Xia Xian's retreating figure, "Wait. I suddenly recall that the hero who vanquished the Black Silk Army and defeated the formidable Demon King Piccolo is none other than a person named Xia Xian, with no connection to Wukong at all. You are not deceiving me, are you?" Xia Xian did not look back, accelerating her flight towards Eagle Beak Cliff while uttering a phrase, "There is no need to deceive you, for I am indeed Xia Xian." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that the esteemed superhero revered by the masses would venture into such a place. Yet, considering that even Xia Xian held Sun Wukong in high regard, it seemed her beloved truly possessed some remarkable qualities. Curious, the Bull Demon King tossed a capsule onto the ground, which instantly transformed into a scattering of gold and silver treasures, glimmering brilliantly and filling the open space of the humble farmhouse courtyard. Ah, what is this? Although he had amassed considerable wealth during his days as a notorious thief, all those riches had vanished with the collapse of Flame Mountain. After years of living in poverty, he had not encountered such a wealth of riches. He wished to repay his debts, yet he could no longer find any trace of Xia Xian. Having resolved Chi-Chi's inner turmoil, Xia Xian continued her search for the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. The wealth she had bestowed upon the Bull Demon King was merely 1/20th of her assets, and since it was all plundered from the Black Silk Army, she did not give it much thought. Moreover, a lucrative plan awaited execution in the future. Xia Xian was not the type to neglect her own interests. Before long, Xia Xian arrived at Eagle Beak Cliff, where she witnessed a house engulfed in flames. A number of search teams rushed past the burning structure, clamoring as they moved forward. "Hey, the Dragon Balls are right here." Indeed, this individual had set the house ablaze to evade them, but such an act would not ensure his escape. Observing the chaotic scene, Xia Xian casually waved her hand, summoning a gust of energy that extinguished the flames engulfing the house. In the animated version, there was a scene where the Dragon Balls were discovered by an elderly couple who even attempted to adopt the seemingly unremarkable creature. However, the rebellious Dragon Balls would never allow themselves to be tamed by humans. They simply set fire to the couple's home and fled. Yet at this moment, Xia Xian was filled with perplexity. Amidst the complexities of the mountain, she found it exceedingly difficult to sense the Dragon Ball's whereabouts using her energy. How could these inept humans locate their target with such precision? At that moment, a series of gunshots echoed from the distant woods, accompanied by the barks of hounds and the voices of hunters, clearly indicating that the target had been discovered. Xia Xian furrowed her brow at the sight and immediately soared into the woods. Indeed, she discovered a green-faced, fang-toothed little imp, standing forlornly beside a grand tree, clad in a tattered robe emblazoned with the character from magic, resembling a beast ensnared within a cage. The hunting party had encircled the imp in layers, an array of firearms ominously trained upon him, their excitement palpable. Sensing their numerical advantage, the hunters, emboldened, unhesitatingly pulled the triggers. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire, countless bullets hurtling toward the imp. TSK. The youthful imp gritted his teeth, yet he found himself bereft of viable options. He could only extend his hand, gesturing into the air. In that moment, it was as if a pause button had been pressed. Every bullet that had been fired was abruptly halted in midair before plummeting to the ground. Before the hunters could fully comprehend the situation, the imp pointed his finger at them, a cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Ha, you have forced my hand." A sphere of light began to coalesce at his fingertip, a palpable aura of immense power radiating from it. Just as the hunters recoiled in terror, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens, positioning themselves directly between the hunters and the imp. Xia Xian, the great hero of humanity, makes his grand reappearance. Almost simultaneously, the energy sphere hurled by the flutist was cast forth, yet regrettably, Xia Xian effortlessly withstood it, nonchalantly catching the adversary's energy ball. The hunters present, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in cheers, vociferously exclaiming, "Even the hero has arrived. Little spawn of the demon race, why do you not surrender at once?" Xin paid no heed to the surrounding voices, casting a glance at the palm of her hand, and pondered silently. How peculiar. The strength of that little flute seems to have diminished drastically. It possesses hardly any lethality. Could it be that the inherited power has waned? Or perhaps he simply refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Just as Xin was engulfed in her astonishment, the little flute spat contemptuously and hastily retreated into the deeper, shadowy woods. The other hunters attempted to pursue, but Xin swiftly obstructed their path. "Do not advance any further. The realm that lies ahead is beyond your reach." As Xin spoke, a radiant blue aura enveloped her, exuding an imposing and formidable presence. The onlookers recalled the chi technique recently demonstrated by the petite flutist, feeling a lingering sense of trepidation. Had it not been for Xin's timely arrival, considerable casualties would undoubtedly have ensued. However, now that we have pursued them to this point, how could we possibly return empty-handed? Those unaware might mistakenly believe us to be fleeing in the face of danger. Several hunters called out anxiously, their expressions filled with righteous indignation. Xin cast a brief glance at the gathered assembly, refraining from immediate discourse. Instead, she withdrew a splendid string of pearl necklaces from her pocket and addressed the crowd. "You, a gathering of 50 or 60 individuals, behold this exquisite necklace, adorned with 108 rare pearls. Given your commendable efforts, I propose we share this treasure amongst ourselves, allowing you to return home for some well-deserved rest. I shall subsequently inform the television station and the police to commend your actions. However, I implore you not to involve yourselves in what follows, otherwise, I fear you may encounter unnecessary peril." Her words were comprehensive, leaving the hunters with no grounds for refusal. With the acknowledgement of such a heroic figure, they had no choice but to acquiesce, accepting the necklace bestowed by Xin before descending the mountain. Xin, relieved, understood that any mishap regarding the little demon king at this juncture would have dire consequences for the future of the Dragon Balls. Thus, she was resolute in preventing such an occurrence. As she watched the hunters vanish, Xin gazed into the dark expanse of the jungle, silently plunging into its depths, guided by the scent she had noted earlier, to seek out the whereabouts of the little demon king. At this moment in the world, a certain trio was most unfortunate, the Pilaf gang. Dissatisfied with merely being engineers crafting mechanical bodies and fearful of encountering the young Goku during their quest for the Dragon Balls, they impulsively unleashed the sealed demon king Piccolo, hoping to realize their dream of world domination through him. To be precise, their ambition was to attain a third of the world's dominion. However, little did they know that the merciless Piccolo had no intention of gratitude. Upon regaining his youth, he unceremoniously cast the Pilaf gang aside, akin to discarded refuse. Thus, the hapless Pilaf gang found themselves in dire straits, akin to stray dogs, living in constant trepidation. At this critical juncture, their act of releasing the Demon King Piccolo unwittingly became public knowledge, leaked to the media, and reported widely. Consequently, the Pilaf gang was denounced as pariahs, reviled by all. Soon, with nowhere else to turn, they returned to Xin's domain. It was a secluded area, where the local villagers paid little heed to the news, and Xin often found herself away from home, oblivious to the unexpected influx of visitors. "Boss, what if Xin suddenly returns?" The cautious Shiba Inu Aisho inquired. "I mean, he is the hero who vanquished the Demon King Piccolo. If he discovers us, could he not eliminate us on sight, enforcing a strict dichotomy between good and evil?" "Ha! Fear not. Xin has been training at Galinta for 3 years. Where is the likelihood of his sudden return?" declared King Pilaf, brimming with confidence. Yet, before he could finish, a report from Shawu interrupted. "Report, Your Majesty. Xin has arrived with someone at the village outskirts and is heading this way." Upon hearing this, King Pilaf, who had been about to sip a drink, inadvertently spewed the liquid onto Ashio's head. "What? Really? He has come?" "Alas, it seems that Xin is the hero tasked with vanquishing demons. Upon seeing us, he will undoubtedly perceive us as minions of the nefarious Piccolo and will eliminate us without hesitation." King Pilaf, in a state of utter disarray, lamented while attempting to conceal himself beneath the table, clearly terrified. The Shiba Inu, Ashu, wiped the drool from his face and squinted, pondering aloud. How peculiar. The individual Xin has brought along seems somewhat familiar. It is no wonder he expressed such curiosity, for the guest accompanying Xin was none other than a youthful Piccolo. At Eagle Beak Cliff, Xia Xian swiftly located the not-so-far-off Piccolo, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Despite the young Piccolo inheriting a substantial amount of power, he lacked the experience and finesse to wield it effectively, rendering him no match for the battle-hardened Xia Xian. Before long, he was captured and brought back entirely. I never anticipated you would be here as well, just in time, for I was lamenting the solitude of my home. Upon encountering Pilaf and his companions, Xia Xian refrained from uttering much. Instead, she greeted them as though they were long-lost neighbors, comfortably exchanging pleasantries before carelessly tossing the short flute to the ground. I shall fetch a few things. Remain here and do not wander, Xia Xian instructed, casting a glance at the flute. Regrettably, despite being captured, the flute remained obstinately proud, ignoring Xia Xian's words entirely. It elevated its pointed chin and held its head high, seemingly finding the spiderweb beneath the use far more entertaining than her speech. Upon witnessing the situation, Xia Xian chose not to elaborate further and proceeded directly into the house. After all, the short flute would flee, and he sensed that its presence would soon be captured. Currently, he found himself filled with doubts regarding who could have orchestrated these demon-hunting squads, providing locations and financial assistance, as if someone were covertly directing the operations. Familiar with the unfolding narrative, Xia Xian immediately sensed that matters were far more complex than they appeared. Thus, he returned to the police station, attempting to utilize the police's resources to investigate any potential leads. He could not afford to be overly cautious, for he harbored numerous enemies in this world. For instance, Dr. Gero, the mastermind behind the Black Silk Army, had long been a looming threat over Xia Xian, although he had remained dormant for several years. One could never predict when he might emerge to deliver an unexpected shock. Thanks to Longball for the inspiration, especially if Dr. Gero were to acquire the body of a demon and conduct experiments on artificial beings, the consequences could be even more terrifying. After all, the formidable cell derived much of his strength from the genes of the Namekians within him, even if he were to be severely damaged. As long as his core remained intact, he could return to form. As Xia Xian delved into the house to activate his police connections in search of clues, the hall was left with only the Pilaf trio and the youthful short flute. The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. The Pilaf trio, harboring their own secrets, felt utterly unsettled and wished to depart as swiftly as possible. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the young short flute spoke up, exclaiming, "I recognize you. You were the ones who released the Demon King." Upon hearing this, King Pilaf was instantly struck with dread, wishing he could prostrate himself and pray that the child would dismiss them as inconsequential. The act of unsealing the Demon King was perhaps the greatest anguish of King Pilaf's life. If this diminutive demon were to leverage this incident against them, they might find themselves unable to remain in Xia Xian's presence. While King Pilaf was consumed by anxiety, the young short flute unexpectedly posed a question. "Since you have met my father, please tell me, what kind of demon king is he?" It is worth noting that after being captured by Xia Xian, the young short flute had remained silent, refusing even to speak a word. It was only upon seeing a familiar figure from his memories that he felt compelled to inquire about his father. King Pilaf was momentarily taken aback by the question, not anticipating such a query. However, upon reflection, he realized that this was a natural instinct for an orphan child, who harbored an innate curiosity and longing for a family member he had never met. Even the future version of Trunks, despite his composure, had once appeared as timid as a child when faced with Vegeta, daring only to observe from a distance. Considering this, King Pilaf endeavored to empathize with the short flute's perspective and offered some flattering remarks about demons. "Ah, your father is truly a remarkable demon king. Isn't that right, Ashura?" The Shiba Inu, Ashura, had intended to remain inconspicuous but was suddenly called out by his master. Suddenly flustered, he stammered, Indeed, the demon king is truly formidable, effortlessly accomplishing what we cannot, slaughtering countless individuals daily, leaving a sea of corpses in his wake." The youthful Piccolo furrowed his brow, expressing skepticism as he inquired, "Are you not afraid of killing so many? Do you not fear that one day you may meet the same fate?" The Pilaf trio silently scoffed, of course. They were terrified. Yet, having instigated this turmoil, they could only proceed with tears in their eyes. The Dark Lord commanded the reverence of thousands, and the populace bowed in submission, each person struck with awe upon his presence. Little Marin chimed in, "If that is the case, why are there still those who rise to overthrow him? He was vanquished merely hours after assuming power." Though still a child, Piccolo exhibited a budding acumen for future judgments, evidently inheriting the memories of the Dark Lord. He found it perplexing that one so recently crowned could be toppled, an event that was undeniably humiliating. At that moment, a voice drifted in from the room. What is there to ponder? It is simply weakness. Those who lack the strength yet aspire to undertake endeavors beyond their capabilities must inevitably pay the price. Upon hearing this voice, the youthful Piccolo erupted in fury, veins protruding on his forehead, adopting a defensive stance. At this instant, Xiaxin had acquired the information she sought. Indeed, someone was covertly enticing these demon-hunting squads through monetary means, providing them with intelligence and locations to ensure they could accurately track their targets. Yet, the mastermind behind this orchestration remained elusive and without leads. You despicable scoundrel! How dare you slander the Demon King? The youthful Piccolo declared with fervor. Had it not been for your cowardly ambush from a distance, the outcome would have been far from certain. As he uttered these words, the young Piccolo emanated an astonishing aura, rivaling even the peak state of the Dark Lord, causing the Pilaf trio to retreat in trepidation, eager to distance themselves from this diminutive powerhouse. Xiaxian completely disregarded the other's fury, strolling leisurely into the hall, and casually remarked, "Despicable? Were it not for the Dark Lord capturing my master as a hostage and breaking little Wukong's legs, the outcome would have been decided long ago. Why prolong it to my appearance? Yet, ironically, you, a denizen of the demon race, dare to lecture me on despicability? How utterly laughable!" The youthful short flute, upon hearing this, grew increasingly enraged and shouted vehemently, "You wretched scoundrel! How dare you underestimate me? I'll fight you." With that, he lunged forward with all his might, determined to confront Xiaxian. However, at that moment, his legs were still undeveloped, and his stature was diminutive. Before he could reach Xiaxian, he was sent flying by a single kick. Though he had been struck, the blow did not subdue Short Flute, who stubbornly rose to launch another attack. Yet, Xiaxian merely waved his hand lightly, and suddenly, an explosion erupted at Short Flute's feet, revealing a bottomless crater. Had he been a fraction swifter, he might have been obliterated. Nonetheless, the ensuing shockwave was formidable, propelling the young Short Flute to the ground with a heavy thud. How could you, a mere human, possess such power as the violent demon-like cannon? The young Short Flute gasped, breathless. You ought to ponder why you cannot even wield the techniques of your own demon kind, Xiaxian coldly retorted. Regrettably, these words likely fell on deaf ears, for the youthful Short Flute had already succumbed to unconsciousness, lying motionless on the ground. He's passed out. What do you intend to do with him? Kill him? King Pilaf inquired tentatively, mindful that they were complicit in the demon race's schemes, and Xiaxian's treatment of demons would directly impact their own interests. If I were to kill him, why bring him here? Xiaxian replied nonchalantly. This fellow has only just come into existence and has yet to commit any malice. However, the sins of his father cannot be overlooked, so I am contemplating whether secluding him in a remote location would serve as an adequate punishment without endangering human inhabitants. King Pilaf paused, instinctively questioning, a desolate, uninhabited frontier? Are there truly such undeveloped places? Indeed, this is one of my objectives for returning. I specifically examined satellite maps and have already identified a suitable location. Xiaxian, with an air of calm assurance, spoke of a mysterious place, the Yunza-Biter Highlands. The Yunza-Biter Highlands, a land untouched by humanity in the realm of Dragon Ball. This assertion stems from the region's harsh natural conditions. With an altitude nearing 5,000 meters, the air is thin, a perpetual chill sweeps through the landscape, and bizarre rock formations abound, rendering water and vegetation nearly non-existent. Lightning strikes intermittently, ensuring that even in slumber, one finds no peace. In such desolation, an ordinary person would likely succumb to madness after a few months. The absence of natural resources and minerals further dissuades any human inclination to invest in its development, leaving the Yunza-Biter Highlands to stand as a forgotten wasteland. Young Piccolo gradually awakened from his stupor, gazing in astonishment at the desolate highlands before him, feeling an odd blend of strangeness and familiarity, as though this place bore a profound connection to his very being. Yet, this sensation was swiftly cast aside. His very presence here signified something else entirely. Why do you not kill me? Young Piccolo refrained from turning around, for he knew Xiaxian was undoubtedly behind him, observing him with leisurely intensity. Kill you? Why would I do such a thing? The voice of Xiaxian resounded as expected. As a police officer, one can only bring a wrongdoer to justice after they have committed a transgression. However, in this moment, you, newly born, have yet to seize the opportunity to commit evil. Naturally, I shall not take your life for deeds you have not performed. As she spoke, Xia Xian slowly approached the short flute, gesturing towards the barren wilderness and declared, "Here, no human shall tread, for the altitude of 5,000 meters, coupled with the surrounding desert, renders any attempt to traverse this land exceedingly arduous." Upon hearing these words, the young flute let out a chilling laugh, stepping forward with an air of arrogance, asserting, "You won't kill me? I, on the other hand, intend to take your life. After all, you are our nemesis, along with Sun Wukong. I shall inevitably eradicate all of you." As these words escaped his lips, the flute exuded an aura of menace, clearly having vowed to regard Xia Xian as an adversary, simultaneously conveying to her that she should not expect any leniency from him. "Our positions are immutable. Welcome. If you wish to take my life, then come forth boldly. I am ever ready to engage." Xia Xian coldly remarked, "However, with your current capabilities, it seems you will never achieve these feats. Thanks to the king of the great era." After uttering these words, Xia Xian soared into the sky, heading into the distance. Yet, his words struck short flute like a whip, leaving him feeling as if his dignity had been cast to the ground and viciously trampled upon. How could the demon race be looked down upon by humans? With this thought, the young short flute shouted at Xia Xian's retreating figure, "Wait for me. I will undoubtedly devote myself to rigorous training here, and soon I shall surpass you. At that time, you will regret not having killed me." The words of Piccolo echoed persistently in Xia Xian's ears, and to be honest, his emotions were rather complex at this moment. After all, this was the emergence of a potential rival. It is noteworthy that in his prime, Piccolo had once surpassed even the Super Saiyans in prowess. Given the innate talent of the Namekian combined with Piccolo's relentless training regimen, it is reasonable to believe that soon, this individual could surpass his own father, thereby posing a significant threat to Xia Xian. Nevertheless, he resolved to grow stronger. "I too can enhance my abilities. Am I truly daunted by competition?" In the depths of her heart, Xia Xian contemplated the notion of regarding the young warrior, duly, as a source of motivation, and it seemed quite reasonable. After all, if she were to cower even before a mere child, how could she ever confront the impending invasion of the Saiyans? With this thought, she abruptly turned around, quietly retracing her steps, concealing her presence as she lay in ambush nearby to secretly observe Duli's training. Her intention was not to pilfer the prowess of her counterpart, but rather to fulfill another objective. For some time, Xia Xian had harbored suspicions regarding the shadowy figures behind the demon-hunting squads pursuing Duli. She believed that the mastermind could very well be the renowned android expert, Dr. Gero. Currently, he had abandoned Duli in the remote region of Yunzabite Highlands, a place inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Should Dr. Gero wish to lay claim to Duli, he would have no choice but to emerge from the shadows and traverse this desolate wilderness himself. In essence, Xia Xian's scheme was to use Duli as bait to lure out the hidden puppeteer. Thus, the juvenile Duli diligently honed his martial skills amidst the thin air of the highlands, drenched in sweat each day. Meanwhile, Xia Xian sat cross-legged beneath a massive boulder, cultivating her vital energy while patiently awaiting the arrival of her quarry. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Xia Xian emerged from her meditative state, slowly exhaling a breath of stagnant air. This practice of silent contemplation had proven immensely beneficial for her vital energy cultivation. She could even sense a refinement in her aura. Even in stillness, she could extend her consciousness far beyond her immediate vicinity. Only in the desolate Yunzabite highlands could one engage in such focused training. Were she in Galinta, she would be distracted by the celestial beings who had recently become engrossed in watching dramas, endlessly indulging in episodes with Majir Bei, leading Xia Xian to regret relocating the television and generator there. "HM? Has Duli's aura weakened? Could something be amiss?" Xia Xian furrowed his brow, for he perceived the world through the breath of existence. However, the artificial beings he sensed were devoid of such essence. To avoid any oversight, he directed his attention to the short flute. The moment its breath diminished, it signaled impending danger, likely from an artificial entity. At such times, it was Xia Xian-esque to emerge from his seclusion. With this thought, he rose swiftly, dust coating his form after 3 months of isolation, his beard in disarray. Fortunately, there were no trees in the vicinity. Otherwise, one could imagine him entangled in creeping vines. Leaping across the canyon, he covered several hundred meters in mere moments, arriving at the location of the short flute. To his surprise, the surroundings were desolate, devoid of any adversaries. Instead, he found the short flute sprawled on the ground, eyes rolled back, unconscious. Was it exhaustion? Xia Xian approached to examine the situation and swiftly reached a conclusion. It should recover in due time, however. This fellow has indeed overexerted himself in his training, to the point of exhausting his own vitality. It was not in Xia Xian's nature to indulge in such thoughts, especially when considering his senior martial brother, Tianjin Fan, who was already a top-tier martial enthusiast. To his surprise, it seemed that Piccolo had trained even more fervently than Tianjin Fan. Observing that Piccolo had merely fainted and no adversaries had appeared, Xia Xian prepared to depart. Yet, upon glancing at the unconscious Piccolo lying on the barren, desolate ground devoid of vegetation, and recalling how this individual had endured thus far relying solely on dew, he couldn't help but sigh. From within his robe, he retrieved his water flask and employed his skill to condense moisture into water, replenishing it. He then crushed a celestial bean and added it to the flask. After completing these tasks, Xia Xian placed the ceramic water flask, sealed with an oak cork, beside Piccolo and rose to leave, intending to return to his secluded meditation at the cliff. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Xia Xian was taken aback. His mastery of sensing life forces had reached an impressive level, allowing him to perceive the reactions of creatures within several kilometers. None had escaped his awareness. Yet, here was someone approaching with such audacity, eluding his detection, an occurrence that was nothing short of astonishing, especially considering the peculiar nature of the Yunzabit Highlands. The only two possibilities for the presence of a human here were either an android or an extraordinarily powerful expert, regardless of which option it was. Both fell into the category of unwelcome visitors. Truly, as a being revered as a hero, their manner was indeed grand. They even extended a hand to their adversaries, which was utterly unexpected. The newcomer, while speaking, began to applaud, creating a jarring contrast in the desolate wilderness. Xia Xian squinted her eyes and beheld a middle-aged man before her, hunched over, clad in an oversized white shirt, with an outdated and conspicuous beard. He nodded and bowed, waving his hands towards Xia Xian as if attempting to greet her. "Who are you?" Xia Xian furrowed her brows, gazing in astonishment at the rather unsavory character before her. "I merely passed by. You may call me Mr. Shun." The middle-aged man chuckled foolishly, drawing closer while extending his hand in an apparent gesture of camaraderie. However, upon hearing his name, Xia Xian's expression shifted to one of alarm, and she instinctively leaped back several paces, creating distance between herself and Mr. Shun. With heightened vigilance, she retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. For an ordinary person to reach the Cloud-Bit Highlands is no simple feat. How could one merely pass through? Who exactly are you?" In truth, this latter inquiry was somewhat futile, for Xia Xian had already discerned that this seemingly innocuous individual was, in fact, a celestial being from Earth. Perhaps a different guise would be more memorable. He was the creator of Dragon Balls and coexistent with the formidable Demon King Piccolo. According to the narrative, during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, the deity, concerned that Sun Wukong might not be a match for Piccolo, possessed the body of a human named Mr. Shin to partake in the contest, only to thwart Piccolo's efforts and ultimately be sealed within a jar. "I have been here for quite some time, observing you from the shadows," Mr. Shun spoke leisurely. "I must admit, you are far kinder than I had anticipated, especially considering you shared the sacred beans with the unconscious son of the Demon King, which convinces me that the benevolent side of your nature is indeed genuine." His cryptic musings reminded Xia Xian of the sage's words, who had once told him that his heart was enigmatic and inscrutable to outsiders. Presumably, this divine being was attempting to peer into his soul, only to fail and resort to clandestinely scrutinizing his actions before arriving at his conclusions. Fortunately, over the past 3 months, he had refrained from any wrongdoing, thus leading the deity to misinterpret his intentions, believing him to be concerned for Piccolo's safety, and consequently adopting the persona of a hard exterior with a soft heart. "I cannot sense your aura, yet you seem so well informed about the sacred beings." Xia Xian deliberately replied, "Oh, I understand now. It turns out to be you. My goodness, how astonishing. But shouldn't you be in the temple, training Sun Wukong at this moment?" Upon hearing this, the deity recognized that Xia Xian had uncovered his identity, but chose not to delve further. After all, he had been associated with the immortal Jialan for quite some time, and the fact that Sun Wukong was training with the deity was an open secret. Thus, it was not surprising that she was aware of his circumstances. The majority of Sun Wukong's training had been entrusted to Mr. Bobo, the guardian of the temple, who had resided there since the previous generation of heavenly beings, and even long before that. Therefore, having him mentor Sun Wukong would undoubtedly provide significant benefits. The celestial being vaguely remarked, "There are certain matters I need to clarify with you. If you don't mind, let us discuss them as we walk." As he spoke, the deity took large strides forward. Xiaoxian was acutely aware that the celestial being was concerned about their conversation being overheard by the short flute, which prompted him to follow closely behind. He soon realized that although this individual had borrowed a human form, his speed was astonishingly swift. Thus, Xiaoxian decided to showcase his own skills, diligently keeping pace without losing ground. The celestial being, who had been intent on assessing Xiaoxian's martial prowess, could not help but nod in approval, acknowledging that this young man was indeed a talent in the realm of combat, his abilities rivaling those of the young Sun Wukong. "The initiative to hunt demons is orchestrated by me." The celestial being's confidence, as he spoke, astounded Xiaoxian. Initially, he had suspected that Dr. Jero was the mastermind behind the scenes, but to his surprise, it was the lofty celestial being engaging in such subterfuge. "Do not be astonished. I have roamed the mortal realm for centuries and am well acquainted with such matters," the celestial being remarked slowly. "Indeed, my astonishment lies in the fact that you and the short flute share a symbiotic relationship. If he perishes, you two shall cease to exist." Xiaoxian retorted candidly. "If this is the case, why would you incite humanity to pursue the short flute? Are you not concerned about how they might deal with him? You are aware of this? How many secrets has that jesting fellow Garen let slip?" The celestial being furrowed his brow. "In my fervent desire to ascend to divinity, I resorted to extreme measures, expelling my inner malevolence and transforming it into the calamity known as the short flute demon king, who has caused humanity much distress. Therefore, entrusting the unfinished short flute to humanity serves as a form of reparation for the world." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxian quickly grasped the celestial being's motives. The reason for instigating the hunt for the demonic egg was to eliminate the short flute through human hands as an act of penance, for a deity could not take their own life. The decision to have Mr. Bobo specifically train Sun Wukong was essentially to groom him as a successor, ensuring that after the celestial being's demise, he would inherit his divine position. At first glance, this arrangement appeared quite logical, with all matters of legacy and grievances clearly delineated. The demon-slaying Sun Wukong would achieve his ultimate virtue and be granted divinity, while the demon king's offspring would become a sacrificial offering for humanity's wrath. However, within this scheme, there was no place for Xiaoxian, leaving him with nothing of benefit. Considering the impending Scion invasion, the celestial being's role was undeniably crucial, and the involvement of the Dragon Balls further solidified Xiaoxian's dissent against such an arrangement. To speak frankly, this plan is exceedingly selfish. Sun Wukong's training is intended for the battle 1 year hence at the martial arts assembly against the Demon King's offspring. He has no interest in becoming a deity. Xiaoxian spoke candidly. What misdeeds could a young short flute commit from the moment he opened his eyes? Must he bear the burden of actions he has not yet taken, merely due to his father's influence? If that is the case, then the celestial beings who allowed the Dark Lord to emerge should be the ones truly accountable. The celestial being regarded Xiaoxian's steadfast demeanor, and his thoughts drifted back to the past. Indeed, he had been overly eager, yearning for the recognition of the previous deities to grant him the title of the new temple master. It was out of desperation that he resorted to the nefarious arts, forcibly extracting the malevolent aspects within him. Though this diminished his power considerably, it ultimately silenced the objections of the former deity, allowing him to fulfill his aspirations. Reflecting upon it now, he realized that his actions were largely driven by profound loneliness, an intense desire for acceptance from the life that inhabited this planet. After all, what could symbolize his integration and acceptance more than becoming a god on Earth? This young man before him likely had no inkling that the Yunzabite Highlands were not only a human forbidden zone but also the place where the celestial being had spent his formative years. When the celestial being first opened his eyes, he knew nothing of the world, discovering only a tattered letter that urged him to be patient, assuring him that his family would soon come to retrieve him. Unfortunately, that wait stretched on for 30 long years. Ordinary individuals would succumb to madness after merely months in the Yunzabite Highlands. Yet the celestial being had long lost count of the sunsets and sunrises he had witnessed there. Even after descending from the mountain to wander the world, the solitude that stemmed from his very soul never waned. The letter that had compelled him to wait for 3 decades did not bestow hope. Rather, it instilled in him the understanding that he was different from the earthlings. In his quest to integrate into this world, he exerted considerable effort and made numerous attempts, even compromising his own heart to appease others. Perhaps it was then that the seeds of his inner demons were sown. Regrettably, this profound sorrow eluded expression, manifesting only as a deep sigh. the essence of which was too intricate for outsiders to comprehend. After this sigh, the celestial being quickly emerged from his reverie. His expression indifferent as he addressed Xia Xine. You possess numerous reasons to spare the short flute, but have you considered that he currently lacks the capacity for wickedness? If allowed to grow unchecked, he will inevitably become a scourge upon humanity. What then shall we do? You are being irresponsible towards the future of mankind. To his surprise, Xia Xine retorted promptly, Sun Wukong. If all else fails, there's still me. Mastering the demon sealing wave is not an insurmountable task. This brief statement encapsulated much. After all, Sun Wukong was currently honing his skills in the temple, and it was he who had vanquished the original Dark Lord. Should this newly arisen short flute turn malevolent, it was only natural that Sun Wukong would eradicate him once more. More importantly, Xia Xine's unwavering determination and willingness to shoulder responsibility increasingly endeared him to the celestial being. Although the demon sealing wave was extraordinary, for mortals, its burden was excessively heavy. At your tender age, there was no need to risk your life for the sake of cultivation. With a grave expression, the celestial being spoke. Very well. You possess a sense of duty in vanquishing evil and a compassionate heart for all creatures. Thus, I cannot reproach you. Are you willing to train alongside me? Upon hearing these words, Xia Xine was momentarily taken aback. Training with the celestial being? This was undoubtedly the unparalleled path to attaining higher combat prowess on Earth. Initially, little Wukong had matched Tian Xin'an in their encounters. However, after training in the Divine Temple, their next confrontation saw a stark disparity in power. Was it that Tian Xin'an lacked diligence? Certainly not. His dedication ranked among the top 3 in the Dragon Ball series without question. Yet, the influence of a skilled mentor on one's growth is immeasurable. Training under the celestial being promised even greater enhancement. For instance, little Wukong experienced a surge of approximately 1 or 200 in combat power through his training with Master Roshi. Meanwhile, Krillin, with a combat power of 206, after 6 months of training with the celestial being, acquired the ability to annihilate opponents at the 1200 level, even dispatching 3 simultaneously. Observing Xia Xine's silence, the celestial being assumed he was reluctant and thus encouraged him. Those who have vanquished the great demon may enter the Divine Temple for training. You originally met this criterion. However, Garen harbored concerns about your inner purity, which is why you were not recommended. Yet, after my assessment, I can affirm that your heart is indeed kind. Remember, you once stated that should Piccolo err again, you would rise to the occasion? Relying solely on Wukong may prove somewhat precarious, but with your involvement, we shall have no worries. So, will you train with me? Upon hearing this, Xia Xine hesitated no longer. He solemnly nodded and performed a respectful bow to the celestial being. Time flew by like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The once quiet Papaya Island began to buzz with activity as martial artists from around the globe flocked there. The new martial arts tournament commenced as scheduled. And despite the incessant rain, the atmosphere was exceptionally vibrant. They are truly late. Why have they not yet arrived? Master Roshi grumbled, glancing at his watch. Just then, a taxi pulled up before him, and Bulma elegantly alighted from the vehicle. The passage of 3 years had imbued the once innocent girl with a touch of maturity. Her lipstick, eyeshadow, false eyelashes, and newly dyed golden hair rendered her increasingly reminiscent of a fashionable urban woman. My, how astonishing. You are becoming more and more alluring. Master Roshi exclaimed, instinctively placing his hand on Bulma's waist. To his surprise, Bulma, as if reacting on reflex, swiftly elbowed him in the face, nearly shattering his sunglasses and breaking the bridge of his nose. Don't even think about using the excuse of a slippery hand to grope me. Bulma, now brimming with indignation, shouted fiercely. Her previous gentle demeanor completely vanished. Master Roshi, holding his bleeding nose, pitifully remarked, your personality hasn't matured at all. Likewise, you are still as lecherous as ever. Bulma retorted, hands on her hips, her anger palpable. The awkward old turtle, sensing the tension, quickly redirected the conversation, inquiring, by the way, where is Yamcha? Isn't he with you? Puar, who had accompanied Bulma, promptly explained. He returned to West City and immediately left again, claiming he wanted to embark on a solitary training journey. At this, Bulma's ire intensified, and she seethed. Humph, that unfaithful scoundrel. He has abandoned me without a second thought. Hearing this, Master Roshi hastily defended his disciple, saying, well, it's not just Yamcha. Krillin has also been saying the same thing, running off to train just like Goku did 3 years ago. It has been quite a wake-up call for them. At that moment, the dark-haired launch, who had been beside Master Rashi, interjected, "Speaking of which, where has Xia Xian gone? It's been 3 whole years without a word." The mention of Xia Xian conjured memories of the legendary figure, a police officer known for his exploits across the globe. Were it not for him, the personnel at Capsule Corporation, as well as those in West City, would likely have been exterminated by the demon clan. Bulma certainly remembered this debt of gratitude. He had vanished for about 2 years, only to reappear suddenly, gathering an odd assortment of individuals to establish a biotechnology company. Claiming he aimed to develop an energy-boosting sports drink to aid in recovery and stamina. Bulma mused, he even contacted Little 8 Treasures, offering a lucrative salary to recruit him as a marketing manager, or something along those lines. It is worth noting that the odd individuals Bulma referred to were none other than the Pilaf gang. The young lady, often forgetful, had long since dismissed the initial villains who once competed with her for the Dragon Balls. Previously, King Pilaf had discovered a unique energy substance within the remnants of the androids, capable of providing energy to carbon-based life forms. This very potion enabled King Piccolo to produce a significant number of eggs, thus hatching warriors of the demon clan. Xia Xian was puzzled as to how the ancient demon king, on the brink of death, could possess such immense strength to create an army of demon warriors. After conducting an investigation, she discovered the remarkable achievements of King Pilaf, which piqued her interest. Thus, she produced some magical beans, hoping that the Pilaf trio could decipher their secrets. If they could extract the essence of the magical beans using chemical substances, it would be an extraordinary boon, alleviating her concerns about the wild man, Majir Bihei, consuming them all. It is worth mentioning that the Pilaf trio had long been regarded as pariahs for having released the Demon King. Therefore, receiving investment from Xia Xian to establish a world-class pharmaceutical research laboratory was a source of immense gratitude for them. They were diligently engaged in experimenting with these substances each day. Currently, they had developed a prototype of the magical bean essence, known as S-type, which, when consumed, could restore approximately 30 of one's stamina, in addition to healing minor injuries and alleviating bruising. However, akin to the original magical beans, if one's fatigue was not significantly high, the restoration of stamina would result in excess energy being converted into fat, leading to bloating and, consequently, obesity. Xia Xian remained non-committal, yet as his enterprise expanded, he found the burden of responsibilities increasingly overwhelming. Daily management of the business consumed considerable energy, particularly detracting from his cultivation efforts. Thus, he felt an urgent need to enlist assistance. After much contemplation, he concluded that the most suitable character from the Dragon Ball universe, possessing a normal intellect and a modicum of cleverness, was none other than the lecherous Pigsy. This character, with his adequate reflexes and strategies, was not the type to falter. Otherwise, one who could only transform for 3 minutes would not have dominated a village for so many years. Meanwhile, Pigsy found himself rather uncomfortable at Bulma's residence. Despite the advantages of clandestinely observing her bathing, he was decidedly unwilling to accept a role merely as a freeloader. Therefore, when Xia Xian approached him, he eagerly agreed to assist. Upon assuming his new role, he promptly categorized the S-type of the sacred bean essence, based on its restorative capabilities, into 3 distinct models, cleverly named to enhance product variety. In reality, this was merely a means to reclassify substandard products while circumventing the issue of functional beverages contributing to weight gain. Regardless, Xia Xian's biopharmaceutical company was finally beginning to find its footing. Unexpectedly, Xia Xian had taken on the mantle of a boss. However, I heard that he had participated in 2 heavyweight martial arts tournaments consecutively over the past 2 years, with news coverage confirming this. Master Rashi reflected on this, noting that he no longer engaged in martial arts, thus enjoying ample leisure time to watch aerobics and read the newspaper. While the discussion among the group grew animated, a voice from behind interjected, "Grandpa Turtle, I'm so glad you've returned. Everyone seems to be doing well." Bulma turned to see a striking young man standing behind her, taller than herself even in high heels. Although his attire was quite outdated, featuring an ancient Indian-style turban, it did little to conceal his inherent charisma. Who is he? Master Rashi wondered inwardly. The dark-haired launch was equally puzzled, as none could identify the tall youth before them. The young man, seemingly oblivious to their confusion, continued, "Where are Krillin, Yamcha, Xia Xian, and Tien? Have they already gone to the preliminaries?" At this, the group began to grasp the situation. The names he mentioned were associated with the Turtle and Crane schools, leading to only one conclusion. Could it be Goku? Finally aware of their bewilderment, the young man chuckled and jested, "What is the matter? Can't you recognize me just because I have a cloth tied around my head? With that, he removed the turban, revealing his distinctive, spiky hairstyle, unmistakably the lively and cheerful boy who had once been the runner-up in the World Martial Arts Tournament, Son Goku. The crowd was filled with astonishment and joy as they reminisced about the time when young Goku ventured alone to the temple, pleading with the celestial beings to restore the Dragon Balls, hoping to revive the turtle Hermit and those slain by the demon race. 3 years have swiftly passed, yet the memories remain vivid, evoking profound emotions. Goku, is that truly you? My, how you've grown, exclaimed one, while another quipped. I would say it's Bulma and Grandpa Turtle who have shrunk. The group reveled in the joy of reuniting with Goku, with Bulma overwhelmed with tears of happiness, as everyone yearned to share their thoughts, in stark contrast to the warmth of their reunion. In a shadowy corner of the martial arts tournament stood a figure with green skin, adorned with a headband identical to Goku's. His elevated shoulder guards gave him the appearance of a wandering ascetic. Despite his unassuming presence, an aura of intimidation radiated from him, deterring anyone from approaching this seemingly brooding individual. Demon King Piccolo's offspring, Din, had grown strong through relentless training on high ground, confident that he possessed strength far surpassing that of his father. Enjoy your fleeting triumph, Goku. The more visitors you attract, the more spectacular your impending demise will be. He mused darkly, pondering why the clever Xiao chose to abstain from participation, aware of his fate. However, this reprieve is merely temporary. He shall soon become my prey. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the spectators who were puzzled by Xiao's absence, he effortlessly dispatched opponents from a distant arena. Behold, the champion of the Eastern District Martial Arts Tournament. Xiao, the master of ceremonies energetically proclaimed, heralding the birth of a new dynasty. In stark contrast to the host's flamboyance, the audience was left speechless, their astonishment palpable. Good heavens! While we knew heroes were formidable, we never anticipated such prowess, they murmured. How could he withstand so many attacks without a scratch? Is his skin made of stone? In response to their astonishment, Xiao remained unfazed, his expression unchanging. He was aglow, his skin resembling rock, appearing somewhat altered from his usual form. It seems there is little value in sparring with ordinary martial artists, he thought to himself. I had hoped to test my new techniques here, but the caliber of competition is merely on par with the preliminary rounds of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Hardly a challenge. It is worth noting that although the martial arts tournament on Papaya Island is dubbed the world's best, it remains, in truth, a regional competition. There are perhaps 3 similar competitions around the world, all of comparable caliber. The legendary figure known as Chaiba Wang, who once dominated multiple martial arts tournaments, now finds himself unable to even advance past the preliminaries when facing the likes of Turtle Hermit's disciples. However, due to the proximity of Papaya Island to the Turtle Hermit's realm, it has become customary for the Turtle Hermit to bring his disciples, thus elevating the competition to a veritable hellish level. Yet, for most, the sporadic participation of the Z fighters does not render the World Martial Arts Tournament superior to other contests. The true grandeur of this event may only emerge during the era of Satan. As Xiao wandered through these thoughts, her phone suddenly rang in her arms. Ignoring the host's boasts, she answered the call right there on the stage. Hello? Chi-Chi. Haha, it's been ages. Have you arrived at the World Martial Arts Tournament? Excellent. I always said you should venture out and not remain cooped up in Fire Mountain. Chi-Chi. The future wife of Sun Wukong had long been living in seclusion with her father, the Bull Demon King, waiting for Sun Wukong to come and claim her. After an unexpected encounter, Xiao persuaded the young woman to change her mind and embark on a journey to search for her beloved rather than languish in the mountains. But how should I approach him? What if he has forgotten me or has another girl? Chi-Chi anxiously inquired over the phone. This strong and resilient woman, faced with the proximity of her beloved, felt timid and could only hide behind the trees at the competition venue, watching Sun Wukong and Krillin enter the hall. Laughing and chatting, with no other peers in her age group to confide in, she turned to Xiao, hoping for reassurance. Upon hearing the young woman's plight, Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Is it a universal truth that those in love become silly? What is there to worry about? Such concerns are merely a distraction. If it were her, she would make the perfect choice at any moment. Why not simply go up and greet him? How significant can it be? Xiao stifled a laugh, striving to maintain a facade of righteous indignation as she proclaimed, if that scoundrel Wukong forgets you, give him a good scolding. Then step onto the arena and bring him down to the ground, unleashing all the grievances you've endured over the years. Just make him remember you. well acquainted with the narrative. Xia Xian was fully aware that the naive Sun Wukong could hardly distinguish between genders, let alone comprehend the concept of marriage. At this moment, she was merely stoking the flames, creating chaos for Wukong, and relishing the spectacle of his misfortune. Just then, a call from Xiao Beiji interrupted. This fellow was currently tasked with managing Xia Xian's business affairs. Thus, although he lacked in combat prowess, his influence was considerable. All right, Chi-Chi. I wish you the best of luck. I have matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. But remember my words, if Wukong can't recall who you are, use your fists to jog his memory. Xia Xian continued to sow discord, subsequently switching the channel to Xiao Beiji's. However, upon hearing just a single sentence, her expression darkened. And disregarding the host's pleas, she rushed over. Meanwhile, in a state of confusion, Chi-Chi had intended to seek further advice, but Xia Xian had already ended the call. In truth, Xia Xian had never experienced love herself. It was audacious of Chi-Chi to seek his guidance on matters of the heart. It is said that one dares to ask while another dares to teach. Had this been a different romantic narrative, they would have encountered failure countless times by now. Well, I suppose I shall try it as he suggested. Chi-Chi murmured to herself, adjusting her hair and attire, taking a deep breath before slowly approaching Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was engaged in conversation with Tianjin Fan regarding Xia Xian, expressing regret upon learning that he could not participate in the competition. Just then, someone unexpectedly tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he was met by a charming young girl, standing gracefully before him, her radiant smile greeting him. Hee, Sun Wukong. It's been a while. Her words startled everyone present, particularly Krillin, who was utterly flustered. Wasn't his good friend off training in the temple? How could a girl appear here? Had his buddy been secretly wooing someone? And by the looks of it, with considerable success, leaving the still virgin Krillin both envious and astonished. Yet, Sun Wukong remained utterly perplexed, having no recollection of the girl before him. Who are you? He inquired with curiosity. To his surprise, this question struck Chi-Chi like a thunderbolt, overwhelming her with a torrent of emotions: shock, anxiety, indignation. The once gentle girl transformed into a fierce lioness, roaring at Sun Wukong. You scoundrel! With that, she stormed off, silently furious with herself for having waited so many years, realizing that this heartless individual had long forgotten her. Thankfully, she had heeded Xia Xian's advice to seek out her husband from the Flame Mountain, or who knows how many years she would have endured in solitude. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, still bewildered, could only mutter to himself, I really do not know her. I have never seen her before. Why did she insult me? Krillin, unable to contain himself any longer, approached Sun Wukong and demanded, Hey, you lucky fellow, what sort of unspeakable deeds have you been up to? Can you enlighten me on how to attract girls? This only left Sun Wukong more befuddled. As the imminent World Martial Arts Tournament approached, Xia Xian was already dressed in a suit, adjusting his tie as he walked. Xiao Beiji followed closely beside him, holding a notebook and rapidly reporting updates. I have spoken with the board of the tournament, and their stance is quite resolute. Xiao Beiji exclaimed with great speed. Did you convey to them that your intentions align with mine? Xia Xian had carelessly wrapped a tie around his neck, narrowly avoiding a